Long Live Summons Chapter 1017 to Chapter 1059. Yu Yang led the willow leaf and circled around it. He found that this thing looked like a protruding hill from the bottom of the water, but it wasn't. It was a huge metal ball disguised as a hill. Moreover, through Yu Yang's senses, it was hollow inside. At its waist, there were two huge steel pipes with a diameter of 10 meters. They were connected and curved. One end extended to White River City, and the other end extended to the treasure seal that Yu Yang and Lu Yi wanted to unseal. Lu Yi didn't need to guess to understand that the hybrid fishmen of White River City must have discovered the secret of the treasure seal nearby. Maybe they were thinking of a way to unseal it. It was definitely not possible to unseal it now. What should she do? Lu Yi couldn't help but raise her head and look at Yu Yang habitually, waiting for him to make a decision. Let's go in and explore, maybe there will be a big harvest. Yu Yang had always been a fearless person. It didn't matter whether the hybrid fishmen had unsealed it or not. Even if they had unsealed it and found the ancient treasure, he could still snatch it. In the heaven realm, whoever had the bigger fist was the boss. Okay. Lu Yi was kind-hearted. If it wasn't for Yu Yang, she wouldn't have done this kind of beauty robbing, so she was still a little nervous. With Yu Yang by her side, she decided to show off a bit, and also let him report on her recent cultivation gains and progress. Perforate deer. She quietly summoned her guardian beast. After countless experiences and battles, and because of Yu Yang's careful training, the perforate deer, which had no fighting power and was extremely difficult to improve, had grown from a silver-ranked level 2 to a platinum-ranked level 5. Although the perforate deer was not a battle-type beast, it could be used to teleport and assist its master in battle. This was enough. Therefore, in this world, there were no useless talents, nor useless beasts, only useless masters who didn't know how to use it. If the perforate deer was given to someone else, it might be destroyed. But under the cultivation of Yu Yang and Lu Yi, not only could it grow rapidly, but it could also become a weapon to win on the battlefield or in exploration. Just like the usual practice, when the perforate deer instantly broke through the space of the huge metal sphere and passed through its surface, the moment the perforate deer entered the inner space of the metal sphere, the willow leaf had already teleported in at the same time. Instant teleportation. This was Yu Yang's basic requirement for the training of willow leaves. Unlike usual practice, Lu Yi not only teleported herself but also successfully brought Yu Yang in. If it weren't for the fact that they were in enemy territory. Little girl Lu Yi was about to cheer excitedly. Usually, it was very easy for her to complete the teleportation on her own. She could do it anytime and anywhere. However, it was extremely difficult to bring people along. After all, these were two completely different concepts. Usually, the probability of successfully teleporting together with Yu Yang was at most 1 in 10. Unexpectedly, under the pressure today, she succeeded on the first try, and it was even more perfect than usual practice. Lu Yi didn't dare to make a sound, but she couldn't suppress her excitement. She couldn't help but stretch out her hands and give Yu Yang a hug. After the hug, she immediately came to her senses. Her head quickly lowered, and her face blushed. She looked like a little quail, and her whole person was extremely shy. Yu Yang caressed her little face as a form of praise. He then condensed all the water and breath on her body into a ball and stored it in the storage space to prevent the enemy from having any special senses and discovering this little girl. As for himself, unless it was in existence at the level of the Sun King, otherwise, it would be impossible to discover him without looking directly at him. Even the Azure Dragon, the Temple Master of the new Water Temple, would not be able to sense him with his breath. Needless to say, the camouflage talent and the creation domain didn't need to be explained. Now that he had risen 2 levels in a row, from the 3rd level innate supremacy when he challenged the Sun King to the 5th level innate supremacy, Yu Yang dared to say that he could look down on experts at the level of the Azure Dragon. Carefully observing the surrounding environment, Yu Yang and Lu Yi quickly discovered that it was not as simple as a hollow iron ball. This was a small steel fortress hidden under the water. This place they came in. It was a room. It should be a temporary resting place for some guards on duty after their shifts. There were 4 beds and several cabinets that were placed vertically. It was filled with an unpleasant fishy and sweaty smell, as well as an expired alcoholic acid. Lu Yi quickly changed the attribute of the moon armor to the wind attribute, and raised an independent wind shield to provide fresh air for them to breathe. Yu Yang was about to open the door when he suddenly stopped. He gestured to Lu Yi, indicating that no matter what happened, she should not be surprised and maintain a calm state of mind. Lu Yi hurriedly nodded to show that she understood, and nervously held Yu Yang's hand. As long as he was here, she was not afraid of anything. Yu Yang opened the door slightly. With the help of Yu Yang's super-sensitive resonance, Lu Yi immediately heard the voices of several people. One of them turned out to be a female voice that she was very familiar with. Lu Yi immediately understood why he wanted her to maintain a calm state of mind. It turned out to be her. But why did she appear here? Lu Yi's curiosity was also aroused. She listened carefully, only to hear the female voice snorting with dissatisfaction. How many times have I said that those people are not our enemies? They are just here to do business in White River City. We can't touch them just because of a lack of blood, because behind them is very likely a very powerful hidden clan. We can't provoke such an enemy for no reason. I think you have completely fallen for them. Do you still remember that you are a duckweed in White River City? Don't think that you can forget your original identity just because you have a new identity. A slightly hoarse male voice retorted fiercely. Water Ape, what do you mean? You're just being jealous. Previously, you were the ones who sent me to be a spy. Now, you're suspecting that I'm in cahoots with them. This is too outrageous. Everyone knows that we, the cursed clan, can only marry within the clan. How could I possibly mix with them? It was only for the sake of gathering information. Besides, Water Ape, work and personal grievances should be separated. You can't simply suspect me just because I have an engagement with your brother. I am not afraid of being slandered. It is useless for you to slander me. Lu Yi sounded very familiar with the female voice and defended herself. It is not that I doubt you, but your performance made me suspicious. Why did you stop me from killing them? Isn't it because they are handsome? You fell in love with them. Who is the outrageous one? The hoarse male voice sneered and mocked. What evidence do you have? This is simply absurd. You actually want to convict me based on your personal suspicions. Water Ape, I know why you want to frame me. It is because you proposed to my parents and was rejected by me. Also, your brother snatched away my love. That's why you harbor hatred in your heart. Water Ape, you are not as good as your brother. Your strength is not as good as his. Compared to him, you are like the mud under his feet. I am not wrong. You feel so inferior that you don't even dare to take a step out of White River City. You stay here all day. The waters of White River City give you a shield to hide your cowardice. This is the only place you can comfort yourself. Water Ape, you don't even dare to go out of the heavenly realm. You are like a frog at the bottom of a well. That's right, I look down on you. You don't dare to openly compete with your brother, but you stab him in the back. That's why you viciously slander me. That's why you attack me with your suspicions and fantasies. Don't you think so? I have long seen through you. Water Ape, you are simply a lowly bastard. You are a natural mixed breed and a wet dog. Bitch, shut up. Otherwise, I will kill you, that's enough. What I need the most is not to listen to your quarrels, but information. Now, because of the sudden appearance of the hidden fog, the slave merchants have delayed their journey and could not send live slaves in time. What do you think we should do? We need a large amount of human blood. This is the problem we need to solve. A dignified voice sounded. Strangely, this person's voice sounded familiar to Lu Yi, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Kill those gigolos to save the situation. With the human blood, we can draw another batch from the city. We should be able to wait until the live slaves are sent over. The Water Ape suggested. You are making a terrifying enemy for us. I object. The female voice firmly opposed. Let's wait for another 3 days. If it really doesn't work, we can only use their blood to save the situation. Fu Ping, I understand what you want to say. But listen to me. Reviving the ancestors is the most important thing. If you have a better idea, you can tell me. But if you don't, then cooperate with the Water Ape. 3 days later, lure them here. After all, outsiders are unreliable. You can't have a good impression of them just because they look good. You must always remember that we are traitors. We are traitors cursed by God. Humans will never be able to live in harmony with us. No matter if it is the humans of Tong Tian Tower or the humans of Heaven Realm. No human will have a good impression of the Murlocs. So, you can give up. As for you, Water Ape, you have indeed gone overboard. You should do your part and not use your thoughts on your clansmen. All of you can leave. I do not wish to hear your quarrels again. I hope this is the last time. I think I have made myself clear enough. The dignified voice made the final decision. Regardless of whether it was the Water Ape or the female voice, they could not refute it. They could only leave in silence and resentment. Lu Yi was stunned. She really did not expect that. She could actually hear such an inside story here. Not only her, even Yu Yang had an incomparable feeling of surprise. It was really like wearing out iron shoes and fruitless searching, only to find it by chance without any effort. Sometimes, the world was like this. Planting flowers with the intention failed, but planting a willow unintentionally grew a shade. The owner of the dignified voice seemed to feel that something was wrong. He was faster than lightning. He rushed straight towards the small house where Lu Yi and Yu Yang were. He kicked the door open. Just as he was about to attack the enemy with all his strength, he was shocked to find that there was no one inside. There was no abnormal fluctuation in the air. Other than the original sour smell, there was no new smell. Most importantly, there was no abnormal energy fluctuation in the house. Could it be that he had sensed wrongly? This person did not know that there was such a magical existence as the perforate deer and teleportation in this world. Just as he rushed to the front of the small house, Lu Yi had already teleported with Yu Yang to his original position. Yu Yang had the intention to test this little girl. He let her lead and did not make any moves at all. Under the pressure of the enemy's attack, Lu Yi once again performed exceptionally. She used the perforate deer to secretly exchange positions with the enemy. The owner of the dignified voice above was extremely suspicious, so he searched the house thoroughly. In addition to searching the small house thoroughly, he also kicked all the lounges in the corridor and searched them all. In the end, he left dubiously. As soon as he left, Lu Yi teleported with Yu Yang back to their original position. 10 seconds later, Lu Yi seemed to have thought of something and immediately teleported with Yu Yang to a lounge at the farthest end of the corridor. Almost at the moment when she was about to leave, someone appeared outside the door. The suspicious guy just now actually came back. If it wasn't for Lu Yi's quick reaction, she would have been caught red-handed by him. Even so, he still ended up empty-handed. Only then did that suspicious fellow truly believe that what he had sensed earlier was just an illusion, and helplessly left. Lu Yi teleported back to this lounge with Yu Yang for the third time. Now it was really safe. The enemy really left. The little girl breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Yu Yang give her a thumbs up, she couldn't help but playfully stick out her little tongue at him. After the enemy left, Yu Yang and Lu Yi began to carefully explore the steel fortress, trying to dig out as much information as possible. Inside the fortress, with a diameter of more than 500 meters, there was actually a behemoth. Inside, there was almost a sentry every 5 steps and a guard every 10 steps. There were guards at all the important passageways or the entrance of the hall for public activities. These hybrid fishmen were very strict. Anyone who wanted to enter must show their unique token and undergo a specific inspection. Deceiving everyone, it was impossible here. Lu Yi was very nervous at first. After all, she had never tried to sneak into the enemy's interior to collect information. Sometimes, she was very close to the enemy's patrolling guards, just a corner, less than 10 meters away. But she had to make the most reasonable response before the enemy turned around and found her. If it wasn't for Yu Yang's presence, she would have been discovered by the enemy several times when she was in danger alone. She knew that he wanted to take this opportunity to train himself. Such training opportunities were rare, so she cherished them. At the same time, she wanted to do her best in front of him. Under full concentration, her condition was 10 times better than usual. Occasionally, there would be a few small mistakes, but Yu Yang would react in time, make up for it, and avert danger. She succeeded more and more, and her confidence gradually rose. Her will became firmer. With Yu Yang around, Lu Yi had no worries at all. She performed better and better than usual. Gradually, the tension disappeared invisibly. What replaced it was more concentration and extraordinary excitement. According to Yu Yang, it was like a small universe was burning. Looking at the checkpoints guarded by the enemy, she easily passed through one by one without the enemy noticing. Her heart was particularly excited. This was not a battle, but it was like defeating the enemy in battle. There was also a sense of accomplishment. After searching the interior of the steel fortress, Yu Yang signaled Lu Yi to stop and rest for a while. Then, he gently wiped away the fine beads of sweat that had appeared on her forehead. This little girl had already done very well. Sometimes, he couldn't ask for too much. Lu Yi felt shy and sweet in her heart. She lowered her head. She felt that although he was very strict sometimes, he was very gentle most of the time. After a short rest, Lu Yi's tense mind was relieved. She was even more confident about the next teleportation. After leaving the steel fortress, Shifeng headed in the opposite direction of White River City. Yu Yang and Lu Yi moved forward. This trip was much smoother than the previous one. This was because Lu Yi's confidence had increased greatly. The teleportation process and location had become more and more accurate. As for the guards in the passageway, other than being slightly weaker, their attitude was also more relaxed than before. In the steel passageway that had a diameter of 10 meters, there were only 2 guards on duty in an area that looked like a link every kilometer. Every 5,000 meters, there were 3 patrolling guards patrolling back and forth. With this kind of patrol strength and intensity, as long as they did not directly see the target, it was absolutely impossible to find Yu Yang and Lu Yi. After walking along the steel tunnel for more than 10 kilometers, he finally arrived at another gigantic steel fortress. After entering this space, he found that it was even bigger. The previous one was probably not even 1/10 the size of this one. Moreover, even Lu Yi, who was a layman in the field of mechanical puppets, could see it. The small steel fortress in front and the large steel fortress at the back were completely different styles. They were also products of 2 completely different eras. She could not tell the specific era, but Yu Yang could. From the inscriptions engraved on the iron walls of the large steel fortress at the back, as well as many lost patterns that could only be used in ancient times, Yu Yang could judge that the large steel fortress at the back was the real ancient product. And the one he saw before, it was just a replica of a later generation. Is this the place where the hybrid fishmen resurrected their ancestors? Lu Yi asked curiously. It doesn't look like it. Yu Yang shook his head. That's the place where we have to unlock the ancient seal? Lu Yi asked again. It's reasonable to say that it's a seal, but the actions of these hybrid fishmen have confused me. I'll take a look first. For the time being, I still can't figure out the specific situation. Yu Yang was smart, but he also could not understand why unlocking the ancient seal and opening the last treasure door would be related to the hybrid fishmen resurrecting their ancestors. The 2 of them were curious and stayed inside for a long time. Yu Yang constantly copied the inscriptions and patterns, while Lu Yi was responsible for keeping a lookout for him. Sometimes, she was really worried for him, because some places were extremely dangerous. The guards had walked past them right under their noses, but Yu Yang was still transcribing as if nothing had happened. This really scared her to death. At the bottom of the large steel fortress was the mountain peak that was deeply sunk into the water. The most basic space was a top-secret place. It was also the place where Lu Yi found the most hybrid fishmen guarding. There were at least 500 guards densely guarding outside the steel door. According to the various information Yu Yang had intercepted before, this should be the place where the hybrid fishmen resurrected their ancestors. But according to the translated ancient treasure map, this should be the place where the seal was unlocked. Yu Yang made a bold decision and decided to impersonate the hybrid fishmen and go in to take a look. Every hour, the guards inside and outside would rotate. He meant to sneak in behind the hybrid fishmen who were changing shifts. Lu Yi knew that Yu Yang's creation domain could simulate everything, but she and he were clearly humans, and sneaking in so openly like that felt too awkward. What would they do if they were discovered by someone? Even if no one discovered them, they wouldn't know where to stand after entering. Don't worry, just treat them as air. I guarantee that they can't see us, and even if they see us, they won't suspect anything. Everything is under my control, as long as you follow me calmly. Yu Yang could sneak in, but he insisted on doing so, because he wanted to train Lu Ye's willpower to the greatest extent. Is that really the case? Lu Ye felt a burst of uneasiness. You've even entered the gate of life. And death to train, this is nothing. Yu Yang stared at her. Lu Ye immediately nodded, and answered him seriously, yes. The process of following the hybrid fishman in was indeed very tense and uncomfortable. Lu Ye felt that her heart was about to jump out. But it was actually very safe. No one noticed their strangeness. Yu Yang and Lu Ye were like transparent air, no one noticed them. At the same time, the guards were silent, advancing mechanically the whole time. They were probably specially trained to prohibit talking during shifts, to prevent their vigilance from relaxing. Behind the steel door, there was a huge space. The steel dome was 100 meters high. In the middle stood a giant blood-red energy crystal pillar. 10 people would find it difficult to encircle it. The energy stored inside was as vast as the sea. There were a few priests whispering at the bottom. Lu Ye couldn't hear them clearly. At the base of the energy crystal pillar beside the priests, there were many energy crystals of different sizes, all of which were blood-red. More than a dozen guards poured fresh blood directly on those blood-red energy crystals. With a sizzling sound, those blood-red energy crystals absorbed the fresh blood as if they were alive. Once they finished absorbing the fresh blood, they would also emit a strange red light. Yu Yang's guts were definitely bigger than the heavens. Not only did he walk in openly, he even went forward to observe the inscriptions on the blood-red crystal ring base in front of so many hybrid fishmen, in full view of the crowd. Lu Ye braced herself and walked behind him. The feeling of being a thief under the watchful eyes of so many people was really too terrifying. Yu Yang didn't have the self-awareness of being a thief. Not only did he go forward to observe the inscriptions one by one, he even greeted the priests, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't see him. What is his guts made of? For the first time, Lu Ye had this kind of question in her heart. It's okay, in my domain, the enemy will think that we are priests with the same status as them. They won't be able to see any flaws. Yu Yang even comforted Lu Ye instead. Following that, he even talked loudly with the few priests. Because of a disagreement, he even harshly criticized one of them. Lu Ye almost sweated to death. Aren't you a thief too arrogant? She kept pulling him, indicating that it was enough and not to be too arrogant. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if others found out that something was wrong. However, Yu Yang was still the same, making her dizzy. With great difficulty, she managed to hold on until Yu Yang left. It wasn't until they returned to the yacht that Lu Ye really breathed a sigh of relief. It was really uncomfortable to be a thief. If there was no need, it was better not to be a thief. Even if no one found out, it was too painful. After Lu Ye, this little girl, recovered, she had a question about the blood-red energy crystal pillar. Isn't that where the ancient treasure map is unsealed? Why did the hybrid fishmen use it to resurrect their ancestor? Shouldn't they use a special non-energy space to seal living things? How do they use the energy crystal pillar? Haha, even a little girl like you knows that using the energy crystal pillar can't seal living things. Unfortunately, those hybrid fishmen don't know. Yu Yang laughed. I have figured out the matter. I was confused before, but after going in to see the ancient inscriptions and chatting with them, I finally understood. Being uncultured really kills people. The distant ancestor of the hybrid fishmen had once found the location of this seal. He wanted to undo the ancient seal, and it was likely that he had obtained information about the ancient treasure map, or perhaps he had discovered this secret. However, he had been killed by the strong warriors of Tong Tian Tower back then. Even his body and soul had been annihilated by those energy stones. In order to warn the future generations, the strong warrior who killed the hybrid fishman's ancestor specially engraved this matter on the ring base of the energy crystal pillar. As a result, the descendants of the hybrid fishmen discovered it and misread the record on it. They thought that by collecting more blood, they could resurrect their unlucky ancestor who was killed. Ah? Lu Ye was dumbfounded. After a long time, she reacted, so you're saying that it's impossible to resurrect any ancestor? The energy of the crystal pillar is used to unlock the seal of the ancient treasure door. Do you think it can resurrect people? Yu Yang asked. Being uncultured is really scary. Lu Ye sweated. Wasn't the difference between unsealing and resurrection too big? Of course, because those inscriptions were carved too long ago, it was possible to misread it due to the historical fault. It was just that the hybrid fishmen were too eager to restore the glory of their ancestors. Before they really figured out the truth, they took it for granted that by collecting blood, they could resurrect their ancestors who would never exist. It was obviously a warning to the future generations not to be ignorant or they would be exterminated. However, the hybrid fishmen thought it was the words left by their ancestors in order to resurrect them. It was really a farce of a historical joke. Being uncultured really kills people. People on the boat, come out. Two hybrid fishmen shouted as a patrol boat approached from afar on the surface of the White River. This area of water was actually a restricted area in White River City that was inconvenient to announce. Very few people from the city would come here. Usually, only those tourists who accidentally trespassed did not know about this taboo. Yu Yang signaled to Lu Yi not to panic. After the hybrid fishman patrolling soldier shouted a few times, he slowly took off his shirt, leaving only a pair of shorts underneath. He then drenched his body with water, making him look like he was sweating profusely. Lu Yi did not understand at first, but she immediately realized that he was imitating a couple who were having an affair on a yacht. "What are you shouting for? What's the matter?" Yu Yang pretended to be angry and rushed out of the yacht. "You have trespassed into a restricted area, get out of here immediately. Also, who else is on the boat?" The hybrid fishmen on the patrol boat saw that this brat was really an unfamiliar tourist, and their faces immediately darkened. They ordered Yu Yang to drive the boat away. "This is White River, where is there a restricted area? Don't you just want to collect some patrol fees? This young master has plenty of money, all of you get lost." Yu Yang pretended to be a nouveau riche young master. He threw out a bulging money pouch. A hybrid fishman caught it and shook it. It found that there was really quite a lot inside, and its complexion became much better. It immediately stopped its angry companion and advised, "This young master, actually, because the hidden fog appeared nearby a few days ago, the waters here are not very safe. Therefore, it's best to stay far away from this place to avoid any losses." Hidden fog? The nouveau riche young master that Yu Yang pretended to be had a change of expression when he heard this. "That's why we said, this is still a restricted area, it's best not to stay here for too long. If you want to have fun, you can travel 30 nautical miles from here. There is a slowly revolving warm current there, and there are many fish and prawns there. The water quality is also better than here. You see that there is not a single fish here, you should know that this is a restricted area. The places where the hidden fog appeared must be like this. Young master, you should leave as soon as possible. This young master has been fishing for half a day, and not a single fish has taken the bait. I know something is wrong, but I really didn't know it was like this. We'll leave immediately, immediately." Yu Yang pretended to be flustered as he went back to start the yacht. The hybrid fishman who took the money pouch glanced at his companion with a smug expression. What he meant was, since he could make the other party leave and also have an income, why not? It was useless to fight with this kind of young master. The hybrid fishman, whose face was filled with anger at first, realized that its partner had secretly stuffed a handful into its pocket, and its mood became much better. Of course, he didn't forget his duty. Fearing that Yu Yang was still loitering nearby, he immediately softened his tone and shouted, "Young master, please follow our patrol boat. We will show you the way. We will definitely escort you back safely." In reality, his goal was to monitor Yu Yang's yacht as it returned to White River City. Yu Yang thanked him and immediately steered the boat to turn around. He looked as if he was afraid that the other party would abandon him in this dangerous area. After a psychological struggle, Lu Yi actually took off her moon armor and wrapped herself in a bath towel. She stuck her head out from behind the door and looked outside. When the boat was adjusted, it was coincidentally seen by the two hybrid fishmen. This way, the two hybrid fishmen were even more convinced that this young couple had accidentally entered this restricted area of water. "What else do you want me to do?" Lu Yi slipped to Yu Yang's side and wanted to hug him like a couple, but she was embarrassed. "You've already done very well." Yu Yang smiled at her. He really didn't think that Lu Yi could cooperate with his acting. This little girl, sometimes, was really meticulous when she did things. Especially that action of sticking her head out from behind the door just now, it was simply too amazing. Lu Yi shyly lowered her head. On the surface, she looked embarrassed, but in her heart, she was actually very happy. She also couldn't explain why she felt like this, but as long as she was by his side, she always felt happier than anything else. Should he unseal the ancient treasure now? No, because of the hybrid fishman's uncultured and hilarious behavior of making a mistake on the inscription, Yu Yan decided to go back and wait for a few days. For the time being, he wouldn't touch the seal. Even if he wanted to unseal it, he would first unseal the other seals. This one in White River. He had to leave it for last. It wasn't that Yu Yang was bored and wanted to play with the hybrid fishman. He really needed time to study the method to unseal it. The ancient seal was definitely not that simple to unseal. As for the resurrection ceremony of the traders of Tongtian Tower, Yu Yang decided to turn it into a chance for Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang and the others to improve in battle. It wouldn't do if they didn't have some external pressure. Anyway, there was Hui Tai Lang watching over them. These fellows' lives were tougher than cockroaches, so it was impossible for them to die even if they wanted to. Once he took down White River City and found the ancient treasure, Yu Yang reckoned that he would have to go to the trial grounds to chase after Jiwori. Now that his strength had increased, Yu Yang was even more confident in fighting against Jiwori. However, he wanted to first break through his innate invisible sword Qi's fourth sword in the next few days. He Guizong, by Shuanghua, Qi Xiaolian, if he had the fourth sword, Orange Light, Yu Yang would be even more confident. As for the fifth sword, Wang Lung Yuan, the sixth sword, Green Jade Wave, and the seventh sword, Green Grand Origin, he felt that he shouldn't think too much about it for the time being. As for the eighth sword Lan Sanhai and the ninth sword Purple Star that the heavenly sword goddess had shown him after breaking through to innate elder level 5, Yu Yang didn't even dare to imagine. If he had comprehended the eighth and ninth sword, forget about the quasi-god ranked Ji Wu Ri, even the self-proclaimed god elder Ji Zun of the temple would definitely fall in front of him. That was Deicide's sword. In the legends of China, Yu Yang couldn't imagine what the immortal slaying sword, immortal trapping sword, and immortal extinguishing sword were. After the sword spirit goddess used the two swords, Lan Sanhai and Purple Star, he immediately understood that there really was a sword that could cause even gods to fall. Of course, Yu Yang wasn't thinking about the two swords, Lan Sanhai and Purple Star, that could kill immortals and destroy gods. Instead, he was thinking about the fourth sword that he had comprehended, Orange Light Sword. When the two of them returned to the Iron Cross Hotel, it was already dusk. Because Lu Yi had explored with Yu Yang and gained a lot, and she had performed well, she was in a good mood today. She decided to cook a delicious meal to celebrate. Yu Yang, on the other hand, was busy making a map of the interior of the two steel fortresses and recording it down. He didn't need these things, but Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and Shui Tan Lang would definitely be captured and turned into blood sacrifices 3 days later. If they didn't have this map, they would probably be like headless flies bumping around, unable to get out no matter what. The structure and passageways inside the steel fortresses looked extremely similar on the surface, which was very confusing. If outsiders who were not familiar with the terrain barged in, they would definitely get lost. Most importantly, many of the steel doors at the passageways had special mechanisms. If any one of them was wrong, they would be locked inside and become a turtle in a jar. Not to mention the large steel fortress in ancient times, it was definitely a masterpiece that even Yu Yang couldn't create. He was the person who replicated the small steel fortress. He was definitely not a simple person. Yu Yang estimated that there was at least one craftsman who was very close to Yu Gong's strength. He had once worked for the Tongtian Tower clan in White River City, and was at least 60% similar to the small steel fortress. For the time being, he didn't know if there was only one small steel fortress like this, but Yu Yang guessed that there shouldn't be many. Even if there was, it would be less than 3, and the internal structure would definitely be similar or even have something in common. The distance from White River City to the large steel fortress was not very far, but the winding passageways were like a maze. Maybe there was another small steel fortress. Yu Yang decided to find some time to go out and explore again in these few days. The enemy would make their move in 3 days, of course they couldn't just do nothing. But there was still time, so they didn't have to rush. After the two of them had dinner, Yu Yang returned to the grimoire world and wholeheartedly focused on comprehending the fourth sword, Brilliant Orange Light. Lu Yi was like a little housewife, busily cleaning. Although she was busy happily. From time to time, she would look at the training room where Yu Yang was practicing. Perforate deer reported to her, indicating that the doorbell outside the door rang. Lu Yi went out to take a look and found that Qing Ping had come to visit. "Why are you here?" Lu Yi was still a little flustered. After all, she had heard a lot of secrets that she couldn't possibly know. The little girl was afraid that the other party would know, so she was quite guilty. "Did I disturb your world of two?" "Aya, elder sister apologizes to you." "Sister Lu Yi, did you have fun today? Why don't we go to the Smoky Wave Sea tomorrow to explore the sunken ship there? Maybe we can find the treasure on the sunken ship," Qing Ping said while looking inside. Lu Yi secretly stood at the door, with a slight intention to stop her from entering. This made Qing Ping laugh even more coquettishly. Okay, I won't disturb you guys anymore. You guys slowly enjoy your sweet time together. See you tomorrow. He is just my teacher, not what Sister Qing Ping thinks." Lu Yi explained with a red face, but for the first time, she didn't ask the other party to stay. When Qing Ping turned around to leave, she directly said, "See you tomorrow." Qing Ping originally wanted to wait for Lu Yi to ask her to stay, and then find some topics to talk to Yu Yang. But in the blink of an eye, she closed the door. She couldn't help but feel a burst of regret. Was that gigolo really so good? Wasn't he just good-looking? Even if he took off his silver mask, he probably couldn't compare to that damn ice block Tan Lang. As for Prince Tian Luo, he was even worse. It was just so strange. The more she thought about it, the more unhappy she was. If she saw the gigolo and saw his lecherous look, she might be very disappointed. Now that she couldn't see him, she was directly rejected by him. She couldn't help but think about it, and her heart felt uncomfortable. She always felt that Lu Yi, this little girl, had stolen her things. Yu Yang finished his meditation. Lu Yi didn't need to look to know that he didn't comprehend it. Otherwise, he would definitely rush over excitedly, hugging her and spinning her around. Sometimes, this master was like a big child. Yu Yang didn't comprehend the fourth sword, but it was certain that he had achieved a new level. He knew that he couldn't be impatient, so he didn't force himself. He started his usual high-intensity basic training. In the blink of an eye, he was sweating profusely. In the cultivation of combat skills, there was always a need to polish the foundation. Without the best foundation, a tall building was just empty words. 2 hours later, the sweaty Yu Yang stopped his basic training and was about to jump into the pool to wash up. Suddenly, he saw Lu Yi, this little girl, holding a white towel and walking over shyly. Her voice was smaller than an ant. "Xianxia is not here, Sister Wuhan and the others are also not here." "Then let me scrub your back. Although I haven't tried it before, it shouldn't be a problem." The usual back scrubbing was not a real bath. It was a little fun between husband and wife. Of course, this could not be said directly. Otherwise, Lu Yi, this little girl, would definitely be too ashamed to show her face. Student Yu Yang wasn't pedantic. He reached out and stroked the soft hair on the top of Lu Yi's head. He smiled and said, "Scrubbing back is very simple, you don't need to learn." "Well, I will definitely work hard." Lu Yi nodded shyly and happily. She knew that doing this was a little too close to him. When she came just now, she hesitated for a long time. But the moment she gave up, she suddenly felt, why must she go against her own wishes? She obviously wanted to scrub his back, obviously wanted to stay by his side. So, she gathered her courage and bravely came. Some things in the world, the most difficult was the first step. If the first step was taken bravely, then the second and third steps would become simple. The next day, before the sky had even brightened, Qing Ping knocked on the door. What surprised her was that the one who opened the door was not Lu Yi, but a man wearing a strange pair of black glasses. If one only looked at his face, with these black glasses covering his eyes, he looked quite mysterious. But when she looked down, Qing Ping was shocked. This was because this strange man was not wearing a shirt, his arms were bare, and he only wore a pair of beach shorts. He was barefooted, casually stepping on the pure white carpet. She saw that his whole body was drenched in sweat, and a wave of masculine aura assaulted her face. Qing Ping was shocked, thinking that she had walked into the wrong room. She retreated slightly and looked at the door plate again, confirming that she had not walked into the wrong room. Only then did she dare to ask, You are, aren't you the beauty from the train, Miss Jinping? Welcome, welcome. Because I was busy with business a few days ago, I did not have the chance to meet with Miss Jinping. I never thought that I would finally have the chance. When this man opened his mouth, Jinping immediately recognized him. So this guy was the pretty boy who made her depressed yesterday and could not sleep well. He took off his silver mask. After putting on this pair of black glasses, she almost could not recognize him. Now, looking at his perverted appearance, he was really annoying. How could she not sleep well because of this kind of person? In Jinping's heart, she had the urge to turn around and leave. Compared to the refined and courteous prince of Tianluo, this guy was simply a hooligan. He was just short of reaching out his hands to molest her. Where's Sister Louis? Jinping resisted the urge to punch him and asked. Her? She's still training. Don't mind her, the two of us need to talk alone. Yu Yang gave people the feeling that he was a big bad wolf who was about to strip a little white sheep. I've already made an appointment with His Highness and the others. Later, we'll set off to the Smoke Wave Sea to play. Why don't you guys come and play too? The more the merrier. Jinping felt that this fellow had wasted his handsome face. If she could peel off this fellow's skin and replace it with Yi Kong's wooden face, that would be perfect. In order to complete the mission, she had no choice but to reveal a sweet smile. Even though she was secretly cursing at him in her heart, pervert, go to hell, on the surface, she was smiling tenderly. It's rare to rent a luxury cruise ship, and these few days are also the peak of the Smoke Wave Sea's warm current and fish tide. If I don't go and play, it'll be such a pity. You're welcome, I won't be going in. I'll just wait here. Little Sister Louis, when will you be able to finish cultivating? She seems to be trying to comprehend the power of domain. She probably won't have time to play for the next 2 days. Don't mind her. With her being the third wheel, we can't do many things. Yu Yang expressed that Lu Yi was not free, but Jinping secretly despised him. You deliberately didn't let her go, right? Is that so? She's really diligent. Jinping's smile was sweeter than candy, but she was very angry in her heart, wanting to strangle this pervert to death. How could it be inconvenient with her around? I can tell what you're thinking just by hearing it. God knows why Lu Yi, that pure and diligent little girl, would listen to a big pervert like you. How could a person like you be someone else's teacher? If a pervert like you became a teacher, then it would really be a student's misfortune. Of course, Jinping wouldn't say the words in her heart out loud. On the surface, she smiled sweetly like a flower, but if the disdain that was secretly emitted from her eyes was a flying dagger, Yu Yang would probably be finished even if he had 10 lives. Yu Yang expressed that Lu Yi was not free, and that he would go in her place. Without waiting for Jinping to regret, he changed into a set of clothes that was full of pictures of beautiful women. Those pictures of beautiful women were completely naked, and they were in various seductive poses, making people's blood boil with just one look. Originally, according to the rules, people in White River City were not allowed to wear clothes that revealed 3 points. However, the design of this set of clothes was very ingenious. The most important 3 points of the pictures of beautiful women were all covered, not revealing a single bit. The clothes did not violate the rules, but the power of temptation was not reduced in the slightest. The half-covered and half-revealed pictures of beautiful women made people's senses even more stimulated, Jinping was convinced. To be able to design such a perverted set of clothes, he was definitely the world's #1 pervert. This set of clothes is really beautiful, did you design it? Jinping asked with a smile. Of course, other than a genius designer like me, who else could design such a beautiful set of clothes? Next time, I will also design one for you. If your body goes through my detailed observation and measurements, I will definitely be able to design an even more beautiful set of clothes. Yu Yang humped with incomparable satisfaction, completely not noticing the "I knew it was you" weird expression on Jinping's face. Ah, thanks, let's talk about it when you're free. Jinping hurriedly declined. If she wore this kind of lewd clothes, the prince's good impression of her would definitely collapse. As for Shui Tan laying that ice cube and Yi Kong that blockhead, they might not even talk to her anymore. I'm free anytime, you can come and find me anytime, even in the middle of the night. I've always been unguarded towards beauties. Yu Yang seemed to have a hidden meaning in his words. You're really enthusiastic. Qing Ping pretended not to hear it on the surface, but she sneered in her heart. Do you think a set of clothes can move my heart? Don't even think about it, I like people like His Highness. Even ice cubes and wood are better than a pretty boy like you. Other than that idiot Fatty Hai, no one would care about a guy like you whose brain is filled with lust. Now, she kind of regretted coming here. If she didn't come to the Iron Cross Hotel, if she didn't invite Lu Yi out, she wouldn't be bothered by this pretty boy, and she could spend a good time with His Highness, Bing Ju, Blockhead and the others. The most unfortunate thing was that Lu Yi didn't manage to invite him, and instead let this brat follow her. She didn't know if His Highness would welcome this pretty boy. Originally, when she didn't see him yesterday and saw Lu Yi quickly close the door, she felt a little unhappy in her heart. Seeing him today, he was only SOSO. That unhappy feeling last night was definitely an illusion. How could she feel sad because she lost this kind of person? If Sister Lu Yi ran out now and pulled this pretty boy back, it would be great. Unfortunately, she still had to work hard to cultivate. Why didn't this damn pretty boy cultivate? Damn it, other than designing obscene clothes, what else could this kind of person do? Qing Ping felt that today was the day when she had the best temper in her life. She brought Yu Yang along, and finally arrived at the pier of the East City Gate. Old Anchor, Gorilla, Lobster Man and other coolie sailors were shouting, lifting the anchor and pulling in the mooring of the luxury cruise ship. Facing the beautiful golden morning light, tourists came one after another by car. These people were tourists who specially came to White River City to take a boat to the Smoky Wave Sea at this time of the year. Only at this time of the year, the Smoky Wave Sea was the most beautiful, and there was also a rare rainbow tide of fish. Over here, good morning His Highness, good morning Tan Lang, good morning Yi. Qing Ping brought Yu Yang to the East City Gate and waited for a few minutes. She saw Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others alight from the train at the East City Gate station. Following the flow of people, she left Yu Yang aside and happily went up to greet them. Beauty Qing Ping, good morning. Fatty Hai greeted with a cheeky smile as he ate his meat bun. Oh, Fatty, so you're here too. Qing Ping pretended to have just noticed Fatty Hai, but she was actually cursing him in her heart. Damn Fatty, hurry up and choke to death. Who is this guy? He looks so ugly, yet he dares to go out. Fatty Hai was immediately unhappy when he saw Yu Yang. He clenched his fists and rushed over, looking like he was about to fight. You don't know each other? Qing Ping was a little confused. Who would know such an idiot? Yu Yang kicked Fatty Hai to the ground, then pressed him down and forcefully snatched a meat bun from Fatty Hai's pocket to eat. Yu Yang's movements of snatching things were incomparably skillful. Yu Yang reckoned that without more than 10 years of training, he wouldn't be able to reach this level. Qing Ping was dumbstruck. After a long time, she saw that Yi Kong and the Li brothers' expressions were not too close, but not too cold. There was even a hint of hostility. She knew that these people knew each other, but they were not from the same group. After observing for a long time, Qing Ping realized that this gigolo's relationship with Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tianluo was slightly better. He had an ordinary relationship with Yi Kong and the Li brothers. His relationship with Fatty Hai was the worst. They were practically mortal enemies. Of course, the reason why Prince of Tianluo greeted this gigolo was probably because he had the manners of a noble. There was no other relationship. But one thing was for sure, this group of people knew each other, and they definitely came from the same place. Fatty Hai helplessly crawled up from the ground. If it was someone else, he would definitely die of embarrassment after being embarrassed in public. But he didn't care and shouted, "Where's my sister Lu Yi? Why isn't she here?" "What do you mean your sister Lu Yi? Get lost, she's my disciple." Yu Yang raised his leg to kick, scaring Fatty Hai so much that he quickly retreated. Needless to say, it's definitely you who didn't allow her to come and play. Fatty Hai's words gained Qing Ping's approval for the first time. She also thought so. This big pervert definitely wanted to monopolize her sister Lu Yi, so he didn't let her come out to the Smoke Wave Sea with everyone else. What cultivation and comprehension of domain of strength, it was all fake. How could a little girl with Lu Yi's strength comprehend domain of strength? she was stupid to be deceived by him. Qing Ping's impression of Yu Yang became worse. Other than having a good face, he had no other good points. If his face was replaced by wood leaf, ice block snow or His Royal Highness's face, it would be great. Putting it on this pervert's face was simply a waste of resources. Yu Yang sneered at Fatty Hai's doubt. What do you know? I'm protecting Lu Yi. She's my disciple, how could I let her suffer? She's still young, she doesn't understand the sinister nature of people's hearts. If she went on the boat to play, what would she do if she was deceived? Fatty Hai was unconvinced. Other than you, who else would deceive her? Damn Fatty, are you itching for a beating? I think you're simply looking for death. If you have the guts, let's compete in eating. Why don't you compete in pretending to be dead? Stop nagging, otherwise I'll cut off your fat and squeeze it for lard. I'm so scared, I grew up scared. If you dare touch a single hair of mine, I'll tear down your house's door when we get back. Qing Ping wanted to mediate, but she realized that Yi Kong and the others were already used to their quarrels, so she might as well save her breath. Alright, birds of a feather flocked together, a pervert quarreling with a wretched man, this was very normal. Before they could check the tickets and board the boat, she might as well start chatting with them. That day, when Prince Luo praised her lake green skirt, he even shyly said that this skirt was made for her 16th birthday, and it was already a little short to wear now. When they talked about clothes, Yu Yang sent Fatty Hai flying with a kick and joined in, commenting, "How is this skirt short? A skirt that goes past the knees, if you ask me, it's too long." What is a short skirt? The legendary B-length short skirt, that's considered short. When Fatty Hai heard B-length short skirt, his eyes lit up like a wolf. What's a B-length short skirt? Yu Yang humphed, that's the legendary short skirt. It's said that only Godfather has seen its true appearance. Godfather? Fatty Hai asked what Godfather was. It's said that Godfather is Do It. Father. This is the abbreviation of an ancient secret language. It's also the name of a super strong warrior. It's been lost for a long time now. Yu Yang expressed that this kind of knowledge was impossible for an idiot like you to know. This was all knowledge. This Godfather is simply a godlike existence. Fatty Hai cried, I also want to be a godfather, I also want to see the B-length short skirt's true appearance. Look at yourself, you trash. This is the result of not studying when you were young. If you don't study properly, can you become a godfather? Can you even see the B-length short skirt? What wishful thinking. Students, in the future, you must learn from Fatty Hai's tragic ending. Yu Yang knocked Fatty Hai's round head, solemnly warning Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang and Tian Luo Prince to study hard and improve every day. In this world, is there really a B-length short skirt? Qing Ping had never heard of this term before. Humph, how much do you know about the fashion trend of ancient times? Regarding this B-length short skirt legend, I've read about it in an ancient book called Journey to the West, but because of my comprehension, I couldn't understand it. Only after I received enlightenment from the B-length short skirt, did my wisdom shine and I understood that this kind of godlike clothing had existed since ancient times, and only super strong warriors had the right to wear it. Yu Yang gestured for everyone to gather around, sit down and listen to his story. Please enlighten the ignorant chaos in my mind. Fatty Hai almost prostrated himself in worship. What Journey to the West? How come I've never heard of it? Qing Ping was still suspicious. Could this pervert have tricked everyone? Journey to the West, it tells the story of a fatherless and motherless monkey who fought against his fate. The story isn't too long, but it's quite touching. Yu Yang briefly told the story. When he told the part where the monkey jumped out of the Five Fingers Mountain, became the disciple of a master, and then killed a tiger. His master made a tiger skin skirt for him. Fatty Hai shouted excitedly, B-length miniskirt, it's really true. The teacher who could destroy the Five-Finger Mountain and so the B-length short skirt is too great. Is he the Godfather? No, the Godfather is an even stronger existence. I've never seen him before. Yu Yang's face was full of regret. B-length short skirt is real? Qing Ping heard that it really sounded like it was real, but she was still skeptical. Logically, this pervert wouldn't be able to make up such a good story, so she asked again, then what does it look like? I've never seen its true appearance before. But according to the legends, I think that even if I exhaust all my efforts, I'll barely be able to replicate it. Yu Yang said very generously, when I'm done, I'll give you one. I reckon that with your figure, it would definitely look good on you. When he said this, Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others also applauded. Really? Then I'll thank you first. Although Qing Ping didn't have a good impression of Yu Yang, she also wanted to wear this kind of legendary clothing. Old Anchor walked over. He respectfully invited Yu Yang and the others to board the ship, and the luxurious cruise ship began to whistle. The journey to the Smokewave Sea was about to begin. What kind of journey would it be? From the smiles on Yu Yang, Fatty Hai, and Yi Kong's faces, it was obvious that this would be a happy journey. The luxurious cruise ship sailed through the white waves. Not to mention Heaven Realm, even the space above the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower could easily reach the level of an airship. Because of Yu Yang, the Yu clan's mechanical puppet technology advanced by leaps and bounds. In the soaring dragon continent, if any rich person didn't have a carriage or airship that could fly, they wouldn't be called a rich person, but a local tycoon. But in White River City, the situation was just the opposite. The people here, no matter how big or how good the ship was, they wouldn't pull it into the sky. Instead, they would throw it into the water. They didn't care about speed, they just wanted the feeling. The rich people here liked the feeling of sailing on the water. Why would they care about the petty bourgeoisie who liked to pee against the wind? In the eyes of Yu Yang, the way the people of White River City did it was purely a pain in the ass. However, there might be some deeper meaning. Although the hybrid fishmen of White River City were the traders of Tong Tian Tower, deep down, or perhaps subconsciously, they still wanted to preserve something from Tong Tian Tower. Or perhaps, they wanted to differentiate themselves from the other races in Heaven Realm, purposely standing out from the crowd to protect their remaining self-esteem. No matter what the situation was, Yu Yang didn't care. These hybrid fishmen could do whatever they wanted, idiocy wasn't contagious anyway. Aren't you going to the ball and party? Qing Ping came to Yu Yang's side unknowingly. She hesitated slightly, but finally sat beside Yu Yang, who was sunbathing on the deck. Why must we go to that kind of boring party? 1/3 of the people there are humans like us, and 80% are tourists like us. The tourists on the ship came from all over the world. Although they didn't know each other, they could meet strangers in any city in Heaven Realm at any time. Nothing new. On this luxurious cruise ship, there are close to 2,000 people. Other than service staff like you who belong to White River City, there isn't a single beauty from White River City who went to the Misty Wave Sea to play. I'm not interested in partying with tourists everywhere. More than that, I want to see the beauty of White River City. Yu Yang expressed his regret that he couldn't see White River City's beauties. Because we grew up here, we have already experienced the scenery of the Misty Wave Sea. That was why very few people went to play. Moreover, there are especially many tourists this year. In order to be courteous to the tourists, we, the natives who have seen the scenery of the Smokewave Sea, naturally have to give up our seats. Qing Ping was startled by Yu Yang's observational skills and quickly explained. Of course, she understood why the tourists on this ship were almost all the human tourists in the city. He also understood why there was a carnival and cocktail party on the first day. These were secrets that very few people knew. With regards to Yu Yang, this pervert, Qing Ping was a little curious. This guy was obviously very lecherous, so why wasn't he interested in the ball? Based on his tone, it seemed that he was more interested in the women of White River City than the women of White River City. Why was he so disdainful towards the women who were either human or foreign tourists? It was inconvenient for Qing Ping to probe further, so she could only smile and say, if it weren't for the fact that I have to accompany His Royal Highness to attend the banquet later, I definitely wouldn't have left you here to bask in the sun alone. Why don't I help you find someone to chat with? It must be a White River City beauty dressed in sexy clothes with a hot figure. No need for ugly people, Yu Yang ordered without hesitation. Okay, I'll go ask and see if the attendant is free. Qing Ping almost wanted to kick this pervert off the ship. Dressed in sexy clothes with a hot figure? Who do you think you are? When Qing Ping left and walked into the Starfish Hall, Old Anchor, who was dressed as the chief mate, brushed past her and suddenly said, no matter what, we must make him leave the deck before 6 o'clock tonight. Our plan has already begun. We cannot let one person, or even a small accident, affect the process. Qing Ping nodded, but the expression on her face darkened. She understood the meaning of the higher-ups. It was because this weirdo Yu Yang had unexpectedly gone to the ship's bow deck to bask in the sun, affecting the original plan. If they wanted the original plan to be carried out smoothly, they had to make him leave the bow deck. This task ultimately fell on her. What could she do to make him leave? For this kind of person, the easiest way was to seduce him. However, Qing Ping wasn't too willing to do so. She didn't like perverts, and preferred a refined, courteous, and handsome prince like Prince Tianluo. Now that her superiors wanted her to leave the prince and go seduce that big pervert, even sacrificing some of her looks to achieve her goal, she felt helpless. If she could avoid seducing him, she would not want to make such a sacrifice. Although this pervert was good-looking and could be said to be the most handsome in Fatty High's and Yi Kong's team, appearance was just appearance, it did not equate to his heart. Your Highness, even if we join the banquet, why don't we call Mr. Yu Yang along? He seems to be quite bored outside alone. Qing Ping quickly found Prince Tianluo, hoping that he would persuade Yu Yang to leave the bow deck and return to the inner cabin, so that the original plan would not be affected. However, Prince Tianluo smiled and shook his head. Sightseeing is to relax. If he likes to bask in the sun, let him go, there's no need to force him. Moreover, his relationship with Master Hai and the others is not good, they would definitely quarrel when they meet. It's better to separate and choose their own way to relax. Qing Ping felt dizzy. Your Highness, what you said makes sense, but this matter could not be decided like that. If that pervert did not leave, he might be killed in advance. Don't care about him. Shui Tanlang immediately rejected the idea of inviting Yu Yang to the banquet. Yes, it's best to let the sun burn him to death, dry him, or at least turn him into charcoal. Fatty Hai waved his hands and feet as he shouted. Can't I even bask in the sun? Yi Kong's unintentional words made Qing Ping slightly shocked. If this blockhead's rebellious heart rose and clamored to go bask in the sun, it would be terrible. He would definitely lose his life. She hurriedly changed the topic and smiled. I heard that in this year's banquet, there will be a kind of black blood wine made from black blood dragon eel and myriad sunflower magic juice, mixed with purple spot grapes. The taste is very unique. No matter if it's a man or woman, drinking this wine will make one's body stronger and beautify. We must definitely go and try it. I heard that it also has the effect of boosting one's vigor. Fatty Hai smiled wretchedly. Very good, it suits you. Yi Kong nodded his head in affirmation. You poor monkey who can't even wear a B-length miniskirt, what did you say? If you dare to challenge this young master, be careful that this young master will push you back to the Five Fingers Mountain. Fatty Hai was a typical example of one of the people poisoned by the journey to the West Ancient Book. No matter what, I'm still better than you, Ba Jia. Don't think that you can be very arrogant just because your meat is expensive. Yi Kong retorted with a sneer, causing Fatty Hai to roll his eyes. Expensive meat is better than cheap meat, we can sell it for a good price. Li Chia laughed loudly. No hurry, let's fatten it up a little more. Li Chia's gaze was as if he was sizing up where to cut it. Qing Ping was speechless listening at the side. This group of fellows really didn't have the slightest bit of nervousness. She didn't know how this trip to the Smoky Wave Sea would end. Most likely, they wouldn't be able to return, but what could she do? For people like them who loved to joke around and cause trouble, even if she vaguely mentioned them, they would probably be ignored, right? Moreover, for the revival of White River City, how could she side with outsiders? Even if they were the most outstanding men in the world, it would still be impossible. The wine party was about to start. Qing Ping looked at the time and realized that there wasn't much time left before it was 6 o'clock. She was even more anxious in her heart. Although that pervert was hateful, it wasn't even 3 days later. If he were to die today, it would really be a pity. Although this fellow was very lecherous, he didn't deserve to die. If the slave merchants were able to transport enough human slaves in time, with enough fresh blood, wouldn't he have died in vain? Finding an excuse, Qing Ping anxiously rushed over. She hoped to be able to pull that pervert into the wine-tasting hall. If he continued to lie on the bow deck and bask in the sun, he would definitely die. In a hurry, after 7 or 8 turns, when she walked out of the Starfish Hall, Qing Ping was stunned to find a mermaid hybrid wearing a sexy swimsuit lying beside that big pervert, laughing and playing with him. Qing Ping naturally knew this mermaid hybrid. This was the water spider with the most vicious heart in White River City. The men that had been with her were either dead or crippled. None of them had a good ending. "Oh, you're so bad, you're so bad." The water spider lay beside him, her body close to his. Her swimsuit was half undone, and Qing Ping saw that one of his hands had already reached into the water spider's swimsuit. Women don't like bad men. "Haha, I didn't expect you to be so sensitive." A certain big pervert laughed loudly. Just as his fingers were about to go deeper, Qing Ping rushed over and pulled his hand out. She angrily asked, "What are you doing?" A certain pervert raised his shoulders, indicating that it was already obvious. "Didn't you see?" When the water spider saw that it was Qing Ping, she secretly snorted. She pulled back a certain pervert's hand and pressed it against her swimsuit. It was obvious that she wanted to open the door and let the thief in. When Qing Ping saw the ecstatic pervert on a certain pervert's face, she immediately grabbed him and stared into his eyes under his sunglasses. "Do you know who she is?" A certain pervert was curious. "Didn't you call her over?" "I know you're jealous. Come, come, come. There's still space here. Let's play together. Don't worry, I'm full of energy. 1 versus 2 is no problem." You disappoint me." Qing Ping was extremely angry. This kind of pervert deserved to die. She didn't need to care about him. She saved him, yet he actually wanted to fight 1 versus 2. He didn't even know he was at death's door. She was talking about this kind of lecherous fool. "It's fine if you don't like 1 versus 2. I'll conquer this little vixen first. Come quietly at night. I'll definitely leave a door open for you." "Leave your head." Qing Ping really couldn't hold back her anger. She kicked a certain pervert into the moon-shaped swimming pool on the bow deck. The water spider coldly glanced at Qing Ping, then silently laughed sinisterly. She waited until Yu Yang floated up from the water. She immediately put on a sweet smile, stretched out her pure white hands, and pulled him up. Pretending to use too much strength, she pulled him down onto her body. When Qing Ping left angrily, the corners of her lips curled up into an imperceptible smugness, as if to say, "You want to fight with me? You're still too inexperienced." Old Iron Anchor brushed past Qing Ping again. His expression was very ugly, and he said the same thing that Qing Ping had said before, "You disappoint me." Because of these words, Qing Ping continued to taste the wine. She kept feeling that her mouth was very bitter and astringent. In the next 2 days, the luxurious cruise ship sailed to the destination of the Rainbow Fish Tide in the Smoky Wave Sea, attracting waves of cheers from the tourists. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others played very happily, jumping into the ship one after another to swim with the fishes. A certain big pervert who had been kicked into the swimming pool by Qing Ping seemed to have completely changed his mind. Now, he was mingling with the other tourists. Of course, the one accompanying him now was the water spider, who tried her best to tease him but refused to stay the night in his room. Qing Ping was about to return to her room when the guests of the luxurious cruise ship were done with their fun, when she suddenly heard a voice from behind her. Her face immediately turned as white as paper. Because that person's voice said, "The slave hasn't arrived yet. The plan will proceed as planned. However, due to your abnormal behavior, the higher-ups have decided to disqualify you from participating. You will now return to your room and reflect on your mistakes. You can only come out after you've returned to White River City and obtained approval from the higher-ups." Qing Ping's lips trembled, but in the end, she lowered her head and obediently replied, "Yes." Qing Ping returned to her room, lay on the bed, closed her eyes, and rested quietly. Her breathing was even and long, as if she had fallen asleep. She gave people the feeling as if nothing had happened. Everything was as usual. A few hours passed, except for the dinner that was delivered by the guard at the door. She kept this sleeping posture, motionless. Night gradually fell. After 2 days of revelry, the tourists on this ship, no matter how energetic they were inevitably a little tired. Unlike usual, tonight's evening ball was announced to be over at about 10 o'clock. Everyone hugged their partners and went back to rest. Only a few particularly energetic young people still didn't want to sleep. Dozens of people, with girls and drinks, ran to the sea-watching tower on the top of the ship to watch the stars. Stargazing, such a literary thing, was never a group activity. But in the high sky, facing the wind to fight a group battle. This kind of behavior was more in line with the interests and exuberance of young people. When they were playing crazily and excitedly, a group of uninvited guests broke in, but they didn't join in, but waved the life-harvesting sickle, taking away the lives that were in the carnival. Blood bloomed like flowers, life withered like fallen leaves. The killing, no one knew when it began, silently and constantly. It turned out that Qing Ping, who had been sleeping with her eyes closed. Her eyes suddenly opened sharply. Her eyes were shining. Lighter than smoke, more dexterous than a leopard cat, Qing Ping silently opened the door, struck the back of the guard's neck, and gently dragged the catfish-like guy into the room. A minute later, a shadow dressed in a guard's uniform walked out of the room. The shadow lowered his head slightly, gliding forward at high speed and silently. When meeting each patrolling guard on the ship, the shadow would say in a deep male voice, "The glory of the ancestors." And the guard who heard it would immediately stand at attention respectfully and answer, "Glory to the present." The shadow quickly passed the VIP area, which was only for the rich to rest. Along the corridor, it kept flying. Only when he reached a luxurious suite decorated with golden laurel leaves did he stop in his tracks. When the shadow reached out to touch the door handle, there was a second of hesitation, as if he wanted to give up his plan. But a second later, the shadow took a deep breath, rejected the hesitation, and strengthened his belief. Before holding the doorknob and opening the door, the shadow cautiously looked around. It was late at night and seemed to be very safe. No one had appeared in this VIP area, and there was nothing suspicious hiding in the darkness. The shadow clenched his teeth. Grabbing the doorknob, he twisted it forcefully and slid inside. While silently hiding inside the room, he cleverly closed the door without making a sound. "Papa!" Someone was clapping in the dark. Then, bright lights illuminated the entire hall of the luxurious suite. After the shadows adapted for a short while, they could clearly see that there were 3 people inside. One was a gorilla-like muscleman, his eyes full of mockery. The other was Water Spider, who had the upper hand over Yu Yang for the past 2 days. There was no mockery in her eyes, but rather a kind of matter-of-fact, as if she believed that Qing Ping would definitely do so. The last person was Old Anchor, dressed in his first mate's uniform. Now, he no longer looked like a dejected sailor laborer, but more like a majestic king. The way Old Anchor looked at Qing Ping was different from the other 2. His eyes were full of sorrow and regret. The shadow saw him. Her whole body swayed slightly, as if in fear, but also as if in relief. The shadow slowly took off her helmet, revealing her true appearance. It was Qing Ping, who had pretended to be quiet and had suddenly attacked the guards and escaped. "Why?" Old Anchor asked, a little confused. "I don't know, there's no special reason." Qing Ping's pale face revealed a bitter smile that would immediately make anyone feel pity for her. Her lips trembled a little, and so did her hands, as if she couldn't bear the blow, and her whole body swayed a little. "Reason? I know you're a lascivious slut who likes those gigolos. For their face, you're willing to betray your own people. Stinking whore, I told you long ago that you can't be relied on. Now I'm right, am I? When the blood-mustering plan began, you pretended to think about it, thinking that you could deceive us and sneak here to release your adulterers. Unfortunately, your plan will never succeed. I've seen through you long ago. You're obviously a whore who can sleep with anyone, and yet you still pretend to be some holy pro girl. Only that idiot brother of mine would believe you." The gorilla-like muscleman sneered venomously. Qing Ping's lips moved slightly, but in the end, she didn't defend herself. The coquettish Water Spider clicked her tongue and laughed. The power of love is said to be the greatest in the world. Fu Ping did nothing wrong. She gave up her life for her lover, and betrayed her own people for her lover. How touching, I'm almost moved to tears. Old Anchor looked at Qing Ping. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. "Actually, among the younger generation, you're the one I'm most optimistic about. Compared to the strongest of the younger generation, the Wind Ape, and the Water Spider who absorbs the most energy and contributes the most to our people, you're still the one I'm most optimistic about." Although I wasn't the one who gave birth to you, I've always treated you as my daughter. All your knowledge, life skills, and combat skills were taught by me. You're undoubtedly the smartest of the younger generation. A few old men and I have always thought that the one who will inherit the position of city lord in the future will be you, the smart girl who inherited the most ancestral blood. Even if you can't be smart, I believe that you'll still be the city lord's wife and mother. Your future is limitless, Fuping. Why did you choose this path? Do you know what it means? It means that you're betraying the people who gave birth to you and raised you. I'm very sad. When you returned to your room to reflect, I always hoped that you would listen to my orders. But you, of all people, appeared here. You disappoint me. Do you remember what I taught you? Let me tell you, no. Matter what race or what kind of man, no one will accept us, the cursed clan. We, the cursed clan, can only ever marry within our clan. We can't marry outside, nor can we marry outside. I've told you long ago, when you're on a mission, don't let your true feelings get involved. You've always done well, so why did you fall so easily into the hands of a few pretty boys? Other than their good looks, what else do they have? They have no strength, no experience. If not for the support of a clan behind them, they would have been robbed and killed by mercenaries or bandits long ago. It's a bunch of spoiled brats like these that you actually fell in love with them. I really don't understand. If you fell in love with a powerhouse above heaven rank level 5, then I can somewhat understand. But Fuping, my daughter, how did you become so ignorant? Hearing this, Qing Ping remained silent. She didn't defend herself, nor did she completely agree with old Anchor's words. She still insisted on her own opinion. Love always makes people blind. Ha ha ha, actually, I quite like that pretty boy too. It's a pity that he's going to turn into blood plasma tonight. Otherwise, I'd really want to absorb his energy. Other than his handsome face, that part of him is also very good. No one can compare to him. It's really a pity to turn him into a blood sacrifice. Water Spider looked at Qing Ping's expression and deliberately said this to provoke her. Unfortunately, Qing Ping was still unmoved. The gorilla-like muscular man walked out proudly. Stinking whore, kneel down and accept your death. Old Anchor snorted. The gorilla and Water Spider quickly shut up, bowing their heads solemnly as they waited for his orders. Old Anchor stared at Qing Ping's small, pale face, his murderous intent flashing. He had already raised a large hand, as if he was going to kill Qing Ping. The gorilla and Water Spider lowered their heads in silence, but their faces were secretly delighted as they waited for Qing Ping's death. However, Old Anchor didn't kill her in the end. He even put his hand down. Fuping, my smartest daughter, I'll give you one last chance now. As long as you kill them with your own hands, I'll forgive your mistake this time, Marshal? The gorilla and Water Spider panicked and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Shut up, both of you. Old Anchor snorted angrily. The two of them trembled in fear, like chicks in a storm with nowhere to hide. Qing Ping suddenly knelt down. She respectfully kowtowed to Old Anchor. At first, there was a hint of joy on Old Anchor's face, thinking that Qing Ping had decided to repent. However, Qing Ping's next words made his hair stand on end. It was because what Qing Ping said was, Marshal, my teacher, my most respected father, please forgive me. I wouldn't do that. Old Anchor's furious outburst of energy almost pulverized the entire hall. With great difficulty, he managed to suppress it. Why? You tell me, why is that? With your intelligence, you should know that I've already captured them all. They're dead for sure. Why do you still insist on doing this? Whether you do it yourself or not, they're dead for sure. You know that. A bitter smile appeared on Qing Ping's pale face. She shook her head. I knew it would be like this when I was outside, but I still came in. Marshal, if you ask me why, I can't tell you. I've only known them for a few days, and I'm on a mission. I've always reminded myself not to let my feelings affect my mission. But I can't do that. I find myself yearning for their lives. Even when they're arguing, it's more reassuring than when we're singing. They're completely harmless. Here, everyone's life has a purpose, a goal, and for that purpose and goal, we'll do things that hurt others, including myself. I used to be the same. Before, I didn't think it was wrong, but after meeting them, I realized that my life was very boring. I want to live freely like them, laugh when I want to laugh, cry when I want to cry, say whatever I want to say, like whoever I want to like, go wherever I want to play. I don't want to be a traitor. I think this kind of life is very tiring. I want to live like a normal person. I want to pursue what I want like a normal person. You think they'll accept you? Old Anchor asked angrily. Which one of them do you think will like you? No, not a single one of them likes me. They all treat me very well and treat me as a friend, but not a single one of them likes me. This is the most painful and lamentable part of me. Qing Ping's pale face was filled with sincerity. That's right. They won't accept you, they won't accept the cursed tribe. Why are you still so stupid? Old Anchor roared. I don't know why either. Qing Ping shook her head in pain. My rationality knows that they and I are completely different, people from two different worlds. I shouldn't be with them. But my rationality has defeated the hope in my heart. I want to be with them. Even if they won't accept me, even if I'm a cursed tribe and can't be with them, I still have this desire. Kill them, and you'll become one of us again. Old Anchor shouted in a low voice. No. Qing Ping shook her head and refused. Even if I die, I won't hurt them. Marshal, my father, please allow me to call you father for the last time. Please forgive my stubbornness. In the future, please pretend that you never had me as your disciple and daughter. I really want to become a human, not a murloc. I know it's impossible, but I still want to be more accepting of people. I hope that in my next life, I can become a human and live with them. You're ridiculous. Old Anchor was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Several times, he wanted to kill Qing Ping, but in the end, he suppressed his anger and took a deep breath. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me which man you like, and I'll use the cursed blood to make him one of us. Marshal? The gorilla and water spider were shocked. Even now, the marshal still hoped to save Qing Ping? Qing Ping was also stunned. She first felt a surge of joy, thinking that there was a chance for things to turn for the better. But then she shook her head. I can't do that. They can die, but we can't taint them. I don't like anyone. No, I don't like anyone in particular. Just kill them. I'd rather they die than see them become murlocs. Objection overruled. Throw her into a cell and find the man she likes the most. Kill the rest. Old Anchor pressed his hand on Qing Ping's head. A special energy unlocked the ancient curse of betrayal in her body. Qing Ping screamed in pain, and purplish-black ancient runes appeared all over her body. I'll give you 1 hour. You can bring the man you like and come back to me. If you don't come back after this time, you'll be turned into a puddle of blood by the ancient curse. Old Anchor's large hand waved heavily. Water Spider immediately grabbed the exhausted Qing Ping in his hand like an eagle grabbing a chick. With a few sinister chuckles, he disappeared in a flash. The muscular gorilla was a little anxious. Marshal, Qing Ping clearly belongs to my brother. How can she be taken by an outsider? Even if that kid has turned into a body like ours under the influence of the cursed blood, it's hard to avoid harboring evil intentions. And the ancient curse in Qing Ping's body has already been unlocked. If there's no male's cursed blood to neutralize it within an hour, she'll melt into a puddle of blood and die. Even if that kid accepts the cursed blood, he's still in the process of transforming. There's no way he can immediately. My brother isn't here either. It'll be such a pity if she dies like this. Old Anchor glared at him. Water Ape, do you mean to say that you want to do it for her? The muscular gorilla didn't dare to meet Old Anchor's eyes. He lowered his head and replied, Qing Ping is the most beautiful of the younger generation. She's still a virgin because she's being groomed to be the future wife of the city lord. If she melts into a puddle of blood and dies, it'll be such a waste. My brother isn't here, don't you think? Marshal, I've always been loyal to you. Water Ape, to be honest, I wanted Qing Ping to bring a lover out as a delaying tactic. I won't trust or accept a human at all. Moreover, a large amount of pure human blood is needed to resurrect the ancestors. These two are the most suitable choices. One less may not be enough to meet the requirements for resurrection. Qingping was confused for a moment. I hope she realizes her mistake. Water Ape, I'm aware of your pursuit of her. Although you're not the most outstanding of the younger generation, you're loyal enough. You've given 100% for your people. I'm quite satisfied with your performance. How about this, if your brother, Wind Ape, can't make it in time, I'll consider handing over the task of saving Qingping to you. But only this once. She's destined to become the future wife of the city lord and the future mother of the city lord. We've spent so much effort to groom her for the sake of the next generation. Old Anchor showed his gratitude to his subordinate, but also warned him not to be greedy. Thank you, Marshal. Water Ape will forever be loyal to you. The gorilla was overjoyed. He knelt down and kowtowed frantically, kowtowing as if he was pounding garlic. A row of dark-bottomed decks was temporarily set up as prison cells. From time to time, hybrid fishmen would enter and drag out some limp and defenseless humans. They would cut off their necks and let out their blood, collecting large amounts of fresh blood for later use. Water Spider came to a small bottom-deck prison cell. He ordered the guard to open the steel cover and threw Qingping inside. He laughed evilly, "My most beautiful and intelligent sister, please enjoy the last hour of your life with your beloved little lover." Qingping fell involuntarily onto someone's body with a thud. She raised her head and found that the person she had hit was actually the big pervert that she hated the most. What kind of situation is this? Even a beauty throwing herself into my arms while I'm in prison, it's all worth it. Yu Yang placed Qingping, who was in his arms, on the ice-cold bottom of the cabin. The attentive Prince of Tianluo didn't forget to spread his coat on top of her. Qingping was so moved that she almost shed tears. However, her moment of being moved was ruined by Yu Yang's actions. His wolfish hands were pressed on her towering breasts, pretending to feel her heartbeat. Luckily, this beauty that fell from the sky still has a heartbeat. Nonsense, even a blind person can see that she's alive. Fatty Hai was furious. Even if she's dead, you can't touch her breasts. If she's dead, would she still care about me touching her? Yu Yang expressed that a dead person wouldn't object to him touching her breasts. But she's not dead yet. Fatty Hai almost fainted from anger. She's not dead, but she doesn't seem to have any objections. She likes it when I touch her. Yu Yang said that Qingping's silence was a tacit agreement. This kind of barbaric pervert theory almost made Qingping want to kick him into the sky. Wouldn't it be better to just admit that you're a pervert after touching her breasts? Ah, if she doesn't object, then I'll touch her too. Fatty Hai rolled up his sleeves, but before he could reach out, he was kicked to the ground by Yi Kong. Are you a pig? This is Sister Qingping. Yi Kong seemed to only recognize Qingping now. It's Sister Qingping, but it's fine if I touch her, right? I'm just worried about her. Fatty Hai still tried to argue back with sophistry. Concerned about your head? Yi Kong told Fatty Hai to scram as far as he could. This way, Fatty Hai felt wronged. He pointed at Yu Yang and shouted that it was unfair. He touched her just now, why didn't you say anything? He's taking advantage of her. Bajia, I'm really concerned about her. Look at the purple spots all over her body, she's probably going to die soon. Touching her is to satisfy her regret of never having been touched by a man in her life. This is a huge risk. What if these purple spots are contagious? Not good, look at the purple spots spreading continuously. It's probably contagious. It's better to stay away from her. Yu Yang expressed that Qingping was 50% dead, and the other 50% was going to die soon. Is there any way? Xue Tanlang suddenly asked. This ice cube guy's concern made Qingping, who originally wanted to bite Yu Yang to death, suddenly feel extremely touched. She never thought that this ice cube guy would also care about her. If it was His Royal Highness who cared about her, then it would be fine. However, this ice cube guy would never care about others. Prince Tianluo carefully looked at the purplish-black runes on Qingping's skin and shook his head lightly. It's a very strong curse. It should have erupted from her soul and blood vessels. The eruption period is very short, and it's as ferocious as a flood bursting through a dam. It's basically aimed at destroying her race's body. It's impossible to dissolve. Forget about dissolving it, it's impossible to even alleviate it. It was unknown when Yu Yang took out a chicken drumstick and started to eat it. I've said it before. She's definitely going to die. In less than an hour, she'll melt into a pool of blood. Moreover, she'll die in extreme pain. Fatty Hai couldn't stand it anymore. She's going to die, and you're still eating chicken drumsticks? Yu Yang was curious. You mean that I'm going to cry? I'm not even close to her. If she dies, I'll just go back and tell Lu Yi about it. That little girl with a strong sense of compassion will lose a few golden beans. Fatty Hai heard this and became angry again. You're not close to her? If you're not close to her, why did you touch her chest? I'm so familiar with her, but I'm too embarrassed to touch it. You're too much. When Yu Yang heard this criticism, he smacked his lips unconcernedly. It's not like you'll lose a piece of flesh if you touch it. What's wrong with that? Aren't you afraid of getting infected? Fatty Hai immediately retracted his hand as if he had been bitten by a snake. I'm a gentleman. I'll never take advantage of others when they're down. Prince, will touching be contagious? It should be. Prince Tianluo said. Oh my god, I've always wanted to be an obedient child since I was young. Fatty Hai immediately screamed in fright and quickly hid behind Yi Kong's back. It's not a big deal to touch it. Since we're going to die soon, it'd be a waste not to touch it. Fatty, do you think we can walk out of this prison alive? Since we're going to die soon, we might as well enjoy ourselves. Although those curses are very scary, it's actually not bad. Yu Yang was different. His guts were bigger than the heavens. He actually touched her chest in front of everyone. Have you touched enough? Qing Ping almost fainted from anger. If you didn't say it, I would have thought that you liked it. Just now, I thought that you were secretly enjoying yourself, so I came over to play along with you. Don't you like it? Yu Yang's words could simply shock people to death. Qing Ping was so angry that she rolled her eyes. In the end, he still advised her seriously. The size of your chest is actually not that big. You should eat more papaya stewed milk. It's said that it can help your growth. Papaya stewed milk can help my growth? Alright, I'll remember it. Fatty Hai took out a notebook and carefully recorded it down. He reckoned that this secret manual would be passed down to his descendants in the future. Together with a bedtime massage, you'll need at least 20 minutes. Yu Yang imparted his knowledge to Fatty Hai. Thank you, teacher. With Fatty Hai's performance, if he was in kindergarten, he would definitely get a little red flower. Stop messing around. Can you let me say a few words? Qing Ping had never seen a person who was about to die making such a fuss. She really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There's no need to apologize if you want, because it's not your fault at all. Prince Tianluo smiled slightly. Moreover, you've also been captured and brought here. We're not fools, even if we don't know the details, how can we not understand after seeing this? Yi Kong nodded in agreement with Prince Tianluo. A beauty can't be wrong, even if there is, it's not her fault. Everyone was used to ignoring Fatty Hai, this idiot. It's not your fault. Even Shui Tan Lang, this ice cube guy, opened his mouth. Thank you. Thank you all. Qing Ping was very touched. Those people who raised her up couldn't understand her, but these friends who schemed against her after only knowing her for a few days were so forgiving. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others weren't fools, they naturally knew what happened on the ship. In such a dangerous situation, they could still comfort her instead. How good would it be if they had such friends earlier? After Qing Ping heard the Li brothers' consolation, she waited for a while and realized that the big pervert Yu Yang didn't say anything and was still eating his chicken leg. She couldn't help but feel a little angry. Hey, big pervert, aren't you going to say something? They're done, what do you want me to say? Yu Yang waved his hand indifferently. Actually, it's just like that, you can figure it out yourself. Qing Ping was speechless. Of course she could figure it out, but she just wanted to hear him comfort her. Forget it, if she argued with this guy too much, her life would probably be shortened by a few years. In such a dangerous situation, Qing Ping decided not to vent her anger on this guy. She took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and tried to suppress the pain from the curse power exploding in her body. Right now, we're in a very dangerous situation. It won't be long before someone comes in. At that time, we will. I have something to tell you all. Maybe you don't know this, but I'm actually an undercover agent sent by someone else. Ever since I met the big pervert on the train that day, I've been working for a long time. My mission is to get close to you all and gather information about you. Why aren't you surprised at all? Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others smiled but didn't say anything. Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders. Then how did your investigation go? Only now did Qing Ping come to a sudden understanding, and she cried out involuntarily, so you knew long ago. Fatty Hai tried his best to act as if he was a genius, as if he had seen through everything. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him. Fatty Hai could only dejectedly squat in a corner of the prison cell and draw circles on the ground. A tolerant smile appeared on Yi Kong's face. It's not our first time walking in the heaven realm. How could we not be on guard at all? Actually, we're all on the same team. Whether it's Yu Yang, Lu Yi, Fatty, Ice Cube, or Prince, we're all brothers and sisters who came from the same place and have always been fighting side by side. Qing Ping's gaze swept past everyone's faces one by one before finally looking at Yu Yang. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, I understand why little sister Lu Yi would acknowledge you as her master. You big pervert, you deceived me so badly. Don't tell me your names are fake. Yu Yang spread out his hands. Is there a need for us to lie? Sometimes, no one will believe us if we tell the truth. For example, Lu Yi is really my disciple. Qing Ping wanted to bite him. She snorted, I will never believe you again. Haha. Yi Kong and the others couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Stop laughing. Qing Ping's curse has flared up. There's also a butcher's knife hanging above our heads. Let's quickly think of a way to escape. Fatty Hai felt that it was time for him to speak. He didn't forget to remind Qing Ping that he was the leader of this team. People called him the Roshan Demon King, no, the Roshan local bully, no, the Roshan little flying dragon. We can't escape. Even if we can leave the ship, we won't be able to escape. This is because this is the real Smoky Wave Sea with the restriction of the law. In the Smoky Wave Sea, there's a law that forbids flying. This is why all the ships in White River City don't have flying devices installed. In this place, not to mention flying, even walking on the waves is impossible. You need a ship to leave. You are already very careful, but it's not enough. In the Smoky Wave Sea, there's a kind of atonement fish. Its meat is very delicious, but once you eat its meat, within a month, you will be as weak as you are now. You will be deeply affected by the law of atonement. The most delicious and popular sashimi, the black pearl-like fish eggs, and the black blood wine that we tasted were actually made from the atonement fish. Only the people of White River City won't be affected by the atonement fish. Although Qing Ping was unwilling, she still spoke out the cruel reality. We're poisoned and restricted by the law. What should we do now? Fatty Hai, the self-proclaimed leader, suddenly had no idea. Have a good sleep. When you wake up, you might find that it's just a nightmare. Yu Yang gave him a suggestion. Fatty Hai thought about it and felt that this was actually a good idea. They didn't need to do anything, just sleep. Moreover, it could also resolve the crisis. You guys. Can you guys be a little more serious? Qing Ping was powerless to ridicule them. Look at the situation, they were still joking? The beautiful instructor is very instructive. Fatty Hai stood at attention. Don't worry about him. Yi Kong sent him flying with a kick. There's always a way out. Even if things happen, there might be a way to resolve it. Don't be discouraged. Prince of Tianluo calmly opened his mouth to comfort them. Yes, that's right. There's always a way out. Qing Ping bit her lips, as if her confidence had been reignited in her chest. After a pause, she raised her eyes and looked at everyone, as if she wanted to deeply remember everyone's appearance in her heart. Fatty Hai was about to speak, but she reached out her hand to stop him. Let me speak first. Listen to what I want to say in my heart first. They threw me in here because they wanted to save me. They have been working very hard to nurture me. Some of them are like my father. I am very grateful to them, but this gratitude can't replace the freedom in my heart. I don't want to be a cursed half-mermaid girl. I want to be like you guys, I want to be a normal human. Wait, listen to me first. They threw me into the prison because they thought that I fell in love with one of you. They agreed to let me bring one of you away and use the cursed blood to turn him into a mermaid. In other words, one of you might be able to survive in the form of a cursed mermaid. What do you mean? You want us to choose someone to go with you? Yi Kong immediately understood. I'll be the first to sign up. Fatty Hai raised his hand impolitely. Is it okay to turn into a cursed mermaid? Moreover, it's not certain. There's only a possibility of survival. Qing Ping asked as she looked at Yi Kong, Prince of Tianluo, Shui Tanlang, Li brothers, and Yu Yang, as if she wanted to see their reaction. It's okay, it's fine as long as I can survive. Fatty Hai expressed that if he could survive, it would be fine to turn into a mermaid. Moreover, swimming would not take much effort. After turning into a cursed mermaid, you might not be able to leave White River City for the rest of your life. Even if you have the curse avoidance amulet, those people will not let a suspect like you leave. Qing Ping continued to persuade him. Not being able to leave is indeed a little unpleasant, but at least I can live. Moreover, there are many beauties in White River City. I like it. Fatty Hai said that he could accept it reluctantly. You mean that you all passed? You let Fatty leave? Qing Ping kept looking at Yi Kong, Prince of Tianluo and Shui Tanlang. Isn't Fatty Hai the boss of our team? Something like the cursed blood should be enjoyed by him. Yi Kong generously expressed that he would not compete. The cursed blood is not suitable for me. Prince of Tianluo also respectfully distanced himself. Stay. Shui Tanlang's words were very simple. Us brothers will definitely not compete with Boss Hai for the cursed blood. Li Chia and Li Gu had only called Fatty Hai their boss today. What about you? Don't you need to go back and inform Lu Yi? She is currently waiting for you in the Iron Cross Hotel. If you don't go back, a little girl like her might keep waiting. Moreover, when the people behind me are free, they might even take her down as well. Qing Ping looked at Yu Yang, who had already finished eating the chicken drumstick and was still reluctant to throw it away. Hui Tailang stared at him anxiously, but Yu Yang pretended not to see its existence. Sister Lu Yi, I will go and inform her. You don't need to worry about Yu Yang anymore. Fatty Hai patted his chest and guaranteed. You, say something. Qing Ping still hoped to hear Yu Yang's reply. Isn't it too early to decide this now? Maybe a miracle will happen. For example, a meteor will fall from the sky and kill everyone on the boat, leaving us safe and sound. Yu Yang was finally willing to throw away the chicken bone, but Hui Tailang didn't even bat an eye when he threw the bone away. I hope so. Qing Ping smiled bitterly. She didn't think that the big pervert Yu Yang was even more unreliable than her. She was a cursed traitor. It was already very stupid and naive to want to become a human. She didn't think that this guy was even more stupid and naive than her. Even if a meteor fell from the sky, it was impossible to kill everyone on the boat and leave a few of them behind. Unless a miracle happened, this kind of thing would never happen. The metal cover of the prison suddenly flipped open, and Water Spider's face appeared. She laughed mockingly. I've seen many idiots, but I've never seen idiots like you guys. Haha, hearing your conversation, I can't help but want to help you guys. If idiots like you guys don't survive, it would be the biggest loss to Heaven Realm. Fatty Hai heard this and immediately became excited. Beauty, how are you going to help us? Water Spider laughed evilly. Of course it's to catch all of you out of the prison and give you a boat. I've already made the arrangements. Don't worry, I will definitely help you guys to successfully escape from the Smoky Wave Sea. What? Water Spider wanted to help him escape from the prison. Hearing this, Qing Ping's face turned as white as paper. How vicious, this was really a vicious plan. This Water Spider was really worthy of being the most vicious woman among the younger generation in White River City. Prince of Tianluo shook his head. Miss Water Spider, thank you for your kindness, but we don't need it. Yi Kong laughed coldly. That's right, you just want Qing Ping to lose the chance to bring someone back. What help to escape? What a joke. Do you think we're 3-year-old kids? We won't leave. Qing Ping, bring Fatty Hai away. If you do that, at least 2 people will be safe. Water Spider was stunned. She laughed arrogantly. You've guessed my intentions, but so what? Your hands and feet are weak like a soft-footed crab, unable to resist at all. We'll capture all of you and throw you onto the lifeboat. Who wants your cooperation? Can't I force it? Moreover, even if this escape was planned by me, are you willing to give it up? As long as you leave the prison and board the lifeboat, the marshal will think that Fu Ping will never turn back. Whether you can escape safely or not, the result will be the same. On the contrary, if you grasp this opportunity, you might have a 1% chance of escaping alive. Seeing that Yi Kong was about to refute, Qing Ping hurriedly waved her hand to stop him. She's right. Although this isn't what we want to see, it is indeed an opportunity. No matter what the result is, we have to fight. Water Spider is doing this to completely block the possibility of me returning to White River City. In order to make me break with the marshal, she will definitely get us a lifeboat. Water Spider laughed loudly, smart, as expected of the wisest Fu Ping among the younger generation. That's right, the marshal can't bear to kill you. He sees you as his daughter. As long as you bring someone away, he will definitely forgive you. However, I won't let you turn back. I want to send you away from this boat. Fu Ping, if you don't do this, you have no choice. You need to truly break off relations with White River City and turn against the marshal. Of course, you can turn around and use this opportunity to save their lives. Make your own choice. Are you going to go back and admit your mistake and continue to be the wisest duckweed among the younger generation, or are you going to sacrifice yourself and use your own life to save these handsome guys? Don't agree with her, she's crazy. Yi Kong shouted anxiously. Such a beautiful girl, it would be a pity if she went crazy. Fatty Hai muttered while drooling. Shut up. The Water Spider glared at Fatty Hai. If anyone is dishonest, I'll send him on his way immediately. Most importantly, if any of you don't cooperate, I'll find a few dozen guards and do my best to trample on the duckweeds that sacrificed themselves to protect you. Do you want to return to White River City or leave? I choose to leave. Qing Ping gritted her teeth. He replied word by word. She knew that this was a path of no return. She knew that the Water Spider was deliberately trying to harm her, but she did not have a third choice. Moreover, in order to save Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others' lives as much as possible, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, she would still fight for it. The Water Spider was overjoyed and laughed maniacally. Then, he grabbed Qing Ping's arm as fast as lightning and snorted coldly at Fatty Hai and Yi Kong. Follow me. If I find out that any of you dare to play tricks, I will turn Qing Ping into the most miserable woman in the world. If you don't believe me, you can try. Even the good-tempered Tian Luo Prince was angered by her threat. Tian Luo Prince's expression turned solemn as he made a vow resolutely. If there's a day when we meet again, I will definitely repay you tenfold. The frost in Xue Tanlang's eyes could practically destroy heaven and earth. But this ice cube guy endured it. He did not explode. The Water Spider completely ignored Tian Luo Prince and Xue Tanlang, sneering disdainfully. You guys should just hope that you can successfully escape. The Smoke Waves Ocean is filled with whirlpools and countless water monsters. If you guys are really that lucky and can escape, then please remember to come to White River City to find me. This sister will definitely treat you guys to a feast of death. With the Water Spider's cover and arrangements, they successfully escaped from the prison at the bottom of the ship. At the stern of the ship, a small and narrow lifeboat was quietly anchored there. The surroundings were completely silent. The entire escape plan was exceptionally perfect. It could even be said that no one knew about it. Now that things had come to this, there was no room for hesitation. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others hurriedly picked up the oars and paddled with all their might, trying to get the lifeboat to leave the luxurious cruise ship as soon as possible. The Water Spider stood high up on the side of the cruise ship, looking down at them. Originally, everyone thought that this poisonous woman would shout loudly that someone had escaped. Who knew that she wouldn't? The Water Spider coldly watched Qing Ping leave on the boat without saying a word. Compared to a few human prisoners that had escaped, the Water Spider was more concerned about Fu Ping, this enemy that was greatly admired by the higher-ups. If she shouted for someone to escape, Fu Ping would easily chase after them. If she chased after them, then she would not die. The higher-ups would definitely spare her life. In order to make it impossible for this enemy to ever return, the water spider decided to let her go. Let her stay away from, as long as an hour passed, Fu Ping would be neutralized by the mutated fishman's cursed blood. Then, Fu Ping would turn into a pool of blood. During this period of time, she definitely could not be allowed to stay on the ship. Otherwise, the higher-ups could change their mind at any time and spare her life, saving her. Goodbye. The water spider laughed sinisterly. Without Fu Ping as her enemy, White River City would be her world in the future. The future wife of the city lord of White River City, the future mother of the city lord of White River City. That position belonged to her. The water spider stared at the lifeboat as it slid into the darkness. Only when it was far away and completely out of sight did she feel that her plan had succeeded. She laughed silently, pleased with herself. She stayed for nearly 5 minutes before quietly leaving. After she left, a sneaky black shadow crept to the stern of the ship in the darkness and gazed in the direction that the lifeboat had left. In the sky, the moon peeked through the layers of dark clouds. In just a few seconds, the true appearance of the black shadow could be clearly seen. This black shadow's true appearance was like that of a muscular gorilla. He was the water ape that had previously been Qing Ping's enemy. You want to run when you've already got meat in your mouth? No way. The gorilla-like water ape's eyes were filled with desire. His face looked especially sinister because of his twisted mind. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, the gorilla water ape silently lowered a lifeboat and leaped onto it. With a push of his hand, the lifeboat immediately chased after the lifeboat that Yu Yang was on like an arrow released from a bow. Sigh. In the darkness of the boat, there seemed to be a sigh. It was faintly discernible. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The lifeboat that Yu Yang and the others were on had advanced for 10 minutes. Qing Ping, whose ancient curse had fully erupted, could no longer hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood from her cherry lips. Everyone gathered around, but Qing Ping shook her head and waved her hands, indicating that everyone should be quiet and listen to what she had to say first. Qing Ping wiped away the bloodstain at the corner of her lips and took out a small mirror from her bosom. Taking advantage of the moonlight, she carefully combed her long hair and tidied up her appearance as she looked into the mirror. It was as if she wanted to leave the best impression and the best memory for everyone at the last moment. A smile blossomed on her face as she asked happily, "How is it?" "I'll dress up a little, is it okay?" Fatty Hai did not hesitate to give her a thumbs up. "Beautiful, you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in White River City." He said that White River City was the most beautiful, not the Heaven Realm. But Qing Ping did not mind. Being able to be the most beautiful in White River City was enough. She beamed with joy as she nodded towards Fatty Hai, thanking him profusely. "Fatty, thank you. Here, other than saying thank you, I also want to apologize to you. All along, I didn't have a good impression of you, but at the last moment, I've completely changed my opinion of you. Although you look like a fatty who deserves a beating, after getting to know you better, I realized that you are a very rare friend." Fatty Hai sweated profusely. "This is the first time I've heard this kind of praise." "Alright, I'll accept it all." "Yi Kong." Qing Ping turned around and said to Yi Kong, "You're just like a piece of wood. Of course, the Li brothers are even more wooden than you. The three of you don't know how to make girls like you at all. If any girl wants to fall in love with you, that would be a pity. You guys are not good lovers at all. However, even though you guys are not good lovers, you guys are the best husbands. If any girl marries you guys, she would definitely be happy for the rest of her life. When I first saw you, I had this feeling in my heart. I knew that you would definitely be a good husband in the future." "Thank you. Only now do I know that I will be a good husband in the future." Yi Kong laughed loudly. "Don't tell me that you've taken a fancy to that monkey, Yi Kong. What kind of aesthetics do you have? That monkey just crawled out of the Five Fingers Mountain. He's so skinny that his skin can't even wrap around his bones. He's neither good to look at nor good for anything. How could he be as outstanding as me, Master Hai? Why don't you choose me?" Fatty Hai recommended himself. "I'm not choosing you." When Qing Ping said this, Fatty Hai went to the back of the boat to draw circles dejectedly. Qing Ping looked at Yi Kong and suddenly smiled. "Yi Kong, don't be nervous. I'm also not choosing you." Yi Kong immediately felt a sense of relief. One must know that when she said that he would be a good husband just now, his back was drenched in cold sweat. Seeing Yi Kong's expression, Qing Ping laughed, "You will be a good husband in the future. But I've thought about it. I admire your character, not because I like you. Although you're a reliable person, you're not suitable for me. So, you don't have to be nervous." Yi Kong thought for a while, and suddenly squatted beside Fatty Hai to draw circles dejectedly. Sometimes, being human was like this. If a beauty said that she wanted to marry him, he wouldn't care about it. He felt that being single was more precious. But if the beauty said that she didn't really want to marry him, and only admired his character, then he would definitely be dejected. How could he be happy if he was looked down upon by others? Fatty Hai warmly welcomed Yi Kong's arrival. They were brothers in hardship. "Prince." Qing Ping looked at Prince of Tianluo. Everyone thought that she had actually taken a fancy to this handsome and gentle prince who would never get angry at a woman. Prince of Tianluo's face was not as bitter as Yi Kong's. He maintained an elegant smile, quietly waiting for Qing Ping's next sentence. Qing Ping looked at him for a long time, then turned to look at Xue Tanlang, who was as cold as ice. She suddenly laughed. "In your group, Fatty will be the best lover, while Yi Kong and the Li clan brothers will be the best husbands. Ice Cube, you are the exact opposite. You will not be a good lover, nor will you be a good husband. You are a cold ice cube. Before you meet a woman who can melt you, I reckon that not many women will be able to stand you. The prince is the exact opposite of you. He will be a very good lover and a very good husband. If you let the women choose, it can be said that Prince will be the best choice among all of you." "You choose him?" Xue Tanlang asked. "Although saying this is a little immodest, it is a fact that I am stronger than you." Prince of Tianluo laughed out loud when he saw Xue Tanlang's depressed look. "Prince is indeed better than Ice Block. He is better than Yi Kong and Fatty. He is the ideal candidate." Qing Ping nodded in affirmation. Just when everyone thought that the outcome was decided, she suddenly changed her tone. "But, Prince, I will not choose you." Prince of Tianluo was instantly stunned. Everyone did not understand and looked at Qing Ping simultaneously. Qing Ping laughed and shook her head. "I also don't know why. In these few days, I have done many stupid things that I have never done in my life. For example, I betrayed the White River City clan that raised me for a few days. An extremely realistic female spy, a cursed mermaid, actually longed for freedom and longed to become a human. Even though I knew that I would die if I stayed with you, I still foolishly came, as if my brain had become a decoration. Even though I knew that there was no hope in doing this, I was still willing to do it. You ask me why? I can't answer you. Another stupid thing. I know that the best choice is Prince. He will be a good lover and a good husband. He should be the best choice. However, I thought about it for a long time and used countless reasons to persuade myself, but I did not succeed. If I had to choose again without going against my will, I would not choose Prince. Prince, I am sorry. Perhaps everyone thinks that I should choose you, but I cannot. Because, the person I truly like is not you. Then who do you like?" Prince of Tianluo was not angry. Instead, he asked like an elder brother caring for his younger sister. "The person I truly like is a bastard, a pervert, someone that I hate so much that I can't wait to bite him to death." When Qing Ping said this, everyone looked at Yu Yang. Yu Yang, who was dozing off, immediately raised his hands, expressing that he had been shot even though he was lying down. He was innocently liked by someone else. Actually, not only Yu Yang, even Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were confused. According to what they said, the person that Qing Ping hated the most was him. Why would she like him? Is it because he touched her chest? Fatty Hai guessed maliciously. No. Qing Ping was embarrassed. Then is it because he is bad enough? Yi Kong was also a little suspicious. Bad guys were always more likable. No. Qing Ping shook her head. Is it because he is the most handsome? Xue Tanlang could not help but ask. Qing Ping still shook her head, expressing that it had nothing to do with his looks. Then could it be because of Sister Lu Yi? Prince of Tianluo was the most observant. When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. Because of Sister Luya's existence, there was a competitive relationship between them. What she could not get was always the best. This way, Qing Ping would pay more attention to Yu Yang. No, it has nothing to do with Sister Luyi. I admit that seeing Sister Luyi together with him makes me a little jealous, but that is definitely not the real reason why I like him. Qing Ping did not look at Yu Yang, but everyone understood that a girl had someone in her heart. Even if she did not look at him, she would still have him. On the contrary, if she kept looking at him, she would not be able to put him in her heart. Qing Ping smiled shyly. These words, if it was a normal day, I would definitely not dare to say it. Because at the last moment, if I do not say it now, there will be no time. So, I decided to summon up my courage and say it. I like him, even though that big pervert Yu Yang makes me very annoyed. Everything about him is not pleasing to the eye. Sometimes, I even want to bite a piece of meat off of his body. Even though he is such a person, I still like him. There is no special reason, and there is no need for a reason. Now, I have already understood that there is no need for a reason to love someone. Liking someone is liking them. No matter how complicated the external conditions are, it will not be able to affect the true love in the depths of one's heart. Ah, please wait a moment. Student Qing Ping, you said so much that you like me, but have you ever thought about how I feel about you? Do you think that just because you like me, I must also like you? If you are not afraid to hear the truth, I want to tell you that I am very sorry, but I do not like you. Yu Yang rejected Qing Ping's confession without any trace of politeness. This is too much. How can you be like this? You really are a bastard. Little sister Qing Ping, don't worry. If he does not want you, you can choose me. Fatty Hai's broad mind and strong arms will always be open for you. Fatty Hai was just like a Casanova. Thank you. Even if Yu Yang does not like me, I will not choose again. I have already decided that it is him. Qing Ping smiled and waved her hands, declining Fatty Hai's good intentions. I want to commit suicide. Fatty Hai's face was full of tears. You are all not bad boys. Being able to have friends like you, I have no more regrets in this life. Qing Ping suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, turning it into a bewitching leaf shape. The energy on her body exploded, and a red light soared to the sky. The ancient curse exploded 100 times. Qing Ping flicked out the bewitching leaf. When it hit Fatty Hai, it instantly turned into a huge blood-leaf duckweed. Fatty, I hope that you will find the best partner in the future. I have nothing to give you, so I can only use my last bit of energy to send you away from this misty wave sea. This blood-leaf duckweed will carry you, gliding all the way back to White River City. There should not be a war there. You should leave quickly, I wish you a safe journey. With a wave of her hand, Fatty Hai's body was involuntarily carried by the blood-leaf duckweed, gliding away at an extremely fast speed. The second and third blood-leaf duckweed shot out towards the Li brothers' bodies. The Li brothers also involuntarily left. Because of condensing this kind of blood-leaf duckweed, Qing Ping's energy was extremely overdrawn. In addition, the ancient curse was exploding crazily, causing her whole body to tremble in pain. Yi Kong wanted to open his mouth to dissuade her, but Qing Ping smiled bitterly and waved her hand. I don't have much time left. Let me fulfill my last wish for you. You should now understand why I agreed to Water Spider's plan. It's because I have a secret skill that she doesn't know about. If I can't send you away, I won't be able to die in peace. Yi Kong, Prince, and Ice Cube, all of you must live on well. You must be happy in the future. 3 blood-leaf duckweeds appeared at the same time, almost exhausting all the energy in Qing Ping's body. The ancient curse had already devoured more than half of her skin. When Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tianluo were gliding away, a series of explosions occurred in Qing Ping's hands. Originally, she would be greatly injured if she could only use 1 blood leaf, but after continuously using 6 blood leaves, she had overdrawn her energy and caused a backlash. However, even if there wasn't a backlash, the ancient curse in her body had already completely exploded. She wouldn't be able to last more than 10 minutes. Qing Ping swallowed a mouthful of blood. This was the first time she turned around and looked at Yu Yang. She tried her best to show him a smile, but because of the excessive pain, she couldn't easily achieve her wish. Are you going to scold me? I know that you must be very angry. I'm sorry, but I don't have the energy to condense another blood leaf. I like you. Originally, I should have sent you away first. I also thought that way, but in the end, I mysteriously kept you here. Just like how I like you, there's no reason for me to keep you here. I can't explain it either. From the looks of it, you are indeed a very awkward person. You might even be a bit of a masochist. Yu Yang tried to analyze Qing Ping's actions. What's a masochist? Qing Ping had never heard of this term before. It's that you especially like to be abused by others. The more you abuse yourself, the more you enjoy it. If you don't abuse yourself for a day, you will feel uncomfortable all over. Are you like this? If others treat you well, you will feel uncomfortable all over. But if others slap you a few times, you will feel extremely comfortable? Yu Yang pretended to be a reporter, using his drumstick as a microphone and extended it in front of Qing Ping. No way, I'm not that kind of person. Qing Ping was extremely embarrassed when she heard this. However, when she thought about it, she was a little afraid. Could it be that she was really that kind of person? You kept me here, maybe you subconsciously wanted to keep me here so that you could enjoy yourself at the last moment. Yu Yang could even pretend to be an expert. No, it's definitely not like that. Qing Ping was too ashamed to show her face. She couldn't find the reason, and was afraid that she really was like that. Then let's do an experiment. If Yu Yang wore his glasses, he would be a beast. Don't be like this. You're using too much force. Qing Ping felt that this pervert's hand had unscrupulously reached into her bra. His wolfish claws pinched a small cherry. With a light pinch, that kind of unbearable pain seemed to have suppressed the ancient curse's devouring, causing Qing Ping's entire body to tremble. What feeling? Is it comfortable or painful? Yu Yang took out a notebook and prepared to record it. Hui Tai Lang, who was originally sleeping soundly on the boat, saw this opportunity. He fawningly handed over his pen. However, it was kicked into the water by Yu Yang. How dare you, this kind of epic-making important experiment, you damned dog still haven't disappeared? You're simply courting death. Before Hui Tai Lang left, his tail swept away the drumstick that Yu Yang used as a microphone. Of course, it wasn't good to disturb his master's experiment, but the drumstick had to be eaten. He had already aimed for it for a long time. If it wasn't for his master's important experiment, he wouldn't have been able to steal it. The last third wheel was gone. Qing Ping's originally pale face from losing a lot of blood suddenly flushed red. Her breathing also quickened. Her heartbeat quickened. The pain from the ancient curse's devouring seemed to have lessened greatly. Now, the biggest feeling was the pain from his wolfish claws. That feeling was especially strange. Other than the pain, there was also a kind of indescribable sadness. Faintly, there seemed to be a little comfort. Could it be that she was really a masochist like he said? How do you feel? Yu Yang meticulously experimented. So sad. How about that? I don't want to have any regrets before I die. There's no more time I want. Qing Ping really wanted to be like this for the rest of her life. Even if he had to experiment for the rest of her life, she would be willing. However, there was no more time. She only had 10 minutes left in her life. If she didn't do it now, she would have the biggest regret. If she could die in his arms, she would have no regrets. If there were any regrets, then the only regret would be that she didn't have time to accompany this man. She didn't even have time to look at him. Standing on the lifeboat far away, the gorilla-like water ape was burning with anger. This damned whore would rather be abused by others than to look at me. This slut, if I don't kill her, I'm not human. Just as the gorilla was about to explode with all its strength, Hui Tai Lang's tail curled around his calf underwater. It directly dragged him into the water. Would you be able to compensate for disturbing your master's important experiment? Hui Tai Lang, who had eaten a drumstick that was not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth, opened his bloody mouth and directly swallowed him whole, ignoring the gorilla whose combat power had increased by 10 times after falling into the water. Under the water, he even burped with a lot of bubbles. Qing Ping woke up. She found herself lying inside a giant clam. The size of the clam was so huge that even if it could accommodate a person, it was at least 20 meters wide. The inner wall was snow white and the edges were purple gold. There were at least 1,000 types of shellfish in the waters around the White River, but Qing Ping had never seen such a huge and beautiful clam before. When she woke up, she was suddenly surprised. Didn't I already explode? How could I still be alive? Moreover, why am I lying inside this beautiful clam that I don't even recognize? Calm down. Qing Ping tried hard to recall the past. She got to know that big bad guy and his companions. In the Smokewave Sea, the marshal wanted to turn them into blood sacrifices, but she was captured by the marshal because she was good at saving people. She even activated the most terrifying ancient curse in her body. Under the water spider's evil scheme, Yu Yang managed to escape from the tiger's mouth with great difficulty. He beat the water spider at its own game and escaped to the Smoky Wave Sea on a boat. Then, he used the blood-leaf duckweed to send Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others away, leaving only the big bad guy to accompany him. She remembered that at that time, he seemed to have said something about masochism and experiments. He even stretched out his wolfy hands and kept doing bad things to her. In the end, she probably didn't have enough time. When her body was about to explode, she prepared to do it with him once to make up for the regret in her heart. However, the ancient curse acted up. Just as she took off her clothes, she couldn't wait to do it with him and collapsed. Before she fainted, she seemed to regret it. She really wanted to do it with him once, but unfortunately, there wasn't enough time. What was going on now? Was she still alive? Qing Ping struggled to sit up, but to no avail. She was surprised to find that her body had already fused with the giant clam. The huge amount of energy it stored, as well as the extremely cool pearl liquid, was currently wrapping around his entire body, continuously fusing with it, continuously cultivating his broken body. The power of the ancient curse was still there, but it had already moved to the outside of the giant clam and was no longer acting up in her body. Who was it that used such a strange method to save her life? Could it be that big bad guy? He still had this kind of ability? It didn't seem possible. Like the ancient curse, unless it was a god, it was impossible to resist such a terrifying curse. Her weak body had already exploded. How could it be reversed? This was simply a miracle that only gods could achieve. You're awake? You've recovered quite well. A female ocean empress wearing a crown on her head, wearing an emperor's robe and holding a holy staff in her hand suddenly appeared and looked down at Qing Ping. You are? When Qing Ping saw her, she was immediately shocked. First, Qing Ping didn't know the Sea Empress at all. Second, from the other's tone, it seemed that she had saved her. Third, because this Sea Empress was approaching, Qing Ping was shocked to discover that her life was intimately connected with the others, as if she was a part of the other's body. Even though their consciousnesses weren't connected, their souls were definitely connected. What was going on? Had he become the Ocean Queen's slave? However, it was impossible for slaves to communicate with each other's souls. This kind of spiritual connection was even more mysterious than the connection of life energy between contracted beasts. Perhaps only the legendary guardian beast and its master could achieve this kind of effect. When she thought up to here, Qing Ping was shocked. He had become the Sea Empress guardian beast. Could it be that after he died, he was reincarnated like the legendary reincarnation of his soul, but he was clearly not a baby now. His original body still existed, but it was broken by the ancient curse. He was currently being repaired and fused with the pearl-like spiritual liquid. I am Aquamarine, the empress of all the Sea clan in Tong Tian Tower. As long as there is water, it is under my jurisdiction. I don't know why you suddenly flew into my clam queen's body and fused with it. Who are you? The Ocean Empress asked in a dignified manner. Her words set off a storm in Qing Ping's heart. This was actually Tong Tian Tower. She had actually come to Tong Tian Tower from White River City in Western Heaven Realm. Could it be that the power of the ancient curse had forced her to return to Tong Tian Tower? Your Majesty, I'm called Qing Ping. I don't know why I came to your palace all of a sudden, and I don't understand why I fused with your clam queen either. This is simply a miracle. Before Qing Ping could finish her sentence, tears were already gushing out of her eyes. She now thought of him, the him who was willing to let her do bad things for the rest of his life. She, who had inexplicably returned to Tong Tian Tower and fused with the Ocean Empress Clam Queen, was afraid that she would never have the chance to meet him again. The space between Tongtian Tower and Heaven Realm had been sealed for thousands of years. No one had ever successfully passed through. Whether it was the traders of Tongtian Tower or the Lost Clan, it was impossible for them to return home. That big bad guy stayed in the smoke wave sea outside White River City. But she had returned to Tongtian Tower. What should she do? If it was in the past, being able to return home would naturally be a good thing to be happy about. The marshal had said more than once that if she returned to Tongtian Tower with the strength of White River City, she would definitely be able to rule the entire Tongtian Tower. She might even be able to open the legendary god's ruins. Tongtian Tower. She had returned, but she was not happy at all. Instead, she felt endless sorrow. Without a lover, what was the point of living? Just like that, she would be separated from him forever. Even if she was lucky enough to be resurrected from the ancient curse, it was destined to be a tragedy. Heavens, this arrangement was too despairing. Since you resurrected me, why did you put me in Tongtian Tower, even if it was in any corner of Heaven Realm? At least that way, she could still go back to find him and reunite with him one day. Why are you crying? The Ocean Empress seemed to be puzzled by Qing Ping's crying after waking up. She frowned and asked. I lost something. The more Qing Ping thought about it, the sadder she became. What did you lose? The Ocean Empress asked again. I lost a person. Qing Ping cried loudly. Haha, then tell me, how did you lose a person? The Ocean Empress laughed when she heard Qing Ping's words. After the other party asked, the pain in Qing Ping's heart erupted like a flood bursting a dam. She could not help but wail loudly. After crying for an unknown amount of time, Qing Ping realized that the Ocean Empress was looking at her, patiently waiting for her answer. Perhaps it was because their souls were connected, or perhaps it was because her heart was too uncomfortable and she wanted to find someone to talk to. Perhaps it was because she had a glimmer of hope that Tongtian Tower had other passages that connected to Heaven Realm. In short, Qing Ping could not help but talk about her own matters in front of the Ocean Empress, who was still a stranger. With sobs, Qing Ping intermittently told everything that had happened to her recently to the Ocean Empress Aquamarine in front of her. The Ocean Empress pondered for a long time and opened her mouth several times to speak. But she hesitated. Qing Ping held on to her last glimmer of hope and asked, Your Majesty, is there a space passage in Tongtian Tower that can connect directly to Heaven Realm? It was not easy for me to find someone that I like. I can't lose him. I beg you, tell me a piece of good news. The Ocean Empress firmly refused, not to mention that the Heaven Realm gate is already closed, and the space passage void is broken. It is impossible to pass through. Even if it is possible, I will not let you leave. Why? Don't you understand your identity now? You have fused with my clam queen and will be my guardian beast in the future. Tell me, do you think it is possible for me to let you leave? Qing Ping was stunned. Although she had guessed this possibility before, after hearing the truth, she still could not help but feel a burst of despair. As expected, her resurrection was not without a price. The ancient curse did not kill her, and even brought her back to her hometown, Tongtian Tower. However, it also fused her with someone else's guardian beast. From then on, she completely lost her freedom. The most terrifying thing was that she, who had become a guardian beast, could not commit suicide even if she wanted to. Why did it become like this? The more Qing Ping thought about it, the sadder she became. Her face was full of tears, and in the end, she could not help but cry out in despair. Perhaps, this was the ultimate punishment of the ancient curse. It was not as simple as killing her, but also making her suffer forever. She would spend the rest of her life in despair and longing. Without that big bad guy, she could not even live for a day. What should she do in the future? After crying for a while, Qing Ping suddenly raised her head and stopped crying. She looked firmly at her new master, the Ocean Empress. Your Majesty, please grant me freedom. You are also a woman, you should understand what love means to a woman. I cannot live without him. I beg you, grant me freedom and let me return to Heaven Realm. I swear here that as long as I find him, I will definitely return to Tongtian Tower with him. In the future, I will listen to your orders without any objections. I beg you, let me go. If I do not have him, I cannot even live for a day. The Ocean Empress shook her head slowly. Even if I give you freedom, can you leave? With your current body, you cannot leave at all. I estimate that it will take at least a year before you can completely fuse with the clam and recover your body in the meteor shower pearl liquid. Whether it is a year or 10 years, as long as I can move, I will go find him. Qing Ping could not move now, but she hoped that the Ocean Empress would grant her freedom. Do you know that the passage to Heaven Realm has already become a broken void? Anyone who steps in will be crushed into powder by the time vortex. The Ocean Empress still shook her head. Even if my bones are smashed to pieces, I still want to go. Qing Ping resolutely and decisively expressed her determination. Haha, you are really stubborn. The Ocean Empress laughed out loud. All right, if your body has completely recovered, I will consider whether to grant you freedom. Qing Ping was overjoyed and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Your Majesty, you are the kindest and most beautiful empress in the world. I wish you the best of luck in finding the true love of your life in the future and living happily ever after with your lover. Thank you, really. I do not know if I will succeed, but your tolerance has already made me grateful for life. The Ocean Empress waved her hand and magnanimously expressed that she already had a lover and did not need to look for him anymore. Although that fellow is usually very busy and runs outside every day and rarely stays at home to accompany me, he will occasionally coax me. It is still SOSO. The only thing I was worried about was whether he would be seduced by some beautiful demoness on the way. It's really hard to find a good man. That guy's looks are just SOSO, so it's easy for others to target him. Besides, he's a natural pervert, and his self-control is very poor. As long as someone tries to seduce him, he'll take the bait. I really love and hate that bad guy. My feelings are especially complicated. Hearing such a happy Ocean Empress also complaining, Qing Ping also sympathized with her. That's right, there was indeed a lot of competition for a good man. Everyone hoped to find a good man who would love them for the rest of their lives. However, no one was blind. A good man was as rare as a meteor streaking across a pitch-black night, so conspicuous. Once he appears, it is almost impossible not to be targeted. The bad guy she found, even if he wears a mask or sunglasses all day to hide his true appearance, there is still Sister Lu Yi to compete for him. If she did not pluck up the courage to confess to him before she died, he may not accept her for the rest of his life. Strictly speaking, she seems to be considered as a female seductress who came out to steal him, especially Sister Lu Yi. If she knew the truth, she might be very angry. If I can return to Heaven Realm, I must apologize to her. At most, I will let that big pervert take advantage of me and let Sister Lu Ye's disciple change to a new identity and serve him together. Thinking of this, Qing Ping felt a burst of shame in her heart. However, she also thought of a way and decided to give the Ocean Empress a small suggestion. Your Majesty, if you want him to stay with you more, why not give him a prince? As long as he is a father, no matter how active a prodigal son is, he will still love home. Good idea. The Ocean Empress expressed that this idea was good. Next time when he comes back, I will think of a way to implement it, but, Your Majesty, what are you still worried about? Qing Ping secretly felt strange. If you want to have a child, do you still need to hesitate? Actually, it's like this. The big bad guy that I like is not just me. Although I am also a wife, my ranking is relatively low. I guess that when it comes to giving birth to a child, it should be the main wife, or a few sisters who are ranked at the top. If I want to give birth, of course I can, but this seems to be unfair to the sisters who are ranked at the top. If the sisters who are ranked at the top are not good to me, then it's fine. But they are very good to me, so I am embarrassed to overstep. The Ocean Empress explained a little. Qing Ping understood why this Ocean Empress said that her lover was always not at home. It turned out that he liked more than her. Such a man was really a playboy. She did not know how this Ocean Empress took a fancy to such a playboy. Qing Ping was silent for a long time. She thought that she was not like that. She knew that Sister Lu Yi and he were a couple, but she still rushed out. She did not hesitate to abandon her people and risk her life to be with him. Sometimes, women were really fools. With this in mind, Qing Ping persuaded the Ocean Empress again. In that case, you sisters discuss it. Whoever is willing, then you can give birth together. The Ocean Empress smiled and shook her head, then waved her hand. Don't worry, because he is different from others. The stronger he is, the stronger the baby we give birth to will be. and the higher the potential. When he cultivates to the Divine Supreme, I will give birth to a child for him. When Qing Ping heard this, she turned pale with fright. Your husband is about to cultivate to the Divine Supreme? Isn't there no strong people in Tong Tian Tower? Someone in the distance snorted, seemingly very dissatisfied with these words. The Ocean Empress hurriedly waved goodbye to Qing Ping. That big bad guy is back. You should rest well. Don't talk nonsense. That big bad guy's temper is very bad. When he gets angry, it is possible that he will abuse people. When Qing Ping heard the Ocean Empress's words, for some reason, her mind surfaced the scene of him reaching into her bra to do something naughty. That feeling was really, if only that big bad guy was here, if he was by her side, even if she let him bully her for a lifetime, she would be willing. Smoky Wave Sea. The luxurious cruise ship was still there, but the tourists on it had already been slaughtered. Those that belonged to humans had already become blood sacrifices. Those that weren't humans were all buried in the stomachs of the fishes. Large amounts of blood and corpses attracted hundreds of cleaver-toothed sharks that were also able to establish themselves as the overlords of freshwater. God knows how these cleaver-toothed sharks appeared in the waters of White River. Maybe, someone deliberately released them, maybe they originally lived in the inner sea before the floating continent sank. The strongest cleaver-toothed shark that had the strength of heaven rank level 3 was definitely in existence like the overlord of the water. As long as it was in the water, any target that was targeted by them would be marked with the mark of death. Compared to other sharks or monsters in the water, cleaver-toothed sharks liked to move in groups. Once they moved, they would gather at least 10 attack teams and take turns to attack the enemy. Knowing how to cooperate and surround them, their attack efficiency was definitely one of the best in the waters of White River. The most cunning thing was that these cleaver-toothed sharks also knew how to cooperate with the hybrid fishmen. If the hybrid fishmen could lure a large amount of delicious food, the cleaver-toothed shark would even take the initiative to become the hybrid fishman's mount in the water, providing the strongest cooperation in a short period of time. For example, now. The lobster man rode on the cleaver-toothed shark that he named Broken Tooth and chased after Fatty High complacently. Broken Tooth was an extremely ferocious cleaver-toothed shark that had the strength of heaven rank level 3. Although it wasn't the shark king, in its group, its strength could be ranked in the top 10. When it cooperated with the hybrid fishmen to surround and kill a heaven rank level 5 steel-armed gold ape, it attacked with all its might and angered an enemy that was far stronger than itself. That steel-armed gold ape's fist broke all its teeth, hence the name Broken Tooth. Because of Broken Tooth and his companion's frantic restraint, the hybrid fishmen successfully attacked. After paying a small sacrifice, they finally took down this steel-armed gold ape whose skin was even harder than steel. During the battle, the lobster man Jiaosu who saved Broken Tooth's life also obtained its recognition and became Broken Tooth's water knight as he wished. Once they entered the water, the hybrid fishmen would immediately increase their fighting strength by 10 times. Furthermore, with the split-toothed shark as their mount, the hybrid fishmen dared to say that in the water, no one would be a match for them. At the very least, it was impossible for an opponent of the same level to win. The lobsterman Jiaosu felt that it would be a piece of cake to chase Fatty High, a newbie who didn't even look like a heaven ranker and was also a human who was as fat as a pig. If it wasn't for the marshal's order to kill the escaping target as soon as possible, the lobsterman Jiao Whiskers really wanted to play with the enemy for a while longer. Such a weak opponent was hard to come by even in a decade. Stepping on blood-leaf duckweed, lobsterman Jiao Su had already seen Fu Ping's secret blood technique. If he didn't have the split-toothed shark as his mount, it would probably be a little troublesome. It would be a little difficult for him to catch up to it. However, with the split-toothed shark as his mount, with its speed, he would be able to play it to death like a cat chasing a mouse. Lobsterman Jiaosu knew that he had enough fun and had to go back. After all, he wasn't the only one who had chased after them. He still had to chase after the Ice Cube guy's stinky octopus, chase after the prince's yellow honey stinger, chase after the skinny guy's big-mouth crocodile swallowing cow. Fu Ping thought that if she risked her life to use her secret blood technique, she would be able to let those humans escape. What a joke. Everything was under the marshal's control. However, the marshal had always given Fu Ping a chance to return. Unfortunately, she still gave up in the end. The happiest person would probably be the water spider. And the saddest person would undoubtedly be the 1,000-year-old second, the water ape. However, these things had nothing to do with him. He didn't want to be the city master, and he didn't want to have any ideas about the future city master's wife. In any case, he wouldn't participate in the matters of the higher-ups. This kind of life was the safest. For example, Water Spider and Water Ape, one released Fu Ping on his own, while the other chased after him on his own. When they returned, it would be equivalent to his beloved daughter's disciple defecting. The marshal, who was already in a bad mood, would definitely not forgive them. "Hey, fatty, you've already run for so long, do you still want to escape? Aren't you tired?" Lobsterman Jiao Su looked at this damned fatty who had fallen from the blood-leaf duckweed into the water. He was obviously in despair, and his physical strength had long reached its limit. Yet, he was still able to swim away at a tortoise's speed because of his will to live. Huff, huff, damn you. It's easy for you to say that. If it were you, wouldn't you escape? Fatty Hai was tired and angry, rolling his eyes. You're going to die in the end anyway, so why don't you be more straightforward? At most, when I kill you, I'll cut you a little faster, so that you won't feel any pain. Of course, if you don't obediently hand over all your treasures, I won't be so easy to talk to. If you dare to resist, or dare to leave even a little bit of stuff behind, I promise to cut you into thin sashimi, piece by piece. Fatty, think about it carefully. As a human being, you can't bring life with you, and you can't bring death with you. Why do you have to fight with pain just for some worldly possessions? According to the information that Fu Ping had gathered, the lobsterman knew that the one who controlled the wealth in the team was this damned fatty. Otherwise, he would have killed this fat man who swam slower than a hunter with 1/ long ago. I will wait for a miracle to happen. Fatty Hai expressed that he would never give up on his last hope. Unless your swimming style can disgust me to death, there won't be any miracle. Lobsterman Jiao Su laughed heartily. Miracle, did you think that just because you had a bit more meat on your body, fate would favor you? Wrong, a fatso like you is destined to be a tragedy in life, an abandoned child played by fate. This was because Elder Nan Gong had said that in order to protect Yu Yang's dignity as the new prison emperor of Tong Tian Tower, this kind of domineering curse would only be circulated within the team and not spread outside. Let alone Yi Kong and the others, even Fatty Hai wouldn't easily say it unless he was too pleased with himself or was extremely angry. Fatty, look at your stupid face. What's the use of scolding people? Can your mouth kill people? This sentence wasn't said by the lobsterman, but it was what the lobsterman Jiao Su wanted to say. The lobsterman was startled. Why would someone appear at this time? Furthermore, their thoughts were strangely similar to his. Could it be that this person was his long-lost brother? Thoughts flashing in his mind, the lobsterman Jiao Su turned around and saw 5 people standing behind him. One was as cold as ice, one had a polite smile on his face, one was reprimanding the fatty with a straight face, and the other 2 were silent but had a tacit understanding to attack. Weren't these people the targets that smelly octopus Pan Jia, yellow water honey sting and big mouth crocodile Tun Yo were chasing? Why did they all come to his side? Where were Pan Jia, Honey Sting, Tun Yo, and the others? Could it be that they were all lazy and went back to White River City to pay their respects to their ancestors who were about to be revived? What did they mean by throwing all of these fellows to him to take care of? The lobsterman was extremely frustrated. If he went back, he would definitely complain about them in front of the marshal. Pa! Something was thrown over. The broken tooth that the lobsterman Jiao Su was sitting on did not wait for him to see it clearly and swallowed it into his stomach. The lobsterman was startled. The thing that was thrown over seemed to be a human head. Although the human head had been swallowed by broken tooth, there was still a faint smell of blood in the water. Pa! From Yi Kong's hands, another 2 black shadows were thrown out. The lobsterman Jiao Su rode on broken tooth and retreated a certain distance in fear. Only when the last black shadow was thrown out by the ice cube man did he see clearly that the already frozen spherical black shadow was a human head that had died with its eyes wide open. That was the octopus man Pan Jia, who was ranked in the top 3 of the younger generation. He never thought that such a powerful person like him would die. Furthermore, he had died with a sinister appearance and died with his eyes wide open. When he took a closer look at the other black shadows, he realized that they were all human heads. Water wasp's honey sting, big mouth swallowing cow. If he added the human head that Broken Tooth had swallowed, then not a single one of them would be spared and they would all die tragically in front of him. Even if the lobsterman Jiaosu was an idiot, he knew that something was wrong. Escape, he immediately urged Broken Tooth to escape with all his might. In the sky, a figure that was so beautiful that it was almost bewitching appeared. She retracted her wings under the restriction of flying and glided down like an arrow, landing on the lobsterman Jiaosu's head. The lobsterman Jiaosu did not even have time to react before he felt his body being hit by the other party's slap. He froze until he was even stiffer than a dead snake as he flew out from Broken Tooth's back. The fatty that had been swimming slower and uglier than a pig suddenly soared into the sky. The sky was filled with his meteor-like fists, hippopotamus meteor fist. This was the last sentence that lobsterman Jiaosu heard before he died. From then on, he felt that his body had been shattered by the terrifying meteor shower. In White River City, Lu Yi had just walked out of the Iron and Steel Guild. She had just completed a business deal and successfully exchanged 10 multicolored gems for 10 tons of electric flower ore. She had a smile on her lips and was in an especially good mood. Of course, she was in a good mood not only because she had completed the business deal, but also because her cultivation had advanced. She did not know if it was because she was alone with him that her comprehension ability was especially good. She thought that she would need a long time to comprehend the realm, but in just a few days, she had already achieved some results. Lu Yi was preparing to board the train at the platform and return to the Iron Cross Hotel to continue cultivating while waiting for him to come back. However, she realized that there was someone in front of her. She stopped herself. The person standing in front of Lu Yi was a woman dressed in tight black clothes. Her eyes flashed with pride and cruelty. This was a poison woman. Lu Yi evaluated the other party in her heart. I don't think I know you. Even though the other party was filled with murderous intent, Lu Yi still had a smile on her face. Dead people don't need to know too much. That woman in black proudly snorted. Makes sense. Lu Yi nodded and maintained her good mood. Can we go out of the city? If we fight in this city, I'm afraid we'll hurt the innocent. Her words almost made Water Spider, who was standing opposite her, laugh to death. Worried about hurting the innocent if they fought in the city? What do you think this is? Is this your place? This is my place. Even if this sentence has to be said, it should be said by me. Ha 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 ha, alright, I'll fulfill your dying wish and go out of the city. Water Spider felt that he had never met such an idiotic woman in his life. Strangely, Lu Yi, who was still in a good mood, still had a sweet face. She actually thought so too. White River City. There was a body of water outside the northern pier of the city. All the ships that could not be used were piled up there, from large cruise ships to fishing boats to rotten wooden rafts. Thousands of abandoned ships formed a ruined shipwreck area. Because of the accumulation of years, this place was rarely visited by people, but it had become a paradise for all kinds of fish. Occasionally, there would be old people from White River City who would come here to fish, often returning with a bountiful harvest. Young people, however, did not like the shipwreck area. The rusty and decaying shipwrecks always exuded a strange unpleasant smell. Perhaps the old people would not care about this, but young people could not stand this lethargic and decaying place. Today, a pair of young women unexpectedly came to the shipwreck area. One wore clothes whiter than snow. The other wore clothes as black as ink. Their appearance broke through the lethargic water surface, bringing a rare breath of fresh air to the shipwreck area filled with the smell of decay. I really couldn't tell that the grave you chose is not bad. Directly buried at sea, simple and convenient, really good. The woman in black was naturally the Water Spider, recognized by the younger generation of White River City as the most vicious and poisonous. And the one in white was her hunting target, Lu Yi. For a harmless human girl like Lu Yi, the Water Spider originally had no reason to kill her. No matter how one looked at it, killing this Lu Yi was not an action that benefited oneself. But the Water Spider did not need a reason to kill Lu Yi, did it? If she wanted to kill, she did not need any reason at all. If there was, then the only reason might be that the Water Spider could not bear to see anyone prettier than her. I'm sure for the last time. If I can avoid fighting, I am not willing to fight to the death. No matter who wins or loses, it is destined that one person will fall here. Lu Ye's small face still maintained a calm expression. She calmly gazed at the powerful water spider. When facing the enemy, her eyes were brave and fearless, a change from her usual self. However, since you insist on fighting, then I will not retreat. If you want to fight, then I will fight. Your tone is quite big, but you are as weak as a bug. What qualifications do you have to fight me? What a joke. The water spider sneered. Her figure soared into the sky. After reaching a height of several hundred meters, she exploded with a fierce aura. Then, like a meteorite, it smashed everything within a dozen meters of its body into powder. Lu Yi narrowly avoided it. The shockwave from the falling body of the water spider almost destroyed the entire area of the abandoned ship. Monstrous waves roared and splashed, like a storm passing through, engulfing the entire area. The huge sunken ship revealed its decaying hull from the bottom of the water. Countless fragments were chaotically twisted in the air, forming an extremely strange waterspout. The power of the waterspout was so great that Lu Yi, who had jumped back to avoid the shockwave, could not help but be pulled back. The water spider's body, which had fallen to the surface of the water, suddenly turned around and faced the sky. Her speed. It was even faster than lightning. The two different terrifying forces created two connected but completely different shock waves in the space above the water surface. Although it didn't shatter the space, it had successfully wrapped the waterspout and the space inside it, whether it was the debris of the sunken ship, the water splashes, or the air, into a huge space. Its shape was just like a bubble in the water. This bubble, which was cut by the waterspout, was completely under the control of the water spider's will. This was her unique secret skill, the reverse bubble. In this bubble, once an enemy was captured, even a powerful heaven stage would find it hard to break free. It was very likely that the battle with the water spider would end here, and their lives would fall into her hands. Defeat without a fight. As soon as Lu Yi entered the reverse bubble, she discovered a serious problem. Not only could she not use her movement technique, even her breathing was gradually being controlled by the opponent. In this way, how could she not be defeated in such a battle? She had almost no time to think. The water spider's second wave of killing moves, followed by another. The reverse bubble was already enough to defeat the weak Lu Yi, but the water spider felt that if she did this, it would not be strong enough. She was a ruthless and poisonous water spider. How could she let the enemy die so easily? When the water spider's figure passed through the bubbles beautifully, Lu Yi discovered that there were more than 10 completely transparent spider webs on her body at some point in time. These spider webs grew with the wind. They interweaved and transformed, forming an extremely tough net. Lu Ye's entire body was trapped in the net, and she was pulled onto the wreckage of a steel-sunken ship. If one fell into the water spider's first killing secret skill, the reverse bubble, there was a chance of escaping. But if one fell into the water spider's second killing secret skill, the dragon binding net, then one would definitely die. The dragon binding net, as the name suggested, was a super strong net that even a giant dragon could not break free from. Lu Yi did not know if the water spider's net could bind a dragon, but she could sense the terror of this net. Danger. Ha 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 ha. In the eyes of the water spider, Lu Yi was now equivalent to a dead person. She was just left with a few more breaths so that she could kill and vent her anger. At this moment, on the other side of White River City, old Iron Anchor stood at the door of the Iron Thorns hut. His expression did not change, but in the depths of his eyes, he could not help but reveal a trace of regret. This was the place where his disciple, Fu Ping, had originally lived. This disciple of his had been smart since young. No matter what she learned, she would learn it easily. She was also very obedient, and teaching her was far more worrisome than teaching others. Every time, Fu Ping had already finished learning the supplementary lessons, but others had just started. If not for the fact that Fu Ping did not have any faction supporting her, with her talent and intelligence, it would not have been impossible for her to become the Lord of White River City as a woman. It was a pity that such an outstanding person like her had embarked on the path of betrayal. Originally, the descendants of White River City had never encountered such a complete betrayal. Whether it was in the Tong Tian Tower or the Heaven Realm of today, the cursed clan would never allow outsiders to accept them, nor would they ever live together with outsiders. Thus, no matter how stupid or idiotic a person was, they would not betray their clan and flee. But it was this incredibly smart Fu Ping who had done something that even a fool would not do. "Goodbye, my daughter." After Old Anchor said this in his heart, the pain in his eyes completely disappeared, replaced by perseverance and decisiveness. With a wave of his hand, he ordered, "Men, raze the traitor Fu Ping's hut to the ground. Confiscate all her belongings and mark all her personal belongings as a traitor. Send them to the various guilds and schools in the city to be spurned. At the same time, it will serve as a negative example to warn our clansmen. Spread the word in the city. We are nailing this traitor to the pillar of shame in history. Also, write her name into the cursed blood tower in our city, so that she will forever be the target of our curse. Her soul will never rest in peace, never to be reincarnated. I want people to see that this is what happens to traitors." "Yes, sir," several guards standing behind Old Anchor responded respectfully. The guards then began to clean up the mess. Old Anchor's eyes flashed with a sigh, but it quickly disappeared. Although he was dressed in the attire of a ship's mate, the aura he exuded was that of a powerful martial. The martial artists of White River City who knew him bowed to him in unison. As for the merchants and mercenaries who had lived in the city for many years, they stared at him in astonishment. They could no longer recognize that this tall, dignified man with the aura of a lion was the Old Anchor who drank himself into a drunken stupor every day at the East Gate Pier. Now, who would dare to underestimate him in the slightest? A breeze seemed to blow across the street. Old Anchor, who had been striding forward, immediately stopped in his tracks. He looked thoughtfully towards the north of the city, his brows half furrowed. A group of guards who had been following him from a distance hurried forward. According to their understanding, the marshal must have stopped because of an order. Old Anchor slowly raised his hand and waved it downwards. "All of you, hurry to the abandoned ship area at the northern pier. If you see the water spider, tell her to return to base immediately. Don't waste even a second. If she dares to disobey, capture her on the spot. If she resists, behead her." Such a stern tone sent a chill down the captain's spine. Although the marshal had always been dignified, he had never been like this. Could it be that Water Spider was like Fu Ping, and had the intention to defect? The guards received the order and immediately displayed their fastest movement techniques, tacitly setting off towards the abandoned ship area in the north of the city. The fastest of them all was the captain of the guards. Although he was only a small captain, he possessed considerable strength. He was the kind of person who was quiet but capable of frightening others at any moment. Having given the order, Old Anchor's face darkened as he continued forward. Suddenly, like an old lion that had discovered its enemy, he charged forward violently and crazily. In an instant, he had crossed 2 streets and arrived in front of a train platform. This was the platform where Fu Ping had first come into contact with that pretty boy when she boarded the train. If it hadn't been for that pretty boy, Fu Ping wouldn't have embarked on the path of betrayal. If he could regret and choose again, he would never have let Fu Ping come into contact with that pretty boy. Who could have imagined that in just a few days, that pretty boy would lead Fu Ping astray? If it hadn't been for that pretty boy, Fu Ping definitely wouldn't have betrayed the clan. When Old Anchor rushed to the platform, he wasn't just angry that he had lost a daughter, but also because he had discovered someone who could never appear again. It was that pretty boy who had clearly been killed in the Misty Wave Sea. How could that pretty boy still be alive? Old Anchor raised his eyes to look at the light rail leaving the platform. Through an open window, he saw that pretty boy smiling and waving at him. At that moment, Old Anchor felt the rage of wanting to destroy the entire train. At the same time, he felt a chill in his heart. An enemy who couldn't possibly be alive had not only returned to White River City alive, but had done so without anyone knowing. What did this mean? If the kid hadn't released his aura just now and deliberately exposed himself for him to discover, he would still be in the dark. Such an enemy was too frightening. Could that pretty boy really be as simple as an ordinary human pretty boy? In his rage, Old Anchor clearly sensed that there seemed to be a huge net that had been laid out for who knew how long, and it was constantly drawing in, firmly enveloping White River City. Danger. This time, they definitely wouldn't just lose a duckweed. Perhaps all of White River City would face an unprecedented disaster. The pretty boy, his friends, and the pair of mysterious sisters, everything that had puzzled Lin Ming before now became clear. These people probably didn't come for the electric flower or at all, but rather for White River City. With Skysplit Tower's martial artists finally going to hunt down the cursed clan, Old Anchor couldn't care less about chasing after the target who was leaving on the train, nor could he immediately head to the Iron Guild to spread the nightmarish news. He didn't do that. Instead, he rushed back to his hut at the fastest speed he could muster in his life, opened the mechanism to enter the secret passage, and then rushed back to the headquarters. Compared to the lives of hundreds of thousands of his people, Old Anchor cared more about the underwater headquarters and the elites who were reviving their ancestors. As long as the elites could be saved, there was still hope for the cursed clan. On the other hand, even if they escaped with hundreds of thousands of their people, the Tower of Babel's martial artists would come after them again. No matter what, the elites in the headquarters and the ancestors who were being revived with fresh blood could not be lost. When Old Anchor reached the great iron fortress as fast as he could, he passed through the exit and arrived at the steel door of the hall where the ancestors were being revived. He was shocked to find that the pretty boy who had just left on the train and had been despised by him all this time was standing there with a smile on his face, waiting for him quietly. The pretty boy was even waving at him like a good friend he hadn't seen in years. What? Old Anchor was shocked. He found that his heart was as firm as a mountain. He found that his heart, which was as firm as a mountain, was trembling uncontrollably. White River City, Northern Shipwreck Area. On the deck of a ship that had been sucked out of the seabed by the countercharge bubble, the wreckage was exposed high above the water surface. A spider web that was powerful enough to bind a dragon was firmly stuck to a woman in white. She was the prey that Water Spider had successfully captured after using 2 secret skills. She was the clean girl Lu Yi from the soaring dragon continent of Tong Tian Tower. The enemy was powerless to struggle like a flying insect on a spider's web. Seeing such a scene, Water Spider laughed wildly, pleased with herself. Little worm, ha ha ha, I think, now you should understand the gap between you and me, right? Just based on you, no matter how much courage you have, it is impossible for you to defeat me. To take down a little worm like you, I only need 1 finger. Haha, even if it's just 1 finger, it's enough to crush your small body into pieces. The Water Spider gracefully and arrogantly floated down in front of Lu Yi. She looked down at Lu Yi, who was tightly bound by the spider's web. She slowly extended her index finger, which had a purplish-black fingernail, and contemptuously lifted Lu Yi's chin. To me, you are indeed a strong opponent. Lu Yi calmly admitted, but insisted on her own opinion. However, there is one thing you are wrong about. As long as you have the courage to face death with a firm belief, coupled with wisdom that shines like dawn, victory will come like a miracle. Miracle? Water Spider was startled at first, then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, she laughed so hard that she rocked back and forth. She couldn't stop laughing. In the end, she laughed so hard that tears almost came out. Water Spider finally couldn't hold back her laughter. She forced herself to be serious and nodded at Lu Yi. Now, show me your so-called miracle. I am really looking forward to it. Ahaha, sorry, I really couldn't hold back my laughter. You don't know, I have never heard such a ridiculous joke in my life. Miracle? There are no miracles in this world, only strength. There are miracles in this world, but it will not happen to you. Lu Yi still had a look of determination. Is that so? Ha 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 ha, good good good. Hurry up and let the miracle happen. I really want to see how the miracle will happen. Water Spider made a go-ahead gesture, then pretended to be kind and asked, Miss Lu Yi, who can make miracles happen? Do you need me to release you from the web? Without waiting for Lu Yi to speak, she laughed wildly again. Finally, her index finger with purplish-black fingernails seemed to have inadvertently scratched Lu Yi's finger. After she was done, the Water Spider pretended to be very regretful and repeatedly apologized. I'm really sorry. I was too eager to see how a miracle would happen and didn't notice that I made a small cut on the back of your hand. Don't worry, this small wound isn't big. As long as you can withstand the spider poison that can kill 100 giant mammoths, you should be able to recover quickly. Come on, don't worry about your wounds or the spider venom. Let the miracle happen first. Oh right, as long as you can withstand the spider venom that will melt your internal organs into water within 5 minutes, then I can reluctantly consider it as a miracle. Haha, I'm still looking forward to it. The Water Spider looked at the willow leaf like a female jackal looking at a newborn lamb. His eyes were filled with contempt and mockery. It was also filled with killing intent. After a few seconds, as if she couldn't wait to enjoy the spoils of war, she opened her mouth to mock Lu Yi again. How about it, your so-called miracle, can it come? Or do you want to warm up first? Well, if you are willing to beg me loudly, then I can consider letting you out of the spider web and fully prepare for the arrival of some miracle. No need. Lu Yi lightly shook her head, although he always taught me that when facing bad people, there is no need to give them a chance, and that it is best to kill them at the first moment, to cut the weeds and remove the roots to avoid future troubles. My heart is still too soft. But my heart is still too soft. I always like to give people a chance, especially when I'm also a woman. The water spider was flabbergasted and dug her ears in surprise. I didn't hear wrong, did I? You're giving me a chance? Lu Ye's face straightened, and she seriously snorted. I've already given you a chance. You are an irredeemable enemy, I will no longer be lenient. These words made the water spider extremely unhappy. Chance, leniency, who was giving who a chance, who was giving who leniency? Lu Yi hasn't woken up yet, right? For a moment, the water spider was furious. The 5 fingers of her left hand formed into a claw, and with strong poison, she clawed at Lu Ye's delicate and sweet little face. For the same sex, especially beautiful enemies of the same sex, the water spider usually wouldn't let the other party die too easily. She would torture them to her heart's content, until the other party couldn't bear the torture and opened her mouth to beg for mercy. Only then would she kill the other party in one fell swoop in the blissful pleasure of killing. Of course, when she was in a bad mood, she would also make an exception. She would use more methods to prevent the other party from dying in a short period of time, until the other party's body reached its limit and collapsed. For this Lu Yi who had successfully angered her, the water spider decided to let the other party die 100 times, 1,000 times more painful than others. The sharp claws whistled. It came tearing. If Lu Ye's pink little face was hit by this, it would definitely be badly mutilated. In the next second, the water spider was ready to enjoy the enemy's painful screams. However, something unexpected suddenly happened. The sharp claws that tore at Lu Yi missed. The Lu Yi that was tied up in the spider's web had mysteriously disappeared. The water spider was sure that even a heaven ranker with the strength of a king would have to spend a lot of effort to break free from her spider web. Unless she couldn't continue to replenish the spider web, even a heaven ranker with the strength of a king would not be able to easily escape from this dragon binding capture net. This was the secret skill she was most proud of in her life. The dragon binding capture net, reverse water bubble, and water spider's poison were the 3 secret skills she was most proud of in her life. How could the enemy escape? Moreover, it was inexplicably escaping. Lu Yi lightly stood on the broken bow of the ship at the forefront of the deck. Beside her, there was an additional perforate deer. Unfortunately, the water spider didn't recognize it. Otherwise, the water spider would never have used a forbidden secret skill to deal with Lu Yi. Lu Yi had the perforate deer and the ability to teleport. Unless it was an absolute domain created by God's will, it would be impossible to make her stay, let alone imprison her for a long time. From the first day she received training from Yu Yang, Lu Yi was destined to become the most agile existence on the battlefield. More agile than the wind, faster than light, as long as it was a place that her thoughts could reach, no matter what kind of obstacles existed, or what kind of space she needed to pass through, it wouldn't be a problem for this little girl who had been diligently training under Yu Yang. Want to escape? The water spider was extremely angry. It madly pounced over, its sharp claws swiping the air. You overestimate yourself. Lu Ye's beautiful figure disappeared and appeared 10,000 meters away. She landed on the back of her guardian beast, the perforate deer, at the same time. Teleportation. No matter how fast the perforate deer ran, no matter how far it ran, as its master, she would arrive at the same time. It was so fast that it surpassed time and space. As long as Lu Yi was willing, she could completely teleport back and forth 10 times, or even 100 times, before the water spider attacked her. Ah! The water spider lost control and screamed. She pounced towards Lu Yi, but no matter how fast she was, she couldn't even touch a corner of Lu Ye's clothes. Only now did she understand how fast Lu Ye's speed was. It was so fast that it surpassed her ability to think. As long as there was that deer, it would never be able to catch this annoying human girl. The water spider's successive attacks missed. It was so tired that it was gasping for breath, but it couldn't even touch the corner of Luya's skirt. Facing this enemy who was staring at it indifferently, the water spider frantically screamed, "Don't be so proud. No matter how fast you run, you're still dead. You've been poisoned by my spider poison. There's no way to save you. In less than a minute, you'll be fine on the surface, but your internal organs and bones will melt into water. When the time comes, I'll definitely eat a delicious meal, suck you dry, and then keep your beautiful human skin as a trophy. Sorry, this kind of thing won't happen." Luyi stretched out the back of her smooth, white, and translucent jade-like hand. The small wound that the water spider had pretended to accidentally scratch just now had disappeared. Under the unbelieving gaze of the water spider, a ball of white light floated out of Luya's palm. Within the white light was a spider-shaped purple spot. Under the flash of white light in Luya's hand, that particularly disgusting spider-shaped purple spot disappeared like snow powder in a fire, and finally disappeared. Luyi lightly explained, "Now it's my turn to say sorry to you, water spider. I've let you down. I have the perforate deer that can ignore all obstacles and the cleansing inherent skill that can purify all poisons and curses. With your strength, no matter what you do, you can't defeat me. On the contrary, if I want to defeat you, I only need to move a finger." As soon as she finished speaking, she appeared behind the water spider with the perforate deer. The water spider now knew fear. This Luyi was simply her nemesis. If she didn't escape now, she would probably be finished today. The water spider soared into the air in fear and flew towards White River City like lightning. She hoped to get away from the shipwreck area as fast as possible and rush back to White River City to get help from her companions. However, for Luyi, her lightning-fast movements were as pitiful as a turtle's crawling. The perforate deer and the one-body teleportation completely ignored space and distance. She caught up in an instant. Luyi intercepted in front of the water spider. Her slender, white index finger gently tapped on the water spider's eyebrows. This point had no offensive power whatsoever, but the water spider began to tremble in pain. It was as if something with boundless power was constantly melting away her body. The water spider trembled, and a poisonous mist-like black gas emerged from her body, enveloping her entire body in an attempt to protect it. In the end, the terrifying black gas formed a disgusting giant spider. Although she had the spider-shaped poisonous mist to protect her body, the water spider immediately discovered that the more violent the spider poison she triggered, the more pain her body felt. Luya's lightly raised index finger was emitting a faint white light. The white light was extremely weak and almost inaudible. However, the spider-shaped poisonous mist was afraid of this white light like a tiger. Once it came into contact with it, most of it would melt. This is the cleansing domain that I recently comprehended. Because it's not mature yet, it can only be effective on one target. However, this doesn't hinder its characteristics. In my cleansing domain, any poison, curses, evil thoughts, and other negative things will be restored to their original state of purification. If you are a good person with a kind heart, it won't have the slightest bit of power. On the contrary, the more negative things you have, the stronger its purification power will be. Now, you better pray that you haven't done too many bad things. Luyi calmly explained and turned to leave. Spare me. The water spider discovered that even her soul was constantly being purified. She was scared out of her wits and screamed, repeatedly begging for mercy. Actually, this is a chance for a new life. Before this, there was already a person who had been reborn and purified. She had almost eliminated the negative state of her body and obtained a beautiful new life. As for you, I hope that you can be like her and obtain a new life. Luyi left without looking back. When she left on the perforate deer, only a calm and firm sentence was left in the wind. Finally, you asked me what a miracle is. Now, I will answer you. This is a miracle. Steel Gate. Old Iron Anchor now understood that this young man who looked like a pretty boy was not a pretty boy at all, but a super strong person who was not to be trifled with. Judging a book by its cover was like an old hunter hunting geese. He had been hunting geese all his life, only to be pecked in the eye by the geese. Just this one mistake had caused an irreversible and unbearable failure in the grand scheme of things. He looked at the smiling Yu Yang and felt a great pain in his heart. If his life could be saved, Old Iron Anchor would have sacrificed himself without hesitation. However, there was no turning back. No wonder Fu Ping had taken a liking to him. He really was a man worth abandoning everything to follow. Fu Ping had not misjudged him. She had always been perceptive and intelligent. "What's your name?" Old Iron Anchor tried his best to remain calm, pretending that the hundreds of elite guards' corpses in front of the steel gate did not exist. "Don't you know my name?" Yu Yang appeared very calm as well, not at all like an intruder who had just killed hundreds of guards. "Then you are?" Old Iron Anchor asked about Yu Yang's identity. "If you want to know my identity, then I can tell you very loudly. I am the new prison emperor of Tongtian Tower." Yu Yang laughed. He laughed like a little fox. "Impossible." Old Iron Anchor denied word by word. He felt that this young man could be anyone. The Heaven Realm's hidden clan, the Tongtian Tower's most talented pursuer, or someone else. But there was one thing: he could not be the new prison emperor of Tongtian Tower. When the previous prison emperor died in battle, Tongtian Tower had already fallen. The passage between Tongtian Tower and Heaven Realm had also become completely sealed. For thousands of years, no one had been able to travel freely. Therefore, no matter how outstanding or powerful this young man was, he could not be the new prison emperor of Tongtian Tower. Old Iron Anchor, who works as a laborer at White River City's East Pier during the day, is the Grand Marshal of the Heaven Realm's traitorous clan at night. "Why can't I be the new prison emperor of Tongtian Tower?" Yu Yang asked curiously. "What proof do you have?" Old Anchor sneered. Now, he was 90% sure that this young man was the strongest hunter that the Heaven Realm Lost Clan had trained with all their might. The Heaven Realm Lost Clan hoped to use this young man to restore the glory of their clan and Tongtian Tower. Hence, it was not impossible to nurture this young man as the new prison emperor. However, those Heaven Realm Lost Clans and this young man in front of them would never be able to imagine how powerful the real prison emperor was, how majestic the real prison emperor was. The prison emperor, who was almost like a god, had at least 3 divine equipments. With his own strength, it was enough to shake the entire Western Heaven Realm. Even under the continuous battle between the Palace Master of the Central Shrine and the 3 great leaders of the Western Heaven Realm, they were still able to stand firm. Only the man who had shocked the entire Heaven Realm was qualified to be called prison emperor. Now, you, a young junior, what right do you have to continue his position and be called prison emperor? Old Anchor had never fought against the prison emperor, but he had watched him fight from afar. Even to this day, Old Anchor's fear of the prison emperor had not subsided. Only such a man could be called truly powerful. Only he was qualified to be called the strongest in Tongtian Tower, the prison emperor. Yu Yang kept looking at Old Anchor. Smiling. He slowly took out the prison emperor divine seal from his storage ring and held it out in his palm. Not to mention the brilliance of this divine weapon, the pressure it emitted was far superior to any other divine weapon in the world. Even someone as strong as Old Anchor, the great marshal of the Heaven Realm Lost Clan, could not help but feel the fear of kneeling in front of this divine weapon. The ancient curse that had been sealed deep within the deepest part of the soul immediately trembled when the prison emperor divine seal appeared, as if it wanted to respond to it. Even if Old Iron Anchor suppressed it with all his might, he couldn't resist the awakening of the curse. Yu Yang only held the divine seal in his hand and had not yet launched an attack. Its power was already as unyielding as this. Old Anchor's heart was immediately thrown into turmoil. His voice trembled uncontrollably as he cried out, "The prison emperor divine seal. Actually, I don't want to be the new prison emperor. I want to be myself." Yu Yang still maintained the smile on his face, as if he was chatting with an old friend. But the people of Heaven Realm are so damn stubborn. They either remember the prison emperor or the conqueror queen, leaving us juniors with no room for development. It seems that if I don't turn the world upside down like the prison emperor and the conqueror queen, I'm afraid no one will know my precious title, Titan Prince Yu Yang. Have you already opened the passage between Tongtian Tower and Heaven Realm? Old Anchor did not dare to imagine how powerful this young man, who had the prison emperor divine seal and could open a passage from the shattered void to Heaven Realm, was. "No, but I don't need to open the seal. Do you think I'm the successor of the Conqueror Queen, who can freely travel between Tong Tian Tower and Heaven Realm with her treasure, the three-realm compass? I even went back to Tong Tian Tower's meteor shower ocean to take a bath. Do you think I'd tell you that? Yu Yang's words made old Anchor despair. He had inherited the prison emperor's divine seal and was the Conqueror Queen's disciple. He was immeasurably powerful, and he had the Conqueror Queen's three-realm compass. How could he fight against such an enemy? Old Anchor's heart was filled with regret. If only there was enough time to revive the distant ancestor. Even if the distant ancestor who had just been revived from the seal was still in a weak state and could not fight against this Titan Prince Yu Yang, there was still a chance for him to hide and slowly recover. When he was at his peak state, he would come out and revive the cursed clan. Now, the plan to revive his ancestor had already fallen into place because of the appearance of the new prison emperor Titan Prince. If only he could have a few more days, how good would that be? Old Anchor was so desperate that he wanted to kill himself. You, just kill me. Old Anchor gave up resisting. Whether this young man in front of him was the new prison emperor of Tong Tian Tower or not, as long as he had the prison emperor divine seal, he would not be able to fight him. As long as the prison emperor divine seal moved, even if he did not die on the spot, the ancient curse would be awakened and his body would explode. A divine weapon, especially a divine weapon like the prison emperor divine seal. It was not something a human could fight against. Even the three great leaders who had fought against the prison emperor in the past had no choice but to admit defeat in front of this divine weapon. What if I say that I can give you a few more days to revive that whatever ancestor of yours? Yu Yang smiled like a little fox that had stolen a chick to eat. What? Even old Anchor, whose willpower was as strong as steel, couldn't help but cry out in shock. If I really wanted to interfere with your revival of your ancestor, I could have stopped you a few days ago when you were searching for me in the small steel fort. Hearing Yu Yang's words, old Anchor suddenly realized that his premonition that day was not wrong. There really was an enemy who had snuck in. It was just that the enemy was so strong that even he could only suspect it. His search was futile. As long as you give us 10 more days, no, 8 more days, we will be able to revive our ancestor. Old Anchor knew that the other party was not easy to talk to, but he still held on to a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this young man was a little proud because he had the best thing in the world. He disdained to stop the revival and focused on fighting against his ancestor. That's not impossible. If that was the case, the cursed clan still had hope. There was no need for the distant ancestor to start a war with the new prison emperor after he revived. As long as he hid and recovered to his peak condition, he could gather the cursed clan from different factions in the Heaven Realm. With the greatest strength, he would definitely be able to fight against the Titan Prince. In other words, as long as their ancestor could be revived, there was hope. Old Anchor decided that no matter what the young man in front of him asked of him, as long as he was willing to give him a chance to revive their ancestor, he would agree. However, just as the hope in Old Anchor's heart reached its limit, a casual sentence from Yu Yang made him fall from the clouds into an endless abyss. Because what Yu Yang said was, even if I gave you 8 months, or even 8 years, you wouldn't be able to revive your ancestor, let alone 8 days. How could an old man whose soul had long been annihilated come back to life? Besides, the inscription inside isn't about revival at all, but about the opening of the seal on the ancient treasure ground. Old Anchor felt an invisible bolt of lightning strike down on his head, shattering his soul in an instant. The crimson pillar used to revive their ancestor was just an energy pillar to open the secret door. His first reaction was to deny it. However, the unquestionable expression on Yu Yang's face broke Old Anchor's heart. This young man wasn't lying, because there was no need for him to lie. This brat was telling the truth on purpose, so that he would suffer a greater blow. Why didn't you kill me earlier? Old Anchor roared in pain. He couldn't accept such an ending at all. How much effort and time had the descendants of the cursed clan put in to revive their ancestor, who couldn't be revived? Thousands of years had passed, and who knew how many people had sacrificed to revive their ancestor? Even he himself had struggled here for hundreds of years. All this effort and dedication had not been rewarded in the slightest. The truth was so cruel. If possible, Old Anchor didn't want to know the truth. He would rather die with regrets. He would rather let this young man kill him with the prison emperor divine seal as soon as he arrived at Steel Gate. At least that way, he wouldn't be as desperate as he was now. What I want to remind you is that as the new prison emperor of Tongtian Tower, I have the right and duty to judge you traitors of Tongtian Tower. Everything will be done according to my wishes. If I say pardon, then that member of your clan will live and be reborn. If I say to judge, then that member of your clan will have to pay the price for the sins he committed in the past. Yu Yang smiled slightly. Old anchor, whether it's the coolie sailor who schemed against me at the Eastern Gate Pier, or the Grand Marshal of the traitors who have been active for thousands of years, you will never be pardoned. Now, you can say your last words. Be careful, don't be too long, I don't have much patience. What could old anchor say now? Old anchor raised his hand, preparing to smash his own head with a heavy blow. He didn't want to fall into the hands of this young man, and he didn't want to experience the pain of the ancient curse. Before he could act, he wanted to end his own life. At the thought of the primordial curse breaking out, a small face flashed across old anchor's mind. He had personally undone her primordial curse. Would she be pardoned and given a new life by Sir Titan's hands? If she could survive, perhaps she would occasionally think of her strict father. Bless you, my daughter. At the end, old anchor sent out a strand of precious kindness. Then, with a heavy blow, he ended his sinful life. He had committed all sorts of evil deeds in his life. He took pleasure in killing, and his ultimate goal was to collect human blood as a sacrifice to his ancestors. If he could say that he had done one good deed in his life, it would be to raise a disciple who was like a daughter to him. After Yu Yang killed nearly 1,000 elite hybrid fishmen guards, priests, and Grand Marshal Old Anchor, who had attempted to resurrect the cursed tribe's ancestor, Tongtian Tower, there was no longer any suspense in Tongtian Tower's conquest of White River City. The White River City Lord, who often used the legend of the invisible fog to harm others, was captured by Impatience and the Southern Demon King. Even with the invisible fog domain, he could come and go as he pleased. Even the current White River City Lord, Mysterious Fog, could not escape from the Sky Law Empress, Impatience. Not to mention, there was still the Southern Demon King, who had improved greatly. The most powerful and secretive White River City Lord had been defeated, and the most cautious and intelligent Grand Marshal had fallen. Nearly 1,000 elites and priests had been captured in one fell swoop. The remaining upper echelons of the traitors, such as the guild leader of the Steel Guild, Gu Ding, the White River City Lord's personal guard, Blue Whale, and the city's #1 warden, Dark Sect, had fallen under the attacks of Sky Execution, the Dragon Emperor, the Emperor of the Underworld, and other powerhouses of Sky Tower. Without a leader, the hybrid fishmen of White River City, although there were many of them, had no will to fight. When they found out that it was impossible to escape, and that Impatience had issued an order to spare death if you surrender, but kill those who resist, they immediately sent representatives to surrender. There was no need to listen to the captured White River City Lord Mysterious Fog, Gu Ding, Captain Lan Jing, Warden Dark Clan, and other rebel leaders. White River City had been officially taken over. However, this victory did not mean that all the Tongtian Tower traitors had been eliminated. This was just the beginning. More Tongtian Tower traitors were still hiding in other areas of the Heaven Realm, concealing their tracks. Furthermore, the strongest Tongtian Tower traitors still held important positions in the central shrine. Their strength was not something the current Tongtian Tower could contend against. How could they deal with these hybrid fishmen in the most secretive manner? Yu Yang did not care about this problem. He could not be bothered with these things. If he had the time, he might as well explore the ancient treasure area with Lu Yi and see if there were any surprises inside. Moreover, in this cleansing war, Sky Execution and the others did not use the name of the warriors of Tongtian Tower. Instead, they used the name of the Tianfa Empress conquering the Tianhua region. On the surface, to the outside world, the Heavenly Punishment Empress, who had just arrived to take over the Flowery Sky domain, was executing the leaders and upper echelons of White River City, who had disobeyed the Heavenly Punishment Empress's orders and illusions of independence. No one knew, no one would have thought, that this was actually a war between the martial artists of Skysplit Tower and the traitorous clans of the past. It was the same for the hybrid fishmen in White River City. They, too, did not know the truth. They thought that the city lord and the upper echelons had offended the Sky Law Empress and attracted such a disaster. Only the captured White River City Lord and the others knew the truth. Of course, they would never have the chance to say it out. What awaited them was a satisfying trial. The various clans in Tongtian Tower were seething with excitement. Other than sending representatives to attend or listen to the trial, they also used this trial as a welcome to the Heaven Realm's remnant clans. The Heaven Realm remnant clan that had been wandering in the Heaven Realm for thousands of years could finally return home. Because of this, he was given a proper name. They were no longer the helpless remnant clans, but the executioners who swore to kill all traitors, the loyal warriors of Tongtian Tower who would never forget. The representatives of various clans raised the grandest ceremony to welcome the return of the Heaven Realm remnant clan, especially the warriors who were born in their own clan. The kings of the various clans of Tongtian Tower came from thousands of miles away and personally came to the Soaring Dragon continent to welcome the heroes who had returned home in glory. The scene of tens of thousands of old fellows wailing together is too terrifying. Yu Yang did not want to participate at first, but he was the only one who could bring the Heaven Realm remnant clan back. He had to participate even if he did not want to. Moreover, he was the new prison emperor in name. If he did not attend, how could those old fellows who had no choice but to stay in the Heaven Realm and become remnant clans because of the previous prison emperor's expedition to Heaven Realm be happy? Therefore, no matter how lazy Yu Yang was, it was still necessary to take the time to meet the Heaven Realm remnant clan. Many of the warriors who went to Heaven Realm in the past were still alive, but they had become old fellows. When the kings of the various clans came and recognized each other, they naturally hugged each other and cried when they found out that there were many brothers and sisters, fathers and grandsons. Fortunately, these old fellows who had been recognized by Yu Yang respected and understood Yu Yang, the new prison emperor. They did not pester him too much. After Yu Yang promised to build a War Soul monument and a Don't Forget dojo in the middle of the plaza in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, they consciously let Yu Yang go. Their respect for Yu Yang was still the same as the previous prison emperor's piety and loyalty. However, they did not expect that the new prison emperor, Yu Yang, was completely different from the previous prison emperor. Not only was he a lazy person, he did not even have the self-awareness of becoming a prison emperor. What Yu Yang needs the most now is to grow. Elder Nangong defended Yu Yang. Indeed, the new prison emperor is still far from the previous prison emperor. Training hard is a good thing. When the old fellows of the Heaven Realm remnant clan heard this, they all expressed their gratification towards Yu Yang's diligence in training. If they knew that Yu Yang spent most of his time flirting with girls, and a small portion of his time was spent on treasure hunting. Occasionally, he would take some time out to train, they would probably be so angry that they would pull out their beards. No matter what, they had high hopes for Yu Yang. Especially when they heard of Yu Yang's miraculous growth, they hoped that this abnormal genius, who was rarely seen in 10,000 years, could surpass the previous prison emperor, catch up to the conquest queen, and once again lead everyone to conquer Heaven Realm. Yu Yang did not want to dampen the enthusiasm of these old fellows. After all, they had just returned and did not know the predicament of Tongtian Tower. With Tongtian Tower's current strength, conquering Heaven Realm 3 times, they didn't even have the qualifications to become food. If they really did that, they would be looking for trouble. Those fellows in the central shrine would definitely laugh happily. Treasure hunting? No, I'm not interested now. With regards to Yu Yang's suggestion to explore the ancient hidden treasure, the Peepa girl, Southern Demon King shook her head and rejected his invitation. I don't have any free time these few days. Impatience also expressed that she was very busy. Because of the matters in Tianhua domain, she almost didn't have time to sleep. Didn't you guys like to hunt for treasures? Yu Yang was surprised. If it was that easy, it wouldn't be called an ancient hidden treasure. After the Southern Goblin King saw the unsealed red energy crystal pillar, she completely dispelled the idea of retreating. Just opening the seal was already so difficult, not to mention going in and exploring it. Even if they killed the Sun King, they were still blocked outside the Divine Grimoire space. Hence, Impatience and Southern Demon King had a cautious attitude towards the ancient hidden treasure. There was definitely something, and it might even be extremely good, but would they be able to get it in the end? It was hard to say. You guys seem to want a coolie like me to go in alone and get the treasure, then come back and split it? Yu Yang saw through their foxtail. Sir, you really know how to joke. How could I be such a person? Southern Demon King still refused to admit it. If it's not suitable for us, we definitely won't want it. Impatience, the Sky Law Girl, was also very skillful in her words. If it was not suitable for them, they wouldn't be able to use it even if they wanted to. Naturally, they wouldn't want it. How cunning was the person who said this? Yu Yang had finally seen it for himself. I'll go with you. Maybe my perforate deer can be of some use. Lu Yi, the little girl, was still the most sympathetic and decided to accompany Yu Yang. I won't disturb you two anymore. Southern Demon King hugged Yu Yang and kissed him. She quickly slipped away, afraid that she would be caught by Yu Yang. I wish her a successful and rewarding return. Impatience stretched and went back for her beauty sleep. When I return, I will definitely not forgive them if I don't see two smooth female slaves kneeling at my feet and begging me to whip and ravage them. Yu Yang was furious. He accidentally said what was in his heart. Lu Yi, who was beside him, blushed and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Although Southern Demon King and Impatience refused to accompany him, he couldn't search for treasures and enjoy his blissful sexual life at the same time. But he still obediently followed his disciple. It wasn't too boring. After opening the seal one by one, the energy of the red crystal pillars shot up to the sky. The energy of the light pillars intertwined and weaved together, forming an unimaginably huge and mysterious ancient giant formation high up in the sky. Seeing this giant formation in the sky, which was at least 1,000 miles wide, Yu Yang couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seemed that this time's treasure hunt wasn't going to be an easy one. But now that the seal had been activated, it would be too late to retreat. If he didn't enter first and take out his secret treasure to let those guys from the central shrine know and rush over, he would probably be out of the picture. With such a huge and obvious sky anomaly, Yu Yang knew that he couldn't hide it for long. The adventurers from the outside world would swarm over. He who strikes first gains the upper hand. Yu Yang brought Lu Yi and flew towards the center of the giant formation in the sky. He didn't expect his Heaven Eye's divine vision to be able to observe the entire giant formation in the sky. This was a huge and complicated ancient formation. Even if Yu Yang had Heaven Eye's divine vision, it would take him at least a year or two to completely look through it. Yu Yang didn't have that kind of patience, and he couldn't wait for a year or two to figure out the situation before searching for treasures. By then, it would be too late. The center of the giant formation in the sky was extremely complicated. It was not just a single layer of rune circle, but a three-dimensional one. There were hundreds and thousands of layers of ancient rune circles stacked on top of each other. Each layer was rotating in a different way, and at the same time, it was also changing into different shapes. After looking at it for a few seconds, Yu Yang immediately gave up. He originally thought that he would be able to understand everything in 1 or 2 years, but now it seemed that he might not be able to understand everything even in 100 or 200 years. With this ancient runes interweaving in the sky, the sickly beauty would probably be the happiest, because she could finally spend a long time researching on it. My head feels so dizzy. Lu Yi followed behind Yu Yang and looked at the giant formation in the sky. She felt dazzled and didn't know where to start. Wait outside for a while. Wait for my signal before teleporting over. Yu Yang naturally wouldn't let her take the risk so easily. After all, Lu Yi's strength was far from being comparable to the Southern Demon King and the Impatience. If she encountered any danger in the giant formation in the sky, Yu Yang was worried that she would be hurt. Lu Yi nodded. She indicated that she would wait patiently outside and told Yu Yang not to be anxious. Yu Yang raised his creation domain and slid into the rotating giant formation in the sky through the gaps of the ancient runic formation. In the central area alone, there were hundreds and thousands of layers of ancient runic formations. It was as wide as 30 square kilometers, and the height was at least 10 kilometers. It was incomparably spectacular. Yu Yang, who had sneaked in, felt that he was even smaller than an ant that had climbed onto a 5-layered birthday cake. Lu Yi pursed her lips tightly. She didn't stop him from entering, but she couldn't help but worry. In the central area, there was a core that was as bright as the sun. The power emitted by the core was even stronger than the will of the gods. For the first time in his life, Yu Yang felt that it was difficult to get close to it. It was even more difficult than the test of the gate of life and death. This was a place that those without sufficient strength would definitely not be able to get close to. That kind of power would make anyone who entered feel a sense of inferiority and inferiority. They would feel that they were too small and didn't deserve to get close to it. No matter what you are, I'm going to touch you. Yu Yang had always had the temper of a donkey that would rather break than bend. This powerful core prevented him from getting close, but he just had to reach out and touch it. The Nirvana flame ignited, forming a Nirvana fire phoenix in the world creation domain. Yu Yang leaped on top of it, riding the Nirvana fire phoenix. He held the black Guai Tsong and white Shuanghua in his left and right hands respectively. He exploded with the greatest power in his life and rushed towards the ancient runic core that was as huge as a skyscraper and as bright as the sun. A power that was even more terrifying than the pressure of the gods descended like a mountain. Yu Yang felt that his body was extremely heavy. Even his soul felt as if it was being held by a giant hand, and he couldn't move. If it weren't for the Nirvana fire phoenix and the two swords protecting him, Yu Yang reckoned that he would be easily blown away by this kind of power, like a straw in a hurricane. The gap was really too big. For the first time in his life, Yu Yang felt that his power was so insignificant. Could it be that this was the divine sense left behind by the ancient giant god, or was it the will to protect the ancient secret treasure, who left it behind? Was it the supreme dragon god who had once caused the demon dragon's expression to change? Or was it the awesome person who sealed Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li, or something else? The closer Yu Yang got to the core, the slower his speed became. When he was less than 100 meters away from the core, he felt that his speed was 10 times slower than a snail's, and with every centimeter he moved forward, he felt that his body was 10 times heavier. Impossible, this core couldn't be approached at all. Even Yu Yang, who possessed an unshakable Jizun's will, couldn't help but doubt himself. Qi Xiao Lian, Yu Yang shouted loudly, clasped his hands together, and formed the third sword, Qi Xiao sword. However, the Qi Xiao sword, which he had condensed with all his might, only helped him advance half a meter forward before he stopped moving and stopped in midair. If not for the help of the creation domain, Yu Yang would have been bounced 10,000 meters away by that pressure. Little Wenli automatically flew out of the grimoire world. She condensed a serpent demon goddess war statue that was hundreds of meters tall in the sky. She raised her hands high and tried her best to push Yu Yang's body forward. Even the serpent demon goddess war statue that could shatter the void and almost pierce through the black hole only pushed Yu Yang 3 meters forward before completely stopping, unable to advance any further. Right now, he was at least 90 meters away from the surface of the core area. These 90 meters was an insurmountable moat for Yu Yang. Orange light sword. Yu Yang let out a roar that resounded through the clouds. The huge golden sword, which could shatter the heavens and earth, appeared in front of Yu Yang. It carried Yu Yang and little Wenli, who was pushing forward with all his might, and advanced another meter. Just 1 meter, the orange light sword had reached its limit and could no longer advance any further. Just as Yu Yang was about to retreat, the golden crown thorny flower queen Duo, who had been sleeping in the grimoire world, suddenly woke up and flew out of the grimoire. Bloom. Duo emitted a refreshing fragrance. Countless flowers bloomed around her body, turning the entire creation domain into a world of flowers. Yu Yang felt his strength recover infinitely, and his ability increase greatly. He was ecstatic. This Duo usually did not reveal herself and kept a low profile. However, her help now was not below little Wenli's. It was really beyond his expectations. With the help of the golden crown thorny flower queen Duo, Yu Yang slowly advanced another 3 meters away from the core area. Little Wenli might have felt Duo's great help to Yu Yang. She, who was competitive, would definitely not allow others to help Yu Yang more than herself. She first thought silently, and after thinking of a way to operate it, she summoned her grimoire. With the help of Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga, and Ice Serpent Demon, she reached out and pressed her hand on Yu Yang's back. A ray of white light that could purify the world shot out from her small palm. It penetrated Yu Yang's body and shone straight into his soul. Yu Yang couldn't help but roar. His body crazily advanced 5 meters, while little Wenli, Duo, and the others were unable to catch up. They could only look at Yu Yang, unable to provide any help at all. Everyone had already used all their strength, but the distance was still more than 80 meters. Should I give up? Yu Yang was unwilling to give up. He had never been the kind of person who would give up halfway. However, when he looked back, little Wenli, Duo, and the others had exhausted their bodies to the limit. Especially little Wenli, who had exhausted herself twice in a row, could faint at any time. Fun, I'll try too. There was a voice that he hadn't heard for a long time. Then, Yu Yang felt that he was hit by something, and his whole body couldn't help but fly a few meters away. He looked back in pain and found that it was the naughty Qilin girl Bing. She rushed over for the second time and hit Yu Yang's back for the second time with a small horn on her head. Yu Yang screamed in pain. This girl was simply murder. She didn't think about how painful it was to hit someone's body with her horn. Qilin girl Bing rushed over for the third time and knocked Yu Yang 5 meters away. All of a sudden, she lost her strength. She returned to little Wenli and Duo, panting, and waved to Yu Yang, "You go up by yourself. I'm exhausted. This is not fun at all." Yu Yang was speechless. If he could move forward again, why did she hit him with her horn and hurt his back? Did she think it was comfortable? But now, he was a little reluctant to give up. Not only little Wenli and Duo, but Qilin girl Bing also came out to help him. Now he was only 70 meters away from the core. It was just a little distance. Did he have to give up? Burn the universe! Yu Yang roared, and his fighting spirit broke out again. He was not a Saint Seiya. Of course, he would not burn the universe, but he still had a unique skill, which was rampage. In the case of losing his mind, he could exert several times more power than usual. Although it was risky to do so, at least he had to try. This guy is going crazy. Let's go. Qilin girl Bing hurriedly dragged the worried little Wenli and Duo to retreat. Yu Yang gradually lost his mind. He felt that there was a hidden power in his heart, like a volcano erupting. It seemed that something was summoned by himself. A talent that he had never felt before was awakened. At the same time, Yu Yang heard the clear cry of the phoenix. In his last consciousness, he seemed to see 2 little Lolas stepping on the phoenix, holding him and flying to the core area. 60 meters, 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. When their power reached the limit, Yu Yang's mind completely fell into rampage. He seemed to feel that he was pierced by a sword. The sword seemed to pass through his body and move forward with him, firmly nailed on the energy core of the ancient rune. Yu Yang couldn't think. He had completely lost his mind. There was only that kind of destructive tyranny left. He made a move based on his body's instinct and consciousness' natural uncontrollable impulse. That was to swallow the huge ancient rune energy core in front of him. Yu Yang felt like he had had a very, very long dream. In the dream, many things happened. He saw many people, some creatures that he had never seen before, and some life forms that he had never thought existed. They were all around him. The world of dreams was an extremely beautiful world. Even if all the languages in the world were poor, they still wouldn't be able to describe even 1/10,000th of it. In the dream world, Yu Yang felt that he was always accompanied by a pair of little Lolas. They were very small and very mischievous. They often ran around him, not willing to be quiet for a moment. On the other hand, there was a very familiar big Loli who quietly stayed by his side without saying a word. No matter where he went, she would follow him, just like his shadow. If he turned around to look at her, she would smile and still not say a word. In the dream world, there were many people. These people seemed very familiar, but when he looked closely, they were very unfamiliar. He could not remember any of their names. Regardless of whether they were men or women, these people walked past him without stopping at all. They also ignored Yu Yang's questions and greetings. Even if they met each other, they would walk past him as if there was no one else around or talk and laugh with their companions. Then, they would gradually walk away and disappear behind him. Many extremely rare creatures, or life forms that Yu Yang had never seen before, flew past Yu Yang as if they were going to the market. Some of them even chased after each other halfway, and some even broke out into fierce battles. Most of the creatures in the dream were docile and kind, and the more docile and kind the creature was, the more beautiful they were, and the more powerful they were. There were a few ferocious ones, but they were also quite powerful. But as soon as a battle broke out, they would be expelled from the country by unknown people. This dream world seemed to be a detailed world. No one was allowed to use force easily, and no one was allowed to attack casually. Isn't that my creation orb? In the dream world, Yu Yang accidentally discovered that his creation orb was in front of him. In a broken void, it was constantly absorbing some kind of energy. When Yu Yang stepped into the broken void, he was shocked to realize how huge it was. This shattered void was unimaginably huge. Yu Yang couldn't see it with his eyes, so he could only sense it with his mind. He felt that if this shattered void was to treat the soaring dragon continent as a point, then it could at least contain tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of such points. He entered the shattered void. Yu Yang made an even more shocking discovery. Other than the shattered void, everywhere else in the dream world was a single point. The only difference was the size. Some were much larger than the shattered void, and some were smaller than the shattered void. From a distance, these innumerable dots interwove to form a sphere of light. Then, if one were to widen the sphere of light further away, there would be countless more spheres of light, and then widen the sphere to the limit, the spheres of light would interweave to form a sea of light. Beyond that sea of light, there would be even more seas of light, without end. It couldn't be helped. Other than feeling humble and insignificant, Yu Yang couldn't express any other emotions. Not to mention a person, even a world, compared to such a huge system, was just an insignificant grain of sand. There were more dots of light than sand, the spheres of light formed by the countless dots of light, and then the seas of light formed by the countless balls of light. Everything inside was moving. If one stared at a place, Yu Yang would realize that the trajectories of some of the dots of light or balls of light were vaguely similar to the ancient runes, while the trajectories of the balls of light and the seas of light were like the legendary ancient runes. When Yu Yang realized this, the innumerable worlds that were even more numerous than sand all rushed towards Yu Yang. Countless knowledge and energy frantically surged into the shattered void where Yu Yang was. In an instant, the entire shattered void was filled to the brim. Yu Yang felt a sharp pain in his head, almost as if it was going to explode. Even when he obtained the inheritance of knowledge in the past, he didn't have this kind of feeling of immediately exploding. The most terrible thing was that Yu Yang's brain, which could accommodate Sister Xianxia's inheritance of knowledge and the fusion of the countless predecessors of the world tree, couldn't even hold on for a few seconds. Yu Yang estimated that just the capacity of one ball of light was enough to make him explode, but there was still the sea of light formed by countless balls of light, and countless seas of light. Yu Yang was shocked. If this continued, his life would be over. The world creation orb in his hand suddenly flashed with a dazzling brilliance. It absorbed the energy and knowledge endlessly, replacing Yu Yang to share the overwhelming pressure. There was also the summoning grimoire. Unknowingly, it had already floated out on its own. The world was also crazily absorbing that kind of energy and knowledge, crazily sublimating and growing, advancing and improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. There seemed to be something behind Yu Yang. It was absorbing the knowledge and energy instilled into Yu Yang to the greatest extent. But Yu Yang couldn't figure it out. What was it? Was it a treasure? Was it a guardian beast? No, maybe it was the second grimoire that he had never successfully summoned before, the divine grimoire that he had only seen in a daze. Yes, it was diverting the pressure from him. Yu Yang wanted to turn around to take a look. However, the huge instilled pressure made him unable to even blink, let alone turn his head. Under that kind of pressure where his brain was about to explode, the pressure was still unbelievably huge even though there was a diversion. Yu Yang's mind was gradually unable to take it. Forget about accepting the energy and knowledge from countless light seas, even accepting a single light ball was already difficult enough. After all, a ball of light was formed by countless light spots that were even more than sand, and each light spot was equivalent to an incomparably huge broken world of the void. Why am I like this? Why am I inexplicably accepting the energy and knowledge of those light spots, balls of light, and seas of light? Yu Yang couldn't understand. The moment before he lost consciousness, he felt as if there was a hand pressing on top of his head. There was a kind of extremely gentle energy that penetrated straight into Yu Yang's soul. That kind of feeling was as if Yu Yang's brain had suddenly been opened up. In an instant, the capacity of his brain had been greatly expanded, allowing Yu Yang's painful brain to feel at ease. Who was it who was helping him? Before his consciousness could think too much, Yu Yang fell into a coma. When he woke up and opened his eyes, he found himself lying in Luya's arms. The little girl's face was stained with tears, and she was crying very sadly. In the sky above his head, the 1,000-miles-wide sky formation was still there, but the central area and the core had disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Other than this change, Yu Yang also felt that in his spiritual world, the pearl of creation had somehow run into it, and it seemed to be accompanied by a world of the void that was no longer completely broken. Inside, there was an unknown huge world of the void that was slowly healing itself. There were still places that were broken, but a lot of it had been reduced. A vast sea of chaotic energy that came from nowhere was quietly stored inside. It was so huge that Yu Yang didn't dare to touch it. He was afraid that if he moved, it would cause an earthquake that was even more terrifying than a landslide. With so much chaotic energy, such a huge world of the void, and the divine weapon that had evolved from the pearl of creation to the god of creation, Yu Yang suddenly had a feeling that he was the creator of this world. As long as he was willing, he could use the chaotic energy to create anything at any time. The only pity was that Yu Yang himself didn't have the ability to control such a vast amount of chaotic energy. This feeling was like a child opening a warehouse and discovering that he had gold that was taller than a mountain and more than the sea. He could build a gold palace at any time, but because he was too small and weak, he couldn't build it. Forget it, I can't do it now, but one day I can. Yu Yang had always been an optimist. You're awake? Only now did Sister Luyi realize that Yu Yang had woken up in her arms. She immediately screamed in surprise, "You don't know how worried I was, you scared me to death. How many days did I sleep?" Yu Yang felt that his whole body was different, but he couldn't tell what was different. 3 days, you have been asleep for 3 whole days. No matter how I called you, it was useless. If it weren't for Xiaowenli and Duo and Lady Bingyin who said that you would be fine and told me not to move, I would have gone back to the Tianfa Empress to ask for forgiveness. Luyi cried and laughed at the same time. Seeing Yu Yang wake up again, she felt that this was better than anything else. If she had known that treasure hunting would be so dangerous, she would never have agreed with Yu Yang to search for the ancient treasure. Even if she accompanied him, she would not have agreed to him breaking into the central area and breaking into the core of the ancient ruins. Ha, fool, how could I be fine? I just fused with the ancient runes and slept. Yu Yang pretended to be relaxed and laughed. He reached out and stroked Lu Ye's head, gently wiping away the tears on her face. I was really worried. Lu Ye apologized a little embarrassedly. When Yu Yang sat up, he found that his body was faintly discernible, and there were countless ancient runes flashing. Could it be that everything in the dream was true? Or could it be that his body had swallowed the ancient rune core that was intertwined with countless layers? The people and things that he met in his dream, were they all historical memories of ancient times? Those creatures or living beings that had appeared, were they all in history? Not to mention those for the time being, who was close to the core with him, Qilin girl Bingyin, she had definitely appeared, and the Phoenix sisters seemed to have also appeared. The heavenly sword goddess seemed to have helped him with her sword. Yu Yang was not too sure. In the dream, in addition to the creation orb and the summoning grimoire, there was also something behind him. Could it be the divine grimoire, finally, who was the person who pressed on his head to open up his brain before he fainted? Were those things real or fake? The more Yu Yang thought about it, the more confused he became. However, according to his lazy rule, he would not think about things that he could not figure out. Anyway, one day, the truth would come to light. The divine grimoire could not be summoned in a conscious state, so Yu Yang could not examine it. The creation orb had a new advancement and new changes, which was clear at a glance, but it carried a broken void world, which was full of chaotic energy that was about to overflow. Yu Yang could look, but he did not dare to move, for fear that if he moved, he would not be able to control it. The only thing that could be taken out to observe was his own summoning grimoire. What happened in the dream, was it real or fake? Yu Yang stretched out his hand and summoned his grimoire with his mind. As a result, a burst of colorful brilliance bloomed, and a summoning grimoire floated in the air amidst countless flower-like brilliance, emitting a completely different brilliance and power from before. Holy grimoire? Yu Yang looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar summoning grimoire in front of him, dumbfounded. When did his summoning grimoire evolve into a holy grimoire? Yu Yang did not know at all. Moreover, looking at his own holy grimoire, it was different from the holy grimoire that disappeared before the Heaven Empress died, the holy grimoire that Jizun fused with after defeating the Heaven Empress, the ancient demon king's holy grimoire, the Heaven Realm Great Leader Void's holy grimoire, the three great leaders Ming Yuguang's holy grimoire, the Sun King's holy grimoire that he had killed not long ago, and the holy grimoire that Yu Yang had seen the most and was most familiar with, Queen Vivian Li's holy grimoire. If it was not for the fact that Yu Yang had completely fused with the holy grimoire and knew that it was a holy grimoire the moment he summoned it, he would have suspected that it was a godly grimoire. Wasn't the power of this holy grimoire a little too great? For a moment, Yu Yang could not help but have the heroic spirit of, with the holy grimoire in hand, the world is mine. The advancement of the summoning grimoire into a holy grimoire was beyond Yu Yang's expectations. This pleasant surprise made Sister Lu Yi, who was watching from the side, also happy for him from the bottom of her heart. After the grimoire was upgraded to a holy grimoire, Little Wenli, Duo, and the others were summoned again. Yu Yang found that they all had different degrees of improvement. Even the quintet seeking golden mice, who had no fighting power, had a new change, as if they were brewing some kind of weapon spirit. Could it be that these 5 little things with no fighting power could evolve into holy beasts? Yu Yang couldn't judge this phenomenon. He would probably have to ask the Night Empress or Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li about the specific situation. But even so, Yu Yang still felt very satisfied. It was as if he had been hit by a pie that fell from the sky. The newly upgraded holy grimoire was unparalleled in power, far surpassing all the holy grimoires that Yu Yang had seen before. Even the strongest Queen Vivian Li's holy grimoire seemed to be slightly inferior compared to it. Of course, the main reason why the power of Queen Vivian Li's holy grimoire had declined might be because she was sealed and her fighting power was greatly reduced. If she could completely break away from the black hole space seal, or turn the black hole space into a world of ice and snow, allowing Queen Vivian Li to completely recover to her original peak state, Yu Yang estimated that the power of her holy grimoire would definitely not be the same as it was now. Even if it had increased by 10 times, it might still be considered little. At the beginning, when he saw her holy grimoire, the power of the holy grimoire was already very different from now. At the very least, it had increased by several times. There were many changes in his body, as well as the various powers that were suddenly born after the promotion of the holy grimoire. Yu Yang couldn't comprehend them all in a short time. If it wasn't for the fact that the giant formation in the sky had already existed for 3 days, and the possibility of being discovered was infinitely high, and there wasn't much time left for exploration, Yu Yang would definitely put down the exploration mission in hand, enter the black hole space first, and chat with Queen Vivian Li. Or he could return to Tong Tian Tower and look for Night Empress and Fourth Mother, asking them for more secrets regarding the holy grimoire. Let's not care about it first. Let's hurry up and search for the treasure. If we were discovered by the central shrine or some other powerful people, we would be at a disadvantage. Yu Yang decided to put down the holy grimoire in his hands. It wouldn't run away anyway, so he could study it slowly. Furthermore, even if he asked Queen Vivian Li and the Night Empress, they might not be able to find the best answer. Fourth Mother was even worse, she most likely would not say anything. Actually, Yu Yang also knew that many things that happened to him were actually unexplainable. No one knew, no one could understand. Sister Lu Yi naturally listened to Yu Yang's decision to continue searching for treasures. As soon as she heard about the central shrine, she thought about how it was impossible for the minions of the central shrine not to notice such a huge anomaly in the past 3 days. If a powerful master like the Sun King came, the situation would be uncertain again. She quickly nodded and agreed with his suggestion. The seal has been opened, but I didn't find any portal. Lu Yi had indeed been accompanying Yu Yang for the past 3 days, but she was not a silly girl. In addition to constantly using the perforate deer to dodge, she would change her position every once in a while to prevent enemy attacks. She had also carefully searched for the teleportation door that had been unsealed, or the entrance of the ancient treasure that she did not know what form it had. What made her regret was, for 3 days, she had found nothing. Yu Yang took her and flew around the original central area of the giant sky formation. Finally, he stopped with a frown. There was indeed no portal or ancient entrance in the giant sky formation. Lu Yi had searched very carefully. If it was not in the central area, then where could it be? Around or at the edge of the giant sky formation? It felt unlikely, because this giant sky formation, which was formed by countless runes, was too big. If it was set outside the central area and the entrance or portal was placed at the edge, It was estimated that the vast energy flow inside would instantly collapse it. It would not be able to support it at all. Little darling, what do you think? Yu Yang looked at little Wenli. This Lamia Loli had an extremely strong battle premonition, but this kind of battle premonition was not very effective for treasure hunting. He was just casually trying it out. Yes. Little Wenli did not answer immediately, but pondered a little. Battle premonition was useless, she was now thinking with her wisdom. I think, could it be somewhere else, not in the sky? Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo interrupted. She felt that it would be very difficult to place the ancient entrance anywhere in the giant sky formation. After all, the giant sky formation was self-contained, and it was connected to a different space. It was easy to cause it to shatter into void due to excessive energy. Not in the sky? Yu Yang had an idea. Little Wenli's wisdom was shining. She suddenly had an idea and pointed to the water surface, indicating that the ancient entrance might be under their feet, not in the sky. Her guess coincided with the idea that Yu Yang had just had. Yu Yang clapped his hands, completely agreeing with this guess. If the ancient entrance or the ancient teleportation gate was not in the sky, there were a few possibilities. First, the giant sky formation could destroy the ancient entrance and the world inside. Second, even if it did not, the location itself could not support it. The core had been swallowed by Yu Yang, and the central area had disappeared. Other than here, where else could support the entire giant sky formation's energy? Third, everyone knew that there was an ancient legend in White River. It was about the ancient era, where the water god palace had sunk to the bottom of the water, and there was a floating continent above it. Even if the ancient treasure this time was not the legendary water god palace, there was a high possibility that the ancient entrance had been buried by the floating continent. The last guess was that Yu Yang suspected that the strong warriors of the ancient era used the method of reversing yin and yang. If the giant sky formation could not support it, then they placed the ancient entrance outside the giant sky formation. The two corresponded with each other, but were also far apart. Under the water. There was nothing. Even the fish and underwater creatures were nowhere to be seen. It felt like a dead land. Yu Yang was not discouraged at all. After searching underwater for close to an hour, he finally used his crescent moon sword to split open a tall mountain at the bottom of the lake and found his target. At this moment, the power of Yu Yang's earth-splitting slash was completely different from before. Just one slash was enough to split a mountain over 1,000 meters underwater into two. The mountain split open, and a pillar of light shone out from the depths. With the help of Little Wenli and Duo, Yu Yang used 3 minutes to completely flatten the entire mountain. A 10,000 meters wide whirlpool appeared in the water under the giant sky formation. Under the control of Yu Yang's will, all the water in the whirlpool was flung out, revealing a huge empty hole. After the underwater trench was raised to the ground, a powerful blazing pillar of light shone up. It was clear that there was a huge underwater formation array that was at least 10 kilometers wide at the bottom of the water. This was not a part of the giant array in the sky, but an independent ancient entrance that corresponded to it. It was also an independent fulcrum that the ancient experts had placed outside the giant array in the sky. Yu Yang couldn't imagine what kind of rancor would be able to do this. This kind of placement was definitely not inferior to the black hole seal. The subtlety was indescribable. Are we going in now? Sister Lu Yi was very excited. Previously, Yu Yang had absorbed the core energy of the giant sky formation, and his grimoire had been upgraded to a holy grimoire. Now he had also found this ancient entrance. In that case, what other treasures would be waiting for him at the entrance of the ancient era? Inside this ancient entrance, would it lead directly to the legendary water god palace? Wait a minute, you two go in. Little Wenli and Duo, come with me. Qilin girl Bing Yin suddenly came out, smiling, and took away the two great helpers, Little Wenli and Duo. Needless to say, she must have brought them into the divine grimoire. Not only Little Wenli and hornless dragon Xianxia, it seemed that Duo was also qualified. It was too suspicious. Bing Yin actually came to the front of the treasure mountain but did not enter? Yu Yang furrowed his brows. Okay, goodbye. Sister Lu Yi did not think so much. The ancient entrance was in front of her, but Qilin girl Bing Yin did not rush in to rob it. There were several possibilities. One was that there was nothing she was interested in, 2 was that she had already sneaked in during the 3 days when Yu Yang was asleep, 3 was that this ancient entrance was not easy to enter. Even if she could enter, it would not be easy to get treasures. Most of the time, she could only watch helplessly. Therefore, Qilin girl Bing Yin was not willing to waste time and energy. No matter which possibility it was a blow to Yu Yang. Forget it, let's hope it was the first or second possibility. Yu Yang took Lu Ye's little hand and flew to the energy beam. Since they had come to the door, there was no reason not to go in and take a look. If it was not possible, they could destroy it. They could not let the central shrine or anyone else take advantage of it. Yu Yang, who had a selfish idea, suddenly threw himself into the energy beam. In an instant, there was a wonderful power of the law, irresistibly wrapping around the two. Both Yu Yang and Lu Yi were surprised to find that this power of the law was similar to the power of disarming. Their weapons and armors were separated in an instant. If it were not for Yu Yang's quick eyes and hands, putting them into the grimoire world, the power of the law would have been thrown out of the sky. Except for weapons and armors, everything on the body, including the storage ring, could not stay in this law. Yu Yang and Lu Yi, with the fastest speed, put away the important treasures. The clothes that could not be put away in time disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, in this harmless and wonderful power of the law, returning the two to their original state, naked. The power of the law would not hurt people, but it rejected all objects. Especially weapons and armors, they were restricted by the law. Yu Yang was quite speechless. This law was not a law that forbade martial arts. It was only to disarm the person who entered. That was fine, but why couldn't they leave a piece of clothing? If it was with the impatiens and the southern demon king who came to search for treasures, it would not matter at all, but now it was Lu Yi who was accompanying him. Fortunately, he did not bring Yu Bing or Sister Rain here, otherwise it would be even more awkward. Yu Yang was still holding Lu Ye's little hand. Although he felt that the naked initial state would affect his image a little, it was not good to let go of this little girl now. Lu Ye's face was crimson, she was so shy that even her little neck was burning red. Because of her lack of strength, she had to give Yu Yang a small hand to hold her, so that she would not fly out of the energy light pillar. She, who only had one small hand left, did not know whether to cover her upper body or lower body. She was so embarrassed that she could not show her face, but she could not bear to break free from his big hand and escape. It was rare to have such an opportunity to adventure alone with him, she really did not want to be a timid coward. No matter where he wanted to go, even if it was the heaven realm or the higher heaven realm, she was determined to follow him to the end. If she ran away now, then what qualifications did she have to follow him to the ends of the earth? Lu Yi bit her cherry lips with her silver teeth, resisting the embarrassment in her heart. He needed her to cooperate, she could not run away, she had used her guardian beast, Perforate Deer, to practice the one-body teleportation technique for so long, but it had not been used yet. How could she escape at this moment when she was needed the most? You have to work hard, Lu Yi, you have to show courage. I'm fine. Lu Ye's head was lowered like a little quail, almost buried in her chest, but she did not want Yu Yang to let go of her. The ancient code energy in this broken place is really annoying, but everything in the world is not difficult for us. Yu Yang pretended not to see this little girl's snow-white naked body, holding her hand and diving down from the energy light pillar, ready to pass through the ancient entrance with her. He did not know what was waiting in front, but since he brought this little girl here, he would bring her to see it. The naked body was just a small benefit of the adventure. Would the guy who was secretly happy in his heart casually tell others? Yes. Sister Lu Yi was so touched that tears came out of her eyes. Sure enough, he would not let go of her at any time. As long as she could adventure with him, it did not matter even if it was a little awkward. This was not something he could control. In the face of a predicament, she had to overcome the difficulties, stay by his side firmly, and give him the greatest support. This was the most important thing. Lu Yi was excited. She forgot to cover her shyness. Raising her small fist, she firmly expressed her determination to Yu Yang, I will work hard. Yu Yang pretended not to see it, and secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In his heart, a wolfish thought that he must not say it outrose, this little girl's body had already grown up. What should be protruding was protruding, what should be concave was concave. This kind of life benefit was really After passing through the ancient entrance, Yu Yang and Lu Yi were instantly teleported to a dark area. Inside, there was no light at all. It was somewhat similar to the black hole sealed space, but it didn't have the terrifying power to devour everything. In this dark area, Yu Yang estimated that the law of light prohibition should have been set up. Whether it was flames, night pearls, or the light emitted by energy, they would all be taken away in an instant. There was no light. For Lu Yi, it affected her a little, but it better covered up the embarrassment in her heart at this time. For Yu Yang, who had night vision, it was even more child's play. Besides, even if he didn't use his eyes, Yu Yang could travel freely in this dark world with telepathy or domain power. Lu Yi suppressed her shyness, nervousness, and fear. Her small hand was held by Yu Yang, and her footsteps kept following him. She didn't know where he would lead her, and she didn't know what destination he would lead her to. As long as he was holding her hand, she would be 100% at ease and wouldn't think about other unnecessary things. Lu Yi didn't speak. She had been quietly feeling the heat from his big hand. Maybe it was just a while, maybe it was 10 minutes, maybe it was a long time. When Lu Yi's consciousness reacted, she found that Yu Yang had already brought her from the darkness into the light. That light was the opposite of the darkness. In the light area, everything was bright and dazzling, and she couldn't open her eyes at all. If she forced her eyes to look at it, it would feel more uncomfortable than staring at the noon sun. It was completely a white light that penetrated the depths of her soul. The light area without a trace of darkness was more difficult to walk than the dark area just now. Lu Yi had never imagined that if it was completely light, then stepping into it would be so uncomfortable. Walking in a bright area was much more difficult than walking in a dark area, so it was much more difficult to distinguish the direction and spatial position. Lu Yi could no longer sense anything else other than the existence of Yu Yang. She followed Yu Yang mechanically for a while. Suddenly, his footsteps seemed to have landed on some kind of strange terrain. A burst of darkness hit her in the face. Lu Yi didn't even have time to react before she found a burst of light chasing after her and completely drowning her. Light and darkness overlapped at extreme speed. It was as if she had walked into a huge passageway, and there were countless light and darkness in the passageway. They came at her in rings and swallowed her. Lu Yi felt dizzy and extremely uncomfortable. She was so upset that she wanted to vomit. The conversion speed of light and darkness was too fast. She didn't expect it to have such terrifying power. Lu Yi was suddenly shocked. If she needed to fight in this kind of terrain, how much of her combat power could she use? If he needed to teleport here, would he be able to do it? Lu Yi was horrified to find that her combat power was almost weakened to the extreme in this kind of terrain. Moreover, there was no possibility of success even if she could teleport as she wished outside. Fortunately, there are no enemies here. Lu Yi couldn't help but say what was in her heart. Enemy? Maybe, but we haven't found it yet. Yu Yang kept holding Lu Yi's hand and kept walking forward. Sometimes Lu Yi was amazed. How did he distinguish the road? If it was her, she would have hit her head on the wall. She was afraid that her little nose would have been swollen by now. Passing through the area where light and darkness overlapped, Lu Yi saw a strange passage in front of her with light on the left and darkness on the right. It twisted like an earthworm. It twisted and turned. The wonderful realm of separating light and darkness made her sweat profusely. What kind of space was it inside the ancient entrance? How could there be such a strange place? After walking through the passage between light and darkness, Yu Yang took Lu Yi and came to a dark area. In this place, it was not completely dark, but there were glimmers of light. Lu Yi could now see clearly that those starry spots were the light emitted by some treasures or treasure chests. In the darkness, there seemed to be some maze-like passages that led directly to the starlight. Of course, there might be traps along the way. Lu Yi knew that it was time for her to show off. With the guidance of the starlight, she had a goal. With the perforate deer and the ability to teleport, how could she let Yu Yang take the risk to break through? She took him directly through the maze and went directly to the treasures or treasure chests that emitted starry spots. Lu Yi summoned the perforate deer. The deer passed through in an instant and reached the edge of a treasure chest that emitted starry spots. At the same moment, Lu Yi took Yu Yang with her small hand and arrived at the same time with the secret technique of teleportation, completely ignoring space and obstacles. After opening the golden treasure chest, Lu Yi found that the golden treasure chest was filled with top-grade gems, brilliant pearls, and star necklaces. There was even a sacred-level obsidian dagger. She was a little happy in her heart. She could finally play a little role in his adventure to find treasures. Of course, this was just the beginning. She had to continue to work hard in the future. He liked treasures, so she must help him get more and better treasures, only then could she live up to his previous strict training. Lu Yi secretly rejoiced in her heart. She peeked at his face several times, hoping that he would turn his face and give her a look of affirmation or a smile of praise. Yu Yang's expression was very strange. Not only did he not cheer happily, but he frowned deeply. This was not like the attitude of getting a treasure. Lu Yi didn't understand. Didn't he like treasures very much? Why did he frown after opening the treasure chest? Could it be that there are traps under these things? Lu Ye's heart flashed, and she realized that some kind of problem might exist. Could it be that this golden treasure chest was a trap, and once the things inside were taken, some kind of terrible mechanism would be triggered? If not, then why was he frowning? Why didn't he take the treasures? Let's go to the other treasure chest. Yu Yang made such a request. Okay. Lu Yi used the perforate deer to teleport to another treasure chest that emitted starlight. At the same time, she brought Yu Yang and teleported there together. The second treasure chest was opened. Inside it was the extremely rare 3-leaved silver soul grass, as well as several bottles of God's water and a piece of parchment. Looking at its appearance, it looked very much like the legendary ancient secret skill catalog. When Yu Yang saw it, he still frowned, and his frown was even tighter than before. Lu Yi was stunned and asked, "What's wrong? These are all fake?" Yu Yang gently shook his head and said, "They're real." After listening to Yu Yang's answer, Lu Yi was even more puzzled. If they were fake treasures, it was normal to be unhappy, but this was real. Why was he still unhappy? She was surprised in her heart, but she didn't show it on the surface. She believed him. Although she didn't know the reason, he must have his reasons for doing this. In Lu Ye's heart, she had always thought so. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth treasure chests were opened one after another. Every single one of them was filled with rare treasures. Yu Yang was now completely different from his usual self. In the face of so many treasures, he didn't even touch them. Instead, his frown deepened. Could it be that this place is like the gate of life and death in Tong Tian level? What we see is real illusions? Lu Yi thought of another possibility. No, this place is indeed a bit like the gate of life and death, but this isn't, and these treasures are real, not illusions. If these things are illusions, I can see through them. The problem is, these things are real, which makes me puzzled. After Yu Yang finished, he pondered for a moment and said, "I think, maybe this is a test, and it's not aimed at you, but a test aimed at me. Someone is playing tricks in the dark?" Lu Yi was shocked. It was fine if her body was seen by him, but how could she let an outsider see it? No one, it should be a kind of power of law. Yu Yang quickly waved his hand and comforted her, "I'm thinking about a question. How does this power of law know that your heart is pure, and target me with this kind of greed test?" Greed test? Lu Yi didn't understand at all. The power of law here deliberately set up some treasure chests here. Of course, it might be like this from the beginning. The first designer was like this, using them to do a greed test. If I take these treasures, yes, I can take them, but as long as I take more than one, I will trigger the restrictions of the law here, and I will probably be expelled. This is a test of greed. How did I sense it? Because of you, you have no intention of possessing these treasures, and you can't sense the existence of the power of law. But I came here with the intention of searching for treasures, and I can faintly feel the power of law waiting for me to fall for it. If I take it, the power of law will take effect. Yu Yang looked at the many good things in the treasure chest, sighed slightly, and decided to give up. Then what do we do now? Lu Yi also felt a little pity. The treasures were clearly in front of her, but it turned out to be a kind of greed test. She couldn't take it, what a waste. If we want to move forward, then we have to give up these treasures in front of us. Yu Yang smiled and said, "On the contrary, if we are satisfied with the current situation, we can pick up a chest and leave. Then let's move forward." Lu Yi felt that there might be better things waiting in front of him. If this test is regarded as the test of greed or interest, then in front of it, there should be tests of anger, obsession, or fame, emotion, and so on. These are the weaknesses of human nature, especially for the current me. Yu Yang suddenly laughed and said to Lu Yi, "Sometimes, it's better to be like you, strong without desire." "I'm not as good as you say." Lu Yi lowered her little head in embarrassment. She didn't know about other tests, but she understood that if there was a test of emotion, she would definitely not be able to pass. "Let's go back." Yu Yang suddenly made a decision. "What?" Lu Yi heard this and was stunned. "It wasn't easy for me to struggle out of the test of greed. It's not easy to be aware of this weakness of mine. Next, there will be another test. With my current state of mind, I may not be able to discover it. Even if I discover it, I may not be able to pass. I dare say that a better reward is in front of a more difficult test. Unfortunately, my current heart is not clear enough, not pure enough. Instead of failing, it's better to go back and increase my strength and toughness in my state of mind. I'll come back when I reach the requirements." Yu Yang sighed slightly and said, "The ancient treasures are really not that easy to get. Fortunately, I didn't let greed get to my head. Otherwise, I will definitely become a laughingstock. No, in fact, people with human weaknesses are real people. If they don't have any shortcomings, then they are not human, but God." Lu Yi quickly comforted Yu Yang. She really thought so in her heart. Yu Yang had shortcomings. But sometimes, it was because he had this or that shortcoming that made him stand out from the masses. He was quite an interesting person. If he had no shortcomings and was full of strengths, she would feel that he was high above, and that there was a difference between heaven and earth. Compared to that kind of flawless godlike existence, Lu Yi secretly felt that she still liked the big pervert in front of her, Yu Yang. Turning back the way they came. Lu Yi cherished it very much now, because the treasure hunting trip would soon end. Between the two of them, they would soon return to the previous state, and they could no longer hold hands and move forward together freely like now. Now, this kind of treasure hunting with 10 fingers and mind as one might become the most unforgettable memory in her life. She didn't want it to end so soon, but she didn't want him to be in danger. Before this, Lu Yi had never seen Yu Yang retreat in the face of difficulties. He was not the kind of person who would easily give up. But now, he gave up on the treasure hunting. Why was that? It was definitely not because of his fear of human weakness. On the contrary, he should be worried about himself, afraid that he could not withstand the test of human weakness, failed in the ancient treasure space, and was expelled, when the two walked back to the black and white distortion and the passage, back to the bright area of the polar day, and then back to the dark area where there was never any light. Yu Yang's footsteps paused slightly, but before Lu Yi could ask any questions, he continued to lead her forward. "What's wrong?" The little girl Lu Yi was very careful and had already noticed the difference. "I don't know, I just have a feeling in my heart." Yu Yang couldn't be sure. "I'll be careful." Lu Yi knew that Yu Yang also had a strong premonition, and this kind of premonition was even better in battle. Although it was not as good as Princess Sisai's innate 6 records talent, it would almost never be wrong. He sensed that something was wrong, and there must be something wrong somewhere. Could it be that someone from the central shrine had come to the ancient entrance? Or was it someone from other places? This was not impossible, the giant array in the sky had already appeared for 3 days. If the central shrine had an ambush near White River City, they should have discovered it and reported the news of this supergiant phenomenon. It could also be another hidden clan that had been hiding, but after seeing the giant array in the sky, they came. They came here because they didn't know the situation, so it was not impossible for them to guard the ancient entrance and seek the greatest benefits. Yu Yang nodded and comforted Lu Yi. "Don't worry, I will take you to an ultra-long-distance teleportation, just keep your mind calm and cooperate with me." With the 3-realm compass, he didn't have to worry about being surrounded one day. As long as he could teleport, no one could stop him. N. Lu Yi also summoned the perforate deer to help Yu Yang when he needed it most. If the enemy had some kind of restraining treasure or ability that affected the teleportation effect when using the 3-realm compass, then she could first bring Yu Yang out of the enemy's restraining range and then leave with him. She had trained in similar combat methods no less than 10,000 times before, just for a day like today that she might need it. Go. Yu Yang brought Lu Yi with him. As soon as he exited the ancient entrance, he erupted with all of his energy and raised his creation domain to protect the two of them. Then, he instantly teleported away from this place that made him feel a trace of unease. The teleportation was successful. There was no one to stop or restrain them. They teleported away very smoothly. Yu Yang and Lu Yi instantly teleported from the ancient entrance to a hilly area full of yellow sand. When they stepped on the yellow sand hills, Yu Yang's expression changed. Not only him, but even Lu Yi realized that the situation was not good. White River City was surrounded by water. Where did the yellow sand come from? And looking at it, it was not as simple as a yellow sand hill. It stretched for thousands of miles, without the slightest bit of greenery. It was a world of yellow sand. Yu Yang's teleportation was intended to teleport them more than 10 kilometers away. Even if there was a mistake during the teleportation, they would still be within the range of the surging White River. Where did the yellow sand hills come from? This kind of yellow sand hills did not belong to the Tianhua domain, which was named after water. Did we teleport into the enemy's grimoire world? Lu Yi felt that the enemy might have prepared a trap in advance and put her and Yu Yang in together. If that was the case, it could explain why there was a boundless yellow sand world in the White River region, which was even larger than the sea. No, this is not the grimoire world. Yu Yang shook his head. No matter how stupid he was, he would not teleport into the enemy's grimoire world. Moreover, with Heaven Eye's divine vision, even the Sun King could not deceive Yu Yang. In terms of sensing the summoning grimoire and different dimensions, who was more accurate than Yu Yang? If there was someone in the world who could deceive Yu Yang's senses and put him into the grimoire world, that person would not be the strongest person in the central shrine, the venerable elder of the temple, but a real ancient god. What should we do now? Lu Yi found that her and Yu Yang's bodies were still naked. It was impossible to put on the moon armor again. We should still be in the ancient test. Even if we go back the way we came, we have not walked out of its range. The thing that Yu Yang was most worried about had happened. He had a feeling that the ancient test would not end so easily. It was not something that could be given up easily. Since that's the case, let's continue forward. Lu Yi was happy when she heard that. She could take risks with him again. That couldn't be better. She didn't care whether she could obtain the ancient treasure or not, as long as he was by her side. How could Yu Yang not understand the little girl's intention? He smiled tolerantly. With this pure girl by his side, he should be able to pass the test of humanity in the ancient test. The yellow sand world was boundless. After half an hour of teleportation and flying, Yu Yang brought Lu Yi to a yellow sand fortress. It was a huge valley formed by countless yellow sand hills. The rarest thing was that there was a small river flowing around the city. In the yellow sand world that Yu Yang and Lu Yi flew through, it was the first time that they saw a water source within hundreds of kilometers. This showed how precious this river was. At the edge of the river, there were countless naked men and women who were busy by the river. Taking a closer look, what shocked Lu Yi was that the strongest man here was not the one with the highest status here. On the contrary, these strongest men were the lowliest existences. They were responsible for all the work in life, whether it was plowing the soil, planting, gathering, harvesting, brewing, breeding, slaughtering, fishing, barbecuing, and so on. Any work was done by them. However, their status was as low as mud. If they were not pleasing to the eye, they would be whipped at will by those women. They were like a group of slaves who worked hard. When they were whipped, they did not even dare to make a sound. These men were lying on the ground with their backs to the sky. They supported the survival of the entire yellow sand fortress with their scarred bodies. What made Lu Yi feel the most inconceivable was that the women who whipped them at will did not have the highest status. In this yellow sand fortress, the highest status was actually dogs. The dogs here were all lying on the comfortable thrones made of human skin, human bones, and human hair, lazily basking in the sun. Every dog had at least 10 children. They used ropes made of human skin and human hair to drag the heavy human bone thrones. If they were slightly slower, the dogs would pounce down angrily and bite them fiercely, causing the children to roll on the ground while bleeding profusely. The dogs barked proudly, and the women also laughed loudly. They even scolded the children for being cheap wretches who had angered their beloved dogs. Lu Yi was rarely angry. She was a kind-hearted girl. Even if she was treated unfairly by others, she could still treat others with leniency and not argue with them. However, this did not mean that she would not be angry. For a kind-hearted person like Lu Yi, once she was angry, it was extremely terrifying. Seeing the shameless and despicable behavior of those women, Lu Yi was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. In her entire life, she had never been so angry. How could there be such people who regarded dogs as more important than human lives? What she could not accept the most was that those women treated those children as pigs and dogs, and treated those vicious dogs as their sons, as their treasures. How twisted did one's heart have to be to do such a thing? Baby, don't lick the blood of those bastards. Don't do that. The blood of those bastards will make you sick. Good son, come back to mother's arms. A woman saw her dog biting a child who was lying in a pool of blood. Not only did she turn a blind eye to it, but she was worried that her dog would get sick after drinking human blood. Ah! The painful child could not help but let out a groan. Pa 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 pa. When the woman heard the cry of pain, she immediately waved the whip made of human skin, human hair, and finger bones, and ruthlessly whipped the child's body. At the same time, she scolded loudly, "Bastard, trash like you don't deserve to live in this world. Why don't you go and die? This world doesn't need bastards like you at all. It's enough as long as my dog is called. It's all because of you bastards who are hungry and can't be choosy that there are insufficient resources here. My dog can't eat good food for a few days a month." After whipping the child until he fainted, she whipped the child's companions and whipped them as well. Those children buried their heads in the yellow sand and did not dare to make a sound. They were afraid that they would be beaten even harder. If they angered these vicious women, there was only one outcome, and that was to be beaten to death. Their flesh and bones would become dog food, and their skin and hair would be peeled off to be made into whips. Lu Yi was so angry that she almost fainted. She had seen many evil women, but she had never seen such evil women before. Compared to the evil women in front of her, they could simply be called good people. Kill them, these scum do not deserve to live. For the first time in Lu Yi's life, she had the intention to kill. Compared to the poisonous woman, Water Spider, these evil women in front of her were more shameless and ugly. Lu Yi felt that she might forgive Water Spider, but she could never forgive this group of women in front of her. No, this group of vicious women who regarded dogs as their sons and humans as slaves were not worthy of being called humans. Yu Yang was not too angry. Women like the ones in front of him were not found in Tong Tian Tower, nor were they rare in Heaven Realm, but there were in the Celestial Empire. Before he transmigrated, he often saw news of people stopping cars and snatching dogs on the highway. There were many women who regarded dogs as higher than humans. In life, in many families, the status of dogs was equal to or even higher than children, or dogs were higher than the status of the whole family. It was not unheard of. For example, the dogs in the arms of noble women, compared to the working people who polished shoes, sold eggs, and delivered milk on the street, the status was not ordinary. For those who regarded dogs as their lives, dogs were not guards guarding the door, nor were they loyal companions of humans, but sons or husbands. Noble women liked to raise dogs to show their so-called love, but to other creatures, including humans, they showed extreme cruelty. Humans were inferior to dogs. This was common in the Celestial Empire. Of course, there were also examples overseas. For example, there was an article called Chameleon, which was a powerful satire. Of course, that article was based on a dog. Compared to the dogs in the arms of the noble women, it was far from being a true pet. That was just a way to curry favor with power. It was not a twisted mentality or a twisted human nature. That bastard seems to have been beaten to death. Haha, he really is a short-lived bastard. You guys come over and skin him. My whip, it has not been wrapped with new leather for a long time, it's already a little old. Also, remember to cook his meat. My good son is not used to eating raw meat. If he gets a stomachache, all of you will have to pay with your lives. The words of the woman who was hugging the dog below completely ignited Lu Yi's anger. You dare to feed a human to a dog? Lu Yi was so angry that she almost exploded. and her killing intent erupted like a volcano. Kill all of you inhumane dog slaves. You don't have to do it, I'll do it. Yu Yang quickly stopped her. What was the test in this yellow sand world, Yu Yang already understood. That was anger. In the face of ugly and unfair things, Yu Yang's willpower was strong enough. He had the supreme realm of immovable willpower, which allowed him to look at things calmly, but Lu Yi couldn't. She, who was pure in heart, could not tolerate a trace of evil, not to mention such ugliness like the one in front of her. If Lu Yi lost control and made a move, then she would not be able to pass the test. She had to do it herself. Even if she was not angry, she could still kill people, right? The two of them didn't know how many different spaces and unit worlds they had passed through. Yu Yang and Lu Yi felt that they had gained a lot along the way. Although they didn't get a single treasure. But the perception of the spirit, no treasure, even a divine weapon couldn't replace it. Every time they had an epiphany, it meant that their own realm was completely improved. On the surface, there wasn't much change, but in the world of the heart and spirit, there would definitely be earth-shaking changes and a comprehensive sublimation. Yu Yang and Lu Yi didn't know what the real ancient treasure was, but they both felt that they had already obtained the best treasure. Even if they returned empty-handed in the end, they would have no regrets. When they passed through the ancient entrance again, the two suddenly found that they had been transported into a bright and clean world. This world was very strange, there was only sky and water. The blue sky above their heads was like a wash. Under their feet, Yu Yang and Lu Yi found that the endless water surface was as flat as a mirror. Did they already return to the surface of the White River? But it didn't seem like it here. Besides, where did the giant formation in the sky go? While they were puzzled, suddenly there was a beautiful ripple on the calm water surface, as if something was about to break out of the water. Yu Yang hurriedly stepped forward to protect Lu Yi, in case of a sneak attack by a strong enemy. However, when the ripple spread, Yu Yang found that even under his feet, there was something that seemed to be coming out of the water. Before he could pull Lu Yi up and fly into the air to avoid it, Yu Yang found that there was a giant hand formed by the purest water, slowly supporting him and Lu Yi under their feet, easily lifting the two of them up. That was a kind of law power. Not to mention Lu Yi. Even Yu Yang couldn't make any resistance movements. A water giant close to a kilometer, lying down in a sleeping posture, slowly sat up from the water surface. Her giant hands supported Yu Yang and the willow leaf, continuously lifting them up, until they reached her eyes. Compared to this water giant, Yu Yang and Lu Yi's bodies were too small. Even the Titan lowly Littleland's height could not compare to this water giant. However, although its body was so huge, Yu Yang and Lu Yi could still easily feel the beauty and gentleness of this water giant. If she was not formed from the purest water but a real person, then her appearance would not be inferior to any woman in the world. Anyone who looked into this female giant's eyes, no matter how angry they were, would instantly disappear. Anyone who saw this female giant's face would be shocked. From the bottom of their hearts, they would find it pleasing to the eye. There was no enmity between them. No hatred, no bitterness. Staying by this female giant's side would naturally give rise to such a wonderful feeling from the bottom of his heart. Yu Yang was a little startled. He felt that Fourth Mother and this female giant were somewhat similar in some aspects. They were both gentle like water, both kind and loving. I was wondering who it was that broke into this place and disturbed my sweet dreams. Turns out, it's just two little fellows. When the water giant saw them, she smiled. She did not speak directly, but sent a strange thought directly into Yu Yang's and Lu Yi's minds. Sorry, we did not mean to disturb your sleep. Lu Yi quickly apologized. It's all right. There are very few people who come here. To be able to come here, not only do you have the wisdom of righteousness, you also have an extremely rare fate. The water giant smiled slightly and said, a little girl with a pure heart like you is very cute and likable. I don't mind your coming here. As for the other little friend, he seems to be quite interesting. Alright, I won't tease you guys anymore. Did you come here to look for treasures, or have you found a satisfactory answer and are ready to leave? We have already obtained the best harvest and are ready to leave, but we do not know where the exit is. Lu Yi quickly bowed and asked for guidance. Although I have been sleeping in the dream realm for many years and my power has weakened, I can still send you guys out. Before I send you guys out, I suddenly have a little interest. I want to hear about the outside world. Can you tell me about it? The water giant asked about the heaven realm. Do you want to know about the heaven realm? We are not familiar with it. We are from Tongtian Tower and have just come to the heaven realm. Lu Yi was a good child who did not lie. If it was Yu Yang, it would be strange if he did not speak extravagantly. Even if he told the truth, Yu Yang would selectively tell her about the Tianhua region or the surrounding western heaven realm. He would not tell her about the movements and situation of the entire heaven realm, nor would he reveal that he and Lu Yi belonged to Tongtian Tower. If the water giant was prejudiced against Tongtian Tower, wouldn't that be terrible? Lu Yi did not think so complicated. In her opinion, this water giant was a kind and loving existence. It was impossible for it to hurt her, so she spoke frankly. The two of them chatted, one asking and the other answering. Yu Yang listened by the side. He did not support or oppose, he was neutral. After Lu Yi told the water giant all kinds of things she knew, the water giant sighed slightly. I didn't expect that Tongtian Tower, which was full of strong people, had once fallen into the abyss. As for the heaven realm, it has never stopped chaos and war. Lost lives, confused, it's really sad and ridiculous. Yu Yang hurriedly explained, only those who can remain in the end are the real gold. Every rise is like a birth, there is a period of pain, this is nothing. When the water giant heard this, her eyes brightened, that's right, I didn't expect you to have such awareness at such a young age. Of course, Yu Yang would not say that these truth-like words were actually the summary of the wisdom of the predecessors. He did not explain. He shamelessly accepted the other party's praise. Lu Yi was also happy for Yu Yang. After all, it was rare for someone to praise him like this. Moreover, the person praised was a god who existed in an unknown era. The water giant did not have a godly body, nor did she have godly power. She only used pure water to form her body, but Yu Yang and Lu Yi never doubted that she was not a god. Not only was this water giant not an ordinary god, it was very likely that she was an ancient god. Her power was not as obvious as the gods in the legends, it would not make people look down on her and worship her, but the power of the law that was born it will made Yu Yang and Lu Yi not even have the thought of resisting. In front of her, even people like Yu Yang could not have any distracting thoughts. This was the true power of the sword. This was true power. Quasi-god level experts like Qi Tianhe, Sun King, and Ji Wuri, in front of this water giant who did not have a godly body, were not even considered as ants. If anyone dared to say that this water giant was not an ancient god, Yu Yang could be sure that that person was blind. The only thing that Yu Yang could not be sure of was the identity of this water giant with the appearance of a woman. She might be the legendary water origin temple master, who had fallen. She might also be another god. She might even be an ancient god who was hibernating here for some unknown reason. With Yu Yang's current strength and Heaven Eye's divine vision, it was impossible for him to see the true level of the water giant. Through the conversation with the two of you, I already have a rough idea of the situation outside. Sometimes, I really hope that everything will become better. But you should also understand that some things are natural opportunities. Not only do they make people experience pain, but they are also the best environment for improvement. Just like what the little boy said, everything is like a great wave washing the sand, and it all depends on who is the real gold. There may be many people watching, arranging, or dealing with the matters outside. I do not want to intervene in those matters. Once I do, it will easily cause some kind of impact. But since you two came here by fate, I can still give you a little bit of enlightenment, as my selfish motive. The water giant nodded with a smile. It was a giant hand formed by the purest water. It exuded an invisible and vast energy, cleansing the bodies of Yu Yang and Lu Yi, making both of them feel comfortable both physically and mentally. It seemed that countless things had been enlightened in an instant, but it was as if nothing had happened. Yu Yang and Lu Yi were both in a wonderful state of sublimation. The water giant slowly stood up from the water surface, lifting Yu Yang and Lu Yi, who were still in a wonderful state of sublimation, high up into the sky. In the sky, a bright and clean brilliance suddenly flashed. It was like a door of light had been opened. After putting Yu Yang and Lu Yi into the door of light, the water giant smiled and said, "You came here looking for treasures, but I don't have any treasures to give you. Little girl, your confidence is still not enough, and there is a big gap between you and the little boy. In order to give you some encouragement, I will give you the things of a little friend who died not long ago. Before leaving, I want to tell you that I am very happy to see you grow. I hope you will continue to work hard, surpass yourself, sublimate to a higher realm, and a better world is waiting for you. The thought was still echoing in the minds of Yu Yang and Lu Yi. The two had already passed through the door of light. They returned to the ancient entrance. In the next second, the ancient entrance disappeared. Yu Yang and Lu Yi were teleported to the surface of the White River, and the giant formation in the sky above their heads gradually became illusory and disappeared. Aya, why is there this on my neck? Lu Yi touched her neck and found that on her little neck, there was a sparkling crystal necklace. The ornament on it was a small crescent. This beautiful and wonderful crescent necklace. It turned out to be a divine weapon. What made Lu Yi feel the most inconceivable was that the crescent necklace, this divine weapon, had recognized her as its master. Even if she couldn't use 1% of its power, it still recognized her as its master. Fortunately, Princess Sisai didn't know, otherwise she would definitely scream crazily. In order to completely fuse with the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, Princess Xianxia had put in a lot of effort. Even now, she was still unable to completely fuse with the Divine Sword. Lu Yi had completely fused with the New Moon necklace without even knowing how to use it. Yu Yang smiled. It must be a gift from the unknown ancient goddess. Otherwise, how could it recognize her as its master so quickly? As for this crescent necklace, if it wasn't the ancient goddess, then it was most likely the item of the legendary Water Palace master who had fallen. No matter what, it was enough to know that this was a divine weapon. It didn't matter who the previous master was. That ancient goddess, who was she? Lu Yi couldn't help but ask this question in her heart. I don't know either. Yu Yang shook his head. God knows which era that ancient goddess was from. How could she be an ordinary person who could call the previous master of the Water God Palace and the Water Palace master who had the crescent necklace, a high-grade divine weapon, a friend? Even the fallen Water Palace master was probably a god. Otherwise, the small amount of divine power she had inherited wouldn't have been able to create so many miracles in Tianhua region. Even the Freedom Queen, who had inherited a small amount of divine power many generations later, still had that kind of ability. Ah, clothes. Lu Yi returned to the surface of the White River for a long time. Only when she realized that she could wear accessories did she become embarrassed and flustered. She didn't even have time to wear her underwear. She quickly covered herself with the moon battle armor and hid behind Yu Yang with a burning face. She didn't dare to look at him again. Yu Yang was speechless. Actually, he had already seen everything that he shouldn't have seen. Of course, he definitely couldn't say this. Otherwise, it would be strange if Lu Yi, this young girl, didn't die of embarrassment. After changing clothes, Yu Yang reached out his hand naturally, as if it was his habit for the past few days. Lu Yi also reached out her hand shyly and bravely and obediently let him hold it. The two of them held hands and interlocked their fingers. With the three-realm compass's teleportation, they returned to the White River city that they hadn't seen for many days. At this point, the treasure hunt for the ancient treasures had ended. It was a perfect full stop. Next, Yu Yang could go to the trial grounds with peace of mind. In the later stages of the trial, he could pursue another formidable opponent, Ji Wori. There was nothing unusual in White River City. The people must have seen the ancient rune circle in the sky, but the situation in the city was not stable. Moreover, out of fear of the ancient power, the hybrid fishmen in White River City did not seem to have any unusual actions. Of course, this did not mean that they would not leak this secret if they had the chance. Yu Yang never felt that these hybrid fishmen could be trusted. Other than the hybrid fishmen, no one knew how many people in White River City were spies from the Central Shrine or other clans. However, Yu Yang had already obtained the fusion of the core energy of the ancient rune circle and understood the true meaning of life from the ancient treasure space, so he was satisfied. Moreover, Lu Yi had also obtained the high-grade divine weapon New Moon necklace. The harvest this time was great. The ancient rune in the sky disappeared, and the ancient entrance disappeared. Even if warriors from the Central Shrine came here in the future, they would not be able to find any clues. They were destined to return in disappointment. Haha, take your time to find it. We'll go first. Yu Yang could imagine the depression of the people who came to find the treasure in the future. He was instantly delighted. He did not stay here for too long. After saying goodbye to Sky Execution and the others, he returned to Green Willow City in the Still Swamp. After spending the night with the Southern Demon King and the Impatiens, Yu Yang decided to return to Tong Tian Tower to bid farewell to His Majesty, the Night Empress and Fourth Mother. Because there were too many things to do in Tianhua Domain, it had slightly affected the progress of the trial grounds. Although he knew that Ji Wuri would not be able to obtain the grimoire so easily, he could not just watch him take the lead. Of course, before that, Yu Yang first entered the black hole sealed space and told Queen Vivian Li everything that had happened to him recently. When Empress Fei Wenli heard that Yu Yang's creation orb had advanced to become a creation god orb due to the overflowing chaos energy, his grimoire had advanced to a holy grimoire, and he had even fused with an ancient rune core, she couldn't help but sigh at Yu Yang's heaven-defying luck. Asking Yu Yang to summon the Holy Bible, Queen Vivian Li was stunned. Your Holy Bible is too strange. It's really different from mine. Is yours really the Holy Bible? Why do I feel like it's more like a grimoire? Queen Vivian Li joked with Yu Yang. Actually, Yu Yang's summoning grimoire had always been different from other grimoires. After it was upgraded to a holy grimoire, its power far surpassed other holy grimoires of the same level. It can't be the divine grimoire. Yu Yang was sweating profusely. He knew how terrifying the power of the divine grimoire was. Besides, it was impossible to upgrade the divine grimoire. If it weren't for the fact that the divine grimoire was created by the ancient gods and couldn't be upgraded through a grimoire, I would really suspect that it's a divine grimoire. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Your grimoire is indeed a holy grimoire, but among 100 holy grimoires, it's impossible for all holy grimoires to have the same power. I estimate that your holy grimoire can at least be ranked in the top 5, or even the top 3. I can't say too much, but I haven't found a holy grimoire that's better than yours yet. Its potential power has not been fully unleashed. If its power is fully unleashed, then it's understandable to say that it's a small divine grimoire. Queen Vivian Li paused and added with a smile, the holy grimoire is closely related to each owner's inherent skill and ability. Your inherent skill and ability are part of the holy grimoire's power. So, it's not surprising that this holy grimoire is especially powerful, because you yourself are a little abnormal. Such praise. Yu Yang was speechless. Queen Vivian Li looked at Yu Yang's creation god's bead again. She couldn't bear to part with it and sighed repeatedly, if I also had this kind of divine equipment, why would I worry about the world? Why would I worry about the heaven realm being unjust? Yu Yang really wanted to help Queen Vivian Li, but the creation god's bead could only be used by him. He couldn't lend it to her even if he wanted to. Moreover, with his current strength, he didn't dare to touch this creation god's bead that was overflowing with chaotic energy. In order to comfort Her Majesty, Yu Yang generously took out the bottle containing the ancient god's blood, expressing that he wanted to give this precious treasure to her. Queen Vivian Li happily hugged Yu Yang and gave him a loud kiss, but she didn't accept Yu Yang's gift. I'll accept your kindness. The ancient god's blood is indeed not bad, and it will be of great help to me. However, I am a proud conquest queen. If I rely on external forces to speed up my advancement, conquering the heaven realm would be meaningless. I want to use my own strength to make all living beings bow in front of me. Yu Yang felt that if he gave the ancient god's blood to Jizun, she would probably say the same thing. Why were strong women always so arrogant? Couldn't they make the men who pursued them feel a little less worried? Of course, he couldn't say this out loud. Otherwise, Queen Vivian Li would definitely laugh and scold him for being a male chauvinist. No matter what, she was still a conquest queen. It would be strange if she didn't have any principles at all. The ancient god's blood is indeed a good thing, but we shouldn't use it for the time being. Maybe we can use it one day in the future. Right now, we can't use it so easily. Queen Vivian Li's expression turned serious as she gestured to Yu Yang to keep the ancient god's blood. We, especially you, are still far from reaching our limits. Your advancement is still growing at a high speed, so why would you need the ancient god's blood? When we have reached the limit of our peak and can't advance any further, we won't need the ancient god's blood then. Of course, I think, with our talent and potential, through hard work, we can comprehend the divine realm and form our own unique absolute godhood. Without a doubt, your future is limitless. Therefore, our future can be completely created by ourselves. Let's treat the ancient god's blood as the best reserve resource for now. Alright. Yu Yang also felt that what he created was the best. Using external forces to improve was ultimately not as satisfying as working hard himself. With your current strength, the 6th stage of the Devil Valley shouldn't be difficult. However, you still have to pay attention to the Heaven Creation Demon Venerable. Queen Vivian Li and Yu Yang talked in detail for a long time. When Yu Yang was about to leave, she suddenly recalled something and reminded him. Heaven Creation Demon Venerable. Yu Yang couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. With his current strength of a level 5 innate sovereign, he still had to be careful. Exactly how powerful was the Heaven Creation Demon Venerable sealed in the demonic palace? Seeing that a proud person like Queen Vivian Li also specially reminded him, Yu Yang couldn't help but be more vigilant. Those old ghosts that were sealed for tens of thousands of years, whether it was the ancient demon king, the peerless emperor, or the Heaven Creation Demon Venerable, none of them were easy to deal with. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to defeat the Heaven Creation Demon Venerable and get the treasure of the demonic palace, Yu Yang really didn't want to provoke such a strong enemy. Returning to the Tong Tian Tower. Yu Yang first returned to the Yu clan castle to meet with Jun Wuyu, the old cunning fox and elder Yu Hai. He mentioned the matters of the Heaven Realm to them, and also told them that he was preparing to enter the trials. After a month of material and manpower transportation, whether it was Nightless City in the Emerald Territory, Green Willow City in the Wind-Stopping Swamp in the Tianhua region, or Tong Tian Tower, they had all achieved a win-win situation. The predicament of the Tianhua region had been greatly relieved. There was no need for Yu Yang to stay as a porter. It was the right time to leave and go to the trial grounds. Jun Wuyu and the others also felt that it was not good to waste too much of Yu Yang's time. After all, this little guy's growth was the most important. The rise of Tong Tian Tower was completely attributed to the height of Yu Yang's growth. The higher Yu Yang grew in the future, the better Tong Tian Tower would be. This was for sure. We can put aside the wedding first, but you have to bring Xianxia and the others, so that they don't always worry about you outside. Jun Wuyu mentioned this point. In the land of trials, each level is more difficult than the previous. The later levels are especially so. Bring all of them along. Even if they can't all help you, at some point, one of them might be able to lend you a hand. The old cunning fox was most worried about Yu Yang. He had never entered the trial grounds, but he could imagine that in the extremely difficult times in the future, if Yu Yang did not have the greatest help by his side, he would definitely be at a disadvantage when fighting against Ji Wori, that kind of quasi-god level guy. If it weren't for our words, we would have wanted to persuade Ji Zun, Night Empress, and your Majesty to accompany you to the trial grounds. Jun Wuyu secretly winked at Yu Yang. Cough, cough, be careful with your words. Elder Yu Hai quickly pretended to cough and changed the topic. If the person in Tianluo Palace knew that Jun Wuyu, this old pervert, was helping Yu Yang, he would probably attack the Dixia Palace in anger. At that time, even if Jun Wuyu hid at the ends of the earth, it would be useless. Although nobody told Yu Yang about the real identity of the emperor who was resting in the mirage and had never attended court ever since he ascended to the throne, Yu Yang knew that it was not that simple. If Jun Wuyu was scolded or offended by others, officials like Feng Kuang, the old cunning fox and elder Yu Hai would also be very angry. However, they would definitely not be like the Marquis of Zijin, who was slightly disrespectful to His Majesty and provoked the Night Empress to teach the Marquis of Zijin a lesson personally. If it wasn't for His Majesty being magnanimous and asking the Night Empress to be merciful, how would the Marquis of Zijin still be alive to fight against Yu Yang? The Marquis of Zijin withstood 2 moves from the Night Empress. Could he really withstand 2 moves from her? What a joke! Even if the Marquis of Zijin cultivated for another 1,000 years, he wouldn't be able to withstand 2 moves from the Night Empress. The fact that the Night Empress had consecutively punished the Marquis of Zijin and severely injured him only showed the anger in her heart and the serious consequences of disrespecting His Majesty. In this world, the only person who dared to disrespect His Majesty from the Tianluo Palace was probably Yu Yang alone. The only person who dared to trespass into His Majesty's chambers in the middle of the night was probably him, this little rascal. After meeting a few old men, Yu Yang had already understood their intentions, but he felt that it was very difficult. The Night Empress was still alright, but to persuade His Majesty to go and challenge the trials with him? It would probably be even harder than sneaking into that bed and sleeping. Jizun was even more difficult. Without the ability to climb up to 1,000,000 steps, she would definitely not agree to challenge the trials with him. This matter, needless to say, could be saved. When he arrived at the Tianluo Palace, he would meet Fourth Mother and talk to her about various things. Yu Yang secretly looked at her, hoping that she would dispel his doubts. However, Fourth Mother only smiled and did not speak. She went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for Yu Yang. Forget it, it would be better to go and harass His Majesty. It would be a waste not to use harassment tactics. Yu Yang carried the little girl Yu Xuan, who refused to come down from his embrace, and went to look for His Majesty. The female official guarding the palace opened her eyes wide. Barging in at night was fine, but bringing a child to see His Majesty, what kind of trick was this? Could it be that he thought he could successfully enter by bringing a little treasure? His Majesty is resting. The female official on duty hurriedly stopped Yu Yang according to the rules. Ah, His Majesty is very busy every day. It must be hard on you. I didn't want to disturb him, I only brought my sister to greet him. If His Majesty is resting, we promised to leave after bowing at the door. If Yu Yang could be stumped by others, he would not be a guy from another world. Barging into someone else's bedroom in the middle of the night, when did you become so polite? This is not like you. The Night Empress' voice came from inside, as if there was something that made her laugh. She tried her best to hold back her laughter, but to no avail. The Night Empress did not wait for Yu Yang to speak, and laughed like a bell. Why did Third Young Master come today? It's definitely not possible without a reason. Let me guess, if it's not that you had a great harvest from ancient treasures, then you had a breakthrough in your original realm. Seeing Third Young Master's face full of happiness today, it's probably both. Congratulations. Yu Yang suddenly felt that it wasn't a good thing for girls to be too smart sometimes. Luckily, according to Su Ying, the smartest girl in the Matchless Pride duo, a girl would become stupid after getting married and giving birth to a son. From this, it seemed that he still had hope. At most, he would just make the smart girls a little dumber. Her Majesty and the Night Empress would naturally not follow Yu Yang to the trial grounds. In the face of these two, Yu Yang's eloquence would be of no use. These two were not like drunken cat or fallen flowers. It was not easy to woo them. He still had to do it step by step. As for his comprehension of the new realm, it wouldn't be a problem for them to exchange their own experiences. The Night Empress praised Yu Yang for fusing with the core of the ancient rune sky formation. She felt that this would be the beginning of Yu Yang's potential rising again. Her Majesty was more interested in Yu Yang's water giant and life comprehension in the ancient entrance. Unfortunately, the three of them talked for a long time, but they could not infer which ancient god the beautiful and kind water giant was. They could only conclude that the new moon necklace she gave to Lu Yi was the treasure of the Origin Water Temple Master. With your current strength, the 6th gate, Demon Valley, is indeed not difficult, but the 7th gate, Life Valley, also known as Human Valley, will not be so easy. It is definitely not a difficulty that can be completed by force. Her Majesty suddenly snorted when Yu Yang was about to leave. Your Majesty, have you been to the trial grounds? Yu Yang was surprised. No, I have only heard it from others. Her Majesty denied it immediately, but Yu Yang was 100% sure that Her Majesty had definitely been there, and at least reached the 7th gate, Human Valley. I also want to go and have a look, but I don't have time for this period of time. The Night Empress' tone was completely different from Her Majesty's. She definitely had not been to the trial grounds. If Her Majesty had been to the trial grounds, wouldn't it be before the Tong Tian Tower space channel was sealed? That was probably at least 6,000 years ago. In that case, how old was Her Majesty this year? Could it be that Her Majesty was older than the prison emperor, and was ranked 3,000 years after the prison emperor and Queen Vivian Li? Yu Yang didn't dare to think any further, because if the answer was really revealed, their relationship would become even more awkward in the future. If he came to see His Majesty again, he wouldn't be able to act as casually as he did today. It was rare for him to be muddle-headed, so it was better for him to pretend that he didn't know anything. Hugging the little girl who had already fallen asleep, Yu Yang returned to see Fourth Mother. As soon as he left the palace, Drunken Cat and Miss Panda Nyo quietly welcomed him. They knew that Yu Yang was seeking an audience with Her Majesty, so they did not dare to help him carelessly. After a day of gathering, Princess Sisai, Fallen Flowers, Inan, and Yu Bing, who were cultivating in the World Tree Stairway, heard the news and returned. The one who informed them was naturally the little girl Lu Yi, who entered the ancient entrance with Yu Yang and obtained the artifact crescent necklace. The one who came back with them was also the gentle big sister Yu Yu. A little later, Xia Yi, Aquamarine, Bai Lu, Raging Flames, and the half-elf slave also returned to the Tian Luo Palace from the Sea Clan Starfall Sea. Usually, if Yu Yang went to some place to train, he would not bring the sickly beauty Shui Wuhan. This time was an exception. He specially went to the Ivy Academy to pick up the sickly beauty. The sixth stage, the Demon's Valley, the sickly beauty might not need help, but according to His Majesty and Queen Vivian Li, the more help the seventh stage, the better. After bidding farewell to Fourth Mother, His Majesty, Night Empress, Jun Wuyo, the Old Fox, Elder Yu Hai, and the other elders, Yu Yang brought everyone to the trial grounds for the first time. In Green Willow City, Yu Yang and Princess Sisai met up with the Southern Demon King and the Impatiens, who had been waiting for a long time. The two of them were also extremely strong helpers. If Shui Wuxia had already woken up, then Yu Yang would have no more regrets. Unfortunately, Xuanyo was still in a deep sleep, and he did not know when she would be able to completely fuse with the divine spark. The sixth stage, the Demon's Valley, we don't have to worry too much, but there is a hidden demonic palace in the Demon's Valley. There is a heaven creation demon venerable there, a powerful person who had the intention of conquering the heaven realm since ancient times. We cannot let our guard down. Little Wenli, Red, Aman, Jiangying, Future, Duo, you all have to be the main fighting force and use your full strength to take down that heaven creation demon venerable. Yu Yang did not want to bring Princess Sisai and the others to fight against the heaven creation demon venerable. Strength was one thing, the most important thing was that if they died in battle, they would definitely not be revived. The heaven creation demon venerable was so strong that Yu Yang did not want to lose any members of his side. What about Ika? The attentive Jiangning noticed that Yu Yang did not mention Ika's name. I want to leave her in the Demon's Valley. Yu Yang's plan was like this: Ika and the sisters Xiao Yu would stay in the Demon's Valley to fight against the heaven creation demon venerable. If possible, Yu Yang even wanted to bring the sisters into the demonic palace and borrow the power of their humanoid divine weapons to fight against the heaven creation demon venerable. Compared to the Demon's Valley, the heaven creation demon venerable was undoubtedly the real difficulty. As for Princess Sisai and the others, Yu Yang decided to leave them in the seventh stage, the Human Valley. At that time, Yu Yang might be covered in injuries from fighting against the heaven creation demon venerable. When they reached the seventh valley, if the conditions allowed, Princess Sisai and the others should be able to help him a lot. No matter what, it was very necessary to leave more power for later. Because there was an even more powerful Jiwuri behind. This guy was the biggest enemy. After staying in Green Willow City for a day, Yu Yang brought the Golden Beast, Star Scorpion, Tao Tai, and the giant lowly little N with him. As for Hui Tai Lang, he left Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tan Lang and the others with him because the situation in the Tianhua region was not peaceful yet. With Hui Tai Lang around, they should be able to survive even if they met a strong enemy. It was a pity that Night Empress and Ji Zun could not go to the trial ground together. Otherwise, Yu Yang was 100% sure that he could kill the heaven creation demon venerable and Jiwuri. Forget it, some difficulties had to be overcome by oneself. Only then could it be considered as true growth. Before he left, Yu Yang didn't forget to write a letter to Ming Yu Guang. He didn't want his best friend to peek at his love letter. This time, Yu Yang used ancient runes. Unless it was a genius who was proficient in ancient runes, it would be impossible for her to peek at his mushy love letter. It had been a few months since they came out of the fifth stage, Beast Valley. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that even Empress Fei Wenli, who had set the record for the fastest time to clear the seventh stage, took at least half a year to clear the seventh stage, Yu Yang wouldn't have been so sure that Ji Wuri would be so far ahead. Count on Captain Cook to stop Ji Wuri? Well, this joke is a bit cold. The Sky Region Emperor was very powerful in the Southern Heaven Realm. He was doing very well as a pirate and almost monopolized the shipping in the entire Southern Heaven Realm. However, compared to Jiwori, who was known as the #1 genius in the central shrine and the best successor to the temple's Jizun, he was still inferior. Yu Yang suspected that during the battle for the 6 divine weapons, at least one of the 4 god armors fell into the hands of Jiwori and his master, Tianyu. Jiwori went to the trial ground to fight for the grimoire. Would he bring the 4 god armors with him? It was hard to say. If Jiwori had already obtained the recognition of this divine weapon, even if Yu Yang had the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, Prison Emperor Divine Staff, and Princess Sisai's Prison Emperor Divine Sword, he might not be able to kill Jiwori, who was wearing the 4 god armors and had the strength of a quasi-god. Forget it, don't think about Jiwori for now. Since Xuanyao has not woken up yet, the Prison Emperor Divine Staff is not complete yet. Yu Yang threw away his distracting thoughts. I also have not completely fused with the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. Princess Sisai was extremely resentful because Lu Yi easily obtained the Crescent Moon necklace. This made her go crazy. Why didn't she meet such a kind-hearted ancient god? She didn't think about it anymore. If it wasn't for the Prison Emperor's last wish to give the right to use the Divine Sword to her, a descendant, the Divine Sword would have been in Yu Yang's hands. Tigress, don't worry, I'll help you take a look when I'm free. Yu Yang was most afraid that Princess Sisai wouldn't let him help. Now that she saw that Lu Yi had the Crescent Moon, she seemed to have changed her original stubbornness. This was undoubtedly a good thing. You go do your own things first. Princess Sisai snorted and carried the sword back to continue comprehending and fusing. She just liked to fight with him. Not only would she not delay important things, she would also support him with all her strength. In other words, this tigress was a tough but soft-hearted older sister. It wasn't easy to win her over, but he didn't have to worry about not being able to win her over. Returning to the trial ground, the 6th stage, Demon Valley. After entering the Demon Valley, Yu Yang only brought Ika along. This place was slightly different from the previous stages. It wasn't like the 5th stage, the Beast Valley, where there was a gate of rebirth the moment they entered. And it wasn't like the 4th stage, the Desire Valley, where there were illusions and temptations everywhere. The world of the Demon Valley wasn't like what Yu Yang had imagined before. The blood-red sky, the magma ground, the scorching air, and the bones all over the ground, those things didn't exist at all. The passage to enter the Demon Valley was like the entrance to the Imperial Palace, but it was extremely huge. It was 7 or 8 kilometers long, and the vault was 100 meters tall. At the end, there was a magnificent palace. Walking up the stairs in front of the palace, Yu Yang discovered that there was a huge sand table in the front hall. On it was the terrain of the entire Demon Valley world. Yu Yang stopped and carefully observed the sand table. He discovered that the forces on it were mainly controlled by 2 big camps. One was the Angel Alliance with the Holy Sword Angel as its emblem, and the other was the Dark Alliance with the Blood Scythe Demon as its emblem. Any challenger would have to join one of the 2 major factions. If the faction they joined won every major battle, and the challenger's own points reached the requirements, they would be able to successfully clear the level. On the surface, the 6th stage, the Demon Valley, was much easier to pass than the 4th and 5th stages, the Desire Valley and the Beast Valley. In fact, only 1 out of 100 challengers could pass the Demon Valley. The 6th stage, the Demon Valley, was similar to the previous Beast Valley. The challenger couldn't directly start a battle, but they also didn't need to raise a war beast like in the Beast Valley. As long as they designated a war beast to join one of the 2 big camps, they could continuously kill the challengers or natives of the enemy camp to obtain points, and then they could successfully pass the stage. The only difference from the Beast Valley was that the war beasts in the Beast Valley had 3 chances to revive. Even if they died once, they wouldn't feel despair. In the Demon Valley, if the war beast that represented the battle died, at least 100 points would be deducted. Non-guardian war beasts would never be able to revive, and they would have to change to another war beast to fight. Yu Yang looked at the conditions for points and sweated profusely. This was because he realized that killing a Heaven Stage level 5 enemy war beast would only give him 1 point. In other words, as long as he died in battle once, he would have to kill at least 100 enemies to be able to wash away the negative points. Moreover, in the Demon Valley, the warbeast's owner could be attacked. The strangest thing was that simply killing the warbeast's owner would not give him any points. He had to first kill the war beast and then kill the war beast's owner in order to completely eliminate the enemy. How is it? It's pretty interesting, isn't it? Yu Yang laughed as he looked at Ika, who had a serious expression on her face. Yes. Ika nodded seriously. She would never underestimate her enemy. Which camp should I join? A righteous and kind-hearted person like me would naturally join the dark faction as a spy. Yu Yang replied to the registration of the NPCs at a checkpoint for clearing the dungeon. I'm sorry, because there have been too many people joining the dark camp in the past few thousand years. The 100 people in front of you must choose the Angel Alliance's camp. The other party's answer made Yu Yang speechless. If that was the case, then what was the point of choosing? Wouldn't it be better to just say that he could only choose the weaker Angel Alliance? Can you remain neutral? Yu Yang realized that there were a few natives who were actually neutral. If you were willing to stay in this world forever. The natives expressed that they could choose to be neutral. Yu Yang sweated profusely. Stay here forever? Then he might as well die. Choose to stand? The other party asked tentatively. No, you see, my guardian beast is a battle angel. Naturally, I would choose the Angel Alliance's camp. I am a righteous person who loves to be a hero and save beauties. Oh right, can you ask me which camp my friend, Jiwori, chose? Yu Yang asked. Jiwori is your friend? That crazy evil person chose the dark camp. He killed people like flies and turned the Demon Valley into a sea of blood. He left half a month ago. When the natives heard that Yu Yang was Jiwori's friend, their expression immediately changed. They looked at Yu Yang with disgust, as if they were looking at a murderer or an executioner. Fuck. Yu Yang was speechless again. Jiwori actually chose the dark camp. Was he worthy of the so-called justice of the central shrine? After choosing their faction, Yu Yang and Ika turned to the left passage. From this moment onwards, all the people from the dark faction that they met in the future would be their enemies, even if they were their closest friends or even relatives. Of course, Yu Yang didn't have this kind of heart-wrenching trouble, because he didn't have any friends in the heaven realm who entered the training grounds. As for his relatives, they were all in his grimoire world. If he met any enemies, he could just kill them. There was no need to worry about whether he should be merciful or not. Other than the entrance of the Demon Valley, once they left, they would enter the battlefield of the two factions. This huge battlefield was even vaster than the soaring dragon continent. There was a boundary in the middle. There were 10 strongholds on the boundary. The Angel Alliance and the Dark Faction each had 5. Strongholds could only prevent the natives of opposing sides from crossing the border to fight. It was impossible to stop the real challengers. If the challengers had enough strength, they could break into the other side's camp and start a massacre. Like Jiwori, they could become a killing maniac and make the natives turn pale at the mention of their names. Are you sure you want to join our Angel Alliance? At the end of the left passage, there was a kind old man standing under a giant angel statue. He asked with a smile. If a beautiful lady is standing here to serve the newcomers, I believe that the number of people joining the Angel Alliance will increase. Yu Yang raised a question that no one had ever objected to. The kind old man was stunned for a moment before laughing out loud. That makes sense. I should have thought of this earlier. The old man laughed out loud. I was wondering why so many people like to join the dark faction. It turns out that the guide's gender and appearance are so important. Haha, little friend, thank you very much for your opinion. However, this can't be changed for now. Do you still want to choose this old man as your guide in the Angel Alliance? Do I have a second choice? Yu Yang sighed. Didn't they say that the dark faction couldn't be chosen? If not, why would he come here? Although I can't make the decision for you, there were challengers who did this before. For example, if they couldn't choose a side, they would send many of their subordinates to join the other side. When the number of people far exceeded the other side, they would be able to choose freely. The old man said. How many subordinates do you need? Yu Yang asked curiously. The most challengers wanted to join the Angel faction, which was very powerful at the time. They sent 108 subordinates to the Dark faction to balance the number of challengers. When the old man said this, Yu Yang was sweating profusely. He must have stepped on the corpses of his subordinates to pass the trial. Although the rules of the ancient era were set and could not be changed, smart people would still be able to find a loophole after running into a wall many times. In order to successfully clear this stage, close to 100 capable subordinates had joined in and turned their beasts into points. This was indeed the fastest way to clear this stage. Perhaps seeing Yu Yang's astonishment, the old man chuckled and said, "Actually, this demon valley originally did not have any original inhabitants. They were all followers left behind by the ancient challengers. Those who were lucky enough to survive, because they could not leave the valley, they were forced to stay and live here. They married and gave birth to children. Just like that, generation after generation, their descendants became the true original inhabitants of the Demon Valley world." Yu Yang secretly wiped his sweat. Luckily he didn't let Princess Sisai and the others out to clear the stage together. Otherwise, if one of them didn't have enough points and couldn't leave the Demon Valley, he would have fainted. In this Demon Valley, as long as one entered, they would automatically be recognized by the ancient era's rules. They would automatically obtain the qualifications to be a challenger, no matter if they were strong or weak, master or servant. Before this, no matter if it was Queen Vivian Li or the prison emperor or the other rankers of Tong Tian Tower, when they entered the Demon Valley, they all used their own strength to clear the stage. They didn't even know that there was such a loophole. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I knew it was like this, I would have brought more than 1,000 people. Yu Yang was only saying it casually. No matter what, he who had the sovereign's heart and the challenge limit would not do that. Do you want to listen to this old man's explanation in detail, or do you want to ignore it? The old man expressed that he was a qualified guide. Do I need to pay to listen to your explanation? Yu Yang was extremely cautious as he covered his pocket. Nonsense. The old man was extremely dissatisfied with this brat's question. In this day and age, who would work for free? Then ignore it. Yu Yang's money was definitely not that easy to take. Although he wasn't the kind of miser who was stingy, he was definitely stingy. 100 pieces of 6th ranked and above gems, or treasures of equivalent value. The old man's old face smiled like a chrysanthemum. He stretched out his big hand shamelessly, his index finger was even curling up and down, as if there was a hungry ghost who had seen delicious food. Why don't you go rob? Yu Yang flatly refused. Wrong, it's even better than robbing. If you don't have gems, I will save the angel emblem here. Without it, even if you kill 10,000 beasts, you won't get a single point. In the end, you still have to obediently come back to me to exchange for the angel emblem. It's fine if you want to exchange later, I'm not in a hurry. But the next time you come, you have to take out 200 gems. The old man laughed fearlessly. I really want to kill you with one slash. If Yu Yang hadn't discovered that this greedy old man had at least the strength of a 9th-level sovereign, he would have already pulled out his sword in anger. Hey, whenever I'm in a bad mood, I will increase the price. The old man indicated that he couldn't say bad things in front of Yu Yang, otherwise he would lose his face. Take this. Yu Yang took out the meteor shower pearl, which was worth at least 56th ranked gems, and reluctantly handed it to the old man. This is not bad, but it's not worth 106th ranked gems. The old man's eyes were very sharp. You don't want it? Yu Yang had already pulled out his crescent blade like a madman. He grabbed the old man's collar with one hand. If this old man dared to say no again, he would kill this greedy old man with one slash. It had always been him, the Yu clan's third young master, who extorted others. Today, he had no choice but to be extorted. He was already in a bad mood, yet he still dared to complain? If he asked for more, it would be strange if he didn't fight with the other party. Don't be impulsive, impulsiveness is the devil. Young people shouldn't be too hot-tempered. Sometimes, if you take a step back, you'll see the world. Just treat it as spending money to ward off disaster. The old man knew that people like Yu Yang wouldn't be easily extorted. Being willing to take out a 7th-ranked meteor shower pearl was already his limit. He kept the meteor shower pearl, ignoring Yu Yang's murderous gaze. First, he flipped it over and looked at it. Then, he clicked his tongue and sighed, what a loss, this thing really isn't worth 106th-ranked gems. Forget it, just treat it as this old man doing a good deed. Yu Yang placed the crescent blade on the old man's neck. Damn it, if you talk nonsense again, this young master will kill you and make you drop your equipment. He was now annoyed that he was above his level. He even had the heart to beat this old man like he was a boss. The old man had been through a lot, but his expression was still calm. He laughed and took out an angel badge with a compassionate female angel clasped her hands in front of her chest and a pair of wings protecting her sword and shield. This angel badge's sword and shield were golden color, the pair of wings were snow white, and on the compassionate female angel's little forehead, there was a gemstone that was smaller than a grain of rice, faintly shining with 7 colors. With this, you can participate in the demon-slaying mission. The points can be checked at the angel statues in the various cities within the Angel Alliance. This old man is only in charge of the main mission, there might be various auxiliary missions inside. You can accept those that you like to challenge, and you can ignore those that you want to save time. When your points reach the requirements, you can enter the teleportation gate at the foot of the first angel statue and come back here. I will tell you how to leave the Demon Valley and head to the next stage, Human Valley. The old man's attitude towards Yu Yang was actually quite good. Even though he was threatened, he still had a smile on his face. Can't you just tell me how to head to the 7th stage, Human Valley? If it wasn't for the fact that Yu Yang had to kill the hidden sky demon venerable in the demonic temple in the 6th stage, he wouldn't even want to participate in the demon-slaying mission. Please, time is money, why waste time like this? If you don't pass the 6th stage, you won't be able to enter the 7th stage. Even if you enter, you won't be considered as a challenger. The old man expressed that some things had to be completed step by step. I hope the Demon Valley mission won't be too boring. Yu Yang sighed. No matter how boring it was, he still had to enter the Demon Valley. Because this damned God of Heaven game company didn't have a GM, he couldn't call them to complain. He would just treat it as a holiday. Yu Yang comforted himself like this. Before entering the teleportation gate, the old man suddenly said, "Little friend, this place is more fun than you think. You definitely won't be disappointed. Can you not scare people behind their backs?" Yu Yang was so scared that she almost broke out in a cold sweat. Holding the angel badge in his hand, he entered the teleportation gate at the end of the passage. In an instant, he was teleported to the center of a simple and crude camp. This camp was even more simple and crude than the mercenary camps in the Soaring Dragon continent. The surrounding walls were made of wooden fences that were nailed messily into a circle. Yu Yang dared to say that if this craftsmanship was done by the worst craftsman in the Soaring Dragon continent, the craftsmanship would be much better. The only thing he felt was that in the center of this simple and crude camp, behind Yu Yang, there was a shining angel statue. The angel statue was 10 meters tall. Under her feet, there was a crystal tablet that was more than 3 meters tall. There were some people's names and numbers on it. Among them, Jiwuri's blood-red name was ranked first. The number after his name was 10,001. The second name was Queen Vivian Li. The number after her name was 9876. Yu Yang didn't know the names from the 3rd to the 8th. The person ranked 9th was the prison emperor Zhang Feng. His suffix was 3512. As for the 10th name, it was actually Guangzhong Hua from the Central Shrine. Yu Yang knew this name, but he didn't officially greet him, so he could barely be considered to know him. After searching for a long time, he finally found Cook Caribbean's name at the 97th place. His number after his name was 1946. What you are looking at is the battle record and also the points. A burly man wearing tattered leather armor suddenly walked forward and started chatting with Yu Yang. You must be a new challenger. Logically speaking, to be able to pass this stage, your strength should be pretty good, but you seem to have just reached heaven rank. Forget it, maybe you can't control yourself coming here. But no matter what, since you have come to this cruel world, it's always good to know more. Even if there's no hope of leaving, it's still important to stay alive. It's better to control one's own fate. Hello, my name is Maku. I'm the assistant of Camp 1385. No matter if you are willing to join us or not, our camp will provide a relatively safe place for you to pass the dangerous initial stage. Oh right, where's your beast? She's a little bored, so she went back to rest. Yu Yang pointed at the numbers after his name and asked, how can Jiwuri's battle record be ranked higher than Conquest Queen's? that demon didn't leave even after he accumulated enough points. He used a few months' time to surpass the record holder, Conquest Queen, before leaving. Furthermore, his subordinates also cooperated with his shameless method of farming points. We didn't know they were actually in cahoots. Jiwori, that demon, has the strength of a quasi-god, but he stayed in the Demon Valley to slaughter weaklings like us. He's really a dog that deserves to be punished by the heavens. The burly man named Ma Ku's eyes turned red when he mentioned Jiwori. He was filled with grief and indignation. Many of his family and friends had probably died in Jiwori's hands. There's also that flashing cheap dog Xianxia. He's a beast in the heart of a human. So he's in cahoots with Jiwori. Our angel camp has been tricked so miserably by them. Another short and stout man snorted angrily. We've all been deceived. This is the greatest humiliation in thousands of years. It's also a heavy blow that we won't be able to recover from in the next few thousand years. After Jiwori's massacre, the Angel Alliance probably won't be able to recover for another 1,000 years. If only I had the strength. The person who heard the discussion was Jiwori. It turned out that the people scattered around the camp had all gathered around to denounce the despicable and shameless challenger of the central shrine. It does sound a little unpleasant. Yu Yang originally didn't have much motivation to challenge the Demon Valley. However, now that he saw how despicable Jiwori was, he immediately became motivated. He felt that he had to suppress Jiwori's damned battle record of first place. Otherwise, it would be difficult to vent his anger at Jiwori for deliberately farming points to surpass Queen Vivian Li. You are a newbie. If you don't have any relatives or friends, don't be in a hurry to go out and hunt. Points can be earned slowly, but don't be in a hurry. No matter what, you have to ensure the survival of your beast. Once the beast dies, it would be an irrecoverable failure. In the camp, although we didn't have much help, we could still provide sufficient food or a small amount of medicine for free. If you have the opportunity to obtain a large amount of resources in the future, you can also donate a portion of it to support those in need. The Angel Alliance has always been suppressed by the Dark Faction due to the lack of super powerhouses. We have been in a disadvantageous position for a long time. Regardless of whether it is the number of challengers or the strength of the Dark Faction, we cannot compare to them. If we are not united and can't help each other, then the challengers with common interests will all fall into a dangerous situation. Newbie, no matter how wary you are of strangers, I hope that you can temporarily relax and accept the advice of some seniors in the Angel Alliance. Try your best to maintain your strength, ensure the survival of your main war beast, and maintain the hope of continuing to challenge. Do your part to resist the Dark Faction, and prepare for your future success in clearing the Instance Dungeon. The burly man who called himself Ma Ku could tell that Yu Yang was the kind of person who didn't trust others. His face was full of sincerity as he gestured to Yu Yang to analyze the pros and cons. He tried his best to convince him. Naturally, Yu Yang wouldn't be easily convinced. However, he was a little touched by Ma Ku's words. With his heaven eyes' divine vision and super-sensitive senses, he could, of course, tell at a glance whether the person in front of him was lying or playing tricks. But he didn't. Ma Ku didn't lie. He didn't use a mask to deceive Yu Yang. What he said was the truth. Maybe it was because of the unfavorable situation, or maybe it was because Mark or the people of Camp 1385 had a kind of sincerity that they didn't have anywhere else. Ma Ku wasn't lying. He was speaking the truth from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't easy to speak the truth. It was even more difficult to say that he was willing to help a newbie for free and was willing to help each other. Yu Yang felt that Ma Ku wasn't very strong, but he treated newbies well. Among all the people he had met, it was very rare. At the same time, this was the first time Yu Yang met someone who spoke with such sincerity since entering the trial grounds. Yu Yang really didn't know how someone like him managed to survive. Thank you. I think I will first understand our own side and the enemy's information and formulate a relevant battle plan before thinking about the points. Yu Yang replied half-truthfully. It was true that he needed to gather information and make a plan, but it was not to deal with the Dark Alliance. It was to deal with the heaven-splitting demon Venerable hidden in the demonic Divine Palace. Yu Yang had never seriously considered the issue of accumulating points. He only had one goal, and that was to surpass Jiwori as much as possible. He could not let him be so arrogant in farming points. Our camp leader hasn't returned yet. If he returns, you can apply for newcomer assistance from him. Generally speaking, newcomers could obtain a beast that was at least heaven stage to assist them in the early stages. If you had enough confidence, you could also ask for 2 beast eggs with the potential of heaven stage. Here, accumulating points is the most important, followed by beasts. Maku passed a small map to Yu Yang. On this sheepskin map, there were more than 10 noteworthy areas within 1,000 square kilometers. How many points can I get from killing a heaven stage beast? Yu Yang suddenly remembered this question. You didn't ask the guide at the entrance? Maku was stunned. There was actually such a newcomer? The guide didn't even ask clearly before he came in? He said he would charge us. Yu Yang's reason was very good, it was to save money. Only 1 rank 6 gem. Maku was speechless at Yu Yang's stinginess. Why did he want to save money for such important information? Cough, I don't have money. Yu Yang was furious. If he knew it was so cheap, he would have given it even if he had to grit his teeth. He didn't expect that old man to be so shameless. He didn't tell him how much it was, making him think it was expensive. He didn't expect it to be only worth 1 rank 6 gem. Of course, no matter how angry he was, he wouldn't show it on his face. He could only pretend to be poor. Not even 1 rank 6 gem. Not only Maku, even the mercenary-like challengers at the side all looked at Yu Yang with pity. They understood that the newcomers were poor, but they never thought that there would be someone so poor. It's okay. In the Demon Valley world, gems are not used. Bartering is a popular practice here. What is popular here are all kinds of supplementary items that can increase a beast's potential or strength. For example, the wisdom fruit or the wisdom leaf. Here, they are all extremely expensive items that can't be bought no matter how much money you have. There are many ways to raise a beast. Because the requirements are different, some king-ranked challengers in the Demon Valley world, in order to save time and effort, would usually use all kinds of precious items to exchange for what they need, so that they can raise their beast faster and better. Here, other than bartering, we can also accept some missions from others, earn some points, or exchange for some items that we need. Maku explained to Yu Yang in detail. As a vice battalion master, he was very responsible. As for Yu Yang's question about points, he explained, heaven stage beasts are also divided into several types of points. For example, there are many heaven stage beasts here. They are almost everywhere. Killing 10,000 of them will give you 1 point. Heaven stage level 2, killing 1,000 will give you 1 point. Heaven stage level 3 will give you 100, Heaven stage level 4 will give you 10, and Heaven stage level 5 will give you 1 point each. If you can gather 100 points, then you can go to the teleportation at the foot of the Archangel statue in the first camp, pass the test, and then teleport away. Newbie, the chances of me leaving by myself are relatively slim. After saving up for more than 3,000 years, I only have around 20 points. The strongest war beast's potential is almost exhausted, and my own strength has also reached its limit. The possibility of me leaving is not high. I sincerely hope that you can display your war beast's potential and pass the Demon Valley trial. On behalf of us old fellows who may never have the chance to leave and are destined to be natives, go out and see the sky of freedom. In the end, whether it was Maku or those challengers who were dressed like mercenaries, their expressions were a little sad. Another group of challengers who yearned for freedom. Yu Yang could understand these people's feelings. Sometimes, they didn't feel anything about freedom at all. However, once they lost it, they would know that it was the most precious thing in the world. This was evident from the fact that since ancient times, the predecessors had always sealed criminals who had committed heinous crimes instead of killing them. The pain caused by imprisoning a person's freedom was actually much greater than killing him. This kind of punishment was the most meaningful. Many fugitives were not afraid of death, but they were definitely afraid of being sealed. If the two camps want to fight, how long will it take? 1 year or how long? Yu Yang asked again. Theoretically, it should be 3 months. Every 3 months, the natives will open all the checkpoints, allowing the challengers from both camps to come into contact. Maku sighed, in reality, as long as one has enough strength, the enemy can kill them anytime. In other words, no matter where we are, our lives can be in danger at any time. Pay attention to protect your war beast, especially your strongest war beast. Don't let the enemy kill it. You must let it live until the end. For challengers with strength like ours, normally, the enemies who can barge in and start a massacre wouldn't care about our lives. You just need to pay attention to protect your war beast and not let the enemy kill it instantly. If you really can't do it, you can also go to the underground passage to train for a while. Someone suggested. There are thousands of ancient passages in the underground. Some are thousands of kilometers long, and some are mysterious. No one knows where they lead to. Although there are also ancient beasts in there, compared to the challengers from the Dark faction, the danger is still lower. Even if the war beast dies, the points won't be deducted. Another guy said. Pay attention, some challengers from the Dark faction will disguise their war beasts as ancient beasts. When we go to train, we can kill the war beasts to gain points. In the beginning, we usually work in teams. Of course, we can also familiarize ourselves with the terrain first. At least get 3 war beasts. 1 main war beast, 1 support war beast. And the last war beast is a reserve war beast. Maku and his companions enthusiastically explained the situation of the Demon Valley to the poor Yu Yang, who had no money to buy information from the guide. No matter if their methods were suitable for Yu Yang or not. Yu Yang thanked them one by one. It was rare to have such sincere allies in the Demon Valley. This place was like heaven and earth compared to the Desire Valley and the Beast Valley. Although the situation here was worse and the difficulty was higher, the influence of the ancient code was out of Yu Yang's expectation. It actually had a positive influence, unlike the Desire Valley and the Beast Valley, where everyone became enemies. Any war beast that is killed will lose 100 points? Yu Yang asked again. No. Only when the main war beast is killed, which is the war beast with the angel badge, will the points be deducted. If the support war beast is killed, the challenger will not lose points, but the strength of the main war beast will be weakened, and it might even be seriously injured. Even if the enemy kills the support war beast, they will still get a small amount of points. Normally, it will be 1% of the main war beast's points. Depending on the strength of the main war beast, some will get slightly stronger. Maku answered very clearly. How many challengers are there in the Dark faction? Yu Yang asked the last question. 100,000, even if there aren't any, it should be close to that number. Maku thought for a while and added, because of Jiwuri's massacre and Zhonghua's scheming, we originally had 80,000 people, but now there are only 50,000 left. Just our campsite alone has lost half of our people. The broken balance will be restored sooner or later. After all, the ancient code will not allow such an imbalance to exist for long. Yu Yang comforted him. It's not impossible to wait for new challengers to join in and restore balance. It's just too slow. I'm afraid we can't wait that long. The Angel Alliance's situation is getting worse. I'm afraid there will be another catastrophe in 2 months. Maku felt that unless the people in the Dark faction were all idiots, they would definitely attack in 2 months. There are still 2 months. There are many things to do. Yu Yang smiled after hearing this and did not say anything else. Since there was enough time, he would go and find trouble with the heaven-splitting demon Venerable first. After all, his main target was the heaven-splitting demon Venerable. Using the excuse of familiarizing himself with the terrain, Yu Yang bid farewell to the honest Maku and the group of down-and-out but hospitable challengers in the campsite. He set off towards his destination. That was the hidden checkpoint that even Queen Vivian Li and the prison emperor had not been to before, the demonic shrine. The demonic temple was located in a sealed space. It was impossible for ordinary challengers to enter it. In the depths of the ancient tunnel of the Devil Valley, according to Granny Shaw's information, there was an underground ruin called the Dark Nest, where a hidden transmission entrance could be found. It was already extremely difficult for ordinary challengers to enter the ancient tunnel. This was because once they encountered those ancient magical beasts that were unimaginably powerful, their lives could be in danger at any moment. Those ancient magical beasts that had lived for tens of thousands of years were definitely not to be trifled with. Hence, to ordinary challengers, especially newcomers, entering the dark sky lair that was filled with ancient magical beasts was merely a daydream. Naturally, Yu Yang was an exception. He was not an ordinary challenger, nor was he a newcomer, but an abnormal genius who often killed bosses. The entrance to the demonic temple was located in the dark nest full of ancient demonic beasts. Therefore, for thousands of years, there were very few challengers who really knew that there was a hidden space called the demonic temple in the world of the Devil Valley. Or, some people knew about this legend, but did not dare to have any ideas about it. After all, not every challenger was as courageous as Yu Yang. After tens of thousands of years, the terrain, landforms, and map marks in the Devil Valley had changed a lot. Referring to Granny Shaw's information, Yu Yang could only vaguely see the current map, but it was impossible to find the target according to the original route. Fortunately, the camp of the Angel Alliance has not changed much. Yu Yang secretly rejoiced. If even the camps of these base points had changed, he would definitely not be able to find the destination in a short time. Yu Yang flew for a day. Then he made a comparison in the sky above several areas. Finally, it was determined that the boulder forest below, which spread for hundreds of kilometers, was the best entrance to enter the dark nest to find the demonic temple. Before entering the underground passage that extended in all directions, Yu Yang first called out Ika and left her outside. No matter how the battle in the demonic temple was, Ika could hunt the enemies of the dark camp outside. With her current strength and wisdom, Yu Yang was more assured. Of course, this highly free experience process will also be part of Ika's rapid growth. After going through the Devil Valley, Ika, who has unlimited potential, will definitely be able to grow to a whole new level. Observe more. Don't be fooled by the superficial appearances of things. Use your intelligence to defeat your enemies. In battle, you have to use the techniques I taught you. Use them according to local conditions. Use different methods to deal with different enemies. What you have to pay special attention to is to control your anger as much as possible. Even if you have anger burning in your heart, you have to maintain basic rationality. As long as you don't lose your mind, I believe that within the Demon Valley, there is no war beast that can defeat you. Yu Yang caressed the soft hair on Ika's head and repeatedly warned her. Yes. Ika nodded seriously. In carrying out Yu Yang's orders, Ika was undoubtedly the most serious one. Once there was an order, she would strictly carry it out. Yu Yang also believed that this battle angel had far surpassed his expectations since her birth. Be it learning or fighting, she was beyond imagination. Ika unfolded the wings of the angel's blade, flew 3 laps in the sky, and then waved her small hand at Yu Yang. With a whoosh, she turned into a flash of light and disappeared from Yu Yang's sight. No matter what kind of enemy stood in front of this battle angel, they would become the target of her mercilessly hunting. Yu Yang had never doubted that they would win and clear the stage. He was just not sure how well Ika would do. Yu Yang once again went on the road alone, entering those underground passages with unknown number of exits and twists. He did not absolutely lock in a direction, but according to the best feeling in his heart, he went all the way. After flying for 2 hours, Yu Yang had traveled at least a few hundred kilometers. Suddenly, he smelled the scent of blood. Less than 3 minutes after flying forward, the corpses of many underground monsters were densely spread on the tunnel. Some of these monsters that lived deep underground all year round looked very strange. Yu Yang had never seen them before. Some were monsters that were common in Tong Tian Tower, such as underground demons such as cavemen, underground spiders, multi-horned pincer insects, and dark evil eyes. Among the countless monster corpses, occasionally, the corpses of some war beasts could be seen, surrounded and killed by countless underground monsters on the high pile of corpses. In the underground passage, some places were especially wide and empty. Looking up, it felt like the sky. Some domes were as high as 1,000 meters. Countless luminous minerals shone, and some places were even more brilliant than the starry sky. There were also many passages. There were huge rivers that were comparable to those on the surface. Along the way, Yu Yang saw that the underground monsters were either killed, piled up into a mountain of corpses, or chased far away. Even if they met Yu Yang who was alone, the surviving monsters would be so scared that they ran away in all directions, looking as if their souls had left their bodies. Could it be that the challenger of the Angel Alliance is clearing the underground passage? Even if it's for training, there's no need to kill all the monsters, right? Yu Yang was a little strange. This kind of action was too abnormal. Especially on the road leading to the ancient entrance of the demonic temple, the dark sky lair, such a large-scale clearing unknowingly attracted a kind of strangeness. Yu Yang couldn't help but suspect the true intentions of the leader. Flying forward for another hour, he discovered that the sounds of killing were earth-shattering in front of him. Countless monsters and hundreds of challengers war beasts were fighting crazily. This was a huge cave with a dome that was more than 20 square kilometers wide. Countless flying beasts and challengers war beasts were circling and chasing after them. It was a jaw-dropping aerial battle. As for the ground, there were more insects, monsters, and ancient war beasts that were more than 100 meters tall. They roared like thunder as they charged towards the challengers on the ground. What blocked their way were the war beasts of the more powerful challengers, as well as the thousands of challengers. With thousands of fighters whose strength was at least heaven-ranked level 3, or even heaven-ranked level 5 and above, even if the insects were like a tide and the monsters were like a sea, it would still be difficult for them to advance. Even if the insects and monsters had the help of those huge ancient war beasts, they were still destined to fail. Yu Yang's eyesight was very good. He could see that these thousands of challengers fighting side by side were mainly controlled by the 5 leaders. Among the 5 leaders, the weakest one had the strength of sovereign level 5. His level was comparable to the current Yu Yang. Moreover, he was the leader of the 5 leaders. Yu Yang estimated that this person had the strength of at least sovereign level 8, the same level as Ming Rihao. However, his strength might be slightly weaker than Ming Rihao. Compared to the Silent King and the new Water Temple Master Azure Dragon, this guy was obviously much stronger. Yu Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart that such a powerful person was actually unknown to the public. The Heaven Realm was really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. For example, if this leader went out of the Heaven Realm, no matter where he was, he would at least be a domain emperor. He might even have the chance to become a Heaven Realm great leader. However, here, he was only a leader. He couldn't even control the other 4 companions. After Yu Yang looked at this person, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. With this guy's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to pass through the Devil's Valley. However, why did he stay in the Devil's Valley instead of heading towards the 7th stage, Human Valley? Could it be that this person had the same intentions as him? If it was said that the great leader's strength was the strongest, Yu Yang would definitely agree. However, in the depths of his heart, he faintly felt that the extremely handsome swordsman standing beside the great leader was even more of a threat. Could it be that it was because this fellow was especially handsome? Yu Yang realized that sometimes, when a man was too handsome, he wasn't very likable. For example, he didn't really like to see this extremely handsome scumbag. Fortunately, this guy's strength was also at level 5 supremacy. Among the 5 leaders, his strength was second to last. He didn't exceed the line of jealousy in Yu Yang's heart. Therefore, Yu Yang smiled silently. He turned his Heaven Eye's divine vision to another target and didn't look at him again. Having a good face might be good for picking up girls, but it was useless in battle. In fact, it would even attract jealousy. Other than the leader and the handsome swordsman, there were 3 other leaders. Among the 5, the last in strength was a heroic warrior with a golden axe. He was 3 meters tall, with red hair like a devil. His muscles were bulging, and he looked as indestructible as an iron wall. Other than him and the handsome swordsman, there was also a skinny masked man. His strength was also at the 5th level of supremacy, but he was slightly stronger than the previous 2. One look at his eerie green eyes and pitch-black hands, and Yu Yang knew that this guy was an expert in using poison. When Yu Yang was observing the 5 great leaders, he paid special attention to this guy. Other than these 4, the last leader was a white-robed sage with silver pupils. This person looked like a middle-aged man. However, anyone who looked at him would feel that he was a great sage who had experienced the vicissitudes of thousands of years and accumulated a vast amount of knowledge in the world. They couldn't help but feel deep respect for him. Although this middle-aged man looked like a blind man, anyone who saw his silver pupil would feel as if he could see through their hearts. When he didn't smile, the people standing around him would feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. It was as if standing beside him would give them rare wisdom. When he didn't speak, the people around him would feel as if they were listening to his earnest teachings just by standing quietly beside him. Yu Yang had never seen such a person. Compared to Elder Nangong, this middle-aged man was more powerful. His temperament was more elegant, and the energy he emitted was more peaceful. Yu Yang realized that this person had the strength of at least level 7 supremacy. He also seemed to have some kind of hidden strength. If all of it was unleashed, Yu Yang estimated that this person wasn't any weaker than the great leader who was the strongest on the surface. Other than this silver pupil middle-aged man, the other 4 leaders didn't feel Yu Yang's gaze from afar. Only this blind middle-aged man seemed to have sensed it and turned around to look at Yu Yang. If it wasn't for Yu Yang's counterfeit, inherent skill and the fact that he was standing in the middle of a group of challengers, he would really be worried that he would be discovered. Did you discover anything? The great leader paid special attention to the silver pupil man's opinion. No. The silver pupil man smiled and shook his head. Yu Yang naturally couldn't hear the low conversation between these two people in this battlefield where the sounds of killing shook the heavens. However, he was secretly glad that it was a close shave. He didn't think that the other party would be able to sense his gaze while standing in the crowd. Fortunately, he had the counterfeit, inherent skill, otherwise he would definitely be discovered. Yu Yang was just about to lower his head and leave when suddenly, a big hand grabbed his arm tightly. Idiot, do you want to die? Yu Yang turned around and saw a tanned one-eyed brawny man scolding him angrily. Which camp leader are you actually working for? You're just a newbie and you actually came here to die. Furthermore, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think a quasi-heaven rank idiot like you can contend against those monsters in front? Hurry up and go back. After the battle is over, the only thing you can do is to clean up the battlefield. Even so, you still have to be extra careful. Beware of the monsters that aren't completely dead and attack you with a fatal blow before they die. Ayaya, don't you understand what I'm saying? Idiot, I don't know which camp leader's relative you are, but you actually managed to sneak into this cruel battle. I say, brat, it's not that easy to get battle achievements. You can lose your life at any time. Leader, let him follow us. If this brat goes to the front, he's just throwing his life away for nothing. A sturdy ox-head man used a whetstone to sharpen the huge one-handed axe in his hand. Sparks flew everywhere. You guys watch him. Even if it's going to be changed later, you guys still have to watch him. With his strength, coming here is just like sending food to the worms. The tanned one-eyed brawny man patted Yu Yang's shoulder angrily, indicating him to be more observant and not foolishly rush to the front of the battle formation to throw his life away. Because, in the front line, even heaven rank level 5 challengers might not be able to handle it. They needed to take turns to fight. Although our leader is very fierce, he's quite kind inside. Which camp leader's descendant are you? A strange man with 4 arms asked Yu Yang. Ah, I'm a newbie who just came in. Yu Yang expressed that he was still very young. Damn it, you're a newbie? How did you sneak in when you're a newbie? The ox-head man and the strange man with 4 arms were sweating profusely. I came out for a walk on my own, but I got lost. Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders. Even an 8-year-old child wouldn't believe his lousy excuse, but the ox-head man and the strange man with 4 arms believed him. They shook their heads while sweating profusely. I've seen a lot of people who have no sense of direction, but it's the first time I've seen someone as bad as you. Because there weren't any monsters along the way, I came in. Yu Yang's words were quite reasonable. Today is a lucky day for you, and this road is also a lucky road. If it was any other time, if you got lost and came here, you would exist in the Magic Valley world in the state of insect feces. The ox-head man laughed. He put down the whetstone, wiped his big hand on his leather clothes, and reached out to hold Yu Yang's hand. Lucky brat, what's your name? With your luck, please stand beside me later. Maybe that way, I'll be able to get some luck and keep the insect's poisonous stings and claws away from my vital parts, ha ha ha. Let me introduce myself. I'm Sitiao, originally from the Western Heaven Realm's 9 Light clan. Because I committed a heinous crime, I was forced to leave my clan and become a wandering warrior. The strange man with 4 arms introduced himself. My name is Bei. My brother Nan and I were once a very famous demon hunter duo in the Western Heaven Realm. They called us the North and South Axes. Unfortunately, Nan died in battle in the Beast Valley. In order to inherit his will, I must continue to advance until I pass the stage. I'm from the Oxhead clan of the Gale Plateau. My ancestors say that I'm the Oxhead demon of the Eastern Goblin tribe. The Golden Horn is our most glorious inheritance. How about you, newbie? Because I like those shiny gold coins the most, and I'm rich enough to rival a country, so everyone calls me Get Rich. A short fatty squeezed his way over to introduce himself. We didn't ask you. The Oxhead man snorted unhappily. If you need to trade anything, feel free to look for me. I'm rich enough to rival a country, I have everything. After the short fatty called Get Rich finished his advertisement, he squeezed his way over to greet the others and promote his advertisement. Yu Yang saw that the Oxhead man and the strange man with 4 arms were looking at him. It wasn't easy to get past them, so he laughed and said, "My name isn't as impressive as yours. I'm a human from the Eastern Heaven Realm, called East Wind. Last night, Xiaolu was called East Wind, the East Wind in the moonlight. I don't have the wealth to rival a country, but I know a very powerful national treasure." The Oxhead man and the others couldn't believe it. National treasure? What kind of treasure was that? It sounded like it was very powerful. They were instantly curious. They were also filled with anticipation. Yu Yang spread his hands and explained, "I know how to play mahjong." The strange man with 4 arms and the Oxhead man were speechless. Although they didn't know what mahjong was, they could tell from the look of this brat that he wasn't a good person. They were really filled with anticipation just now. Forget it, a newbie, it was already not bad if his legs didn't go weak in this kind of battlefield. What more could they ask of him? What are we going to do? Get treasures and train? Kill the boss? Yu Yang fully displayed the curiosity of a newbie. Although they were helpless against Yu Yang's various questions, whether it was the one-eyed man or his subordinates, Oxhead North and Sitiao Tiao, they all turned a blind eye to Yu Yang slacking off. Many times, Yu Yang said that he was just passing by. He wanted to go back to the camp to rest. However, Oxhead North and Sitiao Tiao felt that if they didn't take good care of a newcomer who had no sense of direction, they would feel guilty. Hence, they kept asking Yu Yang to stay, hoping that he wouldn't run around. They didn't want him to accidentally bring out a group of ancient beasts, which would make it more difficult for the team to advance. Moreover, Yu Yang wasn't the only one who didn't contribute. For example, the short fatty, Get Rich, and the others weren't the main fighters either. Weren't they just following behind the main team to fish in troubled waters? Yu Yang followed this group of challengers for 3 days. After much difficulty, he finally managed to obtain some information about the 5 great leaders. The great leader's name was Rentianga. It was said that he had the bloodline of the Dongfang clan. Although this was a matter of his ancestors, and the Dongfang clan's bloodline was already very weak, his noble bloodline and powerful strength still made people revere him. This was also the reason why everyone was willing to elect him as the great leader. Innate Elder Level 8. In the eyes of ordinary challengers, he was in existence on the level of a quasi-god. His strength was unimaginable, not to mention that Rentianga had the noble bloodline of the Dongfang clan. Back then, when Jiwari was running amok, Rentianga happened to be cultivating in seclusion. He missed out on such an ultimate opponent. Rentianga was filled with regret. However, he was also very rational. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could definitely stop Jiwari. This was because in the Heaven Rank camp, Hall Master Guangzhong Hua, who was the first to enter the camp, was already stronger than him. Temple Lord Guangzhong Hua's arrival had shaken Rentianga's position as the leader of the Angel Alliance. That was why Rentianga had gone into seclusion to cultivate and improve himself. He hadn't expected that not long after he went into seclusion, the even more terrifying Jiwari would come and join forces with Temple Lord Guangzhong Hua to put on a super big battle between good and evil. Almost all the elites of the Angel Alliance had been killed. If it weren't for the fact that he was in a hurry to restore the Angel Alliance's strength, Rentianga wouldn't have formed a team to clear the primordial path of energy and search the primordial ruins. He sincerely hoped that he could obtain the ancient treasure and restore the glory of the Angel Alliance. Rentianga's strength was the strongest. He always showed the demeanor of a king, but his attitude was not arrogant. He was the kind of superior who could listen to objections and be courteous to the wise. With his status, he usually disdained to look at ordinary challengers. However, Xianxia was very good at winning people's hearts. For example, the small team that Yu Yang was in was only at heaven rank level 5. In just 3 days, he had paid attention to them several times. This made the one-eyed man, the ox-head man, and the strange man, who weren't Xianxia's subordinates, cry out in excitement. They were just short of kowtowing and calling him boss. Unlike Xianxia, the silver pupil man rarely spoke to others. However, everyone around him would spontaneously pay their respects to him. Even Become Rich, whose eyes were filled with money, was no exception. Even Yu Yang gasped in amazement at this kind of powerful charisma. Very few people knew the real name of the silver pupil man. The 5 leaders didn't say it either. The information that Yu Yang found out was that most people respectfully addressed him as Great Sage Silver Pupil. The silver pupil man didn't correct him and only smiled slightly. This great sage, whose charisma was almost invincible, had been the pillar of the Angel Alliance for thousands of years. He had never been a great leader. Before Xianxia came, he had assisted several generations of great leaders. For some unknown reason, this great sage silver pupil had lived in the Demon Valley world for a long time and rarely mentioned leaving, even if he had enough points. Regarding this action, the challengers felt that this was the great sage silver pupil's benevolence. He couldn't bear to see the Angel Alliance collapse, so he stayed in the Demon Valley world to maintain the Angel Alliance and prevent it from being swallowed by the Dark Faction. In fact, when Jiwori went on a killing spree, it was also this great sage silver pupil who led the army to fight against him. If it wasn't for this great sage, perhaps Jiwori and Zhong Hua would have joined forces and destroyed all the challengers of the Angel Alliance. The red-haired giant with the axe was called Haug. Although his strength was also at innate elder level 5, he was ranked last among the 5 great leaders. Yu Yang felt that this Haug was undoubtedly the simplest of the 5. This was because this guy had no secrets to speak of. The handsome young swordsman was called Qianzhong. Although his strength was ranked second to last, Yu Yang felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't think of the specific reason. Perhaps it was because he was unhappy to see someone so handsome. Yu Yang could only explain that it was because of his jealousy. The masked skinny man, whose strength was ranked second among the 5 great leaders, was called Qingmo. It was said that he was very bloodthirsty and had an extreme passion for killing people. For some unknown reason, such a psychopathic guy had actually joined the Angel Alliance. As for this Qingmo, the Angel Alliance had always treated him as a great enemy. No one dared to approach him carelessly. However, to everyone's surprise, when Jiwori was about to destroy an angel castle, he stepped forward bravely and fought against Jiwori. At the cost of his life, he held Jiwori back for close to 10 minutes, allowing his comrades to retreat smoothly and saving the lives of close to 5,000 challengers. Even now, his body had not fully recovered. It was also because of this that everyone in the Angel Alliance accepted this murderous Qingmo. Among the many leaders of the Angel Alliance, other than the great sage Silver Pupil, the person Xianxia valued the most was this Qingmo. Yu Yang felt that this murderous Qingmo was somewhat familiar. He didn't dare to confirm Qingmo's identity, but he felt that this guy was definitely from Tong Tian Tower. Perhaps he was a remnant of Tong Tian Tower that was forced to stay in Heaven Realm, or perhaps he was a traitor of Tong Tian Tower. In any case, this Qingmo was a somewhat familiar person in Yu Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision. They advanced steadily towards the ancient passage. With the 5 leaders, close to 1,000 elite challengers opening the way, and more than 2,000 ordinary challengers taking turns, although it was a tough battle, there was really nothing that could stop this huge force that was twisted together like a rope. The monsters in the ancient passage suffered heavy casualties. At the beginning, they were determined to fight to the death, but later on, they gradually could not hold on anymore. A few timid monsters started to escape, their resistance collapsing. Originally, the challengers thought that they would have to pay a heavy price and go through an ultimate bitter battle to reach the underground ruins of the Dark Space Lair. Unexpectedly, when the 5 leaders arrived, the entire underground ruins were empty. There was not a single soul in the ruins of the underground city. The Dark Sky Lair that used to be home to countless ancient demonic beasts was dead silent. The 5 leaders cautiously ordered the troops to be on guard for a day. Only when they realized that the ancient beasts had really escaped without a trace, did they secretly let out a sigh of relief. This battle was like a fight between two boxers. Even if the one who had the upper hand, it was not easy at all. Originally, the boxer who had the upper hand was preparing to use the last of his strength to launch a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, before the punch was released, the opponent had already fallen to the ground. Although the result could not be better. But there was also a kind of unhappiness that could not be satisfied. Everyone, form groups of 100 people, and teams of 10 people, search this ancient ruins. If you find any valuable secret treasures, we will distribute them according to everyone's contribution. Xianxia gave an order that made the challengers cheer. The 5 leaders did not monopolize the secret treasures. This was undoubtedly a good thing, and it was also the motivation for everyone to search for treasures. Everyone was cheering. Only Yu Yang frowned. Obviously, the 5 leaders did not come for the secret treasures. Their real target should be the demonic temple. If this was within Yu Yang's expectations, then the fact that there was no trace of the enemies in the underground ruins of the dark space lair and the dead silence was beyond Yu Yang's expectations. Ordinary challengers could not see through the strangeness of this matter, but Yu Yang felt that it was not that simple. Even the weak monsters had the heart to fight to the death, so why did those powerful ancient demonic beasts retreat so quickly? According to Yu Yang's estimation, the strength of the ancient beasts living in the underground city ruins should be far above that of the Angel Alliance. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out by generations of challengers in the past millions of years. Since they were stronger, why did they have to avoid the challengers? Moreover, the Angel Alliance did not send all of its members. Moreover, because of Jiwuri's massacre, the 5 leaders only had 1,000 elites left. How could they scare off countless ancient beasts with such strength? What a joke. The problem was that this joke had happened. Yu Yang felt that the underground ruins of the dark space lair were like a trap. They would definitely trap people, but how many would they trap in the end? Jiwuri is gone. Who else in the dark camp has the ability to trap the 5 leaders of the Angel Alliance? If it was not done by someone in the dark camp, could it be the king of the ancient beasts with such high intelligence? The more Yu Yang thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed across his mind, and he could not help but shiver. Could it be that the heaven creation demon Venerate sealed in the demonic temple has broken free? If that was true, even Yu Yang himself had to be careful, let alone the 5 leaders. Otherwise, he might fall into the trap set by the heaven creation demon Venerate and die here. Yu Yang felt a chill in his heart. He felt goosebumps all over his body. For the first time, he felt as though he was in the mouth of a tiger. Those old farts who had lived for tens of thousands of years were indeed not to be trifled with. It was best that the heaven creation demon Venerate had not broken free. Otherwise, many people would have died. Why are you still standing here in a daze? Have you heard of the dark space lair? Have you heard of the underground ruins? This place is filled with secret treasures. What are you waiting for, kid? Hurry up and find them. The dark-skinned one-eyed man patted Yu Yang's shoulder forcefully, waking him up from his thoughts. Filled with secret treasures? Yu Yang shivered again after hearing that. He swallowed his saliva and asked, who first spread the news that there are secret treasures here? Who spread the news? It was the great sage Silver Pupil who said it. Kid, do you think that a person like him would lie? In my opinion, what you have to do is not to keep asking questions like a curious baby. Don't ask why, don't talk nonsense. The only thing you have to do is to take action. The one-eyed man severely criticized Yu Yang. If it wasn't for the fact that Yu Yang was a newbie who didn't know anything, he would have given Yu Yang a punch. This was because no one could question the words of the great sage Silver Pupil in front of him. What? Yu Yang was stunned when he heard that. He was already a little suspicious of the great sage Silver Pupil. Now that he heard it, he felt even more suspicious. As if sensing that Yu Yang was asking about him, the great sage Silver Pupil suddenly turned his head and looked at Yu Yang with a smile that was not a smile. Yu Yang felt his hair stand on end from the other party's gaze. He quickly shrank his body and hid in the crowd, hoping that his counterfeit inherent skill would allow him to successfully deceive him. Xianxia noticed that the great sage Silver Pupil turned his head and asked, "Is there something wrong?" The great sage Silver Pupil's answer was different from before. He nodded with a slight smile. There is a newbie who seems to be very interesting. As soon as he said that, the other 4 leaders all had different reactions. Ren Tiange was stunned at first, but then he was overjoyed and laughed. Since you say it's interesting, haha, then this newbie must be very interesting. I like newbies like this. The red-haired Haug snorted disdainfully. He didn't care about newbies who were very weak. The proud and handsome swordsman frowned slightly. But he quickly shifted his gaze, ignored it, and focused his attention on other things. The masked, skinny man named Xianxia searched Yu Yang's direction several times in an unusually careful manner, as if he wanted to find the interesting newbie who was mixed in the crowd. His eyes were filled with killing intent. If Ren Tiange hadn't asked him to leave, this Xianxia would probably have to find Yu Yang before he was satisfied. He didn't know why Xianxia had such a strong killing intent towards newbies. Sometimes, life needs a little fun. The great sage Yin Tong said something very philosophical, but in Yu Yang's ears, he felt that there was a double meaning in his words, and there was another meaning to it. In less than half a day, the 5 leaders had found the secret portal to enter the demonic temple. It was a secret teleportation door buried under the ruins. If it were not for the guidance of the great sage Silver Pupil, the challengers would not have found it even if they spent 10 times more time, let alone excavate it. After entering the secret door, there might be danger. There might be countless ancient magical beasts lying in ambush inside. I suggest that we first send out an elite team to investigate the situation before making a decision. That extremely handsome swordsman gave his suggestion to great leader Ren Tiange. I agree, Haug, whose hair was like a devil's, agreed. Xianxia did not say a word. Although he did not agree, he did not oppose it either. What do you think? Ren Tiange, the great leader, valued the opinion of the great sage Silver Pupil the most. The great sage Silver Pupil did not speak, but just nodded slightly. Seeing him nod in agreement, Ren Tiange was delighted. He waved his hand and ordered his most elite Tiange battle team to set off and enter the ancient secret portal. Half an hour later, the powerful Tiange battle team returned. When he reported to the 5 leaders, he mentioned the second secret portal. Inside, there were more and deeper spaces, and even a very strange maze and a second portal. Fortunately, someone in the team was extremely good at exploring and tracking, and had solved the maze passage. Otherwise, they would not have been able to complete the task. Now, the problem was laid out in front of everyone. If they entered, in addition to the headache of the maze, there was a second portal, and maybe even a third. If they stayed outside the underground ruins, after the 5 leaders left, what should they do if the ancient demonic beasts counterattacked and no one could defeat them? In this regard, the 5 leaders found nearly 100 camp leaders and important backbones of the team to discuss the issue of staying or leaving. Those who were cautious were willing to stay, while those who were aggressive wanted to enter. Opinions were divided into 2 sides. There were conservatives who strongly supported staying, and optimists who fully supported treasure hunting inside. A newcomer like Yu Yang, who had no sense of direction, was naturally not qualified to participate in such a meeting. In his team, the only one qualified to participate in the discussion was the one-eyed man, Ben. Unlike North the Tauren and Xiao the Strange, who were adventurous subordinates, the one-eyed man was a classic conservative. He and more than 30 battalion chiefs made the same decision. They would stay outside, and if the ancient magical beasts were to launch a counterattack, they would consider entering the teleportation portal and defending the maze. If the ancient magical beasts did not counterattack, then the teams that stayed outside would continue to search for ancient treasures in the ruins of the underground city. In fact, in less than 2 days, there were quite a number of challengers who found some valuable ancient relics. He didn't have to take too many risks, but he could still reap a certain harvest. Why not, if everyone entered? Not to mention the danger, the problem of how to split the benefits would immediately become obvious. No matter how many ancient secret treasures there were, they were limited. It was impossible for everyone to split them. The challengers who supported the conservatives didn't want to see the day when they would kill each other because of their own interests. Therefore, they would rather give up a part of the potential gains. How unlucky. Why am I following such a cowardly leader? The short fatty was very dissatisfied. He wanted to enter the underground city to search for treasures, but because the 5 great leaders had assigned logistics personnel like him, who were not strong in battle, to stay behind. Even if he was full of complaints, he couldn't change the fact that he had to stay behind. It's good to be alive. Yu Yang expressed that he didn't care. In fact, he felt that it was equally dangerous whether he stayed behind or entered. Of course, he couldn't say this out loud. Firstly, no one would believe him. Secondly, if he said this out loud, he believed that it wouldn't be long before the great sage Silver Pupil would find him. Yu Yang definitely wouldn't be in the limelight. At the moment, he didn't want to reveal his strength. He had to understand the situation first. He would definitely enter the demonic shrine, but definitely not now. Even if he knew it was a trap, he still charged in. That wasn't called bravery, but foolishness. Life was not bad if he stayed outside. Yu Yang stayed for 2 days. From time to time, there were challengers who found some ancient relics in the ruins. They might not be very valuable, but this kind of harvest was enough to let the challengers who stayed behind see some hope. There were definitely more ancient era secret treasures hidden under the rubble. It all depended on how to find them. Greedy people like the short fatty became less worried. He felt that there would definitely be more treasures inside the secret door. Staying outside was just a waste of time. If it wasn't for his lack of strength and his fear of the labyrinth, he would have sneaked in long ago. He wouldn't be able to sit still. Aren't you going to dig something? The one-eyed man, Ben, was curious about Yu Yang, who was leisurely eating a chicken drumstick. Didn't newcomers like to dig for treasures? Why was he sitting here without moving? These few days, he didn't even look for treasures. He was either eating or sleeping. He had seen lazy people before, but he had never seen a newcomer who was as lazy as Dong Feng. They're all trash. I'm not interested. Yu Yang threw away the leftover chicken bone in his hand. Maybe there's something good. Forget it. The one-eyed man gave up trying to persuade him. He just sat there and ate every day. Although it was a little unsightly, it was better than wandering around and causing trouble. Especially since the danger here had not been eliminated. If he provoked an ancient demonic beast, he would be done for. The one-eyed man felt that it was better for a newcomer like Yu Yang to not move around. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to find him if he got lost. On the second day after the 5 chiefs left, dinner was being served in the underground ruins. Suddenly, in the darkness, there were strange noises coming from the entrances of the tunnels. Everyone's expression changed. Did the ancient beasts really come back? The one-eyed man and the camp chiefs led a small number of elites and guarded the temporary campsite. At the same time, they ordered newcomers like the short fatty, Get Rich, and Yu Yang to rush to the teleportation portal. If the situation turned bad, they had to enter and meet up with the main force of the 5 chiefs. As for scattering and escaping, this idea was rejected by everyone in the earliest discussion. Because in this underground tunnel, no matter how powerful a person was, he or she would not be able to defeat the tide-like insects and monsters alone, not to mention the powerful ancient magical beasts. Steady, steady. The one-eyed man shouted loudly. The elites beside him also summoned their beasts and prepared to resist the attack. Rumble, however, there was something strange. However, the swarm of insects and monsters didn't rush over as fiercely as usual. Except for a few insects that left the team and rushed to the front of the one-eyed man's formation, most of the insects and monsters didn't even look at them. It was as if something terrible was chasing them. The insects and monsters were more than the tide. They crossed the underground ruins and fled to the place they thought was safe. Even a blind man could see that something was wrong. These insects and monsters were already terrifying enough, but they were actually chased away by an even stronger power. Who was the one behind all of this? Was it the other challengers from the Angel Alliance or someone else? Before the remaining challengers could react, several hundred ancient era's demonic beasts rushed over, their bodies covered in injuries. The fierce beasts did not even look at the one-eyed man and the others. Instead, they ran away at the fastest speed they had ever run in their lives. A few ancient demonic beasts that were slightly slower in escaping suddenly let out miserable cries and fell to the ground one after another. They were badly mutilated and rolled on the ground. Bone dragon! Someone cried out in alarm. Yu Yang, who was mixed in the crowd, saw hundreds of heaven-ranked level 3 to heaven-ranked level 5 bone dragons coming out of the ancient tunnel. As one of the main war beasts of the Dark Faction, the bone dragon was naturally familiar to every challenger in the Devil Valley world. However, how did these terrifying war beasts from the Dark Faction come to the underground ruins of the Dark Lair? One must know that the underground ruins were within the territory of the Angel Alliance. The closest territory to the Dark Faction was tens of thousands of kilometers away. If they did not know the situation, would the enemy send hundreds of bone dragons to attack the defenders? Come to think of it, if the enemy knew the information. Then, how did the enemy know about the situation here? Could it be that the news of the 5 leaders leading a team to clear the ancient tunnel for treasures was leaked? More terrifyingly, how did the enemy know that the 5 leaders were not with the defenders now? If the 5 leaders were here, not to mention a few hundred bone dragons, even if there were a few hundred more, they would still kill them. Now that the enemy dared to send a few hundred bone dragons as the vanguard, it proved that the enemy knew the situation here like the back of their hand. Ghost King Shadow, Skeleton King Golden Remains, and Skinning King Sanguiner. Oh my god, the leaders of the Dark Faction are all here. When the challengers saw nearly 10,000 challengers from the Dark Faction appear, they were already in despair. However, when they saw that there were still a few leaders who were as strong as Xianxia and the other 4 leaders, they could not help but scream. Their morale and willpower were close to collapsing. This was a battle that could not be fought. They were doomed to fail even without fighting. There were 8 leaders in the Dark Faction. Any one of them was enough to wipe out all the challengers. Not to mention the 8 leaders, even if they sent out a few hundred of their elites, they would be able to crush the challengers. After all, the most elite challengers had already been taken away by the 5 leaders. There were less than 100 elites who were willing to stay. How could they fight against the enemies from the Dark Faction? Compared to nearly 10,000 enemies, thousands of enemy elites, and the 8 Dark Faction leaders, the challengers of the Angel Alliance who volunteered to stay were as weak as tiny mantids blocking the road. In the next second, they would be easily crushed by the enemies into dregs. Leave as many as you can. Everyone, do not summon your main beast. Do not let the enemy gain points. If you are captured by the enemy, try your best to end your life. Remember, do not let the enemy succeed even if you die. The one-eyed man let out a deafening roar. He was the first person who could ignite his fighting spirit to stop the enemy. Pitiful little worm, do you think you can scare people by speaking louder? Let me tell you, even Xianxia does not dare to be arrogant in front of me. A huge black shadow that could not be seen clearly floated in front of the enemy. This black shadow was extremely powerful. Yu Yang estimated that this fellow's strength was not inferior to Xianxia's. If it wasn't for the fact that their attributes countered each other, it wouldn't be easy to take down this fellow. According to the information he had gathered these few days, Yu Yang could deduce that this powerful black shadow was the original boss of the Dark Faction, the Spectre King Shadow. If it wasn't for Ji Wu's sudden appearance and suppressing him, this fellow would have been the strongest person in the Demon Valley world for thousands of years. Standing beside the Phantom King were the Skeleton King, Golden Remains, and the Skinner King, Sanguiner. These 2 were also super powerful people who were as high as level 8 Supremes. They were slightly weaker than the Phantom King and even Xianxia, but in the Demon Valley, Yu Yang estimated that they were at least among the top 5 experts. They should not be underestimated. Behind them were 5 leaders of the Dark Faction whose power ranged from level 5 Supremes to level 6 Supremes. Because Yu Yang did not have enough information, he did not know their names. He could only secretly observe their abilities with the Heaven Eye's divine vision. Shall I kill all of these B******? A dark knight riding on a bone dragon asked the Phantom King in a polite manner. There's no need for that. Just chase them away. We just need to keep hunting down those who have fallen behind. I want to see their sorry state. That fool Xianxia thought he could dominate the Demon Valley after a few days of seclusion. What a joke. I will use the truth to tell him that even if Ji Wu leaves, he will not be the one to speak in the Demon Valley. What ancient treasure. Idiot, Xianxia is the kind of fool who still counts money after being sold. He is hopeless. The Phantom King did not need to say anything. Everyone already knew that this operation was a trap. The Dark Lair was a tiger's mouth. The enemy had already set up a trap and was waiting for Xianxia to lead the team to jump into it. Now that they heard what he said, they all sucked in a cold breath. It seemed that it was not as simple as a trap set up by the dark faction. There seemed to be a terrifying spy hidden in the team. It made sense. If there was no spy and no one working with the Phantom King of the Dark Faction, how could the enemy attack them so accurately? Yu Yang thought that there was definitely a trap and a spy. Everything was within his imagination. The only thing he could not figure out was what role the heaven-splitting demon Venerable played in this battle. If the heaven-splitting demon Venerable was still sealed in the demonic palace and did not know anything about the outside world, Yu Yang would not think that way even if he was a fool. Without the secret information of the heaven-splitting demon Venerable, without his guidance, Xianxia would not have dared to lead the team into the dark lair. Similarly, the Phantom King of the Dark Faction was the same. Someone must have provided him with information. That was why the great leader of the Dark Faction could lead the team to attack so recklessly. What benefit would such a battle bring to the heaven-splitting demon Venerable who was hiding behind the scenes? Could it be that the true body of the heaven-splitting demon Venerable was not free from the seal and could only act with his clone, or did he need the blood, flesh, and souls of these challengers as a sacrifice to completely free himself from the seal? Of course, there was also a possibility that the heaven-splitting demon Venerable was already completely free. It was just that out of boredom or a twisted mentality, he purposely created this bloody battle before leaving the Devil Valley to satisfy his hobby. If it was the first two, Yu Yang was not too worried. If it was the latter, Yu Yang felt that he had to be careful. He must not let the heaven-splitting demon Venerable plot against him. A crisis was silently approaching. For the first time in his life, Yu Yang felt uncertain. The heaven-splitting demon Venerable was an old ghost who had been sealed for tens of thousands of years. Just how powerful was he? Whether it was the Phantom Spirit King, the Skeleton King Golden Remains or the Skinning King Sanguiner, none of them put the Angel Alliance's remaining members in their eyes. Indeed, other than the hidden Yu Yang, the other challengers were all ant-like existences. One side's highest was innate Elder level 8, and the other side's highest was Heaven-ranked level 5. Not to mention that Heaven-ranked level 6 could not compare to innate Elder level 1 with indestructible will. Just by looking at the numbers of both sides, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. There were very few warriors in the Heaven realm who had the strength of Heaven-ranked level 6. Generally speaking, if one could not comprehend the innate Elder realm's indestructible will, it would be difficult for a cultivator to ascend for the rest of his life. He would forever be stuck in the extremely awkward level of Heaven-ranked level 5. No matter how strong the Heaven realm's warriors were, if they did not comprehend the innate Elder realm, they were just ants in the eyes of the true experts. Once a cultivator comprehended the innate Elder realm's indestructible will, Tong Tian Tower would call them innate Elder. They would be judged as qualified warriors, and it was also the beginning of true cultivation. In the Heaven realm, they were called demigods. They even called the innate Elder realm's divine sense. In the world realm, it was normal for martial artists below Heaven stage level 5. Once someone had divine sense, it would be different. The Heaven realm would send out an invitation. At that time, the lucky one would be able to step into a beautiful new world that everyone in the Heaven realm knew existed, but not many people had the qualifications to enter. There were warriors who did not comprehend divine sense but reached Heaven-ranked level 6, but there were very few of them. Generally, those who could reach Heaven-ranked level 6 and above were war beasts. Warriors could reach Heaven-ranked level 6 mainly because of some special physique or special talent, or the help of strange war beasts. However, whether it was Heaven-ranked level 6 or Heaven-ranked level 7, they were not on the same parallel line for demigod realm warriors who had divine sense. If a Heaven-ranked level 6 fought against a Heaven realm demigod level 1, it would look like they were evenly matched on the surface, but in fact, they would lose very badly. If a Heaven-ranked level 6 fought against an innate Elder level 1 warrior who had comprehended the life and death door of Tong Tian Tower, they would probably be completely defeated. Heaven realm demigod level 1 and Tong Tian Tower innate Elder level 1 were on the same parallel line, but because their comprehension methods were different, the latter was usually stronger. In the ancient times, the ranks of innate supremes were determined by the sky-split tower. However, in the past 10,000 years, the Heaven realm and the Tong Tian Tower had fought countless fierce battles. In order to erase the influence of the Tong Tian Tower in the Heaven Realm, the central shrine had changed the level of the innate elder to demigod. This change, because of the long influence of 10,000 years, had already spread to every corner of the world. However, in the Heaven Realm, many families and famous people who lived in seclusion still used the innate supremacy as their level, and also used the innate supremacy's level and strength as the standard for promotion, kill. The Dark Soul Monarch, who had stayed in the trial grounds for at least 10,000 years, did not care about the outside world and only wanted to unify the demonic valley, lightly waved his hand. Behind him, countless elite dark knights rode on their bone dragons and charged at Yu Yang's men. A large shadow of death was approaching. Except for challengers with heaven ranked level 5. If others were to encounter these fellows, they would definitely be killed in seconds. The one-eyed burly man roared towards the sky and rushed out with dozens of camp leaders of the same level, facing death with equanimity towards the powerful enemies. However, those cunning dark knights did not fight with the one-eyed burly man at all. They quickly split up in the sky. More than 500 bone dragons were split up into nearly 100 small teams, with 5 riders in a group. They swooped down from the sky. It was impossible for the one-eyed burly man and the others to intercept them. Go, go, go. The one-eyed burly man suddenly shot back into the formation, grabbed Yu Yang's collar, and shouted loudly, "Although you have no sense of direction, your potential is very good. Not only me, but many people also think highly of you. Most importantly, the great sage Silver Pupil thinks highly of you, so you can't die here. I believe you have also seen that we have already fallen into the enemy's trap. It is wishful thinking to think that we can all leave, but you must leave. You have potential, unlike us old fellows who have no possibility of improving. Listen, not only do you have to leave this place safely, you have to walk out of this dark sky lair alive, return to the camp alive, and when you grow up in the future, take revenge for us. Our abilities are limited, what we can do is to temporarily send you away. You have to work hard, you have to live strong, and even live well for us." He did not wait for others to say anything and stuffed Yu Yang into the ancient teleportation door. He knew that he would be pursued if he entered. But no matter what, it was better than staying here and being slaughtered by the enemy. "Shizhou, Hokuto, and Fatsai, escort that kid away. It is best to hand him over to the great sage Silver Pupil. He is the newcomer that the great sage appreciates the most. Even the great leader has asked for his name. You must not let anything happen to him. Go, 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 all of you, get out of here. If you delay serious business, don't call me camp leader." The one-eyed man stuffed the Tauren and the four-armed man who refused to leave into the teleportation door one by one. Beside him, a dozen of his subordinates formed a wall of flesh and blood to resist the enemy's diving attacks. "Seems like a small fish escaped," the Skinner King Sanguiner said lazily as he yawned. "It's okay. Even if he escapes to the end, no one can protect him. Even Rentienga will die here today, let alone a small fish." The Skeleton King Golden Remains did not think much of a newcomer like Yu Yang. It was good that he had potential, but what was the use of having potential if he could not live to the day he grew up? Don't be too careless. Rentienga is not that easy to take down. Even that kid just now gave off a dangerous feeling. If he is allowed to grow up, he may become the second Rentienga. Hopefully, this is just my imagination. The Ghost King's eyes shone with a strange light as if he had noticed something different about Yu Yang. If that is the case, I am looking forward to it. Life without an opponent is so boring. For example, when Jiwori was around, I was so bored that I was going to rot. Fortunately, that guy left very soon. The Skinner King Sanguiner laughed loudly. Let's see. It is not bad to tease a newcomer sometimes. The Skeleton King Golden Remains also expressed his agreement. The Spectre King's projection shook his head in the distance. In his heart, he was more inclined to eliminate the root of the problem. However, he, a dignified level 8 supreme martial artist, couldn't bring himself to personally hunt down a newbie who hadn't reached the heaven rank yet. If there was a chance in the future, he would kill him in a second. This kind of newcomer had not grown up yet. He could easily send any of his subordinates to complete the mission. It would be too degrading to kill him personally. On the other side, The Angel Alliance's main force had passed through the maze and arrived at the second secret teleportation gate. The 5 leaders had passed through the third secret teleportation gate and arrived at a strange world that was completely different from the Devil's Valley. In this strange world, everything was upside down. The sky was under one's feet, and the earth was above. The huge rocks were lighter than clouds, and the loose sand was tighter than steel. The plants here crawled everywhere, opening their bloody mouths as if they were going to swallow everything. The animals here stood in place quietly, even more still than statues. If it was not for the fact that they were alive and breathing, one would really think that these animals were lifelike statues. The air here was as uncomfortable as a wall. It could slowly sweep through heaven and earth and pass through everything, but anyone who came into contact with it would feel as if they had run into an endless wall. The water here flowed from the bottom to the top in a strange way because of the reversal of heaven and earth, including the rainwater. Breathing in here was like breathing in a mouthful of choking sand. Even people as powerful as the 5 great leaders. Come here. They frowned as well. Even with their undying will and the domain power of the supremacy stage, the 5 leaders could still clearly feel that their strength had been weakened to a certain extent in this strange world. Xianxia and the silver pupil great sage were slightly better off. After all, they were the strongest, but the red-haired Haug was in trouble. He had been weakened by at least half. Xianxia had never doubted great sage silver pupil's words, but he couldn't help but feel a little shaken after coming here. Is the primordial secret treasure really here? Such a strange world. If it wasn't created by an ancient god, I'm afraid no one would be able to create it. There are definitely secret treasures here, but the problem is how to find them. The handsome swordsman looked slightly excited, as if he was very confident in the existence of the secret treasure. I'm starting to regret it. The masked Xianxia sneered, indicating that he didn't like this place. I will never back out. Haug was the weakest and the most affected, but the secret treasure might be right in front of him. He decided to take the risk and fight with all his might. Maybe there will be a guardian secret treasure. Before great sage silver pupil could finish his sentence, a strange energy suddenly appeared in the world. It was as if the world was being split open, and the whole world was shaking. In the eyes of the 5 leaders, there was a golden sword giant over 100 meters tall. It walked between heaven and earth, ignoring the inverted laws of heaven and earth. Seeing the appearance of this golden sword giant, the 5 leaders' faces changed. A guardian that could ignore the inverted laws of heaven and earth and walk normally, what kind of person was it? What kind of existence was it? It was 100 meters tall, but it was not a titan, nor was it a battle beast. What kind of life form was this golden sword giant? It was impossible for a human body to grow to this form, but the golden sword giant had the appearance of a human, and the brilliance of wisdom in its eyes was even more unlike an existence that was not human. Be careful. The red-haired Haug warned anxiously. He found that the golden sword giant seemed to be aiming at the handsome swordsman Xianxia beside him. I've been locked on by him, I can't pull out my sword. The handsome Xianxia was sweating profusely. He also used a sword and had enough confidence in his swordsmanship, but in front of this golden sword giant, he couldn't even pull out his sword. This showed how terrifying the golden sword giant's strength was. Xianxia kicked. Xianxia, who was locked on by the golden sword giant, flying 100 meters away, saving Xianxia's life in time. God. I'm afraid this is the legendary god. Great sage silver pupil sighed softly. Although most of his power has been sealed, he is still not someone we can fight. I know there are ancient treasures here, but I didn't think that there would be a god guarding here. Fight or retreat? Xianxia looked at great sage silver pupil, hoping that he would make the right decision in this predicament. Retreat for now. Before great sage silver pupil finished speaking, the 5 leaders had already teleported away. The golden sword giant, who was regarded as a god, had a smile on his face. It seemed that everything was under his control. No matter what others did, they would not be able to escape from his grasp. When the golden sword giant disappeared from the inverted heaven and earth, Xianxia suddenly appeared from a void, revealing a look of puzzlement as he pondered hard. As for the Xianxia who made the ox head bay and the 4-armed strange man flee for their lives, he was just a shadow. Ever since Xianxia entered the first teleportation door, his real body had already teleported and followed behind the 5 leaders. It was not surprising that the heaven and earth were inverted, but the appearance of the golden sword giant really puzzled Yu Yang. This golden sword giant was definitely not the Kai Tian demon venerable. Yu Yang could be sure of this. But then again, if the golden sword giant was not the Kai Tian demon venerable, then who was he? And why did he appear in this inverted demonic shrine space? The 5 leaders returned to the second secret door. After reuniting with the elite troops, the 5 leaders conducted dozens of rehearsals and plans, intending to bypass the defense of the golden sword giant and obtain the final ancient secret treasure. Needless to say, an ancient secret treasure guarded by a deity was at least a divine artifact. If they could obtain it, their strength would definitely improve greatly. The problem was, how could they obtain the ancient secret treasure under the protection of the golden sword giant? The golden sword giant had the power of a deity. In this inverted world, it could ignore the rules and move freely. This kind of power was not something that the 5 leaders could defeat. Even if they joined forces, it was impossible. Moreover, where was the ancient secret treasure hidden? What kind of method would be needed to obtain it? Everything was giving them a headache. Ren Tiange was not the only one. The other 4 leaders were reluctant to leave. With the golden sword giant guarding it, there must be an ancient secret treasure. How could they leave so easily when the secret treasure was right in front of them? Moreover, the dark faction had been in power for thousands of years. The Angel Alliance had been suppressed to the point of suffocation. If they could get their hands on an ancient treasure, it would undoubtedly be a good opportunity to reverse the situation. They definitely couldn't miss it. Unfortunately, the great sage Silver-Eyed was also frowning and silent. He couldn't think of a good idea at the moment. We need more helpers. The handsome swordsman Xianxia suddenly suggested a possibility of success. That was, to pile up with people. As long as there were enough people, he believed that even a deity could be killed. It did not matter even if they could not be killed, as long as they could delay the deity for a while. The problem now is, if we pull a large number of people from the Angel Alliance's camp, the rear will be empty. Ren Tiange shook his head lightly. If the dark faction receives the news and invades the base camp, the consequences will be unimaginable. The great sage Silver Pupil also disagreed with this plan. This won't work, that won't work. Why don't we lure a group of people from the dark faction and let them go in to be our scapegoats? The crimson-haired Haug was annoyed and suddenly raised this shocking suggestion. Actually, this was completely unintentional on his part. However, after saying it out loud, even he realized that if this plan was executed well, it was indeed a brilliant plan. I didn't expect a blockhead to be enlightened. The masked Qing Amo agreed, which was rare. Indeed, we can consider this method. We can obtain the secret treasure and eliminate the enemy at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Beautiful swordswoman Xianxia was overjoyed. It's difficult. Those guys from the dark faction are not easy to fool. Moreover, if there is a slight mistake in the operation, the enemy will know about the ancient treasure. Then things will become complicated. As a great leader, Ren Tiange had many scruples. Even if it was the best plan, he had to think about it repeatedly to prevent any accidents from happening and causing great losses to his side. Just as the 5 leaders were discussing and coming up with the best plan, the elite cavalry suddenly rushed over to report. As soon as they heard the news, the 5 leaders felt like they had been struck by lightning. Ren Tiange couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? The 8 leaders of the dark faction had all come? The Phantom King, the Skeleton King, and the Skinner King had always been wary of each other. They seemed to be on the same side on the surface, but they were actually enemies in the dark. Why would they join forces to attack him? How many people were left outside? What, only 100 left? Great Sage Silver Pupil saw that Ren Tiange was confused by the news of the dark faction besieging him, so he hurriedly gave the order. Everyone, gather. Elites in front, support in the back. Defend and resist the enemy according to the favorable terrain. After receiving the order, Great Sage Silver Pupil comforted Ren Tiange and the other 3 leaders. Someone must have leaked the secret. Otherwise, the 8 leaders of the dark faction would not have joined forces to fight. However, the enemy is coming fiercely, so they might not be the final winner. If we stay together and watch the tigers fight, whether it is the Phantom King, the Skeleton King, the Skinner King, or the other 5 leaders, they will not be able to injure themselves and attack us. Since the situation is urgent, we might as well disclose the news about the ancient treasure to the public. Maybe we can wait for the day when the enemies kill each other. When Ren Tiange and the others heard this, they were greatly refreshed, and their confidence was completely restored. In the face of that powerful golden sword giant, the Phantom King and the others will not fight alone. That will only exhaust themselves and let others benefit. They must also want to borrow our strength. We can negotiate with them for a temporary truce. If it really doesn't work, we can retreat into the inverted world. If they dare to chase after us, we will fight them to the death in front of the golden sword giant. The warriors of the Angel Alliance would rather be destroyed by the gods than be slaughtered by those guys from the dark faction. The more Ren Tiange spoke, the more confident he became, and his fighting spirit was reignited. We will retreat to the 3rd secret door and use the method just now to restrain the golden sword giant with the enemy's strength. As for who will get the ancient treasure in the end, it will depend on whose destiny it is. The masked Qing Mo felt that there might be a chance to implement the plan to lure the enemy just now. Although it is not perfect, since things have come to this, we can only do this. Great Sage Silver Pupil sighed slightly. In front of the 3rd secret door, the 5 leaders led a large elite force and guarded the door. The original people who stayed behind were almost all killed. Those who could escape to the main force, including those who were seriously injured, were less than 50. This was the result of the one-eyed man's desperate resistance and the enemy's encirclement. Oxhead North, Sitiao, Fa Kai, and the others were still alive. Of course, there was also Yu Yang's shadow substitute, which was so lifelike that no one could tell whether it was real or fake. The shadow substitute was created by the fusion of the Gemini mask, the world creation domain, and the phantom guardian beast. Other than not having the high intelligence of a human, it could even speak and give simple answers without any problems. When necessary, the shadow substitute could also fight. It was a pity that it only existed for about an hour. Otherwise, Yu Yang could create a large number of them to confuse the enemy. When the Phantom King and the others arrived, the expressions of the people from the Angel Alliance changed. If not for Ren Tiange and the other 4 leaders, the more than 2,000 challengers would have collapsed and fled. It couldn't be helped. The Phantom King and the others were not people with an undeserved reputation. Their reputation was built on the lives of countless challengers from the Angel Alliance. The Phantom King, Golden Remains, and Sanguiner, any one of them had thousands of lives on their hands. When the main force of the dark faction arrived, tens of thousands of dark elites covered the sky like dark clouds. Their oppressive aura made the challengers from the Angel Alliance almost unable to breathe. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. Whether it was the leaders, the elites, or the number of challengers at the grassroots level, the other side had an overwhelming advantage. What a good Phantom King! How dare you lead your people to attack from thousands of miles away? I, Ren Tiange, have to say that I admire you. Ren Tiange stood in front of the battle formation and laughed loudly. He was the great leader of the Angel Alliance and the backbone of the battle formation. If he fell, the Angel Alliance would suffer a devastating blow. No matter what, he felt that he couldn't fall. Alright, it doesn't matter if you admire me or not. We're not here to listen to your flattery. The Phantom King waved his hand coldly. I already knew about the ancient treasures. The reason why I didn't come looking for them is simple. I believe you've seen it and understand why. Don't think I'm a fool. Don't think of using us to fight against an undefeatable god. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't fall for that kind of trick. Save it. On the contrary, if you're willing to take the initiative to fight, I'll consider letting you go. To be honest, Ren Tiange, personally, I don't have any special grudges against you and the Angel Alliance. We're all overlords in the heavenly realm. We came here just because we're on different sides. We have to fight to the death. This isn't the stipulated faction war. There's no need for us to overexert ourselves. I'm not a bloodthirsty lunatic like Jiwori. Therefore, you have 2 choices. One is to take the initiative to attack and restrain the guardian god. The other is to fight to the death with us. If you put it that way, do we really have a second choice? Haug, whose hair was like a devil's, was furious. It's not your place to speak. You better know your place. I'm not asking you. I'm asking Xianxia, who's far more powerful than you and a leader of the Angel Alliance. The Phantom King's words made Haug speechless. I can't agree. Brother Haug's words are my answer. As a leader, Xianxia naturally knew the importance of protecting his subordinates. Then let's fight. The Phantom King shrugged indifferently. Wait. Skeleton King Golden Remains suddenly stepped forward and laughed. We can fight and kill outside. We haven't even seen the ancient treasures yet. It's ridiculous that we're in such a hurry to kill each other. How about this, Xianxia and Great Sage Silver Eye? I suggest that we join forces and spare no effort to get rid of that guardian god. Although the guardian god is strong, most of his power has been sealed. Moreover, after tens of thousands of years of consumption, his strength is less than 1/10 of what it used to be. As long as the 8 leaders and the 5 of you work together to attack him, there's a high chance that we can defeat the guardian god. At the very least, we can injure him severely. After we kill the guardian god, we can split up to look for the treasures. Let's see whose side is luckier. In short, if we start the fight before we see the treasures, it'll only benefit the later generations. I agree. The Skin-Flaying King, the most bloodthirsty war maniac, also nodded in agreement with Golden Remains' suggestion. Alright, my patience is limited. If Xianxia still refuses, I won't tolerate it anymore. The Phantom King was forced to change his mind by the Skeleton King and the Skin-Flaying King's suggestion. Xianxia discussed with the Great Sage Silver Pupil for a while, then exchanged ideas with the masked Qingmo, Haug, and the beautiful swordsman Qianchong. In the end, he was forced to agree. This might be the first time in the history of the Devil's Valley that the challengers of the Angel Alliance and the Dark Faction would join forces to fight for the ancient treasures. Even though both sides glared at each other and wanted to devour each other, no one dared to disobey the great leader's decision. Moreover, everyone wanted to get the ancient treasures. Before the truth of the treasures was revealed, it seemed a little impulsive to start the fight in a hurry. More than 2,000 challengers of the Angel Alliance entered the inverted world. Behind them, more than 10,000 elites of the Dark Faction rushed in like a tide. Both sides were ready for the fight. Because they were not going to face an ordinary opponent, but a legendary god. They had heard many things about gods, but they had never seen one before. Today, they would join forces with the enemy to fight against a god that existed in the legends. Agitation, excitement, nervousness, fear, numbness, calmness, madness, all kinds of emotions emerged at this time, constantly attacking the challengers' will. Under the leadership of the great leader, these 12,000 challengers gritted their teeth and suppressed the negative emotions in their hearts, maintaining their rationality. Before that god appeared, all of them summoned their beasts and unleashed their full strength, hoping that they could use their numbers to overwhelm that greatly weakened god. Kill, kill. Battle cries shook the heavens. Whether it was the Angel Alliance or the Dark Faction, they were all trying their best to boost their morale. Challenging a god was definitely not that simple. Moreover, this was also a kind of supreme honor. Among all the experts in the heaven realm, who would have the luck to fight against a god? I must chop him with my axe. Even if it's just once, I will be satisfied. Oxhead Bay closed his eyes and muttered nervously. Follow behind me and do whatever I do. Do you hear me? Four Legs wiped the sweat off his forehead. The fear in his heart was like a huge rock pressing on his heart, but he still had to divert his attention to take care of Yu Yang, the newcomer who had no sense of direction. This was because he remembered camp leader One-Eyed Ben's instructions. No matter what, he had to hand this newcomer to the hands of the Great Sage Silver Pupil. Huff, huff, I don't want to die. I have a lot of money, I'm a millionaire. I definitely can't die here. God of wealth, please bless your believer's life. I will definitely serve you more piously in the future. The short fatty was praying to the god, completely forgetting that he was going to attack another god later. Yu Yang's shadow substitute also made an attacking posture, but no one cared what he was doing. This was because the shadow substitute's current strength was only at heaven stage level 1. Without the help of a strong beast, its strength was not worth mentioning. In the distant sky, a golden light flashed. Without a sound, the golden sword giant had already appeared in front of the tens of thousands of people. His body emitted a brilliant golden light that suppressed the heavens and the earth, making it difficult for all living beings to look up to him. Rantianga roared towards the sky and waved his hand forcefully, slashing towards void. Everyone, attack! On the other side, the Spirit King Shadow, Skeleton King Golden Remains, and Skinner King Sanguiner did not dare to be careless. They did not hold back at all and also ordered their elite troops to attack the Golden Sword Giant. On the left were the 5 leaders of the Angel Alliance, and on the right were the 8 leaders of the Dark Camp. Both sides did not hold back and attacked the same target for the first time, the Golden Sword Giant. The destructive power shrouded the Golden Sword Giant. Other than these 13 beams of power, there were tens of thousands of beams of power behind them, bombarding it like a meteor. On the Dark Camp side, 3 teams of 1,000 people gathered together to create 3 super huge energy balls, which shot towards the Golden Sword Giant. Blasphemers will be punished by the heavens. The Golden Sword Giant snorted. Without a sound, he disappeared from where he was. The Spirit King and Rantianga's joint space seal was completely ineffective. The Great Sage Silver Pupil's spiritual chain, Skeleton King Golden Remains' bone prison, and Skinner King Sanguiner's blood pool all missed. The Golden Sword Giant appeared outside the battlefield, behind the challengers of the Dark Camp and the Angel Alliance. The golden sword that judged all living beings was raised high up, and under the despairing gazes of Rantianga and the Shadow, it slashed down with supreme divine power. The void was shattered. In the inverted sky and earth, a 10-meter wide and 10,000-meter long sword mark lingered in the space for a long time. Even the space couldn't heal itself. At this moment, everyone stopped. Be it the leaders of both sides, or the ordinary challengers who were attacked from behind by the Golden Sword Giant, they all stood still, as if nothing had happened. After an unknown period of time, a light breeze blew over. Nearly 10,000 challengers and battle beasts were silently turned into dust, dissipating in the sky. Only less than 1,000 people were left. Together with the battle beasts that were hundreds of meters away, they rolled in the inverted sky and earth, howling in pain. Everyone was injured. Including the 13 leaders, they all suffered varying degrees of injuries. One sword to kill 10,000 people. This was the power of a god. This was the result of challenging a god. Seeing this, even experts like Rantianga and the Spirit King's Shadow couldn't help but show despair in their eyes. This kind of battle wasn't a challenge at all. It was a suicide mission. A god wasn't in existence that could be killed by numbers. Unfortunately, they realized this too late. Leave this place. Rantianga and the Spirit King's Shadow looked at each other and saw the deep fear in each other's eyes. At the same time, they gave their last order, which was to retreat. It's too late. The Golden Sword Giant raised his sword, and a golden shield rose within 10,000 meters. Inside the golden shield, the power of a god's domain erupted. Everyone felt as if they were being crushed by a huge mountain. They couldn't even breathe, let alone move. It was over. This time, not only did they fail to achieve anything by challenging a god, they even provoked a fatal disaster. In front of a god, there was only one result, and that was complete annihilation. Rantianga was just about to close his eyes and wait for death when he suddenly discovered, to his astonishment, that an unbelievably weak rookie was running while carrying an injured bull head and a four-armed monster. He was also kicking a short fatty who looked like a meatball. This newcomer wasn't affected by the power of the domain within the golden shield at all, and he escaped very easily. What was going on? Not only Rantianga, but even the Spirit King's Shadow, the Skeleton King Golden Remains, and the Skinner King Sanguiner from the Dark Camp were overjoyed. There seemed to be a way out. Rantianga could tell at a glance that the newcomer was the young man who had joined out of nowhere and attracted the attention of the Great Sage Silver Pupil. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in a hurry to enter the ancient mystery land to look for treasures, he really wanted to meet this person who could make the Great Sage Silver Pupil look at him differently. Now, this young man, with the strength of a newbie, had actually succeeded in escaping. The most inconceivable thing was that he had taken 3 of his companions with him. Divine Sand. The Phantom King projection stared for a long time before coming to a sudden realization. He took out a rainbow-colored bottle and waved the shining dust around him. Light flashed, and like an assassin whose disguise had been exposed, countless grids and sieve-like dimensions appeared around the phantom of the Phantom King. Wherever the precious divine sand floated past, the golden shield raised by the golden sword giant revealed a completely different special world. In this world, heaven and earth were no longer inverted, and all things were no longer strange. The reason why the Phantom King projection and the other super powerful beings felt as if they were being crushed by the mountain was because all of them were already standing at the edge of heaven and earth, and they were attempting to pass through the boundless space outside of the laws of nature. As such, they were all suffering from the backlash of the laws of nature that they couldn't pass through. Almost in an instant, everyone reversed their bodies and returned to their natural states, no longer contending against the power of the laws. Xianxia and the other leaders also realized that the golden sword giant's sword had killed tens of thousands of people in an instant. It wasn't because the other party was powerful. Instead, the positions of those 10,000 people were all located in the holes of the grid. They should have fallen into the cracks of the spatial laws, and not been instantly crushed into powder. I have been reluctant to use the divine sand for thousands of years. I didn't think that there would be a day where it would be useful. The Phantom King's projection was both delighted and enraged. He was delighted that he had found a chance to live, and his life was no longer in danger. However, he was enraged that the leader of the dark faction had been fooled by the enemy. If the young man had not escaped successfully, everyone would have died here. Behead! Sanguiner, the Skinner King, was the first to rush forward to attack. If the natural order was not restored, under the backlash of the power of the laws, attacking the deceiving golden sword giant would be equivalent to suicide. But now, it was different. The natural order had been restored, and no one would stupidly attack that absolutely unshakable power of law. Instead, they would truly attack the golden sword giant. Now that he could use his full power, Sanguiner, the Skinner King, wanted to challenge the god who had deceived everyone. The destructive slash directly tore open a 100-meter-long spatial rift in the sky. It was about 3 meters wide. Everything within it had turned into spatial fragments. With Sanguiner's strength, it was easy for him to shatter the space. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of touching the nomological power that sealed the entire space at the edge, he could have unleashed even greater power and caused even more terrifying destruction. Sanguiner, the Skinner King, was not an undeserved reputation. Overconfident clown. However, the golden sword giant arrogantly extended a finger. His left index finger easily blocked Sanguiner's heavy strike that was close to his full strength. Shoo! Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although the golden sword giant had deceived everyone and didn't kill 10,000 challengers with one strike, his strength was undoubtedly terrifying. Cut off the neck, dismember, split the body, dig out the heart, flay the skin, break the tendons, scrape the bones. Sanguiner, the Skinner King, was enraged like a lion. His hands erupted with a storm of attacks, and he used his famous ultimate moves like a windmill. However, the golden sword giant still used his left hand to block each of the attacks, not even bothering to use the golden sword in his right hand to counterattack. Now, everyone finally understood that even if this golden sword giant didn't have the strength to kill 10,000 people with one strike, he wasn't far off. He wasn't someone that a leader could fight alone. Of course, he wasn't strong enough to kill all of them. Let's attack together. We should have the upper hand. The Phantom King's projection was able to make an accurate judgment as soon as he saw the battle between Sanguiner and the golden sword giant. Why didn't the golden sword giant use his sword? It was because he was afraid of being surrounded by others. What do you think? At this time, Xianxia still asked the great sage silver pupil's opinion out of habit. There is a 70% chance of winning, 20% of light injuries, 10% of heavy injuries, and less than 1% of killing. It's almost impossible. Moreover, even if it's heavy injuries, we will have to pay a huge price. The great sage silver pupil made a more accurate judgment than the Phantom King's projection. After calculation, this battle could be fought, but it would probably be very tragic, especially when the other side didn't have any helpers. Go. The red-haired Haug heard that there was a 70% chance of winning. What were they waiting for? This is exciting. The masked Qing Mo also felt that if they didn't work together now, it was very likely that the golden sword giant would defeat them one by one, and they would lose the upper hand again. Qianzhong, leave with your men and return to the secret door. Send the elites back to the camp and ask for reinforcements. It's best if you can go back yourself. As a leader, Xianxia knew the importance of reinforcements. If the remaining leaders in the camp all came to help, then the situation would be much better. Wild Boar King, you too. The Skeleton King Golden Remains also ordered a leader in the Dark Camp to rush back to the Dark Camp to bring reinforcements. Challenging the gods. It was definitely not a difficult task that could be completed in a day. Whether it was Xianxia or the leaders of the Dark Camp, they were all prepared for a long war. The handsome Qianzhong was one of Xianxia's more trusted allies. He was not weak, and he had a certain level of intelligence. He was not as reckless as Haug, nor as secretive as Qingmo. Xianxia was not at ease when Haug and Qingmo went back. The great sage Silver Pupil was indispensable, and he had to be present. Therefore, he sent out the beautiful swordsman Qianzhong, whom he had high hopes for. On the side of the Dark Camp, they also sent the Wild Boar King, who looked rough but was actually very careful. Qianzhong and the Wild Boar King took turns to swear that they would lead the reinforcements back as soon as possible. They also protected the remaining elites who did not fall into the trap and slowly retreated out of the third teleportation door. I think that our two camps should suspend the war. What do you think? Before the Wild Boar King left, he suddenly made a friendly suggestion. Okay. The beautiful swordsman Qianzhong nodded and agreed. The elites of both camps felt lucky. If the two camps still had to fight to the death at the moment of challenging the gods, the result would be unimaginable. Then the result would be unimaginable. It was estimated that both camps would be annihilated. The leaders would be Xianxia, the great sage Silver-Eyed, the Phantom Shadow, Golden Skeleton, Blood Razor, and other super experts would all be wiped out by the gods. After both camps suffered heavy losses, they would fight to the death, and it might turn into an ultimate war of darkness and blood. Without the restrictions of the superiors, the war would get out of hand. Any challenger who fell into the quagmire of war would not be able to escape. Because peace was beneficial for both sides, war was also possible for both sides. It turned out that the arrogant Dark Camp and the Wild Boar King, whose strength was slightly higher than the beautiful swordsman Qianzhong, would offer such generous conditions. Goodbye. Seeing that the beautiful swordsman Qianzhong had agreed, the Wild Boar King was secretly happy. Out of politeness, he bowed and said goodbye. This was the first time in his life that he had bowed to a challenger from the Angel Alliance. From this, it could be seen that the Wild Boar King was very sincere about both sides joining forces to challenge the gods. Please take care. Forgive me for not seeing you off. Qianzhong returned the bow with a smile. At this moment, both the Angel Alliance and the Dark Camp bowed to each other and gave their blessings. Everyone sincerely hoped that they would succeed in challenging the gods and rescue their brothers trapped in the trap. Just as both sides were about to leave, the beautiful swordsman Qianzhong suddenly reached out and pulled out her sword. The sword was in the air. It was even more powerful than the sword that the Golden Sword Giant used to kill tens of thousands of people. Under the desperate gaze of the Wild Boar King, the beautiful swordsman Qianzhong, who was only a level 5 Supreme Master, killed everyone, including the Wild Boar King, in one move. Nearly 100 elites, including the Wild Boar King, who was a level 6 Supreme Master, were all cut in half by the sword aura. Although it was a sneak attack, there was no doubt that the power of this sword was enough to kill everyone in a second. The beautiful swordsman slowly sheathed her sword and waved her hand at an empty space in the void. Little friend, come out. I really want to know how you found the heaven sieve space. What I don't understand even more is that a young man like you, it's fine if you sneak away, but why do you have to save a few ants? If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't even focus on you. You should know that my original target was Xianxia and the others. Now, I'm more interested in you. Yu Yang, the cow-headed man who was trembling in fear, the four-armed man with a pale face, a short fatty who had fainted from fear, and a one-eyed man who was unconscious due to heavy injuries, slowly appeared from the void. Other than him, no one else could laugh. Seeing the beautiful swordsman Qianzhong, Yu Yang smiled brightly. I didn't expect the legendary sky-splitting demon lord to be a pretty boy. Some people are born handsome, there's really nothing I can do about it. The beautiful swordsman Qianzhong didn't deny it. Instead, she laughed and waved at Yu Yang as if she was meeting an old friend. Little friend, you're not bad looking either. I rarely see a man who smiles prettier than a woman. It's a pity to kill a young man like you. Why don't you be my subordinate? If you're a woman, I might consider it. I'm not interested in men. Yu Yang rejected her immediately. Then. There's nothing I can do. I can't watch a young man who is more handsome than me and has more potential than me grow up and threaten my life. The beautiful swordsman Xianxia asked tentatively. Are you really not going to consider it? You should know that with your current strength, it's impossible for you to be my opponent. Fight? That would definitely be difficult. But even if I can't beat you, can't I run? Yu Yang maintained a smile on his face. You think you can run? The beautiful swordsman Xianxia expressed her doubts. Then I'll give it a try. Yu Yang was very confident in his ability to escape. Even if you can escape, can your friends escape too? Heaven-splitting demon Venerable, who had transformed into the beautiful swordsman Xianxia, asked with a smile. They are just phantoms. Their real bodies have left long ago. With a wave of Yu Yang's hand, Ox head north, the strange man Sitiao, the short fatty Fa Kai and the others instantly disappeared without a trace. Kai Tian demon marshal frowned slightly. He didn't put them into his storage space or grimoire, but they didn't seem like illusions either. If they were really phantoms, there was no reason for him to be fooled so easily. Real and fake, it was hard to distinguish. This kid had some tricks up his sleeves. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable, who had been paying special attention to Yu Yang's every move, couldn't help but think highly of him now. If heaven-splitting demon Venerable wasn't sure that this young man was still in the early stages of growth and couldn't pose a real threat to him, he would have used his ultimate move immediately to kill this person on the spot. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable controlled the situation in secret while continuing to ask with a smile, Little friend, can you tell me whose descendant you are? Although his real body hadn't recovered to its peak state, it had been thousands of years since he escaped from the demonic palace. He had always disguised himself as a challenger with various identities. Beautiful swordsman Xianxia was just one of them. For thousands of years, he had been sowing discord between the Angel Alliance and the Dark Faction to benefit from it. Although he didn't leave the Demon Valley world, as time passed, he had learned a lot of news outside the Heaven Realm and met many super experts. He was really curious about a young man like Yu Yang. Such a young man with such strength, which family's descendant was he? You wouldn't know even if I told you, and it would be a long journey. Yu Yang expressed that he wasn't a guide. You and I are both peerless geniuses that only appear once in 10,000 years. Why don't we work together? After we kill Rentianga, the Shadow, Golden Remains and Sanguiner, the treasures will belong to you and the flesh will belong to me. Little friend, if you can make an alliance agreement with me, then I will personally send you out of the Devil's Valley. I can even do my best to help you pass the 10 trials. In the future, if you obtain the final reward, swear an oath to join hands with me to conquer the Heaven Realm. I, Kai Tian, am willing to share the world with you and your family. This oath will not change for 10,000 years. This oath is like a curse. Kai Tian Demon Venerable suddenly made a huge concession. He changed his mind and expressed that he wanted to join hands with Yu Yang. Working together is indeed a good idea. You and I, if we work together, it will be the combination of the strong, and we will suffer great losses. Yu Yang first nodded in agreement, but when the heaven-splitting demon Venerable showed joy in his eyes, he shook his head and laughed. However, I'd be a fool if I agreed to it. What? Heaven-splitting demon Venerable's face immediately turned cold. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable, we're all smart people. Why don't we speak frankly? Yu Yang laughed and said, first of all, conquering the Heaven Realm is a very stupid thing to do. A warrior can think like that and use it to make demands on himself, using pressure and goals to improve his cultivation. But don't ever do that, because the result of doing that is only one thing, and that is to be sealed like you, unable to come out for tens of thousands of years. If you're lucky, like you can still come out alive. If you're unlucky, I'm afraid you'll have to stay in the sealed space for the rest of your life. The longer you live, the more painful it is. I don't need to say it. You should also understand that no matter how strong the warriors of the Heaven Realm are, even if some of them have reached the God Realm, compared to the ancient great gods, they are all weak and pitiful bugs. You can think about it. The entire heaven realm was created by the ancient great gods or even more ancient gods. To what extent do you have to cultivate to be able to offset the existence of the ancient gods that have existed for millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years, billions of years, or even billions of years? You are much older than me and have lived for tens of thousands of years. To humans, you're like a god, but to those old fellows who have lived for millions of years, tens of millions of years, hundreds of millions of years, or even longer, tens of thousands of years are just like taking a nap. What's the big deal? Let's talk about the heaven realm. To those unimaginable ancient great gods, it is like a house built by us humans. We are the ants jumping around in the back garden. If you want to destroy this house or snatch it and become its owner, would the people who built this house be willing? If they don't pinch you to death with a single finger, they are already very kind. So, heaven-splitting demon venerable, in my opinion, it's enough to do stupid things once. Don't do it a second time. Conquering the heaven realm and occupying it to become a king is not something a smart person would do. Even if you take advantage of the fact that no one is at home and occupy the room, so what? You are still a slightly bigger ant. You think you are very strong, but in fact, you are just a small bug that can be crushed to death with a single finger. Don't you feel pity? Don't even think about conquering the heaven realm. If you are more realistic and determined to overthrow the central divine palace, then I think it is possible. The central divine palace is just an ant nest in the grass in the backyard. Others don't care if it is destroyed, but conquering the entire heaven realm and taking it for yourself is like slapping the owner of the house in the face. You absolutely cannot do that. Lastly, heaven-splitting demon venerable who has lived for tens of thousands of years, don't think that I am easy to deceive just because I am young. I am young, but I am not stupid, okay? If you are powerful enough, why would you join hands with me? If you can completely escape, why would you invite me to fight against Xianxia and the others? I know that Xianxia and the others aren't as strong as you individually, but what you can't do is that you can't break free from the demonic shrine freely. The power of the seal is still restricting you, even though you look so impressive on the surface. Am I right? Otherwise, why would you join hands with a young and childish junior like me, who is not even worth mentioning, to fight against the enemy? After hearing Yu Yang's words, heaven-splitting demon venerable's expression changed. It became extremely ugly. After a long time, he didn't say anything. He just kept staring at Yu Yang, as if he wanted to stare 2 holes in Yu Yang's body. Could a stare kill someone? Other than a man who had eyes of death and blood pupil double kill, there was no one else in the world who could do that. Therefore, Yu Yang just stood there and stared at him casually, not caring at all. Heaven-splitting demon venerable suddenly clapped his hands and cheered, well said. Ever since I escaped from the demonic shrine, I swore that I would never do something as stupid as conquering the heaven realm again. Because of my ignorance, I only found out that there is always someone better than me when I was sealed. Cultivation is endless, and I have no interest in conquering the heaven realm now. This is also the reason why I didn't leave the Demon Valley for thousands of years. Yu Yang hurriedly corrected him, no, you didn't leave the Demon Valley not because you don't want to, but because you can't. Heaven-splitting demon venerable was speechless. He paused for a while and smiled again, if I want to leave, I can, but I have to pay a small price. For example, I have to pay a small price of divine sense that I have cultivated for thousands of years. That is the golden sword giant who looked mighty but was trapped in the demonic shrine. Alright, if you say that you can enter the god realm without divine sense, I will agree that the price you said is a small price. Yu Yang didn't hesitate to slap his face. Since you understand everything, then let's talk. If you help me release my sealed divine sense, I will give you the greatest reward. For example, I will help you complete the 10 trials and obtain the divine grimoire as the final reward. Facing a smart person like Yu Yang, heaven-splitting demon venerable had no choice but to admit the truth. There's nothing to talk about. Once I release my divine sense, you will kill me instantly. That will be the greatest reward. Yu Yang shook his head. He never trusted his enemies. I can kill you now if I want to. Heaven-splitting demon venerable snorted angrily. If I was outside the Demon Valley and heard you say this, I might be a little afraid. However, this is not only the demon valley where the power of the seal is restricting you, but also the demonic shrine where you don't dare to use your full strength. Here, you don't even dare to reveal your true identity as heaven-splitting demon venerable. What right do you have to kill me? I'm not the wild boar king, nor am I Xianxia who was deceived by you. Yu Yang spread his hands to show that he wasn't afraid of death. It's my first time seeing such a smart young man like you. If only you weren't my opponent. Heaven-splitting demon venerable sighed deeply. I also don't want to be your opponent. It's not good to provoke a senior like you. Yu Yang occasionally spoke the truth. Young man, must you refuse to cooperate with me? Heaven-splitting demon venerable's face darkened as he asked. If I say that I'll go back and think about it for a few days before giving you an answer, would you believe me? Yu Yang laughed. Alright, I know you have some kind of trump card. Once you use it, you might really be able to kill me instantly. However, I don't think there's a need for you to use it. Why? Heaven-splitting demon venerable asked curiously. Because if you don't kill me, it'll be very troublesome in the future. Yu Yang pointed at the third teleportation gate. If you don't kill me, I'll go in and save Xianxia and the others. Without their blood sacrifice, the seal won't loosen. The Dark Faction and the Angel Alliance won't fall into chaos after losing their leaders. Your plan to take advantage of this will fail. At that time, it'll take even longer for you to truly leave the demonic shrine. Yu Yang explained the pros and cons in detail. That's reasonable. Heaven-splitting demon venerable smiled. There was a hint of cruelty and bloodlust in his smile. However, I still want to see if you can successfully escape from my Sky Demon 6 styles. Yu Yang fell silent. He didn't say anything for a long time. Heaven-splitting demon venerable felt a little strange. This brat doesn't look like he's afraid of me? What does this expression mean? Yu Yang suddenly sighed. At the end of the day, you still want to fight. This proves two things. First, I'm smarter than you and I can see further. Second, you're very stubborn and won't listen to anyone's advice. You're also overly confident. To put it nicely, you have a character, but you're actually unrepentant. True failures in life are often caused by character flaws like yours. Heaven-splitting demon venerable was puzzled. Even if this is a character flaw, it's my problem. Why are you sighing? Yu Yang replied solemnly, I'm reminding myself not to be like you. Because in some aspects, we're still similar. I don't want to be like you after living for tens of thousands of years. So, I have to remind myself that I have to stick to my own views, but that has to be done at the right time. I can't be like you, stubborn and self-opinionated, blinded by my own strength. Heaven-splitting demon venerable was completely speechless. This brat was really despicable. He was actually using his matter to raise his realm? What kind of person was this brat? Did he have to reflect on himself even when facing enemies on the battlefield? Who was the one who taught such a pervert? Before he decided to take action, the heaven-splitting demon venerable wanted to ask one last question. What you're after is the heavenly demonic orb. What if I give you the heavenly demonic orb as a gift for our alliance? The heaven-splitting demon venerable had never treated anyone so generously in his life. The young man in front of him had aroused his love for talent, so he made his last test. That was because the heaven-splitting demon venerable knew very well that if he did not kill a young man like Yu Yang, he would definitely become a lifelong enemy. The heaven-splitting demon venerable did not want things to turn out that way, especially when his divine consciousness was still sealed in the heavenly demon temple. What was the heavenly demonic orb? When he was in Tong Tian Tower, Sky Execution had given Yu Yang a great demonic orb. This demonic orb, which was known as the treasure of the palace, had been exchanged for 2 will-o-wisp crows as beasts for the number 2, Sky Wrath. At that time, the Emperor of the Underworld who was present also used the Eye of the Underworld to exchange for the battle beasts. Due to the uniqueness of the two treasures, Yu Yang even took them to His Majesty. Yu Yang, who had offended His Majesty, naturally did not get an answer. However, the mystery of the two treasures had always been hidden in his heart. He was eager to solve his doubts. Now, he did not expect the heaven-splitting demon venerable to mention the term heavenly demonic orb. This made Yu Yang's heart palpitate. Will you give me the heavenly demonic orb? Naturally, Yu Yang would not tell the other party that he did not know what the heavenly demonic orb was. He even laughed coldly to express his disdain for the heaven-splitting demon Venerable's senseless and lowly method of seduction. However, as soon as he finished his sentence, an item appeared in the heaven-splitting demon Venerable's heart. A divine orb that contained endless energy and emitted a faint light appeared between the two fingers of the heaven-splitting demon Venerable's left hand. "Give me the heavenly demonic order. I can even tell you how to use it." The heaven-splitting demon Venerable was very sincere. "I'm not a fool." The suspicious Yu Yang rejected immediately. No matter how much he desired to know the truth, he would never lower his guard. Furthermore, he had to look at the person he trusted. The person in front of him was the heaven creation demon Venerable, an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years, who intended to conquer the entire heaven realm. The most terrifying thing was that his conquest was not like Queen Vivian Lee's. Queen Vivian Lee's conquest was mainly to overthrow the rule of the central shrine and become the #1 expert in the heaven realm. On the other hand, heaven-splitting demon Venerable's conquest was to destroy all obstructing forces in the heaven realm and completely occupy the heaven realm. He would become the sole master of the heaven realm and enslave thousands of races. If Yu Yang cooperated with this old fellow whose appetite was so big that he could swallow the entire heaven realm, it would be the same as selling himself to heaven-splitting demon Venerable and helping him count the money. Yu Yang could cooperate with anyone in the world, but there were a few people he absolutely could not. The first was the temple supremacy of the central shrine. The second was Ji Wuri, who was fighting for the final divine grimoire in the land of trial with all his might. The third was the sky-splitting demon Venerable, whose appetite was so big that it could fit the entire heaven realm. All three of them had one thing in common. That was their insatiable greed. Yu Yang did not dare to cooperate with people who were too ambitious, because such people were insatiable and heartless lunatics. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable smiled. Suddenly, he threw the artifact orb in his hand, which was worth an unknown amount but was enough to surpass all things in the world, over to Chuli as if he was throwing a pebble. Before Yu Yang extended his hand, he thought about whether this was a trap at the speed of lightning. What would happen after that? In the end, under the harmless probing of the domain energy and the temptation of the artifact orb, he gently extended his hand and caught it. Regardless of the apocalypse or the flood, what Yu Yang wanted now was to have the artifact in his hand. With the artifact in his hand, the world was his. What moved Yu Yang the most was not as simple as the artifact. What really made Yu Yang reluctant to let go was that the heavenly demonic orb seemed to have a calling, as if it had been waiting for thousands of years just for Yu Yang. This thing should belong to him. It was like a part of his body that had been separated. Now, it was time for it to return. The heavenly demonic orb is an ownerless artifact. I've always wanted to form a contract with it, but I didn't succeed. Perhaps it belongs to you. After all these years, I've gotten over it. Hold it in your hand, then take out the heavenly demonic order and use the power of the heavenly demonic orb to break the seal. The heaven-splitting demon Venerable did not hide anything and told him the truth about the secret treasure. Yu Yang was very nervous. If the treasure was not in his hands, Yu Yang would never believe the heaven-splitting demon Venerable. The problem was that the heaven-splitting demon Venerable had given him the artifact heavenly demonic orb. Should he do the same? Would unsealing the heavenly demonic order be his reward for clearing the heavenly demonic temple? Could the heavenly demonic order be the second artifact? Or could he only form a contract with the heavenly demonic orb, a superb artifact, with the heavenly demonic order? The heaven-splitting demon Venerable shook his head. I understand your cautiousness and your feelings. You're not willing to believe me. Indeed, I don't have the basis for you to trust me, but I really want to work with you. Now that the artifact is in your hands, it has nothing to do with me whether you unseal it or not. I just hope that you can promise me that we'll form an alliance and mutually benefit each other. At the very least, you can't be my enemy. Yu Yang thought for a long time. Finally, he made a promise carefully. If I successfully form a contract with the artifact heavenly demonic orb and obtain the reward for clearing the heavenly demonic temple, then I promise not to be your enemy. In fact, I'll form an alliance with you under certain circumstances. It was safe to say that Yu Yang did not believe the heaven-splitting demon Venerable. He did not believe him at all. He knew that his enemy would not speak the truth even if they said 10,000 things. However, he did not want to fall out with the heaven-splitting demon Venerable now. After all, what he wanted to do the most now was to break the seal, form a contract with the artifact, and improve his abilities. Take your time to unseal it. I'll go back and see how Xianxia and the others are doing. If they're willing to let go of their greed, I'll let them go. After all, the more people I kill in the heavenly demonic temple, the more powerful the seal on my divine consciousness will be. If they didn't scheme against me first, I really wouldn't want to go on a killing spree. The heaven-splitting demon Venerable waved his hand in a carefree manner. His figure was like a shadow, and he disappeared into the endless void. Yu Yang fell silent for a long time. Once he felt that the heaven-splitting demon Venerable could no longer hide in the dark to ambush him, Yu Yang slowly left. He left the second secret teleportation door. He left the first secret teleportation door. He returned to the ruins of the ancient underground city in the dark lair. Yu Yang realized that his surroundings were completely silent. There wasn't a soul in sight. Finally, he could not hold back the desire in his heart. He took out the heavenly demonic orb in ecstasy. This was an artifact. Since when could an artifact be given away like a cheap cabbage? No matter what the heaven-splitting demon Venerable was plotting, there was at least one thing that was certain. The heavenly demonic orb was now in his hands. The artifact, the heavenly demonic orb, now belonged to him. What about the heavenly demonic order? Was it the second artifact? Or was it the key item to form a contract with the heavenly demonic orb? He did not know. Yu Yang's heart was filled with all kinds of mysteries. Curiosity could kill the cat. Yu Yang forcefully suppressed his curiosity. After he left the ancient ruins of the dark lair, he could not help but take out the heavenly demonic orb and the heavenly demonic order. After careful consideration and a thorough search, he found that there was no one around. Safe. Everything seemed so peaceful. Yu Yang followed the method mentioned by the heaven-splitting demon Venerable. He held the heavenly demonic orb in his palm and used the purest energy to slowly activate it. Then, he injected the energy from the heavenly demonic orb into the ordinary-looking heavenly demonic order. In the beginning, Yu Yang was very cautious. He injected a little bit of energy and immediately stopped. He looked around carefully to prevent any sneak attacks from the enemy. However, there was no one around. Yu Yang's vigilance and cautious movements were all in vain. After the heavenly demonic orb's energy was injected into the ordinary-looking heavenly demonic order, there was a sudden change. It seemed to be extending, but it also seemed like there was an endless amount of energy that wanted to break through the seal and gush out. If all of it erupted, this heavenly demonic order would not be as simple as an ordinary artifact. Even Yu Yang, who had the Heaven Eye's divine vision, could not see it before. This little heavenly demonic order had such power. Yu Yang suppressed his excitement and took a deep breath. He immediately activated his energy and quickly injected the huge amount of energy stored in the heavenly demonic orb into the heavenly demonic order that was changing shape. At first, he was still cautious and paid attention to control it at all times. However, as the heavenly demonic order changed more and more, Yu Yang's usual cautiousness gradually relaxed. The huge amount of energy from the heavenly demonic orb was like a flood that was madly injected into the heavenly demonic order. Not only did the energy not decrease, it became even more powerful as if it stored infinite power. The heavenly demonic order that Yu Yang held in his other hand was the same. It continued to extend and elongate, gradually transforming into the shape of a divine sword. As the heavenly demonic orb's energy crazily injected into it, the seal power on it gradually melted. The energy in the heavenly demonic order became more active, like an active volcano that was being attacked. At the moment when the limit point was reached, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. There was a loud bang. The power that completely broke through the seal erupted in an instant. Its power was even more terrifying than the eruption of a volcano. The shockwave swept through the ruins of the underground city. At the same time, the true appearance of the heavenly demonic order was restored. It was a divine sword that could slay all things in the world. It was purplish-black in color, and the blade was long and narrow. It was extremely sharp, and the sword chi, the sword rays, the sword energy, and the sword consciousness were shaped as if they were alive, piercing through heaven and earth. As soon as the divine sword was born, the entire dark sky lair shook non-stop as if it was trembling and wailing under the power of the divine sword. The seal has been successfully unlocked. Good, what a good heavenly demonic order divine sword. Yu Yang looked at the divine sword that flew into the sky. He excitedly reached out as if he wanted to hold this divine weapon in his hand. The divine sword suddenly vibrated and emitted a dazzling brilliance that even Yu Yang could not look at it directly. It was obvious that this divine sword was resisting Yu Yang. Divine weapons chose their masters. Not to mention a superb divine weapon with a spiritual consciousness, even a sacred weapon of a lower level would not easily choose its master. Yu Yang naturally understood this principle. He did not give up. He continued to reach out, wanting to hold this divine sword that was resisting him. As long as he had this divine sword, no matter how much time he had to spend, he had to successfully form a contract with it. Just as Yu Yang was trying to approach the divine sword, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of Yu Yang. It completely ignored the divine sword's resistance and simply reached out to hold the divine sword in its hand. The divine sword in the shadow's hand was like a pet that had seen its master. It let out a joyful vibrating sound that lasted for a long time. The person who came was the heaven-splitting demon Honorable. At that moment, the heaven-splitting demon Honorable had his eyes closed as he gently caressed the blade of the divine sword. His movements were so gentle as if he was caressing his lover's skin. Good partner, you finally returned after being separated for tens of thousands of years. The heaven-splitting demon Honorable sighed emotionally. Although my foresight inherent skill predicted that you'd return to my side, this extremely cautious young man still makes me worried. I'm really afraid that he'll seal the heavenly demonic orb and you forever. If that's the case, we'll never be able to see each other again. Without you drinking the blood of my enemies, I won't be happy even if I become the king of the world. Welcome back, the heavenly demonic sword that accompanied me to conquer the heaven realm. From today onwards, I swear that no one will ever separate us again. Buzz 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 buzz. The divine sword that was formed by unsealing the heavenly demonic order kept vibrating as if it was responding to the heaven-splitting demon Honorable's words. F***CKU, you old bastard, you actually borrowed my hand to unseal your sword? Yu Yang was furious. To thank you for unsealing it, I'll try my best to end your life as painlessly as possible. Before I had the heavenly demonic sword, I wouldn't have dared to say that. However, with the heavenly demonic sword in my hand, I dare to say that no one in this world is a match for me. The heaven-splitting demon Honorable raised the heavenly demonic sword arrogantly and pointed it at the sky. Thousands of lightning bolts intertwined like spiritual snakes and formed a terrifying lightning pillar that struck the ground heavily. Boom, with just one strike, the dark sky lair, an ancient ruin, no longer existed. Everything on the ground turned into nothingness. Under the lightning pillar, other than a huge hole that looked like the mouth of a prehistoric monster, nothing else existed. What the F***CK? Yu Yang was shocked. The heaven-splitting demon Honorable without his sword was already powerful enough. Now that he had the heavenly demonic sword, this old man's strength had increased by at least 10 times. How could he fight him now? However, Yu Yang was in a bad mood because he was used by his enemy. His mind was burning with rage and he didn't even think about whether he could defeat his opponent. Right now, he only thought about one thing, and that was to beat this terrifying old man who had the inherent skill of foresight to the ground. It would be best if he could make this old man kneel on the ground and beg him. Other than that time when I was sealed, I have never been defeated in my entire life. The heaven-splitting demon Honorable arrogantly glanced at Yu Yang from the corner of his eyes. I, who have the inherent skill of foresight, am invincible. Other than the ancient gods, no one can defeat me. Even if it is you, an exceptional genius that only appears once in 10,000 years, you are no exception. You have already foreseen my failure? Yu Yang laughed coldly. If you had really foreseen it, why would you use your inherent skill of foresight to scare me? Indeed, you are the only fish that escaped the net of the inherent skill of foresight. The heaven-splitting demon Honorable curled his lips in disdain and said arrogantly, maybe you have a special inherent skill that can affect my foresight. However, with your current strength, I can crush you 100 times with just one finger. Then let's try it. Yu Yang suddenly took out the prison emperor divine seal that he rarely used and usually only used to beat Yu Shuang, replying with a face full of fighting spirit. If Princess Sisai and the others saw this from the side, they would realize that Yu Yang had never been so serious in his life. It wasn't the anger of being cheated. Instead, it was a kind of burning fighting spirit. When the heaven-splitting demon Honorable saw this, his face suddenly darkened and his anger exploded. What? Could it be that you purposely helped me unseal the heavenly demonic sword? Yu Yang did not reply. However, heaven-splitting demon Venerable had already guessed the answer and felt even more depressed. He had always been the one who schemed against others with his foresight inherent skill. When had he ever been schemed against by others? The most depressing thing was that he was the one who schemed against this brat to unseal the sky demon sword. However, after he was seen through, the brat unexpectedly helped him to unseal the sky demon sword. What did this brat mean? Could he be plotting something? However, unsealing the sky demon sword was beneficial to him no matter how he looked at it. Why was this brat so cooperative? His foresight inherent skill was almost invincible. It could foresee most of the truth in the future. Even if it could not change the truth, it could still minimize the danger or maximize the benefits after foreseeing the truth. The foresight inherent skill had never failed before. Foresight was the truth. It was only ineffective against deities. He did not expect that even today, he could not foresee the future of this brat. This brat was obviously not a deity, so why couldn't he foresee his future? What was even more strange was that anything that was related to this kid would become confusing and confusing. What the hell? Could it be that this brat's inherent skill was shadow or mist? No matter what you do, you will only end up dead. Thousands of thoughts flashed through heaven-splitting demon Venerable's mind. However, his words were ruthlessly attacking Yu Yang. Indeed, he had the absolute advantage in terms of strength. Yu Yang still did not reply. He raised the prison emperor divine seal in his hand and unleashed it to increase his strength. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable's heart shuddered. This brat had the divine seal contract. He was definitely not a simple person. It was a pity that he was too young and did not have enough strength. Otherwise, he would be a tough opponent to deal with. At the same time, he was slightly vigilant towards the prison emperor divine seal. This was because the divine seal's power and sealing power made him feel a sense of danger from the bottom of his heart. If this brat could use this divine seal to its fullest, it was not impossible for him to fight evenly with it. A thought flashed through heaven-splitting demon Venerable's mind. He laughed coldly and arrogantly. You are not bad, but you are too young. Brat, look at the huge difference between us. He waved the sky demon sword. He lightly slashed. A 10-meter-wide, 1,000-meter-long, sky-shattering sword mark appeared in the sky. This destructive force was faster than lightning, and it struck down on Yu Yang. Yu Yang's afterimage disappeared and appeared 10,000 meters away. At the same time, heaven-splitting demon Venerable appeared behind him. His left hand, which was not holding onto a sword, pressed on the back of Yu Yang's head. Rumble, Yu Yang, who was pressed down by the heaven-splitting demon Venerable, was unable to escape. Yu Yang, who was locked down by the heaven-splitting demon Venerable's supreme will, could only take it head-on. His entire body was smashed into the ground by heaven-splitting demon Venerable. This terrifying power caused the entire ruins to shake. The ground was even more terrifying than a magnitude 10 earthquake. Rocks shattered into pieces as Yu Yang shot into the ground like an arrow. A huge pit that was over 100 meters deep appeared on the ground where he landed. This attack wasn't the end. On the contrary, it was just the beginning of heaven-splitting demon Venerate's sky devil capturing moon. Yu Yang, who had fallen into the ground, suddenly felt a rebounding force from the ground. The resistance in his body was pulled back by the heaven-splitting demon Venerate. He couldn't help it. His fall had turned into a reverse charge. Boom! Before Yu Yang could react, his body had already shot toward the ceiling of the dark space lair and crashed into the hard rock wall. Once again, he crashed into the rock wall. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable, who was on the ground, arrogantly sheathed his sword and pressed down with one hand. Yu Yang, who had crashed into the rock wall, crashed in front of him. Yu Yang was in a sorry state. See? This is the difference in strength between you and me. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable didn't even look at the pained Yu Yang. He smiled coldly and said, I don't know why you did this, but unsealing the Sky Demon Sword was definitely your biggest mistake. Because, with the Sky Demon Sword in my hand, not only the current you, even Xianxia, who is stronger than you, or the Spirit King's shadow wouldn't be able to take 3 attacks from me. If it wasn't for the fact that my divine sense was sealed in the Sky Demon Divine Palace, I would be even stronger than those gods you have heard of. I think I have made it very clear. How about it, young man who is like an ant, do you still want to fight with me? Yu Yang didn't reply. He gritted his teeth to resist the pain and stood up. If it wasn't for the protection of the divine equipment, you would have died from that attack. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable glanced at the prison emperor divine seal in Yu Yang's hand. Yu Yang walked towards heaven-splitting demon Venerable silently. His eyes were still firm. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable didn't believe that he could destroy an innate elder's willpower with just one move. After all, every innate elder was an absolute expert. However, people like Yu Yang. He clearly couldn't win, but he still fearlessly charged forward to fight. It was hard to tell if heaven-splitting demon Venerable had this kind of bravery or stupidity. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable swung his sword. He didn't attack Yu Yang. Instead, he lightly slashed at the void. Then, he slashed a sword mark with the same power in the center of the 1,000-meter-long sword mark. It formed a terrifying cross in the ruins of the underground city. It was still the same move. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable appeared behind Yu Yang, who was dodging. He pressed his left hand on the back of Yu Yang's head. He used the moon-capturing technique of the Sky Demon 6 techniques again. Yu Yang broke through the ground. When he reached his limit, heaven-splitting demon Venerable raised his hand. Yu Yang's body flew backwards and crashed into the ceiling. When his strength reached his limit, heaven-splitting demon Venerable used one hand on the void. Yu Yang fell miserably at his feet again. He was in so much pain that his whole body was twitching. You still don't understand? My strength is actually stronger than some gods. If my consciousness wasn't sealed in the Sky Demon Divine Palace, I would be able to kill you and Xianxia in one move. Haha, if my main body was in peak condition, I would only need 3 days to destroy the entire demonic valley. Struggling is useless. No matter how hard you try, you're just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Cry, little worm. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable arrogantly and proudly attacked Yu Yang again and again, wantonly torturing his will. He used the moon-capturing technique of the Sky Demon 6 techniques again and again. He wasn't in a hurry to kill Yu Yang. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th time. He used the same move again and again. Yu Yang couldn't do anything. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable used the same move again and again to attack Yu Yang. It wasn't that he didn't have any other effective moves. On the contrary, he had countless moves. However, he wanted to use this method to tell this unkillable young man that in front of absolute power, any struggle was useless. Yu Yang's expression didn't change. His face was calm and his eyes were as clear as ever. It was as if the person who had been beaten down 8 times was not him but someone else. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable hated this expression on Yu Yang's face. Although he was the one being beaten down, he was really unhappy to see Yu Yang's calm expression. What made him the most dissatisfied was the young man's will. He couldn't imagine how this young man's will didn't waver under such a blow. Was this kid's will made of steel? The 9th time. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable also used the moon-capturing technique. This time, he used a power that was 10 times stronger than before. Even with the protection of the divine equipment, heaven-splitting demon Venerable estimated that Yu Yang would at least break an arm or a leg. In the worst case, Yu Yang might even break his spine. With the protection of the divine equipment, it wasn't quite possible for Yu Yang to die. Moreover, this didn't fit heaven-splitting demon Venerable's wish. He wanted to torture Yu Yang properly. He couldn't let Yu Yang die so easily. A sword mark appeared in the void. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable acted as usual. He appeared behind Yu Yang in a flash and pressed his left hand on the back of Yu Yang's head. No matter if it was speed or power, Yu Yang couldn't defend against it. This kind of attack was close to the power of the laws of deities. It was unstoppable. Different from the previous 8 times, the moon-capturing technique that was 10 times stronger this time suddenly pressed on empty air. Yu Yang, who had been knocked down 8 times, suddenly turned into an afterimage and disappeared. He appeared behind heaven-splitting demon Venerable. The prison emperor divine seal that hadn't been used all along smashed onto the back of heaven-splitting demon Venerable's head like how he usually smashed chestnuts for Yu Shuang. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable's expression changed slightly. He seemed to be startled. In less than 1,000th of a second, heaven-splitting demon Venerable's body had already fallen to the ground. With a loud bang, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the hard ground. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable didn't sink deep into the ground like Yu Yang. Instead, he used one hand to support himself on the ground. At the same time, he waved the sky demon sword, intending to cut off Yu Yang's legs. Yu Yang sent a flying kick. Just like kicking a soccer ball, he sent heaven-splitting demon Venerable flying. Boom! Heaven-splitting demon Venerable crashed into a rock pillar 10,000 meters away like a meteor, instantly shattering the rock pillar. However, the moment his body crashed into the rock pillar, he had already turned around and charged back angrily. He was prepared to kill Yu Yang instantly. At this moment, Yu Yang was standing below heaven-splitting demon Venerable, trying his best to imitate heaven-splitting demon Venerable's hand gesture. He skillfully pulled heaven-splitting demon Venerable's body, causing him, who had a shocked expression, to fall in front of him. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable immediately bounced up and retreated 100 meters away. At this moment, he was furious. Moon capturing technique. You actually used my moon capturing technique to attack me? How dare you? Alright, although I'm not a Saint Seiya, it's very boring for you to keep using the same technique. Yu Yang suddenly sighed. Can't you do something new? You. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable was so furious that he started laughing. What a good junior. In that case, I'll do as you wish. However, he wasn't done speaking. He had already arrived before Yu Yang. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable still didn't draw his sky demon sword, and the blade was still on his back. With a single hand, heaven-splitting demon Venerable lightly slashed across Yu Yang's throat. 5 finger marks instantly appeared, and blood spurted out. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable's star-picking technique of the Sky Demon 6 techniques. If it wasn't for Yu Yang's quick reaction and leaning back in time, heaven-splitting demon Venerable wouldn't have just slashed off 5 finger marks. Instead, he would have cut off Yu Yang's throat bone, or even the back of his neck. Just as Yu Yang was about to counterattack, heaven-splitting demon Venerable had already snorted coldly. Too slow. He still used his left hand. After star-picking technique, he used prison-breaking technique. He raised his leg high and kicked Yu Yang. At the same time, heaven-splitting demon Venerable stepped on Yu Yang. He didn't draw his sword and held it behind his back with one hand. He raised his left hand. Sun-splitting technique of the Sky Demon 6 techniques was ready to be unleashed. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable looked down at Yu Yang who was under his feet. Junior, you can say your last words now. Boom, just as heaven-splitting demon Venerable was about to kill Yu Yang who was under his feet, the back of his head suddenly suffered a heavy blow. Another Yu Yang appeared. He raised the prison emperor divine seal in his right hand and ruthlessly smashed it on the back of heaven-splitting demon Venerable's head. Just as heaven-splitting demon Venerable staggered and lost his balance, Yu Yang used star-picking technique again. He pressed his left hand on heaven-splitting demon Venerable's head and pressed it onto the hard ground. This time, heaven-splitting demon Venerable only used one arm to support himself. He couldn't swing his sword in time to counterattack in time. At the moment when his arm supported himself on the ground, Yu Yang raised his leg high and imitated prison-breaking technique, stepping heavily on heaven-splitting demon Venerable's back. Because he used too much force, Yu Yang's platinum-ranked boots were smashed into pieces, revealing his feet. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable's arm that was supporting himself on the ground went deep into the ground. However, he didn't wait for Yu Yang to secretly learn the splitting sun style and smash it down. Instead, he let out a shout that was even louder than the roar of a magnificent army, and even louder than thunder piercing through the sky. The energy on his body erupted like a volcano, easily sending Yu Yang, who was on his back, flying a kilometer away. How dare you? No one has ever stepped on my back before. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable had never been so angry in his life. There's a first time for everything. Yu Yang expressed that it was fine as long as he got used to it. I will definitely kill you. This was what the heaven-splitting demon Venerable said the minute after he was humiliated by Yu Yang. At that time, he was gnashing his teeth in anger. "I will definitely kill you." This was what the heaven-splitting demon Venerable said after an hour of continuous attacks, but Yu Yang still did not fall. "I will definitely kill you." This was what the heaven-splitting demon Venerable said a day later. The heaven-splitting demon Venerable never imagined that battling Yu Yang was not a battle where he would be able to instantly kill his opponent in one move, nor was it a battle where he would play with his opponent like a cat chasing a mouse in 10 moves, nor was it a battle where he would get angry out of humiliation and kill his opponent in 100 moves. In fact, it was not a battle where he would continuously attack his opponent like a storm and use all his methods, but his opponent would still not fall. This was a battle that even he, who had the innate talent of foresight, could not foresee. Currently, it had lasted for an entire day. However, his opponent did not fall, and it was unknown how long this would last. There was no other thought in the heaven-splitting demon Venerable's mind. He only had one thought, and that was to kill this junior who had surpassed his limits time and time again. He had to kill him at all costs. Regrettably, even though he could suppress his opponent with his strength, he still could not achieve his goal after attacking for an entire day. There were countless times when the heaven-splitting demon Venerable thought that this brat would fall and never get up again. He even looked forward to it from the bottom of his heart. However, this youngster, who remained expressionless despite all the attacks, disappointed him. This brat stood up again and again. In the beginning, when he was knocked to the ground, the heaven-splitting demon Venerable still had time to mock him. Afterwards, he stood up immediately after being knocked down. Sometimes, the heaven-splitting demon Venerable felt very helpless. Why was it like this? He could not understand. Just what kind of existence was this unkillable youngster? Why was he unkillable? How was he able to withstand his countless attacks? Everything was a secret. The only thing he could be sure of was that after being knocked down, this brat's clear and cold eyes continued to stare emotionlessly at him through the dripping blood between his eyebrows. There had never been any strange fluctuations in his eyes. He was like the stars in the sky that would never fall, as if he was reflecting his opponent's eternal life. After attacking for an entire day, using all his methods, there were close to 10,000 fatal attacks. Even gods would fall in the face of such an attack. However, the other party remained standing. Just how could he kill this youth? Sometimes, the heaven-splitting devil Venerable even suspected that this brat had been remolded by an ancient god. His body was undying. Otherwise, how could he withstand 10,000 of his attacks? What terrified Kai Tian demon Venerable the most was that no matter how he attacked, this brat didn't summon his guardian beast, nor did he use his grimoire. He didn't even use any battle skills. The only things he used were the various battle skills that he had secretly learned. During the battle, this young man was like a sponge absorbing water, absorbing his various combat techniques. Every time he defeated someone, he would learn one more point. If he didn't kill this young man and let him leave safely before disappearing and absorbing all the spoils of the battlefield, the heaven-splitting demon Venerable couldn't imagine how far this young man would grow in the future. Sparring partner. Sometimes, heaven-splitting devil Venerable felt like he was a sparring partner. Everything he did was to provide experience for this kid's growth. Rumble. Suddenly, a large part of the dome collapsed, unexpectedly revealing a starry sky. The underground ruins of the dark sky lair, which were hidden for close to 100 kilometers underground, were actually broken through by the battle, revealing the sky. When the heaven-splitting demon Venerable saw the sky, he was stunned. Then, he took a deep breath and suppressed the anger and negative emotions in his heart. He decided not to be angry. Because anger was useless. Anger definitely couldn't kill this young man in front of him. If he wanted to kill him, any negative emotions wouldn't work. There was only one way, and that was to exhaust him. There was no way that this fellow could be killed in a single move. Even though the greatest strength that he had displayed was only that of a level 5 supreme martial artist, the other party's foundation was as solid as a city wall. Any suppression in terms of willpower or cultivation level was completely ineffective. To make an analogy, the heaven-splitting demon Venerable felt like he was 100,000 steel knights riding on fine horses. Wherever they passed, there was nothing left without destruction. Only this young man was like an unimaginably sturdy castle with only 1,000 people defending it. No matter how they attacked, he wouldn't fall. If he wanted to conquer him, he had to destroy him. Forcefully attacking and suppressing him was definitely impossible to succeed. Only by exhausting him endlessly, fighting with his greatest strength, and using up the last bit of his opponent's life force, could he make the other party fall under his feet. You are the greatest opponent in my life. The heaven-splitting demon Venerable didn't want to admit it, but this was the truth. Needless to say, the person who sealed him was an existence that the heaven-splitting demon Venerable couldn't imagine and challenge. The person who could truly be called his greatest opponent wasn't those who fought for supremacy in the heaven realm with him in the past, but this unkillable junior in front of him. You aren't the greatest opponent in my life. Yu Yang didn't think so. The heaven-splitting demon Venerable was indeed strong enough, but what made Yu Yang feel the most puzzled was yet to come. For example, the most powerful temple supremacy in the central shrine. That fellow was the most terrifying. Compared to the temple supremacy, the heaven-splitting demon Venerable and Jiwari were at most small bosses. They couldn't be called the ultimate boss. Yu Yang didn't mean to belittle him by saying this. After a pause, he nodded seriously. If your divine sense wasn't sealed in the demonic temple, and your strength was always at its peak, you might have become my greatest opponent in the past tens of thousands of years. It's a pity that you were greatly damaged in the seal, and unknowingly, someone has already surpassed you. Even if I'm not at my peak, you will definitely fall under my feet. The heaven-splitting demon Venerable swore that no matter how much time he had to use, he would definitely kill this young man. He definitely couldn't let this brat grow. When this brat grew up, he would probably surpass all his seniors and become an existence that no one could look up to. Just the fact that he could continuously learn and improve on the battlefield was terrifying enough. The heaven-splitting demon Venerable had never seen someone who could learn and improve like this before. You've hit me for an entire day. Now, it's my turn to retaliate. Yu Yang allowed the other party to attack him crazily for an entire day, and he almost didn't have the ability to retaliate. It wasn't that he didn't want to retaliate, but that he couldn't. The heaven-splitting demon Venerable's strength could completely suppress everything below level 9 supremacy. Against such an enemy, Yu Yang felt that the difficulty of fighting against the Sun King was simply as easy as eating tofu. Even when fighting against the Sun King, he had also fought a bloody battle for several hours and almost lost his life dozens of times. However, fighting against the heaven-splitting demon Venerable now, there was the danger of death at any time, and any attack was a fatal blow. This was especially so when the heaven-splitting demon Venerable erupted with rage. Thousands of different ancient killing moves were executed by him, and there were all sorts of strange killing techniques that caught Yu Yang off guard. If it was someone else, they would have died long ago. Yu Yang bitterly clenched his teeth and endured. Until one day later. The heaven-splitting demon Venerable's attack stopped, and only then did Yu Yang truly wait for the moment to retaliate. You still want to retaliate? When the heaven-splitting demon Venerable heard this, he felt extremely incredulous. If it was any other time, he would definitely mock and ridicule Yu Yang and look down on him. However, it wasn't the case now. He felt that Yu Yang might really have the strength to retaliate, and it wasn't a small one at that. Of course, I want to beat you up until your mother can't recognize you. Yu Yang had never been the kind of person who was easy to talk to. He would definitely not let you beat him up. After being beaten up by the heaven-splitting demon Venerable for an entire day, he was extremely unhappy. If he didn't beat him back tenfold, would he still be him? Yu Yang took off all the broken armor on his body that could no longer be identified. Naked, he condensed the strongest Nirvana armor with Nirvana flame. His left hand held a seal, and his right hand raised the Prison Emperor divine staff that had yet to hit the dragon's head. The summoning grimoire that had reached the level of a holy grimoire appeared for the first time in this battle. It shone brilliantly. A golden energy pillar shot up to the sky. Within 100 meters of the shattered world, countless stars were suddenly born. Yu Yang's creation domain imitated the Night Empress' unique starry sky power. Countless stars condensed into a constellation, displaying an endless amount of star power. A golden giant stood up. This wasn't the giant of fate that would only appear when Yu Yang lost consciousness or reached his limit. Instead, it was a giant of destruction that was created by Yu Yang himself through the creation domain, the endless star power, and the power of the disaster divine power. The power of the giant of destruction was naturally incomparable to the giant of fate that controlled the power of fate. One must know that the giant of fate's attack didn't go all out, but the Sun King who had the upper hand in the bloody battle with Yu Yang was heavily injured and on the verge of death. However, the giant of destruction that Yu Yang had painstakingly created was no small matter. Any enemy who underestimated it would definitely die under its fist. Even someone as arrogant as the heaven-splitting demon Venerable's expression changed slightly when he saw the giant of destruction being born. The power of the ancient code. He felt that his opponent was using the power of the ancient code. An energy giant that directly created a living being, although the power of the ancient code was still very weak and couldn't be considered as the true power of the ancient code, it was already shocking enough to be able to achieve this. At the very least, people like Xianxia and the Phantom King, who had the strength of a level 8 supremacy, couldn't use such a small power of the ancient code, let alone be so proficient. Boost! Yu Yang shouted. It was also like the roar of a magnificent army, like the explosion of thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. He gently waved the prison emperor divine staff, and the Holy Bible opened under his command. After turning a page, a special giant shadow quickly appeared and entered the body of the giant of destruction that was 100 meters tall. In an instant, the giant of destruction increased by 10 times, close to 100 times. The heaven-splitting demon Venerable never thought that this brat's guardian war beast would have such a miraculous boost. His expression instantly changed. 100 times boost, wasn't this too exaggerated, especially when it had already reached the energy of the giant of destruction? It could still be increased by 100 times. This was simply an ability that was like cheating. Earth-splitting slash. Yu Yang raised the prison emperor divine seal high up. The giant of destruction did the same action, but it wasn't the prison emperor divine seal in his hand. Instead, it was a giant blade condensed from the divine power of disaster, crescent moon calamity. Humph. The heaven-splitting demon Venerable wanted to take it head-on, but when he saw the destructive power slashing down, he still chose to dodge it rationally. Take this attack head-on, that would be too stupid. This was not the way to show off. Just as the heaven-splitting demon Venerable dodged this terrifying slash, he suddenly felt that he was still locked on by his opponent's divine sense. He was stunned as he realized that there was a jet-black divine sword piercing through his feet, slashing towards his legs. He didn't know that this was Yu Yang's black Guade Song sword, but he knew that this move was powerful. He quickly retreated, and the contempt in his heart had already disappeared. Boom! It was impossible to dodge the black Guade Song sword that Yu Yang used now. Moreover, the heaven-splitting demon Venerable's mind was hesitating when he tried to take and dodge the giant of destruction's earth-splitting slash. He missed the best time to react. He succeeded in one move. Yu Yang didn't show mercy after gaining the upper hand. The white Xianxia sword and the scarlet knight sword exploded one after another. The heaven-splitting demon Venerable was shocked and angry. If he didn't have absolute strength, he might really be killed by this brat. He wiped away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and took a deep breath. He suppressed his anger that was about to lose his rationality and regained his composure. This is really out of my expectations. Young man, you are much more outstanding than I imagined. If I can kill a young man like you, I will reminisce about it for the rest of my life. Or rather, destroying a junior like you is as meaningful as conquering the entire heaven realm. I swear, no matter if it is 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 20 days, a month, or even a year, I don't care. As long as I can kill you, I don't care if it takes 100 years or 1,000 years. I will definitely kill you. This was the first time the heaven-splitting demon Venerable swore resolutely after being counterattacked by Yu Yang. Dream on. This was Yu Yang's reply. Ren Tiange, Great Sage Silver Pupil, Qing Mo, and Haug, the 4 leaders of the Angel Alliance, as well as the 6 leaders of the Dark Faction, including the Phantom King, Skeleton King Golden Remains, and Skinning King Sanguiner, came out of the 3rd teleportation portal in a sorry state. At the cost of losing one of the leaders of the Dark Faction, they had finally managed to escape from the skysieve space. They did not want to leave just like that. That was because nearly 10,000 of their companions were still inside. 99% of their companions were still alive. They were trapped in the sky sieve space, waiting for rescue. Unfortunately, Xianxia and the others had tried everything they could think of. In the end, they discovered that even if all the members of the Angel Alliance and the Dark Faction worked together, they would not be able to defeat the Golden Sword Giant, let alone explore the secret of the sky sieve space under the Golden Sword Giant's attack. They were very reluctant, but they had to accept this fact. Something is wrong. Xianxia was the first to notice the abnormality outside. What's going on? Xianxia habitually looked at the Great Sage Silver Pupil. He knew that the Great Sage Silver Pupil was the one who really knew about the secret treasure. There's a huge battle in the nearby space. The Phantom King looked at the second teleportation portal and snorted. Everyone, be careful. Even if we fought a god like the Golden Sword Giant, the third teleportation portal would not be distorted like this. How can there be someone stronger than us in the Devil's Valley? The Skeleton King Golden Remains could not believe it. Could it be that Jiwari has returned? The Skinning King Sanguinar was still a little shocked. When they returned to the first teleportation portal, when they saw the ruins of the Dark Lairs underground city, they were all shocked. What appeared in front of them was not the ruins of the Dark Lairs underground city. Instead, it was an open pit that was full of holes and was on the verge of collapse. Everything in the ancient ruins had been annihilated. In other words, most of the things here, such as rocks, soil, mountains, etc., had been annihilated by the unimaginable energy impact, revealing countless holes in the space. The shattered void was even denser than the fish net. It was similar to the heaven sieve space, but it was more chaotic and unpredictable. It could collapse at any time. At the moment when some space was shattered, everything around it would be turned into fine powder. Just how many people had to fight here to create such an effect? Xianxia felt that if there were 100 of him, another 3 months, it should be able to damage the dark space lair to this extent. However, he clearly remembered that it had only been a day since he had entered the heavenly sieve space and fought the Golden Sword Giant. The flow of time in the heaven sieve space was the same as that of the dark void lair outside. Space-time hadn't changed. In other words, the destruction outside was also caused in one day. Now, if he were to spend a day, how many of him would it take to destroy this place to this extent? Xianxia felt that even if there were 10,000 of him, he might not be able to destroy this place to this extent even if he did nothing for a moment and destroyed it with all his might. It was too terrifying. Just who was it that caused the outside world to be in such a mess? Could it be that there were existences in this world that were comparable to 10,000 of him? When Xianxia thought of this, he felt that he was going crazy. Rumble. A terrifying shockwave came from the distant horizon. Xianxia and the other great leaders estimated that the battlefield was at least 100 kilometers away. Otherwise, the destructive shockwave wouldn't have weakened to this extent. No one hesitated for a second. Curiosity overwhelmed the fear in the bottom of their hearts. Xianxia and the others rushed toward the rumbling battlefield almost at the same time. Before they arrived, the earth-shattering tremors were like countless demonic hands that further expanded the collapsed mountain peaks and the cracked ground along the way like spiderwebs. In the distance, there were flashes of light, waves of shockwaves, and waves of roars that were like thunderstorms roaring incessantly. Countless forests were on fire, and the land was burning and spreading crazily. Countless rocks that were the size of small hills and mountain peaks that were snapped in half were thrown into the sky. 50 kilometers. Xianxia and the others had no choice but to slow down their approaching speed. As far as they could see, they discovered that there were 2 terrifying spots of light chasing each other in the sky like gods. One moment, it was the spot on the left that was as bright as the sun, chasing the spot on the right that was slightly purple gold. The next moment, it was the spot on the right that was slightly purple gold chasing the spot that was as bright as the sun. It didn't matter who was chasing the other or who was attacking the other. As long as any one of them made a move, the world would collapse. The mountains would collapse, the rivers would evaporate, the earth would crack, and the forests would be set ablaze. Now that they were 30 kilometers away, Xianxia, the Spirit King, and a few other experts with the strength of a level 8 supreme martial artist were still fine and could still breathe freely. However, Haug, who was the weakest among them, as well as a few leaders of the Dark Camp, already felt that their breathing was severely restricted. Under the pressure of the power that the other party emitted unintentionally, they found it difficult to circulate the energy in their bodies. One had to know that this was a distance of 30 kilometers. With great difficulty, they managed to get within 10 kilometers. Haug felt that he was very small, and that he could be blown away by the storm of attacks from the two people at any time. As for Ren Tiange, who was more powerful, they were stunned when they saw the two people fighting in front of him. No one dared to believe that this was a reality. Even the heroic Ren Tiange, who was as profound as the Phantom King, as gloomy as the Skeleton King, and as arrogant as the Skinner King, Xue Xiao, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Xianxia, who had been guarding against everyone, shook his head in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Oh my God, they are fighting against that pretty boy Qianzhou? Haug felt that he was going crazy. The most terrifying one is not him, but that newbie who only has the strength of Heaven Stage. Ren Tiange also swallowed hard. This newbie clearly only has the strength of Heaven Stage. How could he conceal himself to this extent? Moreover, even if he was a level 5 innate supreme martial artist, how could he fight against Qianzhou, who was at least a level 9 innate supreme martial artist? That beautiful swordsman Qianzhou, whose strength was neither too high nor too low in the team, how could she have the strength of a level 9 innate supreme martial artist? What the hell was going on? If this is not a dream, then I think it's time for me to leave the Devil's Valley. The Spirit King felt that his idea of ruling the Devil's Valley was too risky. Whether it was Jiwuri or the two people fighting now, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to kill him. This idea is not bad. Ren Tiange also agreed. He had always regarded saving the Angel Alliance as his responsibility. He felt that he could definitely lead the Angel Alliance to restore the glory of the ancient times. However, now he felt that it was best for him to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would either be killed by that pretty boy Qianzhou or be completely crushed by this newbie. I will leave, but I want to see who wins first. The great sage Silver Pupil also had a serious expression. The beautiful swordsman Qianzhou had reached level 9 innate supreme martial artist. And that newbie was at level 5 innate supreme martial artist. Even a fool would be 100% sure that the level 9 innate supreme martial artist would win, and it would be an overwhelming victory. However, the strangest thing was that what was unfolding in front of everyone's eyes was not such a law, but an inconceivable existence. The newbie, who was at level 5 innate supreme martial artist, was actually on par with the beautiful swordsman Qianzhou, who was at least level 9 innate supreme martial artist. The two sides had been in a stalemate. One moment, it was the beautiful swordsman Qianzhou who showed her invincible power and beat the newbie with wounds all over his body. The next moment, it was the newbie, who was covered in wounds, who unbelievably used the power of minor laws to forcibly defeat the beautiful swordsman Qianzhou, who was at a higher level and more powerful, and beat her into a sorry state. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. This situation was like a weak woman tripping a strong pervert who was trying to molest her. How was this possible? Who won and who lost? Ren Tiange once again looked at the great sage Silver Pupil. Not only him, but the others also looked over. They urgently needed the great sage Silver Pupil's accurate judgment. It's hard to say. The great sage Silver Pupil smiled bitterly and shook his head. In terms of strength, Qianzhou, or the super expert who impersonated Qianzhou, has an overwhelming advantage. At level 9 innate supreme martial artist, he can now fight against all of us without losing. However, even though he has hidden his strength so deeply, he is still lacking compared to the newbie. You may have seen that the newbie has a holy grimoire and at least 2 divine weapons. I'm guessing that he might have 3, or even 4. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand Qianzhou's storm-like attacks. The newbie has a holy grimoire and a divine weapon. Qianzhou only has a divine weapon sword, but no grimoire. This is the biggest difference between him and the newbie. There's one more thing. Xianxia added, the newbie also has an energy giant that is close to godlike. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a little slow and couldn't hit Qianzhou's body, the newbie would have probably won. Huh? When Ren Tiange and the others heard this, they suddenly felt that Qianzhou was a little strange. What was strange? They couldn't figure it out for a while. The great sage silver pupil smiled slightly and explained in front of everyone, "In my opinion, Xianzhong should be an ancient rancor sealed in the heavens of space. I don't know when he escaped, but he pretended to be the beautiful swordsman Xianzhong to deceive our eyes. However, because the seal is not complete, his grimoire, guardian beast and divine sense still have to stay in the heavens of space. This is also the main reason why he couldn't overwhelm the newbie with his strength. Our information was leaked by Qianzhong intentionally or unintentionally. His purpose is to obtain more people's fresh blood to complete the blood sacrifice and free his grimoire and divine sense. Fortunately, his god-level divine sense prevented the golden sword giant from leaving the heavens of space. Otherwise, we would definitely kill him." Everyone felt that it was reasonable after hearing this and deeply agreed. In the end, they understood. Another problem was placed in front of everyone. What should they do next? Should they escape back to their base camp like the little running turtle and teleport out of the Demon Valley? Or should they go forward and help the newbie to deal with the beautiful swordsman Qianzhong who deceived everyone and murdered the lives of 10,000 challengers? If they killed Qianzhong, they might be able to save those 10,000 challengers. However, the beautiful swordsman Qianzhong had the strength of a level 9 supreme. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went forward? It was very safe to escape. Once they returned to their base camp, they would leave through the teleportation door. Everyone had enough points anyway. But what was the difference between that and the little running turtle? The people present were the leaders of the camp, the heroes who ruled over 10,000 people. If they were scared away by Qianzhong like this, how could they still call themselves rankers in the future? What? The Phantom Spirit King didn't want to be the first to escape. He couldn't afford to lose face. He looked at Rantianga. "Ah, why don't we wait and see?" Rantianga also didn't want to be such a bad example. "Then let's wait and see. The battle situation is still unclear anyway." The people present nodded. They couldn't fight, and it wouldn't look good to escape. They might as well stay and watch the battle. They wouldn't fight or escape. They would just be responsible for watching. No one thought that this wait would last for 100 days. As onlookers, Rantianga and the others reacted with astonishment at first, followed by horror. And then there was fear. But as time passed, their minds gradually became numb. On the first day, everyone watched with rapt attention. Especially when they saw the outcome of the battle was about to be decided, they were even more shocked and lost themselves. But one day passed. 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, a month passed. The battle between the beautiful swordsman Qianzhong and the abnormal rookie was still persisting in their battle. They were already used to it. It would be strange if they woke up one day and didn't hear the rumbling sounds of battle around them. This battle lasted for more than 3 months. They fought for more than 3 months. To be precise, they fought for 100 days. During this time, Rantianga and the others made countless bets on how long the two could fight, but they all failed. Because no one could imagine that the beautiful swordsman Qianzhong and the abnormal newcomer could fight for 100 days, the two didn't fight in the same area. They fought as they moved, using all the means they had to take advantage of the terrain and the environment. They fought from the Dark Sky Lair to the Demon Mountain Range, to the Radiance Canyon, to the Death Rift, and even to the Sky Pillar Peak of the Snow Dragon. Rantianga and the others watched along the way. Sometimes they fell asleep, but when they realized that the target had moved, they quickly followed. Their goal was no longer to watch, but to wait for the final result. They waited for 1 day, 10 days, half a month, and 2 months. They didn't care if they had to wait for a year. No matter what, they had to wait for the result. Are the two of them done fighting? This was the question that everyone asked each other the most. Not yet. This was also the answer that everyone answered the most, but it was also the most helpless. The battle between the two. If one ignored the danger of watching, it was actually very exciting. However, Haug, the leader with the strength of a level 5 supreme, after watching from 10 kilometers away for a day, he voluntarily retreated to 50 kilometers away to wait for news. Because he felt that if he was killed by the shockwave from the battle between Qianzhong and the newcomer, he would die too unjustly. The battle between the two inevitably alarmed the Angel Alliance and the Dark Faction. At first, many challengers came to watch from afar, But after being warned by Xianxia and the Phantom King's shadow, they all stayed away. What a joke, as long as they were within 10 kilometers, they would be killed by the shockwave in less than a minute. Even Haug, a 5th-level supreme martial artist, didn't dare to stay for too long, let alone ordinary challengers. Because of the unparalleled battle between the two, the challengers from the Angel Alliance and the Dark Faction stopped fighting. Everyone was waiting. As for Jiwori, everyone thought that he was just a passing cloud. What was Jiwori? He could bully the small monsters and bully the normal challengers, but could he engage in such an unparalleled battle? Xianxia, the Ghost King, and the other great commanders could only be spectators. Did Jiwori have the ability to make the great commanders of both sides become spectators? Could he crush the God and Demon Mountain range in the middle, flatten the Radiance Canyon near the Angel Alliance's base camp, destroy the Death Valley near the Darkness Faction's base camp, and destroy the highest peak of the Demonic Valley, the Snow Dragon Sky Pillar Peak? Jiwori was strong, but he definitely didn't have the ability to engage in such an unparalleled battle. Not only the ordinary challengers, even Xianxia and the other great commanders thought so, because of the unparalleled battle between the heaven-splitting demon Venerate and Yu Yang. The shadow of Jiwori had disappeared without a trace in the Demonic Valley. Even the weakest challenger would curl his lips and say, "Tisk, Jiwori left early. If he was here now, he would have been beaten to a pulp." I think they might fight for 10 years, or even 100 years. Someone had already pushed the time of the bet to 100 years later. With their strength, they might not be able to win even after 1,000 years. The question is how long this battle will last. Some people felt that it was impossible to fight for 100 years. Even if it was a 100-day battle. It was already an unparalleled battle that shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. No one had ever fought for such a long time, and no one had ever possessed such enduring endurance and firm willpower. Furthermore, there had never been two opponents who were so evenly matched in strength. Xianxia and the others sighed countless times. These two people were born in the wrong era. If they missed the era, either one of them would be a peerless overlord looking down on the common people. The problem was that both of them were born in the same era, and the tragedy was about to come. Although the world was big, it would probably be difficult for both of them to coexist. This battle was definitely an unparalleled battle. It was earth-shattering. If one didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't be able to experience it. One of them had unparalleled strength, had tens of thousands of years of experience and strength, and used an endless stream of wondrous moves and countless beasts to perform endless battle tactics. These battle tactics were all from the ancient era. When the battle tactics reappeared in his hands, Xianxia and the others felt suffocated. It was too wonderful and too mysterious. If this beautiful swordswoman Qiancheng did not use it, they wouldn't believe that battle tactics could achieve such an effect. The other young man was at a complete disadvantage in terms of strength and experience. He should have been defeated very quickly, but this young man was the most intelligent person in the world. Anything that he saw with his divine eye, he would immediately adapt to the new and endless changes. He used his spirit energy and comprehension to create his own counter moves. Even if the enemy changed thousands of moves like fireworks, or like a mirror reflecting the heaven and earth, he would not miss a single move. He would even change his own moves and counterattack, forcing the enemy to use new moves, divine equipment, holy grimoire, beasts, treasures, elixirs, or the right time and place. There was nothing that the two people couldn't use to their fullest. At first, Xianxia and the others would be surprised when new divine equipment or beasts appeared. They were all numb. Especially towards that abnormal newbie. No matter what he took out, Xianxia and the others felt that it was normal. How many guardian beasts did he have? And all of them had the strength of god envoys and god generals? That wasn't strange. He still had a little Lamia Loli who destroyed the Snow Dragon Pillar Sky Peak without a sound. That move was very dangerous. If Xianxia and the others didn't dodge fast enough, not only Qianzhong, even the great leaders would be in trouble. As for the two of them drinking God's water and God's dew to recover their strength, they only scolded them for being shameless at first. Later on, when they saw that they didn't drink anymore, they would be surprised. Hey, why aren't they drinking God's water to recover? Is the battle about to end? God's water, God's dew, tihu beans, enshrouded spirit leaves and other rare recovery treasures were sent into their stomachs. Rantianga and the others cried when they saw this. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. Later on, when they saw that Qianzhong even used God's blood to recover, everyone couldn't calm down anymore. The most terrible thing was that abnormal newbie even used chaos energy and disaster God's power, and even the remnant God's power from a broken God's deity to recover himself and his beasts. Everyone was so jealous that they almost rushed up to rob him. Facing this kind of abnormal person, what could they say? They could only say that he had the capital and the strength to carry out an unprecedented battle? A poor guy wanting to carry out an unprecedented battle? Not to mention his strength, did he have God's water, God's dew, God's blood, and God's power? Moreover, with God's water, God's dew, God's blood, and God's power, what was the point of fighting? He should hide and secretly absorb it. After fighting for 100 days and drinking God's blood for half a month, heaven-splitting demon Venerable finally couldn't hold on anymore. He felt that he had used up all his wealth just to vent his anger, but the abnormal young man in front of him was getting more and more energetic. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable would never have thought that the God's water, God's dew, God's blood, and God's power in Yu Yang's Aquarius bottle didn't decrease at all. He only pretended to drink it. In reality, Yu Yang, who had obtained the core energy and inheritance of the ancient rune sky formation, had endless chaos energy that was stored in the creation God's pearl. He didn't dare to use it because he was worried that his body wouldn't be able to bear it if he released too much chaos energy at once. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to chase after Jiwari to stop him from obtaining the divine grimoire, Yu Yang wouldn't mind fighting with him for 100 years. This was because every day he fought, he would exhaust his body's energy, and he could use the chaos energy to cleanse his body once more. Every time he cleansed his body, the chaos energy would fuse with Yu Yang's body a little. In other words, as long as he wasn't killed by heaven-splitting demon Venerable, the process of the battle would be the process of Yu Yang continuously digesting and absorbing the chaos energy in the creation God's pearl. In this case, it wouldn't be a loss even if he fought for 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. If it was his previous body, he might not be able to withstand heaven-splitting demon Venerable's crazy attacks. However, Yu Yang, who had been remolded by the Nirvana flame countless times and had even comprehended the true dragon's heart, couldn't be killed instantly, even if his opponent was a god. As long as he wasn't killed instantly, the chaos energy would overflow crazily and fill Yu Yang's body, helping him recover to his limit. If it wasn't for Yu Yang intentionally controlling his external injuries and giving heaven-splitting demon Venerable a chance to continue fighting, heaven-splitting demon Venerable would have given up on this battle long ago. This battle is temporarily suspended, but the battle between us will never end. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable had to admit that he couldn't kill Yu Yang. I can leave the demonic valley. Yu Yang stated a fact. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable could also leave, but he couldn't bear to leave. This was because his grimoire and divine sense were still sealed in the demonic god palace. Once he left, the seal might change. At the very least, it would become tighter and harder to remove. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable wasn't willing to leave the demonic valley for thousands of years because he couldn't find an effective way to remove the final seal. Your strength is SOSO. It's passable, but I want to say that you're already old. Yu Yang tried his best to attack heaven-splitting demon Venerable. Although he couldn't win the battle, it was good to mock him. What a joke. To me, time is just a useless number. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable was never one to be old. Moreover, he looked like a beautiful swordsman in his 20s. He was only slightly more mature than Yu Yang. Yu Yang looked at Rantianga and the others in the distance and suddenly laughed. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable, goodbye. I will leave the demonic valley and head for the 7th stage, human valley. When I obtain the grimoire and reach the god realm, I will come back to see you. Of course, I might not be interested in a small character like you at that time. Haha. Alright, don't be too angry. I will occasionally reflect on the Battle of 100 Days. After all, many of the ancient battle techniques you displayed are still SOSO. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable sneered, no matter where you go, I will go with you. Junior, don't even think of growing in front of me. Why can't I go to Human Valley? Rantianga and the others were dumbfounded. Not good, these two perverts actually want to go to Human Valley? Then wouldn't Human Valley become the second demonic valley? The person who was most wary of Yu Yang's idea of going to the seventh stage, Human Valley, was none other than Kai Tian Demon Marshal. Although he had not come out for tens of thousands of years, he had obtained some information about the Human Valley before. If he wanted to attack Yu Yang in the Human Valley, he couldn't start a war directly like he did in the Demon Valley. Moreover, a direct battle would not be able to take down this young man. He had to think of the best way, the best plan of action, in order to firmly suppress this fated greatest enemy. When a battle angel wearing an angel badge flew over from afar, Ren Tiange and the others, who had been watching the battle for 100 days, sighed from the bottom of their hearts. What a cunning newbie! Who would have thought that this newbie still had the strength to release a guardian beast like a battle angel to hunt for points in such an intense battle in the 100 days? Not to mention the fact that this brat had so many guardian beasts, not to mention the fact that he still had the courage to conserve in the 100 days of battle, just his advanced thinking was enough to make others feel ashamed of themselves. This brat had actually started such a plan when he entered the underground ruins of the dark space lair. He had been fighting bitterly for 100 days, yet he didn't recall his main guardian beast. Instead, he took advantage of the chaos to crazily gather points. They had to admit, Jiwori's plan of killing 2 birds with 1 stone was not bad, but it paled in comparison to this advanced thinking. At least, Ren Tiange and the others estimated that no matter how cunning Jiwori was, he wouldn't be able to calculate such a large amount of time after 100 days. Not to mention that he would be able to maintain his fighting strength to win other battles under the torment of the 100 days of battle. How many points? Even Ren Tiange was curious. He knew that Yu Yang must have a reason for doing this. It wouldn't take 100 days to win 100 points. Moreover, that was not an ordinary battle angel. This battle angel's intelligence, fighting strength, and growth pattern were all beyond Ren Tiange and the others' knowledge. Most of the time, they felt that this battle angel was a human and not a beast. From this, it could be seen how successful this battle angel was in transforming into a human. 10,000. It wasn't Yu Yang who answered, but Qing Mo. When he saw the battle angel, he deliberately teleported away and checked the records in the nearest camp. He discovered that a new record had been created. Under the angel statue, the person in first place was still Jiwori. However, his lead was only 1 point, and Jiwori had already left the Devil's Valley. Needless to say, the new record would belong to this abnormal newcomer. What? When Ren Tiange and the others heard this, they couldn't help but shout. They all knew how difficult it was to obtain points. Even though Jiwori, Zhonghua, and the others had used their schemes to crush the Angel Alliance's camp countless times, they had only obtained 10,001 points. They had even surpassed the original Queen Vivian Li. Of course, when Jiwori took a few months, it was through scheming. Back then, Queen Vivian only took half a month. There was no comparison between the two. With such difficult points, how did this battle angel obtain as many as 10,000 points in 100 days? Can you tell me? Even the great sage Silver Pupil was curious and wanted to know the answer. It's a secret. Yu Yang smiled and didn't answer. Some secrets were best not to be revealed. Otherwise, it would be easy to set a bad example for future generations. Moreover, people with secrets and trump cards were the real experts. When the battle angel Ika transformed into Yu Shuang's life form and threw herself into the arms of Yu Yang, her body suddenly emerged with a colorful brilliance. In the dome of the sky, a huge image of an angel appeared. It was 1,000 meters tall, with a crown of wisdom woven by green cassia leaves on its head. It held the demon-slaying holy sword in one hand, and the other hand stretched down from void to touch the head of the battle angel Ika. Similarly, in the distant sky, there was an equally huge image of the Demon King. However, because no one inherited its power, it disappeared without a trace with a sad face. Previously, when Jiwori broke the record, there was also a flash of light on his body. But how could it be as exaggerated as today? Endless energy, like the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, constantly poured into the angel badge in Ika's hand. On top of her head, there was 1,000 times the power of inheritance, so that this battle angel with unlimited potential, surrounded by divine power, continued to grow and evolve. Originally, the battle angel Ika, who was born under special reasons such as God's blood and Yu Yang's blood, was an extraordinary battle angel. Now, after being stimulated by the divine power of this unknown god in the form of an angel, she was reborn and grew to a new form at an extremely fast speed, completely beyond the expectations of Yu Yang. Rumble. When Ika, who had inherited all the divine power of the unknown god in the form of an angel, broke free from Yu Yang's arms, flapped her wings and soared into the sky, the whole world was shocked. The image of the angel with the appearance of a woman, with a loving expression on her face, gently held Ika, who soared into the sky with her giant hand, gently brought her to her lips, kissed her lightly, and then disappeared silently. Under her kiss, Ika suddenly released all her divine power. From the original God's envoy level, it has been growing crazily. This kind of speed of improvement made Xianxia and the others shocked, jealous, and regretful. Now they finally understood why there was a battle between the two factions in the Devil Valley. The reason was that there were two fallen ancient gods who intended to find a qualified successor here. Now the successor finally appeared, but it was not them who had stayed in the Devil Valley for thousands of years, but a newcomer who had just arrived, an unknown guardian beast. The shadow of the Ghost King, the Skeleton King Golden Remains, and the Skinner King Sanguiner of the Dark Camp were even more ashamed. Judging from the disappearance of the image of the god in the form of the Demon King, the Dark Camp had lost, and the god of the Angel Alliance had found a qualified successor. This ancient battle ended with the defeat of the Dark Camp. This was not as simple as a failure, but also lost the qualification of divine power inheritance. God's envoy, God's general, quasi-god, God, when all of Ika's divine power broke out, everyone below was suffocated, and their hearts were awed by the pressure of this divine power. If Ika could completely master this divine power, it was estimated that she could kill everyone below with one hand. In the face of this divine power, even the sky-splitting demon Venerable, who had always been proud and looked down on people, could not help but change his expression. Unfortunately, the time of all the divine power breaking out was only dozens of seconds, and it quickly disappeared. This vast divine power was still not something that Ika could master now. Of course, she was not in a hurry. When the divine power returned to her body, Ika whistled, flew down from the sky, and fell into the arms of Yu Yang again. If it were not for the divine emblem representing the gods between her eyebrows, and the words in the Holy Bible of Yu Yang, which proved that she had been promoted to the unprecedented God Angel, only in other aspects, it was impossible to see her change. I will wait for you in the human valley. Sky-splitting demon Venerable snorted. Yu Yang had such a guardian war beast to obtain points. With such points, it was impossible for sky-splitting demon Venerable to stop Yu Yang from going to the human valley in the Demon Valley. He decided to take a step forward, use his own advantage, and first go to the human valley of the 7th stage to wait for Yu Yang. In any case, he could not watch a young man like Yu Yang grow up, and it was even more impossible to let Yu Yang pass all the trials and get the final reward of the Holy Bible. Xianxia and the others also stepped forward to greet Yu Yang and build a relationship. Now, they had already regarded Yu Yang as an equal or even a first-line companion. The divine power inheritance was gone, and there was no value in leaving the Demon Valley. They had to go to the 7th stage, the Human Valley, but no one was sure that they could compete with Yu Yang, an abnormal newcomer. It was necessary to build a good relationship in advance. Regarding the 7th stage, the Human Valley, each of them had collected a lot of information. They knew that in the Human Valley, relationships were the most important. Xianxia, the great sage silver pupil, the phantom spirit. King, the Skeleton King Golden Remains, the Skinner King Sanguiner and other strong warriors left one after another. In the end, the one who stayed was unexpectedly Xianxia. If you are not Xianxia, what is your name? Yu Yang suddenly asked. Xianxia snorted coldly and inexplicably teleported away. Yu Yang was sure that this guy was from Tongtian Tower, but he did not know who he was. Anyway, they would meet again in the 7th stage, the Human Valley. Yu Yang did not mind letting the senior put on airs for the time being. Kaitian Demon Elder, Xianxia and other leaders left the Demon Valley, but Yu Yang did not leave immediately. Instead, he returned to the shattered dark sky lair, and then returned to the demonic palace in the heavens of space. 3 days later, when he came out, there were 10,000 dejected challengers behind him. Their faces were filled with gratitude, but they were even more depressed, because in exchange, Yu Yang and IKA killed their main war beast. They chose to live first. After all, Yu Yang had a saying before he came to this world: as long as there is life, there is hope. At this time, the angel statue's points had reached 30,000. It was ranked first, looking down on everything. This score was completely higher than the one that Jiwari had spent a few months and relied on scheming to obtain 10,001 points. It was also the ultimate peak that could not be replicated and surpassed by future generations. It was believed that in the future, no one would have the opportunity to kill the enemy camp's 10,000 main war beast, and it was even more impossible for them to save themselves. As for Jiwari's deliberate action of suppressing Queen Vivian Li and ranking first, Yu Yang gave the biggest counterattack. Moreover, this was just the beginning. The real counterattack was still in the Human Valley. When Yu Yang left the Demon Valley from the first Angel's camp, not only the Angel Alliance, but many challengers from the Dark Camp also came to send off this special savior. The most moved were Vice Camp Leader Ma Ku, who initially protected Yu Yang, the newcomer, as well as the One-Eyed Man Ben, Oxhead Bay, Multi-Armed Monster Si Tiao, Short Fatty Fa Kai and other challengers who fought together with Yu Yang through thick and thin. Although Yu Yang did not speak much, every sentence he said became the most precious words in their lives. They knew their limits. Although they could live peacefully in this demon valley where the great leader and the qualified challengers had left, the seventh stage, Human Valley, was not something they could go to. Even if Yu Yang could bring them there, they did not want to become his burden. It's okay, we can live very well here. When you pass all the trials and obtain the divine grimoire, we will follow you again. The One-Eyed Man became the new leader. He represented many challengers and spoke out their thoughts. Yu Yang nodded, waved his hand, and bid farewell to the crowd. When he returned to the old man who had just entered, the old man's face was smiling like a chrysanthemum, making Yu Yang's teeth itch. He really wanted to punch him. However, he knew that the old man's strength was even more difficult to deal with than the heaven-opening demon Venerable in a real fight. Otherwise, this old man would not have become the guide of the Angel Alliance in the Demon Valley. It's good to be young, hot-blooded, I'm so envious. The old man seemed to know everything that Yu Yang had done and gained in the Demon Valley. He smiled especially slyly. It's good to be old, thick-skinned, I'm really impressed. Yu Yang retorted without holding back. There's no benefit in offending an old man like me, especially when I know some information about the Human Valley. The old man was not angry at all. Do you want me to flatter you? Yu Yang was furious. As a senior, it was fine if he did not guide the newcomer properly, but did he want to extort him? This old man has stood for a long time. My legs are tired and my shoulders are sore. If someone is willing to massage my old bones, then I might remember something useful. The old man looked at Yu Yang, as if he was an old thief who had seen a rare treasure. He smiled especially warmly. Yu Yang really wanted to tell him that he knew how to kill people and set fires. He was also good at breaking bones and skinning skin. Things like flattering a senior and massaging his shoulders and legs in exchange for information, not to mention that he didn't know how to do it. Even if he did, he would definitely not do it. To let this kind of senior who did not care for the newcomer at all die, Yu Yang almost took out a knife and chopped this old man to death. However, in the end, he still endured it and put on a smiling face. Old man, this brat's strength is a little strong, is this okay? Hearing this, the old man shivered and hurriedly shook his head. My shoulders are suddenly not sore, and my legs are also not tired. Little friend, it's good that you have such filial piety, it's good that you have the heart. When Yu Yang passed through the portal of the Devil's Valley and arrived at the seventh stage, Human Valley, he found that this place was completely different from the previous 6 stages. At the entrance was an ancient building that towered into the clouds. Ascending the jade stone steps, what greeted his eyes was a magnificent and luxurious hall. There was nothing in the hall. Yu Yang walked forward for 10,000 meters and searched repeatedly before he finally found a huge statue in the back hall. This statue was about 300 meters tall. Its body seemed to be made of pure gold, and the pedestal was decorated with all kinds of rare gems. This statue was different from the other statues of majestic or benevolent gods. It looked more like a merchant who was greedy for money. Its smiling eyes and half-open mouth seemed like it would say congratulations on getting rich at any time. If the guide of the Devil's Valley hadn't mentioned it, Yu Yang wouldn't have believed that the legendary god of wealth looked like this. How was this like a god? He was simply a miser who regarded gold as his life and was stingy to the bone. Yu Yang learned from the old man who guided the newcomers in the Devil's Valley that the 7 stages test was mainly to test one's heart. The first test before entering the valley was to pass the divine sense test of the god of wealth. If one couldn't even endure the test of the god of wealth, then there was no need to talk about entering the 7th stage. Humph. You're too slow. Xianxia suddenly came out from behind the statue of the god of wealth. He was very dissatisfied with Yu Yang's tardiness. So what if I'm here? I'm still a beggar. Haug stood behind the Malachian fiend. At this moment, Haug did not look like a madman with red hair like a devil at all. Instead, he looked like a loser in life. His face was full of dejection, as though he was in pain after his chrysanthemum had been pierced. Do you think he's an idiot like you? He doesn't even have the courage to enter Human Valley. There's no need for you to stay here at all. Get lost immediately. What surprised Yu Yang the most was that it wasn't his old enemy, the heaven-splitting demon Venerable, who was waiting for him. Instead, it was Xianxia, great sage silver pupil, and the Phantom King's projection. It was Xianxia, who scolded Haug with a face full of anger and disappointment. What's going on? Yu Yang was confused. Take a look at the reincarnation conditions for entering the valley, and you'll know what's going on. Haug looked like he had been constipated for 10 days, and he almost killed himself with a stick of noodles. Reincarnation conditions? Yu Yang was shocked. The old man didn't say anything about reincarnation. What was going on? Could it be that the old man had deliberately concealed important information in order to take revenge on him? Wait, Queen Vivian Li didn't mention this reincarnation condition before. Could it be that the challenger had to reincarnate after entering Human Valley? He looked at Xianxia. Xianxia looked up at the sky, pretending not to see Yu Yang's inquisitive gaze. The Phantom King, Skeleton King, Golden Remains, and the others had sinister smiles on their faces. They looked like they were going to suffer together if the sky collapsed. Yu Yang didn't need to look at these guys to know that they wouldn't have a good time. But the reason why they stayed was that they wanted to see if they would be the same as them, or if they would be even more unlucky than them, these guys with bad intentions. Yu Yang looked at Xianxia again. This guy wasn't a good guy either. He was also from the Tongtian Tower, but now he was like an enemy. In the end, it was still the great sage silver pupil. His personal cultivation was good. He completely disregarded the previous grievances in the Devil Valley. He waited for Yu Yang to come to the statue of the god of wealth, then slowly stepped forward and carefully introduced the conditions for entering the Human Valley to Yu Yang, without holding anything back. After he said so, Yu Yang finally understood a little. It turned out that after entering the Human Valley, except for the specific martial arts arena, no one could use force anywhere else. No matter what realm the challenger's strength reached, they would become an ordinary person under the ancient law, and there was no possibility of fighting anymore. Unless it was in a specific martial arts arena and had the permission of the ancient law, or in a special trial space, they had to use force to knock down certain mission targets before they were allowed to use part of their strength. In short, once the challenger entered the Human Valley, they couldn't use force to solve the problem. In the Human Valley, the challenger could only use wisdom to solve the problem. Moreover, wisdom here could be equated with money. Money could solve everything. This was the standard of survival in the Human Valley. In addition to completing the specified mission, the most important thing in the Human Valley was to earn 100,000 heaven crystals. This special heaven crystal that didn't exist in the outside world was the unique currency of the Human Valley. All the challengers inside would go crazy for it. Without heaven crystal, without money, they couldn't survive a day in the Human Valley. This was the reason why all the challengers were afraid of the 7th stage, Human Valley. But this has nothing to do with the valley, right? Yu Yang had actually heard of the conditions to clear the stage and knew a lot of information about the Human Valley. After all, Queen Vivian Li had vaguely reminded Yu Yang that she wouldn't tell him the method to clear the stage in order to keep it interesting, but she was still willing to share some fun information. How can it have nothing to do with it? When Haug heard Yu Yang's words, the big man actually burst into tears. It doesn't matter, there's no one behind me. Even if I have the strength of a level 5 supreme martial artist, I can only be a beggar. A beggar? Yu Yang was sweating profusely. Yes, I don't have any extravagant requests. I just want to be a civilian with a household register, but I have no one behind me, so I can only be a beggar like a stray dog. Do you think I can go in? If I go in, I'll be a fool who's asking for trouble. Haug beat his chest and stamped his feet. To think that I, Haug, am also an overlord in the heaven realm. Even in the heaven realm, I can be considered a person with status. If I go in the human valley, I can only be a beggar. How can I face others in the future? You don't even have the guts to enter the human valley, how can you talk about face? Xianxia sneered. The famous Lord Haug in the heaven realm, I'm sorry, I've never heard of your name before. The Skinner King Sanguiner expressed that the heaven realm wasn't a place where just any Tom, Dick, or Harry could be called a famous person. He hoped that Haug wouldn't go around talking about it, so that others wouldn't feel ashamed for him. Humph. Haug was furious, but the ones who mocked him were the Skinner King Sanguiner and Xianxia, the two fellows whose strength far exceeded his. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. The great sage Silver Pupil gestured for Yu Yang to come forward. When Yu Yang reached out and touched the base of the God of Wealth statue, the divine sense that had been stationed here for who knows how many years immediately came into contact with Yu Yang's mind. This divine sense was very strange. It wasn't like an ordinary divine sense, but more like a fixed law standard. Or it could be said that it was a special law standard before entering the human valley. The divine sense first asked Yu Yang if he wanted to enter the human valley. After getting a positive answer, the first question was actually to ask if Yu Yang knew anyone in the human valley, if he had any friends, if he had any connections. Yu Yang first answered no. The God of Wealth's second question was to ask if Yu Yang had any treasures, if there were any valuable things, and also gave examples of grimoires, divine weapons, holy items, God's blood, and so on. Everything could be used as collateral in exchange for the sky crystals needed for living. The God of Wealth's divine sense indicated that he could use grimoires, divine weapons, and other things as collateral to provide interest-bearing loans or one-time pawns, but the former was only 1/3 of the price of the latter. When Yu Yang tried to ask how much the next divine weapon would be as collateral, the answer he received was 1,000 sky crystals. This answer made him sweat profusely. How many divine weapons could the challenger have? A divine weapon could only be exchanged for 1,000 sky crystals. According to this price, even if he had a mountain of treasures, he wouldn't be able to become a household of 10,000 yuan. If you don't have a divine weapon, can you not use it as collateral? No matter who it was, wanting to extort the divine weapons from Yu Yang was easier said than done. The God of Wealth's divine sense had no effect on Yu Yang. The God of Wealth's divine sense did not have any emotional fluctuations. He was just asking as usual, and would not force the challenger to choose. He then asked the third question, asking if Yu Yang had inherited any property in the human valley. If so, did he have a keepsake? Yu Yang was afraid that if he took out the keepsake, it would be swallowed by the God of Wealth's divine sense, so he shook his head to indicate that he did not have it. After the 3 questions were over, the God of Wealth's divine sense indicated that the inquiry was over. He invited Yu Yang to enter and choose the top choices for reincarnation in the human valley. After choosing, he could enter the human valley. The first choice was immediately placed in front of Yu Yang. Reincarnator's name. During the human valley reincarnation, name at will is free. Reincarnator's name is 100 sky crystals. The second choice of reincarnation, reincarnator's gender. During the reincarnation, choose at will is free. If you want to choose the same gender as the reincarnator, you need 100 sky crystals. Reincarnator's race, choose at will is free. Dwarf, goblin, dwarf, beast, etc., 10 sky crystals, fairy, flower, angel, and demon, 50 sky crystals, human, 100. Reincarnator's identity, beggar is free, commoner is 10 sky crystals, warrior is 100, aristocrat is 500, prince and princess is 1000, reincarnator's life hope, life loser is free, mediocrity is 10 sky crystals, life supporting character is 100, life winner is 500, life main character is 1000, reincarnator's charm reputation, Everyone will look at you as if you are an idiot for free. Short and poor will be your synonym. 10 sky crystals. No matter how hard you work, you will just be a pitiful spare tire. 100 people will occasionally ask you to dance during balls. 300 people will occasionally ask you to dance. You will be a famous person in your circle of friends. Reincarnator's life skill: if you can choke to death while eating biscuits, you will be free. When you make instant noodles, you will be able to put out the fire by yourself. 10 sky crystals. When you hit your thumb with a hammer, you will only occasionally get 50 sky crystals. When you water plants and weed, you will get 100 sky crystals. When you make instant noodles and fry eggs, you will get 500 sky crystals. Even though your skill level is not high, at the very least, there will be people who will flatter you and call you a master. Reincarnator's special skill: natural castration is free. 3 seconds is your limit. 10 sky crystals. 1 minute. Half an hour and you will still be as strong as a tiger. 500 sky crystals. 7 times in 1 night is your limit. Reincarnator, when Yu Yang finished reading it, he felt dizzy. He could not help but cry out, "Damn you! I'm going to die because of you." Yu Yang retracted his hand and stopped communicating with his divine sense. He turned around and looked at Ren Tiange and the others. When Ren Tiange and the others saw Yu Yang's depressed look, they immediately roared with laughter. Seeing Yu Yang's defeat, although they weren't his enemies, they still felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Each of them was secretly pleased. "Who asked you to be this abnormal? You finally failed at the 7th stage, Human Valley." The phantom of the Spirit King looked at the sky from a 45-degree angle and snorted proudly, "It's good to have someone above you. You're so efficient." His reincarnation card in Human Valley showed that he had a wealth of 800 heaven crystals. He probably had someone behind him and used treasures as a mortgage. Although he could not be the main character of his life, he was much better than a poor beggar like Haug. He could live a relatively well-off life in the future. No wonder he was so smug. Skeleton King Golden Remains also had a despicable smile on his face, indicating that he also had someone above him. Skinner King Sanguiner directly showed the card of fate. Other than the Phantom of the Spirit King, he had the most wealth in Human Valley with 750 heaven crystals. Ren Tiange was ranked 3rd with 680 heaven crystals, followed by Sanguiner and the Great Sage Silver Pupil with 600 heaven crystals. Behind them was Qing Mo's 500 heaven crystals, which was really unexpected. Everyone had someone behind them. At this moment, they all looked at Yu Yang with a superior gaze, venting the depression they felt when they were watching in the Devil's Valley. Of course, except for the poor Haug. Haug gambled everything he had, but in the end, he only managed to get 250. This pitiful number made Haug very anxious during the reincarnation selection. If he did not want to enjoy a free life like being castrated, he had to invest money in it. Not to mention the fact that he got a female gender when he tragically chose his gender randomly. He had to spend 100 heaven crystals to change his gender to male. What else could a 250 heaven crystal do besides being a beggar? There was a reason why Haug had been crying so bitterly all this time. Even the Great Sage Silver Pupil couldn't help but tease Yu Yang. What do you think? Don't you have a friend in Human Valley? If you have good connections, you can get at least 300 heaven crystals in advance. Yu Yang shook his head. If his family and friends were in the Human Valley, would he still need to talk nonsense with them here? Just go in and hug his thigh. When Ren Tiange saw Yu Yang's expression, he quickly comforted him. It's okay. You are strong and smart. It's okay even if you were born in a poor family. How was this comforting? This was like pouring salt on a person's wound. This wasn't the Red Era, where one could be proud of being born into a poor family. This was an era where people laughed at the poor but not at the prostitutes. If you didn't have money, you should just die. Yu Yang had yet to react, but Bian Jianhaug, who also had no relatives or friends, nor did he have any artifact as collateral, instantly cried. He swore that he would fight with tall, rich, and handsome men for the rest of his life. He would not stop until he was dead. Wasn't it just entering Human Valley to reincarnate? Was there a need to bring out the bad habits of nepotism, money, and benefits? You can't afford to hurt a poor person who has no one to back him up. Fortunately, he found that Yu Yang was the same kind of person. He was even poorer than him, so he was somewhat comforted. Otherwise, he might as well commit suicide. If you can't bear to pawn your artifact, you can also pawn some sacred artifacts. One sacred artifact can be worth 100. Ren Tiange did not want to become enemies with Yu Yang, so he quickly suggested. In the land of trials, the first 3 stages are the standard of passing. The next 4 to 6 stages are the score of personal achievements. You can take out some physical items to prove your achievements after the 4th stage. You should be able to get a lot of heaven crystals in advance. The great sage Silver Pupil also suggested a feasible method. Thanks. When Yu Yang heard this, he thought that it would work too. His gains in the Valley of Desire and the Valley of Beasts were not bad. He cleared the stages quickly and even got first place in the Demon Valley. This kind of personal achievement score could probably be exchanged for a lot of heaven crystals in advance. Forget about the disaster god power and chaos energy. No matter how bad he was, he could not use them as pawns. However, the angel badge did not seem to have any use for the time being. Perhaps he could exchange it for some money. Anyway, it was pawns, not dead pawns. When he earned money in the future, he could still redeem it. Haug felt that something was wrong. If Yu Yang jumped out of his poor life, wouldn't he be the only old man left? He hoped that Yu Yang would become poor like him. They would shed tears together in all kinds of tragedies in the future. They would struggle in the bitter camp of the losers in life. They would be jealous of those tall, rich, and handsome men who died of exhaustion. At least they would have a companion. If everyone entered the human valley together and he was the only one who suffered a tragedy, he might as well die. Boring, I'm going to leave first. Xianxia suddenly showed his impatience. He gently stuck the reincarnation card on the god of wealth's pedestal and communicated with his divine sense. He instantly teleported into the human valley and began his new life in the human valley. Why don't you wait here for a few days and wait for Xianxia to gain a foothold? You can earn an advance payment for your relationships? The great sage Silver Pupil did not look at Yu Yang. Instead, he looked at the loser in life, Haug. If not for the fact that Haug did not flee when he fought the golden sword deity in the heavens of space and felt that this guy could be considered an ally, he would not have given him this idea. No. When Haug heard this, he shook his head and waved his hand. Not to mention a few days, even if I wait for a few years, that guy Xianxia will not see me as a friend. Forget it, I have already given up on this reincarnation. If it really doesn't work, then so be it. I'm going all out. Anyway, I'm not the only one. What he meant was that there was still Yu Yang. As long as Yu Yang was poor too. Then, he would be psychologically balanced. He was a newbie with such great potential, but he was also poor. He was also a 3-second man. What else could he not balance? One had to know that not everyone could be tall, rich, and handsome, and not everyone could be poor. As long as the one with the most potential was as tragic as him, that was enough. Haug was the type of person who could not be the only one to die when the sky collapsed. He had to be the tallest and most handsome one to die first, and then he would be comfortable. It could not be helped. Jealousy was the nature of almost all races. Do you really think that others are as poor as you? What a joke. The Skinner King Sanguiner sneered. Disregarding everything else, Yu Yang also had a few divine weapons. He could mortgage one of them for 1,000 sky crystals. Since when was he classified as an idiot? Poor, he really wasn't. Only now did Haug suddenly remember that Yu Yang had used divine weapons and treasures in the 100-day battle. He immediately broke out in a sweat. He wanted to say that he should not use divine weapons to exchange for life. It was shameful to exchange for money. Just like those free players in online games who hated money warriors. Of course, he couldn't say the words to stop him. After all, that was his money. That was his business. If he wanted to exchange, it was none of your business. Yu Yang made a reassuring gesture to him, indicating that he would not easily take out divine weapons to exchange. After all, once this thing left his hand, if he could not get it back, it would be an irreparable loss. Yu Yang did not want to use his divine weapons as a joke. Divine weapons, he really would not exchange. However, there was no problem with the token of the Devil Valley, the Angel Badge. He took out the Angel Badge, wanting to see if this thing actually had any value as a mortgage. Once it was close to the base of the statue, immediately, a strange light flashed. The god of wealth's divine sense had a violent reaction. The message was, "This item is a special divine weapon blessed by the ancient divine power of the 6th stage of the Devil Valley. It also has the personal achievement of being ranked first. A total of 2,000 sky crystals can be mortgaged." Seeing this number, everyone was dumbfounded, and their jaws dropped to the ground. Wasn't this kid's luck a little too overpowered? Not only did the Angel Badge become a divine weapon, he also obtained the personal achievement of first place, which could be mortgaged by 1,000 sky crystals. No wonder Jiwori had racked his brains to fight for first place. Rantianga and the Shadow wanted to hug each other and cry bitterly. Damn it, they had dominated the Devil Valley for thousands of years, and the token that they provided did not have more than 100 sky crystals. This kid had only been here for more than 100 days, and he even spent 100 days fighting, yet he actually obtained first place and had 1,000 sky crystals as a mortgage. How could they live like this? Why did things like obtaining divine weapons and sky crystals fall on this newbie? Could this kid be the legendary illegitimate child of the god of fate? Yu Yang did not exchange. When he saw that the Angel Badge was a special divine weapon, he immediately kept it. What a joke, how could this kind of good thing be exchanged for money? Although it could be exchanged for 1,000 sky crystals, Yu Yang was not sure if this special divine weapon would be damaged after exchanging it. If the will of the ancient god that gave IKA the divine weapon interfered, it would cause a situation like the one where the prison emperors will acknowledge the descendant Princess Sisai, or some other abnormalities, then the gains would not make up for the losses. Therefore, this Angel Badge could never be exchanged or mortgaged. Let those 2,000 sky crystals die, at most he would become a pauper. He had food in his hands. No, with a divine weapon in his hands, even if he was a pauper, he would not panic. Ha 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 ha. Haug was overjoyed when he saw this. He almost opened his arms and gave Yu Yang a super bear hug, as if Yu Yang did not mind, he was even willing to become good friends with Yu Yang. Haug waved his fist. "Brother, welcome to the Self-Reliance Club. We can proudly say that we are all people with backbone, we will not bow down for money. We are poor people with backbone." Sanguiner laughed coldly as he added emphasis on the word poor. Idiot. The Shadow was speechless towards Haug. How could he only have one Angel Badge? Someone who had a few divine weapons, could he really be poor? I won't mortgage it. This divine weapon is my friend Zhangfeng's keepsake. He appointed me as his successor. May I ask if I can receive his inheritance? Yu Yang smiled slightly. As the new prison emperor of Tongtian Tower, it was not only a title, there were also benefits occasionally. For example, he could legitimately inherit all of prison emperor Zhangfeng's inheritance. The pedestal shone brightly, approving Yu Yang's request. However, because of their friendship, prison emperor Zhangfeng's inheritance in Human Valley was 1,800 sky crystals. Yu Yang could only inherit half of it. In the blink of an eye, Haug withered. Even if he could only inherit half of it, Yu Yang still had 900 sky crystals, which was 100 more than the Shadow of the Spirit King. His wish to join the poor club was completely shattered. Alright, he was not a poor person who could be tied down by his life. The Shadow, Golden Remains and Sanguiner were also extremely envious. Could this brat be a little more lucky? A dead friend could still leave behind 1,800 sky crystals in Human Valley? And he even appointed him to inherit it? No one would believe that this brat was not the god of fate's illegitimate child. Rantianga and the great sage Silver Pupil looked at each other in shock. This brat actually had a friend who cleared Human Valley? To be able to leave behind more than 1,800 sky crystals after clearing Human Valley, this friend Zhang Feng was really an incredible person. If it wasn't for the thousands of years of fighting in Demon Valley, Rantianga and the others might have known Prison Emperor Zhang Feng. However, because of the time and space problem, they missed this amazing person who fought against the Central Shrine and the Heaven Realm Coalition army alone. The great sage Silver Pupil frowned slightly. His super memory made him remember that Zhang Feng was ranked 8th in the Devil Valley. He was a super strong challenger who had fallen to the 9th place after Jiwori came. This Xianfeng was actually this newbie's friend, no wonder this brat was so abnormal. This is the token of the Conquest Queen. She is my teacher. May I know if I can inherit the wealth she left in Human Valley? Yu Yang took out the 3-realm compass and asked again. Conquest Queen? It wouldn't be strange if Xianxia and the others didn't know Prison Emperor Xianfeng, but none of them didn't know Queen Vivian Li, the Conquest Queen. This was the queen who shook the entire Heaven Realm. Wherever she went, she was invincible, and all the Heaven Realm warriors were terrified of her. Such an amazing person was actually this brat's teacher. The god of wealth's divine sense only recognized relationships and not people. The answer given was that he could completely inherit it. But he could only inherit 2/3 of it, because the relationship between master and disciple was not the closest relationship. Empress Fei Wenli was the fastest person to clear the Human Valley, clearing it in half a year. In order to race against time to clear it, she did not have much wealth left, but when the amount was revealed, it also scared Haug, the poor bastard, to the point of pissing his pants. This was because Queen Vivian Li's remaining wealth after clearing Human Valley was 6,000 sky crystals. Even if it was 2/3, the amount that Yu Yang could inherit was as high as 4,000. It's so important to have a good teacher. Haug regretted that he didn't find a good teacher back then. If he had a good teacher, he could have saved half of his life. I really want to rob him. Sanguiner was extremely unhappy. If it wasn't Yu Yang, he would have robbed him long ago. No choice, he has a good teacher. Xianxia smiled bitterly. They really couldn't be compared. If the Conquest Queen is a teacher. The great sage Silver Pupil began to think again, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. This is my mother's keepsake. As her son, can I inherit the wealth she left in Human Valley? Although there were enough sky crystals, Yu Yang still wanted to try and see if Fourth Mother's sister had also come to Human Valley, and if she had cleared Human Valley. With a thought, he took out the black jade necklace and gently stuck it on the statue's pedestal. Thousands of rays of light shone brilliantly. It was 1,000 times more dazzling than any previous divine equipment or keepsake. Yu Yang wanted to take it back to verify, but it was too late. The divine sense immediately gave him a reply. The reincarnator's request is true. Due to you being a close relative, you will receive 19,876 heaven crystals in full. You will also receive a castle, 2 towns in the area under your jurisdiction, 1 forest, 1 mine, 500 commoners, and 3,000 slaves, not to mention Xianxia and the others who were watching. Even Yu Yang was dumbfounded. There really was, moreover, there was more than 10,000, close to 20,000, and there was even a castle and slaves. God, who was Fourth Mother's sister? Queen Vivian Li's wealth of 6,000 sky crystals couldn't be compared at all. Before Yu Yang's mind could clear up, Haug suddenly pounced on him and tightly hugged Yu Yang's right leg. Tears streamed down his face. Your Highness, after I enter the valley, I'll also become your slave. Rolling with you is much better than being a beggar on the streets. I beg of you, please take me as your mistress on account that I've watched your 100 days battle. The 7th stage of the trial grounds, Human Valley. Yu Yang floated up from the reincarnation pool and saw Xianxia and the others waiting for him not far away. This Human Valley reincarnation did not turn into a baby or shrink into an underage Shota. Everything remained the same, and he still had his original body. It was just that after he floated out of the reincarnation pool, he was restricted by the ancient laws of the Human Valley. Martial arts were forbidden. All martial arts were useless here. Grimoires, divine weapons, beasts, etc. could not be used. At the same time, no matter who it was, their identity would be strictly enforced according to the standards shown by the cards of fate. For example, if a person reincarnated as a poor person and was a tragic loser in life, then no matter how rich he was outside, even if he was a billionaire, it would still be useless. If he did not have heaven crystal, he would definitely starve to death. Or if a person was naturally castrated or a 3-second man, no matter how strong his body was, he would not be able to use it in the Human Valley, because this was the standard of the Human Valley's ancient rules. Here, the restriction was not on beasts, nor was it a test of martial arts. Instead, it was how to live like a human, how to reach the standard of a successful person in the shortest time possible. No one understood why the ancient rules would make such a test. But everyone knew that it was definitely beneficial. and extremely important. For example, beasts successfully transforming into humans was the most important realm. Perhaps in the human valley, any race who challenged it would have to understand the essence and wisdom of a real human. We are going in a different direction from you, but in the life assessment ceremony 3 months later, I hope that we will still be allies. Ren Tiange knew that his starting point would not be the same as Yu Yang's. Before entering the human valley, he had already inherited a castle, 2 towns, and thousands of slaves. Whether it was friends, teachers, or mother, any one of them would be enough for Yu Yang to live a good life in the human valley. Especially his teacher and mother, they could make people feel so inferior that they would bang their heads against the wall. Fortunately, this guy, who was luckier than the illegitimate son of the goddess of luck, was his ally. Of course, we made an appointment before entering the human valley. Yu Yang had no reason to reject the goodwill of Ren Tiange, the Shadow, Golden Remains, and Sanguiner. It was better to have more friends than more enemies. Moreover, Ren Tiange and the others were also powerful people. They might not have any connections in the human valley and could barely be civilians. However, outside of the heaven realm, he was definitely a famous and powerful figure. Even in the heaven realm, he probably had a very good status. If they were arrogant and looked down on others, there was no need for Yu Yang to be polite to them. However, the other party had extended an olive branch and wanted to form an alliance with him. There was no reason for him to refuse. Didn't they learn from the human valley to build good relationships? The great sage Silver Pupil smiled and said, all of us have similar backgrounds, except for Haug, who is slightly worse. If we take care of each other and form a mercenary group, it won't be a problem to take on missions and earn a living while slowly stabilizing. On the other hand, if you were to take over the castle right from the start and become the master of the house, you would probably be a little flustered. Yu Yang didn't want to do that either, but he had no choice. The moment he asked, the inheritance automatically came down. He had to take it even if he didn't want it. Third young master, I still want to get lost with you. As the owner of a castle, you don't have a decent bodyguard by your side. How shabby would that be? Haug still wanted to hug his thigh and ask to be taken care of, but he was kicked flying by Sanguiner. Haug's shameless act of hugging his thigh made Yu Yang, who couldn't break free, have no choice but to lend him a few top-grade martial spirit pills as collateral. It wasn't easy to gather 500. He narrowly escaped from the desperate life situation of a transvestite, an idiot, a loser, and so on. Although he couldn't be a tall, rich, and handsome man, he could at least be a civilian. He wouldn't become a beggar as soon as he entered the human valley. Haug's gratitude to Yu Yang was absolutely from the bottom of his heart. If Yu Yang was a gay friend, even if Yu Yang wanted him to offer his chrysanthemum right now, Haug probably wouldn't hesitate too much. It was a pity that Yu Yang was not interested in this at all. Moreover, Hao Ji's actions of hugging Yu Yang's thighs and begging him to be his mistress made people break out in cold sweat. Not only Yu Yang, even Ren Tiange and the others could not stand it anymore. They decided to bring him away on behalf of the heavens, saving Yu Yang from his predicament. Let's go together. Since we're here, we should familiarize ourselves with the situation first. There's no need to worry too much about other things. Yu Yang didn't want to break Queen Vivian Li's record of half a year. It wasn't that it was impossible to do so, but it was unnecessary. Besides, in the human valley, if he didn't get any rewards, it would be a waste of this trial. Now Yu Yang understood that from the Desire Valley of the 4 stages, the Desire Valley, the Beast Valley, the Devil Valley, the Human Valley, and so on, all had imprints left by ancient gods. Often, in the process of the trial, if you reached the standard, you would get a certain reward. If you missed it, it would be a pity. The Desire Valley obtained Pandora, Disaster Divine Power, and Chaos Energy. The Beast Valley cultivated the Reaper Mantis, the Devil Valley created a new IKA, and in the Human Valley, Yu Yang estimated that the ancient law reward would be even greater. Although he didn't know what it was, he couldn't miss it. Maybe the final standard for obtaining the Divine Grimoire would also be the performance evaluation in each stage. Therefore, in the Human Valley, not only did he meet the standard, but he also had to surpass it and reach an unprecedented record. At the very least, he had to overwhelm Jiwuri in all aspects. We've asked. Our range of activities can only be in the slums and the civilian area for the time being. The living area and the commercial area can only be entered after registering as a mercenary and obtaining a certain amount of credits. You are different. You are now a noble and have inherited the title of Baron, so you can enter any area. We will temporarily separate and meet again at the life assessment ceremony. The great sage silver pupil indicated that they couldn't act together for the time being because of the difference in their identities. All right then. Yu Yang felt that if he went with Ren Tiange and the others, the target would be slightly bigger, and it would be disadvantageous for him to snipe Jiwori. Be careful of that guy. Ren Tiange was naturally talking about the sky-splitting demon Venerable. The sky-splitting demon Venerable came in early, so maybe he had already established a foothold. Fortunately, he didn't know that Yu Yang had inherited so much wealth and a castle. Ren Tiange, the Shadow, Sanguiner, and the others left together. Apart from them, there were 3 girls in white who greeted Yu Yang at the birth pool. These girls were all at the level of god messengers. They had gentle smiles on their faces as they stood on the surface of the pool and waited quietly. Only when Yu Yang bid farewell to Ren Tiange and the others did they slowly walk forward. Their voices were like the sounds of nature as they asked, "New martial artist, please present your reincarnation card." Yu Yang took out the reincarnation card given to him by the god of wealth and noticed that the contents on it had changed slightly. A noble young man from a glorious family. He is handsome and has charm that can enchant the opposite sex. He has a good upbringing and is knowledgeable. Compared to his peers, he is a child blessed by the heavens. In his family, be it his relatives, teachers, or friends, they had all obtained great success. The new noble young man stepped on the glory of his ancestors. Would he be able to shine even brighter than his predecessors and surpass them? Apart from this status assessment, there was another status marker. Baron has his own castle and territory. Finally, there was the number of wealth, 12,500 heaven crystals. Although Yu Yang had enough heaven crystals to exchange for a better identity, such as a prince or a superstar who could make countless diehard fans scream and faint, but he did not want that. He could exchange for it, but there was no need for him to exchange for it to the point where he would have goosebumps all over his body. Besides, he could also work hard to improve in Human Valley. As long as he could earn more heaven crystals and achieve greater glory, his status would naturally rise, and all his abilities would become brand new. As long as he was not a ladyboy, a natural eunuch, or a tragic 3-second man in the beginning, it would be fine. There was no need for him to waste too many heaven crystals on some unnecessary investments, such as the masquerade ball or the technique of cheating in the carnival salon. This technique made Haug drool, but unfortunately, he did not have the money for it. As for Yu Yang, he did not even spare a glance at it. There were plenty of girls in the grimoire world that he had not pushed, so he did not have the time to cheat in a ball. Besides, the quality of those girls was not good either. If he was in the mood, Yu Yang felt that he might as well be thick-skinned and tease His Majesty. That would be the real thrill. Please walk this way. The girl in white who was leading Yu Yang wore a noble's badge on his chest. Then, she solemnly recorded Yu Yang's name and title on a silver grimoire in their hands with a golden pen. You are already a noble. Please pay attention to your actions and etiquette. Please do not do the crude actions of a commoner or a mercenary. Otherwise, the noble's badge will deduct your glory points after a few warnings. As a noble with territory and real power, you have many rights, including conscription, participation in national politics, and so on. Please familiarize yourself with the details as soon as you return to the castle. This way, you will receive a higher rating during the official life assessment ceremony 3 months later. A girl in white gently reminded Yu Yang to be mindful of his current status. Hopefully, we will have the chance to meet often. Another girl in white smiled as she greeted Yu Yang as he prepared to enter the teleportation gate. What she meant was that when the reincarnated person obtained the top 10 honors in the C's life assessment, he would see them coming to receive their awards. In the Human Valley, this was the highest blessing. Almost no one could see them often, because there were too many people competing. Even if there were only 10 top rankers in every life assessment, it was not easy to get into the top 10 when there were tens of thousands of reincarnated people competing with each other. Yu Yang really wanted to reach out and pinch her cute little round face. However, he only wanted to fantasize about it. Taking liberties with the god's envoy, deducting glory points was a light punishment. Taking away his status as a noble or even instant killing was also a possibility. Yu Yang did not want to offend these gods' envoys who had the opportunity to give him the lowest score. Not only him, he believed that none of the reincarnated people who entered the human valley would have the guts to do so. Those who had the guts to take liberties with him would probably have died long ago. Remember, even if you are a noble, the yearly academic performance assessment is also a must. The last girl in white reminded Yu Yang. This made him black out. Damn it, he still had to attend classes and take exams to give marks. What a bitter life. If you get first place in all the 18 exams, complete the 10 major missions, collect all the honor badges, and have more than 100,000 glory points and wealth, you will be qualified to enter the ancient shrine. It is said that the lowest reward for entering the ancient shrine is a divine equipment. Perhaps seeing that Yu Yang's morale was low, the round-faced girl in white whispered. What did you say? Yu Yang immediately felt his little universe explode, and his morale increased by 100 times. There was something like a divine equipment as a reward. Exams were nothing, at most he would just cheat. Yu Yang passed through the teleportation gate and found himself in a manor. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and a fragrance wafted through the air. A wide white stone path led to the castle on top of a small hill. In the middle was an elegant crystal fountain, and in the center of the fountain was a crystal beauty holding a precious vase. Water trickled down from the vase on her shoulder, as if the goddess of earth had bestowed the world with the water of life. Within the walls, the castle on top of the small hill wasn't very big, but its design was unique and ingenious, causing people to exclaim in admiration that it was the work of a master. The castle had several tall spires, 3 of which were in the middle of the main castle, arranged in a triangular formation. Of the 3, the spires in the middle were the tallest. It was also the most special. There seemed to be a huge diamond inlaid on it, and under the sunlight, it shone like a star. Perhaps because they noticed Yu Yang's appearance, 2 middle-aged women dressed in luxurious clothes led 2 teams of more than 20 maids and servants forward, bowing respectfully. The woman on the left had silver hair and an elegant figure. She was dressed in men's attire, with a bow on her collar. Her eyes were even specially decorated with a monocle, making her look like a housekeeper who took care of all the affairs of a noble manor owner. She courteously bowed to Yu Yang like a gentleman and said, "Young master, welcome to the Star Diamond Castle. I am Dooley, the housekeeper who was ordered by master to wait for young master's arrival." The well-dressed woman on the right had a plump figure, but her figure was not bloated at all. One could only feel that she was blessed. She smiled before speaking. Her face was filled with a sweet smile, revealing a kind of indescribable intimacy. The woman on the right was not as serious as the woman on the left. Instead, she directly went forward and hugged Yu Yang. She reached out her hand and caressed Yu Yang's head. She smiled and said, "I'm your cook, Susan. I'm in charge of everything in your life. In the future, I'll take care of you just like how I took care of your mother. I'll take good care of you." Yu Yang sweated profusely when he heard this. White and plump was used to describe a piglet. This Aunt Susan was too passionate, like a ball of fire, the opposite of Dooley's ice. Fortunately, this Auntie Susan only had the same name and didn't look like the Auntie Susan from the talent show before he transmigrated. Otherwise, he would be sweating to death. Behind the 2 stewards, there were more than 20 maids. They were probably the servants who stayed in the castle to help. Due to their low status, they did not dare to speak. He followed the 2 stewards to greet the new young master, Yu Yang. There were no guards or men in the castle. All the work was done by the women, including the coachman and the gardeners in the manor. Butler Dooley, who was dressed as a silver-haired man, gave Yu Yang a detailed account book, which listed the income and expenses of the various castles, manors, towns, forests, mines, and so on. Yu Yang realized that the last signature of the owner of this account book was 10 years ago. In other words, his mother in name, 4th mother's sister, had left the human valley for at least 10 years. What was even more interesting was that for the past 10 years, no matter what the income or expenditure was, it was always in a balanced state. Yu Yang didn't ask Dooley how she did it. In his heart, Dooley and Su Shan were like the NPCs in the game, equivalent to the village chief of the novice village. In normal online games, when the players entered the novice village, the village chief would always give the players quests, such as saving his grandsons who had been taken away by the wolves. All the players would rush out to kill the Wolf King and save the village chief's grandsons. Nobody had ever investigated how many grandsons the village chief had been taken away by the Wolf King. How was it that when thousands of players killed the wolves, they could save one of the village chief's grandsons? Nobody had ever investigated why the Wolf King would always wait for the players to come before it started its meal, no matter if it was the early or late players. A game, it was just a game. It couldn't be investigated, just like how Yu Yang couldn't investigate why the castle had been in a balanced state for the past 10 years until he came. He only knew that even if he didn't come for 100 years, Butler Dooley and Su Shan would still be waiting. The accounts would always be in a balanced state. The castle needs to be repaired, the forest needs to be recruited, the mines need to be built, the roads need to be opened between the two towns to increase the flow of people in the business, right? Yu Yang knew what his new quest was the moment he looked at the account book. He didn't ask Butler Dooley why she didn't do all these before this, just like how the players in the game didn't ask the village chief how many grandsons the village chief had been taken away by the wolves. Young master, the horses in the stables and the clothes we wear when we go out should be changed. As nobles, we must maintain our dignity. We also need to invest a lot of money in the classes that nobles should learn, the silver-haired Butler Dooley added without hesitation. We naturally won't be stingy with what we have to spend. How much should we invest now? Yu Yang put away the account book and asked directly. The expenses this year are rather high. We should invest at least 5,000 in the castle, and 3,000 every year in the future, the silver-haired Butler Dooley answered. Very good. Yu Yang smiled and agreed with this proposal, but he was sweating in his heart. It had to be known that the annual income in the account book was only 1,000 heaven crystals. Sometimes, it was more than what he expected, and sometimes, it was less than what he expected. Why did he have to spend 3 or even 5 times more when it came to the balanced Star Diamond Castle? He had wanted to be a household with 10,000 heaven crystals for a few days, but it seemed impossible now. Yu Yang, who had 12,500 heaven crystals, took out his reincarnation card and transferred 5,000 heaven crystals to the silver-haired Butler Dooley. In less than half a day, he fell from a wealthy household with 10,000 heaven crystals. The smiling, amiable, and good-natured chef Su Shan didn't spend as much as Butler Dooley. She only wanted 500 heaven crystals. Yu Yang knew that he couldn't be stingy with this money. He sighed in his heart, but he still smiled and transferred another 500 heaven crystals. In the end, after disregarding the horses he had personally chosen for the journey, the fact that he had to equip himself with decent noble attire, and the fact that he had to pay for attending a noble school later, Yu Yang only had 7,000 heaven crystals left. If he used up all of his expenses, he would probably become a pauper immediately. The only consolation he had was that he finally had a place to settle down in the future. He wouldn't be like Ren Tiange, Haug, and the others, who didn't know where their path was. If he wanted to be a noble, he had to pay a price. Otherwise, it would be impossible for everyone to be a noble. He left the matters of the castle to Butler Dooley and Chef Su Shan. What Yu Yang needed to do now was to earn money. He needed to earn more money as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be forced to death by the countless ghosts who were asking for money. It was impossible for him to maintain his daily operations by relying on the taxes from 2 towns, a forest and a mine. Unless Yu Yang didn't eat, drink, sleep, or use anything and stayed in the castle like a wooden statue. Yu Yang didn't look like he was living a tiring life. He was a noble, so he had to live comfortably. Otherwise, how could he be considered a noble? Yu Yang had just sat down and had his lunch. He didn't have the time to inspect his castle. Someone asked to see him outside the door. They were the 2 towns' mayors and the mine's forest's guard captain. These NPCs in Yu Yang's eyes reported that a terrifying sea monster had appeared along the coast of White Sand Town. It caused the fishermen to panic and didn't dare to go out to sea to fish. For White Sand Town, which mainly relied on fishing and transportation, it was a fatal blow. They hoped that young master would be able to think of a way to solve this problem for his subordinates. The other town called Black Rock Town didn't have a sea monster, but it was said that a group of bandits had appeared in the mountains. They gathered together and often robbed the merchants in the town, causing the merchants who went to Black Rock Town to frown. They threatened that if they couldn't solve the problem of the bandits within a month, they would all leave Black Rock Town and give up on their business there. The guard captain in charge of the forest said that a pack of wolves had come to the forest and injured many lumberjacks. They urgently needed to increase the number of guards. It would be best if they could get people to exterminate the wolves. The mine's guard captain's news wasn't too bad. He only said that because the mine was about to be depleted, if there wasn't a new geological exploration to find a new mine, the mine's dozens of workers would face unemployment. Yu Yang almost fainted. Looks like it wasn't easy to be a noble. If martial arts weren't allowed, what Yu Yang needed to do would be simple. He could directly go to White Sand Town to kill the sea monster, go to Black Rock Town to kill the bandits, and then go to the forest to kill the wolves. How high-spirited and heroic would he be? Who knows, he might even be able to shake his tiger body and make all the NPCs fall to their knees and bow down to him, calling him Lord. The problem was that this wasn't Tong Tian Tower, nor was it Heaven Realm. It was Human Valley. Here, even an abnormal genius like Yu Yang could only be a normal person. He had to use a normal person's method to solve problems. Alright, I got it. Yu Yang didn't warmly invite these NPCs to sit down for a meal. He didn't try to rope them in, and he didn't use any methods to increase their loyalty to him to 100. He only waved his hands like a young master, telling these guys to go back to where they came from. He couldn't be bothered to look at them anymore. Damn it, the quest wasn't given out like this. Why did all the problems come at the same time? Who was the master here? If there were sea monsters, bandits, and wolves, why didn't you ask the mercenaries to solve it yourself? If that's the case, I'll go back and wait for the good news. The guard captains who came to greet Yu Yang were all very disappointed. This little master's behavior was too abnormal. He wasn't angry, nor did he say any kind words to persuade him. They really wanted to guess what he was thinking, but even if they wanted to flatter him, they couldn't find any way to do so. Yu Yang continued to eat, as if nothing had happened. Young master, your behavior is completely in line with the bearing of a noble. Please continue to maintain it in the future. The silver-haired butler duly rarely praised him. These lowly people always like to use their self-righteous little tricks. Su Shan, who was serving delicious snacks to Yu Yang, snorted disdainfully at the mayor and the guard captains. Although she didn't say much, Yu Yang could clearly tell that Dooley and Su Shan's status was much higher than the mayor and the guard captains. It seemed that the residents of the Human Valley also had a very serious social status and social circle. That's why, young master, there are still many things you need to do. Dooley added. Alright. Yu Yang could now confirm that he could at least trust the people in the Star Diamond Castle, especially Dooley and Su Shan. They were definitely trustworthy people, because they were the confidants that Sis Xin Yang had left for him. As for the others, he really needed to observe them. It seemed like the matters in the Human Valley weren't as simple as completing quests in the novice village. A maid with arms that were even thicker than a man's drove the carriage. Yu Yang and Dooley first headed towards Silver Maple City. There, Yu Yang could come into contact with the real reincarnated person. He could also truly enter the circle of nobles. That would be the starting point of Yu Yang's success in the Human Valley. After Butler Dooley left due to work, Yu Yang wandered around Silver Maple City alone. There were 4 major areas here. They were the commoner area, the residential area, and the business area. As for the slums, it was outside the city, and it was a huge mess of shacks. The poor did not have the right to enter the city. Regardless of whether they were reincarnated or natives, they had low statuses. Unless they had the money to buy a house in the city and escape from poverty, only then would they have the right to become a commoner. As for the nobles, they were born with it. There was no need to say much about the natives, and the challengers had decided at the moment they reincarnated. This meant that no matter how hard a commoner worked, no matter how many heaven crystals they earned, no matter how much wealth they had no right to become a noble. Even if the commoners had great wealth and could form huge merchant groups, or even become the leader of a certain industry and monopolize everything, they had no chance of becoming a true noble. They had to rely on the nobles. Just like how they served Yu Yang's Star Diamond Castle, the commoners had the chance to become the mayor of a town. Of course, that was the limit of what the commoners could achieve. Most of the commoners only had enough to eat and wear. In Human Valley, even if the commoners had the chance to enter the nobles' social circle, in the eyes of the nobles, they were just some nouveau riche. If Yu Yang had treated the mayor and the captain of the guards nicely, they would have looked down on Yu Yang from the bottom of their hearts and felt that he was not the descendant of a noble lord. What was the quality of a noble? It was arrogance. The more arrogant a noble was, the nobler it represented, the difference in status in life. The difference in growth. This was the cruel fate of reincarnating in Human Valley. The reincarnated not only had to be strong, but also had connections. They had to have people behind them and the support of their families. Only then could they have a high status and a bright future. Even though the commoners had their own way of living, and the nobles had their own advantages and disadvantages, no matter what, as a noble, their starting point was 100 times higher than that of a commoner. For example, as a commoner, no matter how hard Haug worked, he would not be able to catch up to Yu Yang in Human Valley. Because it was decided the moment he reincarnated. Young master, do you need a flying broom? When passing by a treasure shop, Yu Yang heard a rather vulgar voice ringing in his ears. Yu Yang glanced at the guy with 1/8 of his eyes. Think carefully. What does a flying broomstick mean? The best flying equipment in the world. That's right, you're absolutely right. This was definitely the witch's favorite flying equipment. Not only did it have strong friction, but it could also bring the thrill of flying at high altitudes. Riding on it and flying around the city was equivalent to having the fighting power of all the men in the city. It was durable and would never wither. No matter when it was needed, it would be 100% satisfied. What cucumbers and eggplants? How could those fruits and vegetables compare to this flying broom? Young master, I know that you don't use it, but it can be a tool in your life. Please think about it, is there a better training tool than a flying broom in this world? Let's not talk about flying. That's its basic function. Let's just talk about its auxiliary function. You don't need to smell it to know what the smell is. This is the smell of a virgin witch. It's 100% the fragrance of a beautiful woman's body fluid. There's also the witch's blessing. Any female slave who rides it will feel endless pleasure. It's a treasure that makes women go crazy. Young master, you deserve it. This is a precious treasure. The most expensive one in our shop was once ridden by the most beautiful witch in Silver Maple City, Blair. It has the best body odor, and this treasure is only sold for 15 heaven crystals. If you immediately decide to buy it, we will also give you a bottle of Witch Blair's bodily fluids and a female slave chain she created. My dear young master, with so many benefits, it's impossible for you not to be tempted. That's right, to commemorate the 1076th anniversary of our flying trading company, we will also give every guest who spends more than 10 sky crystals a luxurious gift bag. As long as you nod, then everything will belong to you. Young master, how can you refuse this gift from the heavens? Please give me a slight nod of your noble chin. Even if it's just 1 centimeter, you will get the best reward today. Yu Yang didn't even have time to speak. This guy in front of him just talked nonstop. It was like the water of the Yangtze River, unending and unstoppable, like the Yellow River bursting its banks. If he could use force, Yu Yang would slap this fly to death, or grab its neck and crush its stomach, letting its intestines splatter out. Then, he would wrap it around its neck and tie it into a knot. Then, he would forcefully pull it until its entire tongue stuck out. Finally, he would raise his hand and chop it down. At last, he would return to a peaceful world. It was a pity that he couldn't fight in Human Valley. For the first time, Yu Yang felt that living in Human Valley wasn't very convenient. Especially for someone like him who liked to use violence to solve problems. That noisy guy didn't have any self-awareness at all. He was even spitting saliva there. Noble young master, I can tell with one look that you are the noblest kind of upper-class person. A true noble, a true knight. You are not someone that those fakes outside can compare to. You are actually a reincarnator? This noisy guy, Yu Yang finally saw clearly. It was a blue-clothed dwarf. He didn't know how strong it was originally, but he guessed that it wasn't an ordinary reincarnator. This guy had big ears and a curved nose. His mouth looked like he had eaten 2 sausages. His teeth were sharp, and his long tongue could easily lick his nose. His eyes were terrifyingly big, as if they could emit a golden light. In addition, his face was full of wrinkles. If he looked at it separately, it would be fine, but when combined, it was simply too horrible to look at. Huh? This time, Yu Yang used a quarter of his eyes to look at it. This lowly one really admires you. If you were a native young master, then it would be fine. But you are a reincarnator, and you actually have the qualifications of a noble. Heavens, I simply don't know how to evaluate you. There's no other way. Other than worshipping you, I have no other way to express my excitement at this moment. A young master like you must be the descendant of one of those big families in the upper realm. Absolutely. Other than them, who else has the qualifications to become a reincarnator noble in the human valley? The blue-clothed dwarf rushed over and hugged Yu Yang's knees. He used his sleeves to desperately wipe Yu Yang's shoes, as if a speck of dust on Yu Yang's shoes was the biggest sin in his life. You want me to buy you a flying broom, right? Yu Yang sneered. He had seen too many of these stupid sales methods on TV. Did he really think that this young master was stupid? How could a noble young master like you buy a broken broom? A white-clothed dwarf rushed over. He sent the blue-clothed dwarf flying with a kick. He respectfully bowed, trying to pretend to be a civilized person. His tone was even more humble than a small civil servant meeting the mayor's secretary. As for his companion's introduction, he disdainfully said, "Don't mention brooms. That's something used by servants. Mentioning a broom in front of the young master is simply a kind of blasphemy, a crime and an insult. If I could do it here, I would directly use a rope to hang that idiot blue hat. What is a flying broom? What witches? What body odor? It's all rubbish. First of all, unstable flight is a fatal weakness. Carrying a heavy load is also a big problem. Can a single-person flying broom carry the young master and the slave girl in the sky? No, not to mention flying in the sky while enjoying pleasure. That kind of overload danger, that kind of incompetent flying broom, will only endanger the young master's life and affect your personal reputation. To say the least, even if you can overload the load, not to mention the danger of difficult postures, that kind of behavior is immoral and will be a fatal loss to the young master's reputation. Not to mention choosing a time at night when there is no one around. That kind of biting cold wind will affect the young master's health. White hat, do you want to die? Don't you want to recommend a rechargeable flying carpet to the young master? What's so good about a rechargeable flying carpet? It's extremely expensive. The cheapest one costs 20 heaven crystals. Who do you think the young master is? Is he a customer that can be easily deceived? He's my VIP. The blue-clothed dwarf, Blue Hat, rushed back angrily and wrestled with his companion, White Hat. My flying carpet can solve the problem of carrying a heavy load. With 2 people on it, there's no problem in any posture. Even if the young master is interested, he can bring 3 or 4 slave girls to play with him. It's not difficult at all. Can your flying broom do the same? Bah, cheap goods are cheap goods. Do you think the young master will be interested in trash? Not only can my flying carpet solve the problem of carrying a heavy load, it's also very stable. Any high altitude is like walking on flat ground, and when we rest, we can also keep warm. We won't feel the biting cold wind like riding a stupid broom and shiver from the cold. The white-clothed dwarf, White Hat, indicated that the rechargeable flying carpet had many functions. It could even carry an elephant, let alone a few slave girls. Is there no better one? Yu Yang listened without even lifting his eyelids. He was about to fall asleep. Of course, there's one no matter how expensive it is, the 2 dwarfs answered in unison. They realized that they spoke in unison. They immediately stopped talking and spat at the other person in unison. They then turned their heads, not looking in the same direction as the other person. They were determined to be enemies with the bastard in front of him. Perhaps he was afraid that Yu Yang would leave impatiently, but the blue-clothed dwarf reacted quickly and immediately introduced, the flying carpet that White Hat mentioned is trash. If you really want to enjoy flying in the sky, I must recommend a flying carriage to you. It's pulled by 2 flying horses. The carriage is extremely spacious and has all kinds of luxurious furnishings. There are all kinds of delicacies and wine, and the temperature is like spring all year round. It's convenient to use at any time without losing your status as a noble. Why does the young master need a flying mount? I strongly recommend this flying carriage to you. This is the best equipment to play with cars. Yu Yang pretended to think about it. The white-clothed dwarf's white hat was afraid that Yu Yang would be moved and buy it, so he quickly stopped him. Tui tui tui, flying carriage is nothing, it's simply rubbish. No matter how much the carriage boasted about it, it's just a carriage. It's synonymous with narrow and cramped. Is there anything better than a flying carriage? Blue Hat sneered. Of course, in our main shop, there's a luxurious airship. That's practically half the size of a manor. Forget about bringing a few female slaves to play, it's even possible to hold a salon and dance party on it. Can you install a swimming pool in the carriage? Can you have a bath in the carriage? Can you lie on the deck and bask in the sun with beauties or count the stars? Of course not. But luxurious airships can do this. As long as the young master is willing, it can even be specially designed and customized. For a luxurious airship like this, the highest price is only 1,000 heaven crystals. For the young master, it's just a small matter. White Hat immediately raised his lips to retort and flattered Yu Yang again and again. Luckily, Yu Yang's mind was very clear. His flattery was completely ineffective. 1,000 heaven crystals? Damn it, the entire income of the Star Diamond Castle is only 1,000 heaven crystals. Do you think this young master is a pervert whose sperm has swam to his brain? After careful consideration, Yu Yang, who remained calm and collected, finally followed the two dwarves into the shop to look at the designs. Afterwards, he expressed that he didn't really like the 3 designs that were limited to only 3 designs. In front of everyone, he showed off his skills and spent 5 minutes to design a new luxurious airship design. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the two dwarves, Yu Yang slightly adjusted his collar and said calmly, I'm very grateful for the recommendation from the two of you. Take this design to the main shop. If your main shop can make this kind of airship and can control the price to be below 1,500 heaven crystals, then this young master will order one. Yu Yang left confidently. After a long time, the dwarf in blue who had regained his senses muttered to himself, don't they say that the rich second generation are all fools who squander money like it's dirt? Why doesn't this person look like one? It's not that he doesn't look like one, he's not even one. The dwarf in white felt that his hard work just now had been wasted. Why did such an outstanding reincarnator come to Silver Maple City? Could he really be a child from one of the 4 great clans in Heaven Realm? The dwarf in blue was very suspicious. No matter where he came from, he gives me a very bad feeling. I have a feeling that I've been tricked by him. I hope this is just a misconception. Hey, White Hat, do you really think that this luxurious airship can be controlled to be below 1,500 heaven crystals? I've never seen such a special design before. Can it really fly? The more the dwarf in blue thought about it, the more suspicious he became. What are you guessing blindly for? We'll know once we show the design to the main shop's master. I can't say for sure if I've been tricked by him, but I have a feeling that we'll meet again in the future. Believe me, my intuition has always been very accurate. Alright, last time I had a wrong premonition and broke your nose was a small mistake. Damn it, don't ever mention your bullshit intuition in front of me. I don't want to argue with you. What did you mean when you kicked me just now? You don't want to argue, you're just feeling guilty. That was a performance. It was to compliment your performance. Didn't you also bite me, and the bite was very painful. Bastard, you actually dared to hit me, I'm not done with you. In the midst of the commotion in the shop, Yu Yang slowly walked further and further away. A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his lips. In Human Valley. He had already discovered something interesting. If he could grasp it, his future development might be smooth. Jiwori, Sky-Splitting Demon Elder, and many other potential opponents. Maybe you guys haven't noticed. I'm already here, I'm really looking forward to the next confrontation. Yu Yang did not report to the city lord's residence in Silver Maple City. In these 3 days, he stayed in Silver Maple City. No one knew what he did in these 3 days. Butler Dooley was also sent back to the Star Diamond Castle by Yu Yang. On the evening of the 3rd day, just as the sun was about to set, Yu Yang finally arrived at the city lord's residence in Silver Maple City. He handed over the reincarnation card to prove his identity and requested to see the city lord. As a noble, and a baron with a castle and territory, the guards obviously did not dare to slight him. Not only that, the city lord of Silver Maple City also personally came out to welcome Yu Yang. To express his enthusiasm. The city lord of Silver Maple City was an old man with a snow-white beard that reached his chest. He wore a long robe and held a dragon-headed walking stick. He looked like a great sage with profound wisdom, and not the lord of a city. Although there was an emperor in Human Valley with no real power, he was only a puppet emperor in charge of giving titles to the various lords. Yu Yang felt that he was a bit like the emperor of the Qing dynasty during the Warring States period, with an undeserved reputation. The ones with real power in Human Valley were the 3 kings of the vassal states and a few princes. The city lord of Silver Maple City was one of the princes with real power. He had over 10,000 elites and tens of thousands of slave soldiers under his command. His power was at least in the top 5 of Human Valley. Such a powerful figure had actually come out to greet a young lord. He was courteous to the wise, which showed how much he wanted to win over the people around him. Not only to Yu Yang. It was also a great way to win over the people around him. Young man, I liked you from the bottom of my heart the moment I saw you. You are as outstanding as your mother. It's a pity that she pursued a higher realm and had no intention of staying in the valley to fight. Otherwise, a new queen would have risen like a beautiful star. I like you more than my son. Let's not talk about those good-for-nothings. On the other hand, you, the young and outstanding lord, are able to strike a chord with me. Come, young man, I have already ordered people to prepare a feast. Haha, I have to use the grandest welcoming ceremony to welcome the new lord of Silver Maple City, the new noble. Please sit, dear young man, please sit beside me. That's right, you have the right. I am always willing to spare no effort to help outstanding young people. I like young people more than anything else. The city master of Silver Maple City was like a benevolent elder. With white hair and a ruddy complexion, he gestured for Yu Yang to sit beside him to show his favor. Although this is your kind intention, the etiquette of nobles tells me that I should sit in a suitable seat. Yu Yang hurriedly expressed his thanks. Under the envious and murderous gazes, he couldn't possibly foolishly sit beside the city lord of Silver Maple City. Firstly, it was just a test by the city lord of Silver Maple City to see if the young man was arrogant and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Secondly, sitting next to the city lord of Silver Maple would not only bring no benefits, but would also offend his favored subjects. Rather than being the target of public criticism, it was better to reject this superficial favor. Silver Maple City Master, did he really like Fourth Mother's sister that much? Yu Yang felt that this might not be the case. From the information he had gathered previously, it was highly possible that the city lord of Silver Maple City hated the original owner of the Star Diamond Castle, who was also Yu Yang's mother in name, Fourth Mother's sister, the mysterious woman who couldn't be more mysterious. At the very least, he didn't like her that much. No one would be willing to let such an outstanding person build a Star Diamond Castle in his own territory. With his own free will. No one would be willing to let the 2 nearby towns under their jurisdiction be given to someone else. A person without any desire for power would not be able to do it. Furthermore, a person like the city lord of Silver Maple City, who loved power and held real power, would not be able to do it. On the surface, they might be friendly, but in private, they might not be like that. If the city lord of Silver Maple City was really that good, why didn't he do anything when there were sea monsters in White Sand Town and bandits in Black Rock Town? Hence, no matter if he greeted them with a smiling face or how dark his heart was, Yu Yang would not easily trust a person, especially when this person was a prince who held the power of life and death. Yu Yang had heard of a saying before, no businessman is generous, no politician is clean, no person in power is benevolent. Trusting the good intentions of a person in power was undoubtedly asking a tiger for its skin. Of course, he couldn't just fall out with them. This was the Human Valley. He couldn't use force to solve problems. At any time, he had to use wisdom to solve problems. At the banquet, both the host and the guests drank and chatted merrily, drinking to their heart's content. On the surface, it looked like they were in harmony. Until the banquet was about to end, suddenly, a middle-aged man sitting on the 3rd seat on the left of the city lord of Silver Maple City stood up. This person's skin was fair, his eyes were sharp and his lips were as thin as a blade. One look and one could tell that he was a shrewd and intelligent person. Previously, the city lord of Silver Maple City had briefly introduced him to Yu Yang, saying that he was one of the political officials of Silver Maple City, and his name was Fan. This counselor had just offered a toast to Yu Yang with a smile on his face. He seemed to be quite friendly, but who would have thought that at the end of the banquet, he would make such an unexpected surprise attack? He first bowed to the city lord of Silver Maple City, and then raised his cup towards Yu Yang, inviting him to drink. Just now, as one of the political officials, I expressed my greatest respect and welcome to the new owner of the Star Diamond Castle. We sincerely hope that there will be more new nobles joining our ranks. For example, an outstanding lord like the owner of the Star Diamond Castle is an ally that we have always dreamed of. Actually, when the previous owner of the Star Diamond Castle was still the previous owner, I had already expressed the same kind intentions. If not for the previous owner of the Star Diamond Castle being in a hurry to leave in search of a higher realm, I'm afraid that our relationship would be even closer. When Yu Yang heard this, he felt that something was wrong. Here, the person who dared to speak to him like this was definitely an enemy and not a friend. No matter how well he pretended to be, he couldn't hide the greed in his heart that wanted to swallow him whole. Could it be that this red political official, Fan, was Sister Xianxia's enemy? To be able to endure until the end of the banquet, and then counterattack, this fellow's ability to endure was not bad. I wonder how Lord Political Official can help a newcomer like me. Yu Yang had never been afraid of a challenge, no matter if it was a battle of strength or wits. As your close neighbor, in addition to the fact that both of us have been loyal friends for generations, I heard that Lord Baron of the Star Diamond Castle has been in a bit of trouble recently. He had just returned from his study trip to take over the Star Diamond Castle, but he had already met with sea monsters and bandits. It is indeed a bit annoying. Furthermore, Lord Baron still needs to study, and doesn't have the authority to officially take over the territory. During this period of at least 3 months of study, it is obviously not good to ignore the matters under your jurisdiction. If the owner of the Star Diamond Castle, Lord Baron, recognizes me as a close neighbor and friend, and is willing to accept the help of a friendly hand, I am willing to send out people for free to get rid of the sea monsters and bandits, and also to ensure the peace of our territory. This red political official, Fan, was like a living lay foam. Thank you, this is really good news. Yu Yang replied indifferently. He wasn't angry, and didn't even deny it. Although we are close neighbors, we still belong to the same territory. If Minister Fan were to send people into the territory under the jurisdiction of the Star Diamond Castle, it seems to be a bit against the rules. Someone immediately stood up to object, protesting against this kind of vile behavior of sending people into the territory of others. In short, it wasn't that this person couldn't bear to see Minister Fan bullying the weak and a newcomer like Yu Yang. Instead, he was worried that once the rules were broken, he, who was weaker, would also be implicated. Thus, he firmly objected. A few other political officials stood up one after another, speaking up for their own interests. Some agreed, while others strongly objected. Both sides stuck to their own opinions and bombarded each other, attempting to protect their own interests to the greatest extent. Yu Yang looked at these people coldly and didn't say a word, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. A strange look flashed in the eyes of the city lord of Silver Maple City. There were too many abnormal things about this newcomer, Yu Yang. For example, he was unfazed by favors and humiliation. As a proud and arrogant young man, this was extremely rare. Another example was that he wasn't afraid in the face of danger, and was calm and composed. Yu Yang's excellent composure was completely out of the city lord of Silver Maple City's expectations. He had originally thought that Yu Yang would fly into a rage after hearing Minister Fan's words, or at least become angry. After all, someone wanted to embezzle his wealth, and as a young man, there was no reason for him to tolerate it. However, what was surprising was that this young man acted as if nothing had happened. He turned a deaf ear to the provocation of others, and his attitude was also ambiguous. He didn't affirm or reject it outright. What was this kid trying to do? Could it be that he saw through the scheme within the scheme? Another person stood up and greeted the city lord of Silver Maple City. This person was the black-bearded old man who was seated on the first seat on the right side of the city lord's seat. He smiled and said, "Since the establishment of Silver Maple City as a free city, our brothers and friends have always been united and friendly. For the past 10,000 years, there has never been any internal strife. It is because we have never wasted our energy on internal conflicts that we are able to stand firm and continue to develop in front of so many powerful enemies. First, we thank Minister Fan for his enthusiasm. It is because of his righteous heart that we have been able to come this far. However, our predecessors from 10,000 years ago made a rule that we shouldn't change too much in order to avoid walking on the wrong path. As for Minister Fan's enthusiasm, we have to praise him. As for the Lord of Star City Castle, we also have to help Lord Baron in his temporary difficulties. I hope that everyone will take the initiative to extend a hand of friendship. When we help our friends, we are actually helping ourselves. The more friends we have, the more united we are, and the more powerful our city will be. Here, I have an immature suggestion. Perhaps all of us can put in a bit of effort and temporarily gather under the command of the city lord to help the owner of the Star Diamond Castle solve this small problem for free. It can also be considered a small encouragement for the owner of the Star Diamond Castle before he takes over the power of a feudal lord after his studies. I agree. With the city lord taking the lead, it couldn't be better. Someone immediately agreed after hearing the suggestion. The city lord must take the lead. Everyone else agreed. I also agree. Only Minister Fan was left. His expression was gloomy, but he couldn't go against the crowd. He could only pretend to be happy and smile as he nodded in agreement. Then, who will be the leader? If it's still Minister Fan, then I will definitely not agree. Someone noticed this problem and quickly overruled Minister Fan to prevent this greedy fellow from using this as a pretext. Minister Fan sneered. Since his plan couldn't succeed, he naturally wouldn't ask for an official position again. Why don't I suggest a candidate? The bald old man sitting on the left of Silver Maple City Lord suddenly waved his hands in a dignified manner. Everyone, why are you so vexed? Actually, I have the best candidate. Originally, I wanted to ask him to help me escort the treasures to Tiandu. However, if the Lord of Star Diamond Castle's matter is more urgent, why not let him lead the team first? Who is it? Who exactly are you talking about? Everyone was curious when they heard this. Who else could it be? Of course it's the city lord's 10th son, Xianxia, who has just returned from his studies. The bald old man laughed loudly. Yu Yang finally understood the ins and outs of the matter when he heard this. So that's how it is. Luckily, the person who appeared in Silver Maple City wasn't the sky-splitting demon deity or Jiwari. Otherwise, it would really be troublesome. What happened next was simple. Since all the nobles present had unanimously approved the suggestion, they immediately invited the future commander of the army, Xianxia. As for Yu Yang, the Lord of Star Diamond Castle's opinion, it was completely ignored by everyone. Alright, he was just a nobleman who had just joined the nobles. He hadn't finished his training and hadn't officially taken over the authority of the city lord. What use was his words? Moreover, Xianxia was the 10th son of the Silver Maple City Lord. He had just passed the trial with excellent results. It was said that among all the newcomers who had returned from their study tours, Xianxia was ranked second with excellent results. He was only below the peerless genius of the Tiandu prince, Jiwari, who was said to be only seen once in 1,000 years. With this kind of strength and reputation, it was naturally easy for him to take on the role of a small bandit suppression commander. Xianxia was invited out. He was handsome and had an imposing appearance. He was indeed a dragon among men. No wonder he was the most outstanding son of Silver Maple City Lord. The moment Xianxia appeared, his charisma overwhelmed all the men and women present. Especially the female slaves who accompanied the various city lords. Their eyes were glued to him, and they were extremely intoxicated. As for the position of bandit suppression commander, Xianxia modestly declined again and again. He expressed that he had just returned from his studies and wasn't qualified to take on such a heavy responsibility. However, under the pressure of the crowd, he reluctantly accepted it. He immediately expressed that he would work hard to suppress the bandits. He did not disappoint everyone. In the end, he also promised Yu Yang that the army would not disturb the citizens. The logistics and military supplies would be provided by Silver Maple City itself. There was no need for Yu Yang, the new owner of Star Diamond Castle, to spend a single cent. What is Lord Baron's opinion? Silver Maple City Lord smiled as he watched. When everyone was done, he turned to ask Yu Yang. I am very grateful to City Lord and Earl Xianxia for your help. As a City Lord, even if I haven't completely taken over the management of the territory, I am duty-bound to handle the affairs of the district under my jurisdiction. This time, the Star Diamond Castle is willing to fork out 100 heaven crystals to support you in suppressing the bandits. Yu Yang naturally clapped his hands to express his welcome. His smile was very genuine and came from the bottom of his heart. This was because the person standing in front of him was Xianxia, not Jiwuri or Kai Tian demon deity. What made him even happier was that he didn't know if it was because of mutual suspicion or something else, but Jiwuri hadn't exchanged messages with Xianxia. Thus, Xianxia didn't recognize him, nor did he know that the previous master of Star Diamond Castle was actually a martial artist of Skysplit Tower. No matter how much Xianxia suspected Yu Yang's identity, he would never be able to guess it. Hence, Yu Yang smiled very happily. When Xianxia came over to toast Yu Yang, he asked curiously, we are both reincarnators, where did you come from? Why do you look so familiar? It was fake that he looked familiar. Xianxia did not know about Yu Yang and was just testing him. Yu Yang smiled and raised his cup in reply, I dare not. Palace Lord Xianxia is very famous and I have long heard of your name. However, because my family's identity is not worth mentioning in the outside world, I cannot bear to embarrass myself and make a fool of myself. As the Palace Lord of the Central Shrine, Xianxia thought that he was chasing after Jiwuri and was about to reach the godly realm. Hence, when he discovered something suspicious, he naturally would not give up easily. To be able to inherit the Star Diamond Castle as soon as he entered, how could he be an ordinary person? He was probably the descendant of some famous clan in the Heaven Realm. However, he did not dare to compete with him, so he kept a low profile and refused to reveal his clan or sect. Yu Yang pretended to be forced to smile bitterly and whispered something in Xianghua's ear. Xianxia was instantly enlightened and repeatedly agreed. He then put on a warm expression and nodded to Yu Yang intimately, brother, as long as Xianxia exists in Silver Maple City, no one can touch your Star Diamond Castle. Fan Zhongxing is just a clown. The ones who can truly achieve glory are us reincarnators. Brother, as long as you and I join hands, with the strong joining forces, forget about Fan Jing, even that arrogant rooster Ji Wu might be defeated by us. With the power of your family behind you, and me as a spy, the upper heaven realm has long been a place where we can dominate. Alright, I won't say much. Xianxia definitely has the intention to befriend you. Brother, just look at Xianghua's sincerity in the future. After bidding farewell to Yu Yang, Xianxia was like Popeye who had eaten spinach, his face flushed red. Originally, he wanted to seize a newcomer's territory. However, the current him did not want to do that, because he realized that this newcomer was a treasure. Especially the family behind him, it was a colossus that was hard to shake in the Heaven Realm. If he could gain his friendship and help, he would be able to gain some confidence when competing with Jiwuri in the future. Compared to the things in the Heaven Realm in the future, even a fool would know how to choose. Moreover, Xianxia did not have the confidence to obtain the Divine Grimoire. He mainly came here to snipe some opponents who might obtain the Divine Grimoire, such as the so-called exceptional genius Jiwuri. With the help of this family and this young man, many things in the Heaven Realm would change imperceptibly. Of course, the main goal was how to gain this young man's trust. After all, the other party was quite wary. Xianxia personally sent Yu Yang out and hinted a few more times, indicating that his ambition was not in the human valley, and that he was only willing to develop in the Heaven Realm. If possible, he would do his best to help Yu Yang. For such a promise, Yu Yang naturally accepted it with a smile. Palace Master Xianxia, everything in the human valley is just a trial. The elders often say that this is a place to comprehend the Tao, to comprehend the human heart, to carefully observe the human heart, to taste life, to understand what a real person is. Whether the conditions are superior or hard work, it doesn't matter to me. My goal is to quickly comprehend and leave this realm. Therefore, to me, it's not essential to obtain any great honor. In terms of cooperation, of course, it's good. After all, a strong alliance is much better than fighting alone. It's just that Palace Master Jiwuri is extraordinary, so forgive me for not being able to agree for the time being. This matter must be discussed with the elders and confirmed before I can give Palace Master Xianxia a definite answer. If Yu Yang agreed immediately, Xianxia would be suspicious. Of course, he had to ask his family for such a big matter. Xianghua's main purpose was not to form an alliance immediately, but to build a good relationship between the two parties and wait for a good opportunity in the future. He had been preparing for the competition with Jiwori for so many years, so he did not mind waiting for a few more days. As long as this heavens-favored one, this young man was willing to cooperate with him, then it would be equivalent to half a success. When this young man was on the same side as him, Jiwori realized that even if this young man wanted to deny it, Jiwori would not believe him. In short, it was like sitting on a boat now. When the other party boarded the boat, he would immediately set sail. Even if he found out that this was not the direction he wanted to go, it would not be up to him. As they bid farewell, both of their faces were smiling, showing that they were in an extremely good mood. Both of them had their own thoughts. Everyone had a little secret in their hearts that no one revealed. However, Yu Yang felt that his smile would last till the end. This was because the intelligent palace master Xianxia did not guess that he was the new prison emperor of Tongtian Tower. Instead, he mistakenly thought that he was the descendant of the mysterious family in the Heaven Realm. One could not summon a grimoire in Human Valley. One could not use a beast either. However, it was still allowed for people like Yu Yang to be guided back to the grimoire world by a guardian beast. When he returned, Princess Sisai and Yu welcomed him. They were not like Yu Bing, that little girl, who was tired from training and went to bed early without any distracting thoughts. Today, Yu Yang had to visit the city master of Silver Maple City as the new leader. Yu and the others were worried about him. One must know that in Human Valley, one could not use force. Yu Yang, who was fighting alone, could easily fall into danger. Seeing Yu Yang return safely, even Princess Sisai, the cold-looking tigress, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. How is it? What kind of person is the city master of Silver Maple City? What is his attitude? Impatience had just come out of the bath. She was the first to rush up, hugging Yu Yang and kissing him. This Skylaw Empress was not as reserved as other girls. Even in front of everyone, she was very bold, not caring if she would teach bad things to other children. As for her habit of hugging and kissing Yu Yang as soon as he returned, everyone was already used to it. At first, Yu was a little embarrassed, but after seeing it many times, she no longer felt anything. The city master of Silver Maple City is a sly old fox, and his patience is very deep. He might be extremely afraid of Mother, and in the past 10 years, he did not make any movements. However, when I took over the Star Diamond Castle, he confirmed that Mother had left Human Valley and immediately took action. Of course, those actions were still considered covert. Moreover, there were also scapegoats who took the initiative to take the blame for him. In other words, he will be a difficult opponent to deal with. Yu Yang evaluated. Previous intelligence showed that this fellow is not simple. Among the great princes in Human Valley, he is the most powerful. Fallen Beauty nodded and asked, other than the city master of Silver Maple City, are there any other outstanding people? At least 3 more. Yu Yang smiled. So many? When Princess Xianxia heard that, she frowned slightly. Even in the Heaven Realm, how many people could make Yu Yang call them outstanding? In this Human Valley, just Silver Maple City alone had 4 of them. Other than that old fox, Silver Maple City Lord, there were actually 3 more. It seemed that Human Valley was truly a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Hearing this, Yu was even more worried. Not being able to use force in Human Valley had always been her sore point. Yu Yang gestured for her to be at ease. He could handle it himself. Then, he told everyone about what he had seen and heard in Silver Maple City. Other than the city lord of Silver Maple City, there was another person at the banquet. His name is Hong Yi, the lord of Fallen Leaves Island. He was hidden as deep as the sea, and his appearance was ordinary and unremarkable. His appearance belonged to the type that would be lost in a crowd. During the banquet, he was so low-key that no one paid attention to him. If not for the Heaven Eye's divine vision that could see through his disguise, I would have most likely been deceived by him. Although this person is not as good as the Sun King, his strength and intelligence are definitely not below the Silent King. He might even be comparable to the Empress. I don't know why he is hiding in Silver Maple City. I hope his target is the City Lord of Silver Maple City. Otherwise, I would really have a headache. Princess Sisai nodded. This is one of them. What about the other two? Raising his finger again, Yu Yang said. The second person is the maid beside the City Lord of Silver Maple City. Although her status is low and she seems to be a maid who serves wine to the City Lord, I have observed carefully. Whenever something happens, the City Lord of Silver Maple City would always make eye contact with her first. From this, it can be seen that this person is either the brain of Silver Maple City or the daughter of the City Lord of Silver Maple City. I dare say that even if she is his beloved concubine, she would not be able to gain that kind of trust. Fallen Beauty only cared about one question. Is she a big beauty or a little beauty? Yu Yang laughed out loud. How can a maid chosen from 100 people at the banquet be ugly? Only an idiot would choose an ugly one to serve by his side to attract attention. Alright, Fallen Flowers girl, the vinegar you drank can be used to make a plate of sweet and sour pork ribs. She is a reincarnator? Princess Sisai wanted to know more information. On the surface, she doesn't have a badge, but it is very likely that she has kept it. The City Lord of Silver Maple City also doesn't have a badge, but I can be sure that this old fox is a reincarnator and has a very close relationship with the central shrine. Yu Yang's 100% certainty made everyone curious. It was fine to suspect that she was a reincarnator, but how could he be so sure that she was related to the central shrine? Let me guess. Inan also joined the conversation. Her beautiful eyes flashed. I think you must have seen the reincarnator of the central shrine at the banquet and have a close relationship with the City Lord of Silver Maple City. Eh? When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look at Inan. They couldn't tell that this little girl was quite smart. Did I guess wrong? Inan shyly lowered her head. No, you guessed it. Right. This is a reward for you. Yu Yang happily hugged the little girl and planted a kiss on her bright and clean little face, causing Inan to be extremely shy as her cheeks turned red. Everyone burst into laughter, causing her to hide in Yu Yang's embrace like a cute little quail. Yu Yang waited for everyone to stop laughing and said seriously, Inan guessed right. I did see the reincarnator of the central shrine at the banquet. Moreover, that person was Temple Lord Xianxia. What? When Yu Yang said this, everyone, including Princess Sisai and the Impatiens, changed their expressions. The Temple Lord of the Central Shrine, Xianxia, was definitely a troublesome person. His strength was only below Jiwori's, but his intelligence was comparable. The sudden appearance of such a strong opponent was really surprising. When everyone came to their senses, they fell into deep thought. They were all thinking about how to deal with the situation. Yu Yang was afraid that everyone would be disturbed and quickly explained, Don't worry, Xianxia doesn't know my identity. He and Jiwori are partners on the surface, but they are actually sworn enemies and the competition is very fierce. I pretended to be a hidden disciple of the Eastern Immortal tribe in the upper realm. He was overjoyed and tried his best to rope me in. There shouldn't be any problems for the time being. At least until Jiwori finds me and reveals my identity, Xianxia won't make things difficult for me. Yu was still a little worried. Could it be that Xianxia pretended not to know? Did he do it on purpose? Fallen Beauty also thought the same. Once you entered the Human Valley, you inherited the Star Diamond Castle and became the new lord. There's no reason that Xianxia wouldn't know. Yu Yang waved his hand. The identity of the Star Diamond Castle's owner has always been unknown. Otherwise, why would the master of Silver Maple City wait for 10 years? Also, Xianxia's original intention was to make a move on White Sand Town and Black Rock Town. During the confrontation at the banquet, Xianxia's plan to seize the castle was almost a fact. However, after he suspected that I was a disciple of the Eastern Immortal tribe, he immediately gave up and became friends with me. I played along with him. If he knew that I was a martial artist of Tong Tian Tower, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to express his goodwill and wouldn't have tried to rope me in to fight against Jiwori. This is an unexpected good thing. Princess Sisai was happy. The enemy's suspicion is good for us. Pay attention to your words and actions. Don't let Xianxia see through you. Smart people are always especially suspicious. He definitely won't believe you easily. In the future, there will definitely be many tests. What kind of person was the impatience? She hit the nail on the head and pointed out the main point. I have already thought of a way to deal with it. This time, if I don't trick him to death, I won't be considered capable. With Yu Yang's current level, pretending to be a member of the Eastern Immortal tribe in the Heaven Realm was not a problem. Fortunately, I inherited Mother's castle and hid it from Xianxia. If I only inherited Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li's wealth, I would definitely be targeted. That would be dangerous. Jiwori and Xianxia both entered the Human Valley more than 3 months in advance. With their strength, they must have already obtained the qualifications. Since they are no longer newcomers, we will not meet them in the life assessment ceremony 3 months later. At least, we will be safe for 3 months. Princess Sisai combined all the information and analyzed them one by one. She found that Yu Yang still had a certain advantage. Especially the misunderstanding of Xianxia, it would allow Yu Yang to be like a fish in the water in the early stages. That's good, we don't have to worry. Yu Yu's heart was finally a little more at ease. What is Xianxia's identity? Impatience still wanted to do something about Xianxia. Since the other party misunderstood, she might as well deepen the misunderstanding. The 10th son of the city master of Silver Maple City. Yu Yang added, Jiwori is even more amazing. He is actually the Prince of Tiandu. I guess he wants to become the emperor and achieve great things in order to obtain the recognition of the divine grimoire. If he does that, he will definitely become the public enemy. Let's ignore him for now and watch the tigers fight. Princess Sisai felt that this was the best. With Jiwori being the target of public criticism, Yu Yang could keep a low profile and develop quickly. After a pause, she nodded and said, it seems that the city master of Silver Maple City is really from the central shrine. Jiwori submitted to the puppet emperor and borrowed his name. It is barely acceptable. But for a powerful person like the city master of Silver Maple City, Xianxia can also become the 10th son. If the city master of Silver Maple City is not from the central shrine, only an idiot would accept a bastard like Xianxia. Are you saying that the city master of Silver Maple City is really Xianxia's father? Inan blinked her big eyes and asked. It's possible. They are at least relatives. Impatience also agreed with Princess Sisai's guess. If the city master of Silver Maple City did not accept him, Xianxia would not be able to become the 10th son of the city master of Silver Maple City. After all, this was not a game. The city master of Silver Maple City was a living person with a brain and thoughts. He was not an NPC who gave out quests. What should we do next? Inan felt that she had to think of a good plan in order to develop under the influence of the central shrine. Haha, it's time to rest. Yu Yang was overjoyed. He carried the little girl and ran to the swimming pool to take a bath together, not giving the shy girl a chance to refuse. Impatience naturally rubbed her palms together and decided to help. The sisters would be united and fight against the great demon king together. Fallen Flowers was also a little moved, but Princess Sisai and Yu were all there, so she was a little embarrassed. This guy. Princess Sisai was very angry. She really wanted to drag that big pervert out and give him a good beating. Yu hurried back to her room, because in a while, there would be a scene that was not suitable for children. It would be awkward if she heard the sound. On the second day, a refreshed Yu Yang came out. Walking on the streets of Silver Maple City. After walking half around, he slowly went to the Wandering Child Guild to report. The so-called Wandering Child Guild referred to the reincarnators. All the reincarnators in the Human Valley were generally seen as wanderers who went out to train. The natives called the reincarnators as wanderers, and this behavior of coming in from the outside was called returning. Of course, some natives were the descendants of the reincarnators, so they understood what was going on. However, they had called it that way for thousands of years without changing it. The Wandering Child Guild was only set up in big cities. Generally, there were 2 modes. One was the Heaven's Proud Wandering Child Guild for nobles to report, and the other was the Grassroots Wandering Child Guild for commoners to report. The 2 modes of training were completely different. The Heaven's Chosen Wanderer model was to train the young masters of the nobility on how to be upper-class people, how to live a more carefree and interesting life. As for the grassroots wanderer model, sorry, it only taught people how to survive, how to learn more life skills in the human valley, accumulate wealth, and live a good life without worrying about food or clothing. Of course, for the reincarnators, what they really needed to do was to pass the test as soon as possible. The human valley was not a place for the reincarnators to stay forever. Earning 100,000 heaven crystals to leave the valley was the ultimate goal of the reincarnators. Because of his identity as the owner of the Star Diamond Castle, the receptionist was extremely respectful. After registering for Yu Yang and receiving the tip, the guy quietly suggested to Yu Yang, "The 1,000-year great sage is currently giving a lecture to the newcomers. If the Titan Lord is free, you can go and listen." That is a very rare opportunity because the 1,000-year great sage only gives a lecture in one city once a year. If you miss this chance, you will have to wait until next year. When Yu Yang heard this, what was he waiting for? The lecture hall was filled with students listening to the lecture. Most of them were probably from other places. Silver Maple City definitely did not have that many reincarnators and new nobles. It was impossible for him to enter the lecture, but he could stand in the corridor and listen. Anyway, he was not here to sit. Yu Yang pricked up his ears and listened. He was shocked when he heard the 1,000-year great sage's lecture. What is life? Perhaps everyone knows what life is. Snakes, insects, rats, ants, birds, beasts, including our various species, dwarves, demons, angels, elves, humans, everything on the earth is life that we can see with our eyes. However, I dare to say that many people do not know what true life is, nor do they understand the true meaning of life. The secret of life is something that even the gods are unable to fully understand. The gods can create many things, such as a powerful divine weapon, a glorious temple, or even a mountain, a lake, an ocean. In our eyes, the gods are omnipotent. However, you might not know that even the gods cannot easily create life. The higher the level of life, the harder it is to create. Many of us feel that there are no secrets to life. Everyone here has the ability to dissect the body of life. Killing a frog and opening up its internal structure is very simple and clear. Killing a wolf and taking out all its body parts and recording them one by one is also very easy. However, that is not all of life. Life is not something that can be seen with the eyes alone. It is very mysterious. Let me give you an example. A human, a mortal, he is powerless and incomparably mediocre. He lives like an ant. The bitterness of life can easily bend his waist. Sickness and disability can easily destroy his life. To many life forms, humans are especially incompetent. Their lives are fragile and cannot withstand a single blow. Their lifespan is also extremely short. In 100 years, they will turn into dust. Their bodies have no resistance. Knives can cut their bodies and blood will splatter. Sickness can torture their bodies and make them wish they were dead. The most pitiful thing is that humans do not have strong spiritual power. They have to rest every day and sleep every night. Otherwise, their minds and bodies will collapse. Think about it, such a fragile human, such a life form, why are we talking about him? Why should we pay attention to such a life form? The reason is very simple. Some of you here might know that the pitifully weak humans that I have just mentioned, once they grow up, they will become the most powerful life forms. Among all the races, the number of humans who have reached the divine level is more than 10 times that of all the other races combined. I believe that after hearing such a contrast, everyone will start to think. Life, what is it exactly? What is its secret? End of chapter 1059. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.